Chapter 561. I was beaten out of my skin. You say, can liquids not slip away? A team fight that has no chance. And a team fight that may happen, but has no chance. Youngs doesn't want to choose between the two. Even if liquid attacks them, they may not be able to defend it. According to Young's own estimation, their probability of winning is only about 10%. Probably due to the terrain advantage. PUBG is a game where once your marksmanship reaches a certain level, you can do whatever you want. This is also the true meaning that Mao Xiaomo has only realized now. It's a pity that Liquid is the only team in the world that has such conditions. Mao Xiaomo is also committed to building a team that is invincible in the world, although it is still in the running in stage. Youngs was relieved after the successful transfer with Liquids. Then I saw Team Liquid destroying a team called Say, and burst out laughing. Damn! It's a good thing he escaped, Dick said with lingering fear. Well, luckily I got away. Liquid's players have no shame. They may be the team in the world that knows Liquid's terror the most. And you will feel it when you compare it. Liquids has also played in European and American training matches. Just in terms of the feeling of fighting alone. Liquid is now on the first level. Navi and FaZe second gear. Other third gear. When playing against the 4 Liquid players, they had absolutely no power to fight back. This was different from other teams. Recently, there have been many reports on the internet that Liquid only knows how to abuse people and kill wildly in unskilled games. Once the skill level is high, their true colors are revealed. Youngs really wants to laugh. I've already been beaten up. You told me that Liquid can only abuse vegetables? Waiting for a slap in the face. Liquid's performance is still strong. On the mountainous terrain, Liquid is invincible. The entire team advanced like a tank. Team members occasionally fell to the ground, but were quickly helped up. Now the team members are replenishing shots and filling positions in a timely manner. And Mao Xiaomo is constantly mobilizing his teammates. Finally looking like a team. Huh? I painted a southern cutaway circle. Liquid's position is very good now. But the Liquids who were transferred are now coming back. Joy shook his head and said, Liquids really missed a huge opportunity. If Liquids doesn't leave, they will have a great chance of blocking the Liquid behind them due to the advantage of the terrain. If they occupy this position, they will be the team with the best chance to win. But as Liquid's leader, Youngs has no regrets. Liquid's players didn't have any objections either. Not leaving? If you don't leave, you'll die. Don't laugh at them for being afraid of Liquid. Even if you were rubbed back and forth 11 times, you'd be afraid too. Liquid didn't have to make a move. But Liquids was in deep trouble. However, with the excellent marksmanship and cooperation of the team members, they were able to do it with ease. The competition has gradually entered the finals. Among the 5 teams, except for TSM who left the game early, the other 4 teams are still relatively complete. The finals also rubbed Liquid's face. Oh! This can bring Liquid into the circle! And it is also a destiny circle. Liquids will definitely feel regretful after this wave. Joy shook his head. But what he didn't expect was that Liquids had no intention of regretting it. They are very happy. Liquid didn't need to move in the finals, and was constantly cleaning up the remaining teams around them. The fight on the other side was also heated. And Liquids and Method also encountered each other. And Liquids was very decisive in this wave and rushed forward. It's a huge contrast to the behavior of just sneaking away, which makes people believe that Liquids really didn't want to fight with their own team just now. The 2 teams have met several times in training matches, and can be said to be of equal strength. And the terrain of this wave is also quite good. It can be said that it is purely based on performance. As the core of the team, Youngs takes on the heavy responsibility of output and gun control. Several teammates also cooperate very well, constantly creating space for Youngs to output. This is a one-core team. Fortunately, Youngs was in very good condition today. In 2 consecutive waves of gun battles, he knocked down his opponent with headshots, opening a gap for the team. His teammates were also knocked down, and 1 person made up for it. After a wave of 1-4-2, Liquids pressed forward decisively, and 1 person was knocked down in a 3-on-2 situation. But it was harmless, and Method was still eliminated as a team. In this way, Liquids can be considered as occupying the position on the south side of the circle. After rescuing the person, he directly counterattacked the Knights, who were still fighting near the poisonous circle. The Knights were suddenly caught off guard by the firepower of Liquids, and 2 people were directly knocked out. Then, I tried to get a higher ranking with the enemies next to me, but the poisonous circle became more and more unbearable as it got to the back. So I had to bite the bullet and force my way in. In the end, I was defeated by the combined efforts of Liquid at the top and Liquids at the edge of the circle. Clear and kill. As a result, the only fully staffed team on the field is Liquid. Liquid still dominated the finals. Destiny has arrived. The chosen team. Liquid is winning. This time Joy can confidently say that Liquid is winning. This is a bit unjustifiable if we don't eat chicken. The next game is also very simple. Liquid kept killing the teams around the circle. And at least there were only 7 people left on the field. Liquid's full formation and Liquid's 3-man team. Liquid's, who had no pressure, chose to rush. The result was no suspense. 3 headshots were solved directly. Ms. Joy said regretfully. Liquid set is really a pity. If we don't give up this hilltop, they may be the ones who get the chicken. But there is no way. Maybe they also have their own considerations. Liquid's training room. Young shook his head. And Zik sighed. Hey, if we are short of one person, we will definitely destroy Liquid. Yeah, they're still on the top of the mountain. What a pity. Youngs looked at several teammates with disdain. The word slip in this set is definitely his most correct decision. Otherwise, if they could get so many kills, would they be able to finish second? I don't want to eat chicken anymore. They can't beat Liquid's reduced staff, let alone full staff. Chapter 562, 2 identical games. Liquids knows how terrible this Liquid is. The origin of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is gunplay. There is no team that can become a first-line team with poor marksmanship. But good marksmanship may not necessarily make it a first-line team. Theoretically, only your marksmanship is invincible, and no one can beat you. So no matter how disadvantaged you are, you will be able to overcome it. Liquid had 15 kills in the first set. Outsiders may see that Liquids has given away its own chicken in this wave. But Youngs himself knows that at the current level of Liquids, they can compete with Method and TSM. But they cannot compete with Liquid, unless the terrain was an absolute advantage. Youngs would definitely choose to avoid Liquid. If you can't beat it, you just can't beat it. There's nothing wrong with admitting it. Liquid eats another chicken. Counting this set, their chicken eating rate in this qualifying round is simply terrible. 8 in 10 sets. However, in most people's eyes, the level of this qualifying round is not enough. But Ms. Joy knows that the finals of this qualifier are not bad. With teams like TSM and Knights, will their strength be bad? It can only be said that it is not at the top level. After repairing for a while, the second set started. Liquid's jumping point in Y City has remained unchanged for thousands of years, and its playstyle has not changed at all. However, in order to prevent Liquid's tactical intentions from being too obvious, Mao Xiaomao combined the previous set of IFCD's entry routes and planned several entry routes for Liquid. It still depends on the temporary situation. Miraculously, the circle in the second set was still an airport circle. I'll go! The second set is still an airport circle. Has this ever happened in a professional game? Not at all. Not only Ms. Joy. Everyone looked at the second set circle in surprise. The probability of the airport circle is already small. And the probability of the airport circle in 2 consecutive games is even more small to the point of explosion. This time, the DreamHack Finals also have one more thing to watch. However, Liquid has no pressure to advance since winning the first set. Under this format, a set of chicken, for 100 points, plus head points, is enough for them to safely enter the next round. But the 4 members of Liquid are all perfectionists. Since it is Liquid's first show, they should show more solidly. When the first circle of the second set was refreshed, Liquid still chose the southern island to enter the circle. However, in order for teams to target him in the future, there is not only one route for Liquid to go ashore. But I just used it for today's 2 sets, and will change it next time. There is still no one on the south coast. And Liquid is following the same route as the last game. And what's even more impressive is that the circle in the second set is almost the same as the previous set. I think I've seen this before. Yes. I've seen it. I've seen it. Ms. Joy also found it a bit unbelievable. The 2 games were almost identical, except for Liquid's, which was not in its original position. The positions of the other teams were not much different. Liquid's learned the lesson from the previous game and directly chose another hill instead of Liquid's entry route. This way they can bet on a wave instead of forcing a fight with Liquid. Things seemed to develop as everyone predicted. And the next lap was almost the same as the previous one. Liquid still entered the circle according to the original route. But they did not encounter the team they encountered in the previous game. The game continued. Liquid's rhythm was faster than in the previous game. And the team's cooperation was more skillful than before. The 4 people started to clear the border frantically. As long as the camera is given to Liquid, It must be a scene of Liquid massacring others. So amazing. Mjoy shook his head. These 4 people are not on the same level as the others. And they have basically never lost in gun battles and encounters. Their reaction and marksmanship are one level ahead of their opponents. For SSS level professional players, if they can get along well, maybe they can really overthrow Phase Throne. In a game, if there is a very strong team, and they are not on the same level, you will find that the game is very simple. Moreover, the top 16 strong opponents in the world, Knights and Method, both entered the circle from the north, and had no chance of encountering Liquid. It can be said that in the 2 games so far, Liquid has not fought a tough battle. Another strangulation in the north. There is another graveyard in the south. There is too much space for Liquid in the southern part of the airport island. And their front line has been extended to more than 300 meters. Liquid's style of play is a little different from before. Although there were divisions in the past, it was not as arrogant as it is now, Mjoy said. Liquid used to have this style of play in the past, but it was far less arrogant than it is now. Now Liquid displays only these 2 words. Although the 4 people are not close to each other, there are bunkers and slopes between each other, and no one can rush to the closest point in the first time. If a team rushes to someone's position, others will have enough time to support and spread out the gun line. Liquid now controls a territory around 140 degrees, which is already very scary. What is the concept of being able to control about 140 degrees of territory in the 5th circle? 180 degrees is half a circle, and 140 degrees is nearly half a circle. Liquid was also very stable in this game. They did not choose to force a team's position and kept getting information. Mao Xiaomo is also preparing for the next DreamHack Marseille finals. The team members must constantly communicate and provide him with enough information. And then, he can formulate the next strategy for entering the circle. If we circle this side, we will go to this hilltop. If we circle this side, we will go to this hilltop. Mao Xiaomo kept marking points on the map. Several points that can be entered into the next circle are now directly marked by Mao Xiaomo. Ibiza and James were not surprised at all, but they just felt that the game was much easier. In previous games, many of the information was processed after the circle was refreshed. If the information could not be processed, Liquid would choose to blindly hit the center of the circle. To be honest, it was a bit amateurish. Mao Xiaomo showed Ibiza and James what professional command is. Before the 6th circle was refreshed, Mao Xiaomo had arranged all the work. Because the finals are next, a lot of information cannot be processed in time, and there is not so much time to arrange. A lot of it depends on the tacit understanding between teammates and on-the-spot performance. Chapter 563 is M16. Appeared. The development of this set was dramatic from the beginning. The circle shape is similar to that of the upper plate, but on the 7th circle, it is reversed from the upper plate. Okay, this time Liquid's is the destiny of the mountain. It's the opposite of the last game, Mjoy explained. This time it was Liquid who had to make a move. But Liquid's occupied a high ground and Liquid had to climb up from the bottom of the mountain, which was also very difficult for Liquid. Clear the border first, Mao Xiaomo said in the team. As soon as the circle was brushed, Mao Xiaomo immediately commanded Liquid to start clearing the edge. When they enter the circle, they must concentrate on facing the enemy in front of them. So the surrounding enemies must be cleared. The 4 people shrunk their positions and started carpet cleaning. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. Trench! Awesome. This shooting skill. Mjoy's barrage was full of praise for the marksmanship of Liquid's 4 players. These 4 players are so powerful at clearing the edge. A thunder can often directly kill you, force the opponent to move, and then headshot the opponent in a matter of seconds. Watching Denovo kill 2 people one after another, Mjoy shook his head silently. If he hadn't told him that Denovo was Mao Xiaomo, he would still be kept in the dark. The hilltop of Liquid's is in the center of the circle, but the terrain is so good, with a few thick trees and hollows. It can be said to be a natural trench. This way Liquid's doesn't have to worry about being attacked from all sides. On the contrary, the teams around the circle had no cover and could only use the smoke to hide. Liquid and Liquid's have completely different moves and both know where their opponents are. In Mao Xiaomo's mind, Liquid's is the last enemy. They will definitely attack this mountain in the end. And how they do it depends on his arrangements. Ibiza, pull to the left and get under that tree. If we fight, you can touch behind them. Mao Xiaomo gave Ibiza a difficult task. Liquid's can't see their line of sight now. But once the circle is cleared, they have to make a move. With fewer teams on the field now, There's no doubt that liquids will turn their attention to them. And that's exactly what happened. This set of liquids is completely different from the previous one. Youngs and the other 3 teammates are very serious. They know where liquid is. But with this terrain, they have a chance. There was really no chance in the last game. Liquids_Youngs used M416 to kill TSM_Break with a headshot. Only one team left. Liquid! Young shouted. The number of survivors on the field has increased to 8. Another liquid civil war between Liquid and Liquids. Liquid is really strong. He completely cleared the edge. Mstoy sighed. The difficulty of clearing the edge in this position of Liquid is much higher than that of Liquids. After all, they are all fighting in the mountains. However, the basic skills of Liquid's players are so solid. They won all 1v1, which directly helped them enter the next circle. Prepare. But the bad news for Liquid is that Liquids have cleared all the enemies in the north. In this way, for guns will be pointed at them. If there were still people in the north, Liquids would never dare to play like this. The moment he saw Break's death, Mao Xiaomon knew he couldn't wait any longer. Jean, set up the gun! Throw the smoke! Mao Xiaomon shouted directly in the team. Although this matchup has nothing to do with qualifying, as long as they enter the professional arena, they will go all out. Liquids is actually second in 2 sets, and there is no pressure to advance. It can be said that everyone is happy with the Liquid duo in this qualifier. 3 days later, you can see the shadow of the Liquid duo in Marseille. But this time the showdown. It was also a true 4v4 team battle. Even though Liquids had a big advantage, Liquid also practiced this kind of battle during yesterday's training match. Iron immediately understood what Mao Xiaomon meant, and the tacit understanding between the several people is gradually developing. After Alvin's countless training pictures, Mao Xiaomon and Iron's throwing skills have become very good, but it is definitely not realistic to directly blow up the opponent from such a distance. So Mao Xiaomon and Iron each took out a few smoke bombs and threw them frantically in the direction of their opponents. This is the real use of smoke bombs in 4v4, because there are only enemies in one direction. Smoke bombs can easily block the view on the other side, as long as they are thrown to one side. Boom! Boom! Jean's 98K fired 2 shots in a row, neither of which hit the head. Liquids also knew how terrifying Jeans was. He never showed his face for more than a second. They just watched Liquid's actions, and didn't dare to poke their heads in and fight the opponent head-on. Their current situation is such that they absolutely cannot defeat one person. Once they do, even if they were in the circle, the defense would collapse quickly. Even with the terrain advantage, they were not sure they could beat Liquid in 3-on-4. This is FPP. The front is the front. Not only Youngs, but the other 3 team members also know this very well. At this time, a scene that shocked people all over the world appeared. De Novo picked up his M16. It was this action that made him joy. An insider? Tremble. Mao Xiaomon didn't want to hide his identity. Mao Xiaomon had 2 guns, an M416 and an M16. On his body, he had been holding a 4x M416 and kept firing. But now, he finally took out his M16. It's normal for professional players to use the M16, and everyone doesn't think too much about it. But the next moment, the entire Xia Kingdom audience, who was watching this game, stayed in front of their computers. De Novo rushed forward under the cover of smoke. The single model is attracting attention. Serial fire. Single shot foreshadowing. I guess I forgot. When the barrage saw De Novo charging forward with a single-shot M16, he wanted to rush to his computer and say that he didn't cut the burst. But the next moment, just the next moment, the entire Xia Kingdom audience was stunned. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The unique rate of fire of the M16 appear in front of the world again, right in Liquid's qualifiers. The crazy rate of fire of a fully automatic and the unique single-shot stability of the M16. In an instant, directly exploded Young's helmet. Liquid_De Novo used an M16 headshot to knock down Liquids_Youngs. What? What? Mao Xiaomon. A familiar name appeared in the minds of all Xiaogua fans. Mstoy also stayed in front of the computer. He didn't know what to say now. There is only one M16 with this high rate of fire in the world. That is Mao Xiaomon, King, IFCD's former ace, and the world's #1 M16. The barrage paused for a moment, and then began to flood the screen like crazy. Everyone trembled all over. A tremor that only appears when it shocks people's hearts. Mao Xiaomon? King? I am not wrong. Right. It can't be wrong. In a live broadcast room with tens of thousands of people, The current volume of barrages is comparable to the volume of barrages in a live broadcast room with millions of people. Mjoy calmed down and didn't know what to say. Mao Xiaomo's personal characteristics are too obvious and cannot be hidden at all. But what does he do now? Say this is Mao Xiaomo? What if Mao Xiaomo didn't want to reveal his identity? Mjoy took a deep breath. He just said in the live broadcast room that he knew Mao Xiaomo's whereabouts, but couldn't tell him. It was only one game later. De Novo stood up and slapped him in the face to make him say something. Don't even know what to say. Everyone knows Mjoy is the insider. Everyone was frantically scrolling on the barrage asking if De Novo was Mao Xiaomo. Just when Mjoy was hesitating, Yehao sent a message. The content of the message is fine. Obviously Yehao is also watching Liquid's games through Mjoy's live broadcast room. Since it's easy to say it's okay, then it really is okay. Yes! De Novo is Mao Xiaomo. You should see him in the live broadcast of DreamHack Marseille soon. Mjoy's words were also dropped on Xiaogua like a bomb. De Novo is Mao Xiaomo. Got Mjoy's confirmation. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Everyone was really confused. After more than half a year, I got news about Mao Xiaomo again. And it turned out to be in this way. There were no professional players watching Liquid's game. And for the time being, the professional circle was still in shock. Just when countless people were posting on the forum. The duel between Liquid and Liquids was already heating up. After Mao Xiaomo's god-level M16 knocked down Young's Iron was also knocked down. The two sides completed a wave of 1-for-1. Ibiza also slipped directly behind him at this time. But Liquid's discipline is very good. And Ibiza was discovered under Young's constant reminder. Without any cover, Ibiza and Zik faced each other directly. But Zik has the slope as cover. A peak. Ibiza was also directly knocked down by Zik. Liquids_Zik used AKM to knock down Liquid_Ibiza with a headshot. Chapter 564, Mao Xiaomo. He is back. Mao Xiaomo didn't feel the slightest surprise. Ibiza's move around to the flank is a one-and-done thing. But he can take away one person's firepower, which is of great help to the frontal battlefield. Jeans helped Mao Xiaomo set up the gun behind him. And Mao Xiaomo rushed to the nearest point. Walk! The safe area begins to refresh. As soon as this prompt came out, Mao Xiaomo said to James. He had already entered the circle. And now he was helping James set up the gun. I conveniently took off the 4x lens on the M416 and threw the M416 away. Professional players all over the world. Only Mao Xiaomo dared to do this. In an instant, the 4x lens was cut and Mao Xiaomo leaned forward to look for someone. The moment my eyes met with Zik's, Mao Xiaomo shot out twice instantly. Zik's bullet disappeared in the air before it reached Mao Xiaomo. Duh. Just two spearheads. Liquid_De Novo used an M16A4 headshot to knock down Liquids_Zik. Rush. Mao Xiaomo cut the red dot and directly pulled him up with James one on the left and the other on the right. This wave of Liquid's pulling was so good that several people pulled and forced themselves into the circle. The final wave of 2v2 situation formed. But Liquids is still at a high point. Let's see if they can seize this opportunity, Mjoy shouted. Although it was a wave of 2 versus 2, Liquid still had the advantage of the terrain. This is already the best situation Liquid can create through tactics. Just fired a wave of turf-crushing shots. But this wave of pressure was too hard. Neither he nor his opponent James could hit his opponent. On the other hand, Mao Xiaomo went straight up. In close combat, few guns can match the M16. The pistol mode was also switched to burst mode. No matter how fast the speed of melee single point is, it is not as good as continuous fire. Duh. Another Liquids player, 1-0, feels very calm. For them, this is a stress-free battle. Outsiders think that Liquids has a huge advantage. But in fact their opponents are a level higher than them. And this advantage has been obliterated by Liquid. 2 consecutive waves of dodge peak only hit Mao Xiaomo once. There was nothing that could be done about it. The accuracy of the extremely fast peak would definitely be affected. Mao Xiaomo didn't panic at all. He opened the camera to take a preview. And then moved upward slowly. 1-0 is very smart. He knows that he cannot compete with Mao Xiaomo on close-range reactions. After training with De Novo for so long, they are the players who are best able to understand that De Novo is scary. His melee reflexes are absolutely unparalleled in the entire Liquid. Boom! A thunder was thrown not far from Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo judged the distance of the thunder, and it should have no impact on him. Sure enough, Mao Xiaomo didn't lose any blood after the loud noise. On the other side, James was also hiding behind a tree and spraying medicine. His position was completely blocked. Just when Mao Xiaomo was about to rush in, suddenly a wave of killing information came. Duh. Liquid_James used M416 headshot to knock down Liquids_Fuse. Wow! There was no response from Mao Xiaomo. But Msjoy had already shouted out. James fired directly in advance this time. The M416's red dot sight is like locking Ftu's head. Even if he only had a small head, he was still killed instantly. Mao Xiaomo heard a slight sound of footsteps and judged the position of the last Liquids player. So he walked directly to the right circle. Double team with James. 1-0 knew that if they didn't break through, the only thing waiting for them would be death. He rushed directly towards Mao Xiaomo. But even if Mao Xiaomo pulled to the right, his nerves were still tense. The moment he saw 1-0, he reacted in seconds. Just shoot. Ta. Liquid_Denovo kills Liquids_10 with an M16A4 headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Liquid. Perfect kill. Mao Xiaomo brought Liquid's game to a perfect end. This ending has different reactions from all parties. Foreign commentators are quite passionate. What a great game! Liquid showed the world their teamwork, and showed the world how powerful they are. It also tells the world that they are the most powerful team in this arena. Liquid should go back and reflect on it. Liquids is quite calm here. They really tried their best. Even though Youngs kept telling the players not to worry. It was Liquid. Everyone still felt a sense of loss. Professional players all have the goals and expectations of professional players. If they can't beat Liquid, does that mean they will never be able to compete in high-level professional arenas? Seogua's barrage never stopped. At 7:30 in the morning, it is also the peak time for everyone to go to work. Many people are on buses and subways posting forums. He is back! Denovo is Mao Xiaomo. Hurry up and watch Msjoy live broadcast. Mao Xiaomo is back. Ha. Hurry up and watch Msjoy live broadcast. When everyone saw the news, their first reaction was disbelief. The second reaction is an accelerated heartbeat. Those who don't have Huya directly download it on their mobile phones. And those who have Huya directly open Huya. I happened to see Liquid eating chicken. After the words, eating chicken tonight, came out, it was auspicious. The Xiao man with the Denovo ID picked up the M16 in his hand. Single shot mode is switched out. Use his extreme hand speed to hit a shuttle and go out. Ta. The unique M16 makes everyone more convinced of the identity of this Denovo. Now, as you can see, I'm back. Mao Xiaomo sat in front of the computer and looked at the screen with a smile. Another purpose of coming to Liquid was to become stronger. And now he has done it. What he has to do now is to give an explanation to the fans of Xia Kingdom's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Show his power to Xiaogua's PUBG fans. Countless King fans who have been waiting for a long time, as well as countless old IFCD fans, are all a little moved. As you can see, he's back. Chapter 565, Don't block him with unnecessary selfishness. In the third set of the game, Liquid was killed by TSM in the circle during the battle with Method. 3 teams strangled. Liquid took away 7 people, and was finally killed by Break outside the circle. Just 1 step away from victory. Mao Xiaomo was very serious about analyzing the gains and losses of this wave. There should be a chance to complete the counterattack. But in the end, it was still a little short. This can be made up for in the early operations. After all, they are just a new team that has been running in for a few days. Even if the players are very strong, it still takes time to develop a tacit understanding. Otherwise, it will be difficult to act in unison without communication. But the entire Xia Kingdom is now in a state of chaos. Mao Xiaomo's Weibo has exploded. The reason was a Weibo post by Chengyao. IFCD_Crystal, as you can see, he's back. Love. This piece of news also confirmed all the speculations. And it's from Mao Xiaomo's closest lover. Denovo is Mao Xiaomo. He is back. He really appeared like a king in the world. Mao Xiaomo's Weibo. All in the same format. Emotion! Welcome back. Emotion! Welcome back. Mao Xiaomo posted on Weibo for the first time in half a year. All messages are 99+. In the past 6 months at Liquid, he has put all the software in a favorites folder to train with peace of mind. Finally, the hard work paid off. And now it's time to show him to Xiaogua and the world. DDDD. From Chengyao. Why don't you post on Weibo to pretend? Mao Xiaomo looked at the phone and smiled. Then he cut out Weibo and edited a message. IFCD_King, de novo. I'm back. De novo means re in English. Mao Xiaomo's journey this time can be said to be starting from scratch. In a short period of time, Mao Xiaomo's Weibo has received 30,000 plus comments. This is an esports star, not a star in the entertainment industry. I believe everyone can understand what 30,000 comments in 10 minutes means. In Xia Kingdom, among the esports stars with such appeal, only Mao Xiaomo can be seen now. Once the hope of Xia Kingdom. Can it really bring hope to the people of Xia? He's back. He's back after becoming stronger. But he's no longer an IFCD. This is a rehashing post. Once upon a time, IFCD was the team with the largest number of fans. But after Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao left, their popularity also declined, which is inevitable. Originally, the two most popular members of IFCD were the two who left. When these two people left, they took away half of their popularity. The remaining half should be considered die-hard fans of IFCD. Now Mao Xiaomo is back. Became de novo. But now the front of Mao Xiaomo's ID is no longer IFCD, but Liquid. There is no way for everyone to accuse him like they accused Mao Xiaomo at the beginning. The General Administration of Esports and the General Administration of Sports have made it clear that they asked Mao Xiaomo to go to Liquid to become stronger and ready to be called up by the national team. As for the most fundamental reason, it has been kept in the stomach by all those familiar with it, and will never be revealed. They have no right to blame a player who has worked hard for national esports. Now that de novo is so powerful, they can imagine how much Mao Xiaomo has suffered in just half a year. But now that the facts are before our eyes, many IFCD fans are still a little confused. I have been looking forward to Mao Xiaomo returning to IFCD after his return, and then leading IFCD to the international arena again. But now, Mao Xiaomo is already a member of Liquid and has an extremely perfect team. What can they ask for? It is more powerful there and can help people grow faster. It would be too selfish to ask Mao Xiaomo to return to IFCD now. Think about it. Football and basketball in Xia country. Who doesn't push Chinese people abroad? Ding Yuhang, Zhou Qi, Zhang Yuning. These players who want to play in foreign leagues. Xiagua fans are eager to let them stay abroad, where they can become stronger. But it was really time for Mao Xiaomo. Everyone suddenly felt a sense of reluctance and an indescribable feeling. Maybe Mao Xiaomo shocked them too much. Or maybe they had blind confidence in Mao Xiaomo, thinking that he could become strong no matter where he was. For a time, the posts on the Hupu forum were also mixed with various contents. On the one hand, it was a pity for Mao Xiaomo to leave. But on the other hand, it was also shocking for Mao Xiaomo to return. Until IFCD's head coach and Mao Xiaomo's friend also posted a post. Fortunately, he is now the official spokesperson in the PUBG community. Stop using your unnecessary selfishness to block Xiaogua's progress in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. This sentence also directly woke up the so-called selfish audience. Yi hao. I still saw a lot of posts criticizing Mao Xiaomo, and finally couldn't help but publicly stand up and speak for Mao Xiaomo. Post content. Don't use those unnecessary self-confidence to stop Mao Xiaomo. Don't stop Xiaogua's PUBG and Xiagua esports development. Only half a year. I don't need to say more about how strong Mao Xiaomo and de novo are now. You should be very clear about right and wrong. If you really wait until next year, you will be happy when the Xi'an national team fails in the World Cup due to lack of strength. Right? Now there is a person fighting and training in an environment surrounded by strong opponents abroad. What are you doing? Everyone has to admit that the training system abroad is much better than that of Xiagua. In the past, everyone just talked about it, but we didn't know how big the difference was. But now a living example like Mao Xiaomo is placed in front of everyone, and everyone has to face it. Only half a year. Mao Xiaomo went from a player at the bottom of the SS level to a player at the top of the SSS level in one fell swoop. This gap should go without saying. Fortunately, as soon as this post was posted, it was originally a very serious post. But suddenly, it was distorted by the first floor. Floor 1, that's okay. Hard. 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 Bright 1279. Second floor, first floor. Floor 3, that's okay. Hard. 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 Yi Hao yelled in the training room. Oh no! Such a serious post from me? What happened? Fortunately, this post still played a very important role and awakened some fans. The Xia people are fighting and competing outside, no matter what the event is. As a Xia person, you should fully support them. That's all. Chapter 566, Chips, 10 Championships? After many professional players knew that Mao Xiaomo was de novo, it was disbelief at first. Then, there was thought. 17 Show just got up, and was still looking at the ceiling. What he thought was very simple. How can we become stronger? After sitting in silence for 5 minutes, he picked up his phone, and sent Mao Xiaomo a WeChat message. The content of WeChat is also very simple. It asks what Mao Xiaomo has done in the past 6 months to become so powerful. Although Mao Xiaomo's previous level was good, it was far from this level. Moreover, their players from Xia country had been training for the past 6 months without relaxing at all. But in the blink of an eye, they fell behind by a big margin. Mao Xiaomo did not reply to 17 Show privately, but replied in their WeChat group of professional players. IFCD_King, many friends ask me about training. Systematic training, which is Liquid's secret. I am negotiating with Liquid to see if I can bring some of it back to Xia Kingdom. When Mao Xiaomo said this, everyone was a little disappointed. Although Mao Xiaomo said he would try to bring some of it back to Xia Kingdom. This is Liquid's secret, and the reason why Liquid is strong. It is absolutely impossible for Mao Xiaomo to be taken out. Mao Xiaomo naturally understood this truth. He had previously discussed it with Xiaogua's senior officials, and the big guys in the PlayerUnknown's battleground circle. That's the thing about these training images. The information on these training maps is in Alvin's hands. It belongs to Liquid. And it is absolutely confidential. It is absolutely impossible for Liquid to reveal it to him. Xiaogua can draw a picture based on description alone. However, some muscle memory data and many large and small data are not very clear. The picture produced in that way is not the same as the picture at Xiaogua's current training ground. There is no big difference. This is the real core secret of Liquid. This is also the reason why Liquid PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is so powerful. After some conversation, Mao Xiaomo decided to find Chris and Alvin to see if they could discuss something. Impossible. Mao, you are a smart man. You know what these training pictures mean to us. Although Chris is very optimistic about Mao Xiaomo, he will not make any concessions in this regard. This is the reason why they are strong. This is the reason why Liquid's PUBG can be ranked among the top 3 in the world. It is impossible for Mao Xiaomo to lead it. Return to Xia Kingdom. Mao Xiaomo was not surprised at all. He had already expected this when he discussed it with the leaders of the Xia State Esports Administration. I just want to bring him back to Xia country because I know how powerful these training maps are. Mao Xiaomo replied. You know, totally impossible. Chris shook his head, while Alvin stood beside him without saying a word. He didn't want Mao Xiaomo and Liquid to break up, especially when everything was ready to take off and soar into the sky. Don't worry. I'm not an ungrateful person, and I won't threaten Liquid with my life or death. Mao Xiaomo saw Chris and Alvin's worries and said first. This sentence still made Chris and Alvin breathe a sigh of relief. Behind Mao Xiaomo is the entire Xia Kingdom, and his girlfriend is Cheng Haijun's daughter. The liquidated damages in their Liquid contract are probably not a difficult amount for this talented player to pay. Chris also nodded. He was indeed right. Xia people value integrity and responsibility. Still grateful, Liquid has tried its best to help Mao Xiaomo reach the level he is today. If Mao Xiaomo kicked him away, Xiaogua's fans would probably look down on him. Chris, how long do you think PUBG can remain popular? Mao Xiaomo thought of the rhetoric taught to him by the old guys from the Xia State Esports Administration. Chris thought for a moment and replied. About 3 years. How many years is my contract with Liquid? 2 years. How many people in the world do you think are more talented and stronger than James and I? Mao Xiaomo continued to ask. Chris is also a veteran and knows that Mao Xiaomo is ready to negotiate bargaining chips and conditions with her. But Mao Xiaomo confirmed that he will stay at Liquid for 2 years. Which is the best news. There are only a handful of them. This is what Chris says. Even in the whole of Europe, there are not many players who can reach the level of James and Mao Xiaomo. What if I could dominate PUBG? Mao Xiaomo's words even made Alvin raise his head. Confident, arrogant. At this moment, Mao Xiaomo suddenly seemed to have lost the unique humility of Xia people. Well, it doesn't seem like there are many. Chris silently weighed the pros and cons in his mind. That's what you should do. You didn't use the bargaining chips you should have. Chris' mouth finally became looser, which made Mao Xiaomo extremely excited. Since Chris said this, it means that this matter is not impossible. Alvin also glanced at Chris in surprise. It's very simple. The champion of DreamHack. Mao Xiaomo just finished. Chris chuckled and prepared to retort. It's not too difficult for Liquid to win the championship. Right? There are still 11 tournaments and the finals. And there are 12 games to win. Mao Xiaomo still thinks things are too simple. Already? But the next 2 words from Mao Xiaomo made Alvin and Chris swallow everything they said. 10 DreamHack champions. Chris and Alvin were both stunned on the spot. I don't know what to say. If they really win 10 DreamHack championships, then Liquid will truly be the PUBG that rules the world. But is it possible? Weird things. Even FaZe can only win around 3 to 4 tournaments at most. There is so much going on in the game. And with only 12 games, any team that performs well can win. Slowed down. Chris smiled when she saw Mao Xiaomo's firm eyes. If you can do it, the training diagrams cannot be used by players from other clubs. Real? Alvin looked at Chris in disbelief. Chris wouldn't do such a stupid thing. There are 1.4 billion people in the Xia Kingdom. And there are always talented young people. When Mao Xiaomo was about to clench his fists, Chris continued. However, it is impossible for you to take the training map back to Xia country. I have a condition. Chapter 567, Raise Your Right Fist. After Mao Xiaomo left, Alvin also looked at Chris with some amusement. Do you think Liquid can really win 10 championships? Alvin said. No matter who thinks this is impossible, there is no way. PUBG is a game that sometimes takes a toll on the team's status and luck. Sometimes it's just God's punishment, and we just can't eat chicken. No one as strong as FaZe has reached that level of dominance. Moreover, the Liquid team has only been working together for less than a week. Mao Xiaomo praised this kind of haikou. Chris shook his shoulders and lay down on the chair. I don't know. Reason tells me this is impossible. But, you know, he's king. And I think any miracle could happen to him. Chris' words also surprised Alvin slightly. Does Mao Xiaomo really make people have blind confidence in him? Do you know why I agreed to Mao Xiaomo's request? Chris asked rhetorically. Alvin shook his head. If he knew, he wouldn't ask. Chris smiled slightly. I'm Chris and I'm a club manager. Not an American. And Mao is different. No matter which club he is in, his position is still his motherland at the forefront. He is from the Xia Kingdom. The unique national cohesion and national pride of the Xia Kingdom are the foundation accumulated over thousands of years. Behind him, he has a superpower behind him. Mao Xiaomo found some time to call the leader of the General Administration of Esports. Kier's request is, if Mao Xiaomo can really fulfill his boast of haikou, then he can choose 7 players to train with Liquid. But the training games must not be passed on. Chris' request also made Xiaogua's leaders helpless. Chris is a human being. She knew what Mao Xiaomo wanted. And she knew what Xiaogua wanted. So she gave in on Club Liquid's side. 7 players, plus Mao Xiaomo. Exactly 8 people. Main players plus substitutes. Members of the national team for the Tokyo Olympics. And the most important thing is to prevent the birth of another super team. Just imagine if the training map is leaked. Xia Kingdom has 1.4 billion people, and is a huge country. It is very likely that a super galactic battleship will appear again that is comparable to, or even surpasses Liquid. Who knows how many of Xia's 1.4 billion people are more talented than James and Mao Xiaomo. But the 7 places that Chris mentioned at the end can only be selected from the major clubs in Xia Kingdom. PUBG in Xia Kingdom is preparing for the Olympics. A group of people with the best talents will definitely be selected to participate. And they will definitely be the absolute best players from all major teams. Main force. In this way, all members of the Xiaogua team must come from different clubs. As long as Mao Xiaomo is still in Liquid, Liquid's dominance cannot be shaken. Xiaomo, don't think so much now. 10 championships. Think about how to get it first. The leader of the Xia State Esports Administration also wiped his sweat while talking to Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo was discussing these 7 quotas in his words. The hardest part is winning 10 championships. Why does he feel like he has something in his pocket? His opponents are FaZe, Navi, and a series of super teams. Mao Xiaomo was also stunned for a moment. It seemed so. It was like looking at a beautiful girl and thinking about the name of the child. Want to change? Definitely change it. After hanging up the phone. With this change, the second call-up to the national team may have to be brought forward. Regardless of whether Mao Xiaomo can finally complete these 10 championships in haikou, the national team will conduct a selection to determine the final 80 players. These 80 people still have to wait for Mao Xiaomo to choose. Now Mao Xiaomo is undoubtedly the #1 player in Xia Kingdom's PUBG. But he lacks enough honors. It can be said that no professional player in the country would be dissatisfied if Mao Xiaomo came to select people. The moment it was revealed that Denova was king and Mao Xiaomo had basically locked in a spot in the national team. although he still had to participate in the assessment for the third call-up. To be honest, it was no longer very important. After 2 days of training, Liquid, along with their analysts and team leaders, headed to Marseille to participate in the finals of the second DreamHack event. Since Liquid missed the first game, everyone is looking forward to the DreamHack competition in Marseille. This should be regarded as Liquid's real debut. Standing on the international high-level final stage for the first time, everyone is waiting to see what kind of performance Liquid will perform, because the game will last for 6 sets. The game time is scheduled to start at 3 p.m., with a total of 3 games from 3 to 6 p.m., and then a 1-hour break in the middle for the players to have dinner, and then continue with 3 sets from 7 to 10 p.m. This is a very reasonable format. The time in Siagua is about 6 hours ahead of Marseille. When Marseille time is 3 p.m., Beijing time is exactly 9 a.m. The most important thing is that this DreamHack Marseille competition happens to be on Saturday and Sunday Beijing time. All office workers and student parties have time to watch Mao Xiaomo's competition. On the phone, in front of the computer, saw Liquid's appearance. A familiar figure. He's back again. Mao Xiaomo smiled faintly and returned to this smoke-filled and extremely familiar arena. Liquid is coming next. This time King. Oh no! The return of De Novo also makes Liquid this time very interesting. Everyone can see clearly the strong performance in the qualifiers. Whether they can still perform at a high level in the finals. Let's wait and see. The commentator talked a lot. The focus is Liquid and De Novo. This genius-level commanding player. Now it has grown into a big killer. The audience in Xia Kingdom stayed in front of Huya's live broadcast. The boss of Huya was all smiles. They really didn't spend much money on DreamHack's broadcast rights. No matter how exciting this kind of European and American competition is, it will definitely not be as popular as the Xia Country competition in Xia Country. As for Huya, the popularity of a domestic competition is about 3 million. But if the European and American teams compete in the finals, the popularity is only about 500,000. But because of the appearance of De Novo, because of the appearance of Mao Xiaomo, for this DreamHack Marseille final, the popularity of Huya's broadcast room has exceeded 10 million. The barrage is also coming. Welcome back, Emotion! Welcome back, Emotion! Welcome back, Emotion! The most popular esports player of all time. Well-deserved reputation. Our home team no longer has FaZe or Navi. At this moment, they are all Liquid fans. Liquid is awesome. Seeing that familiar figure appearing in front of his computer again to debug the machine. Many viewers in Siagua also felt a little tearful. He's really back. After half a year. The boss of Huya almost laughed like crazy. Crazy increase the workload of maintaining the server to host so many viewers. With a popularity value of tens of millions. Watching from Huya's backstage, the actual number of viewers exceeded 1 million. You know, there are only 2 million PUBG players in the entire Xia Kingdom. Of course, there are also many cloud players who only watch and play. They are obsessed with the game. But they cannot play in the existing environment. Firstly, no time. And secondly, no computer. It happened to be Saturday and Sunday. And many people were too lazy to play games during the day and came to watch Liquid's debut. Mao Xiaomo's debut. In this era where PUBG is monopolized by Douyu. This operation of Huya. Suddenly a gap opened. A gap big enough for Huya to turn over. For a long time before, Huya had been suppressed and could not lift his head. But it was different now. Just the broadcast rights for DreamHack. Not to mention killing Douyu in all competitions. At least it is slightly better. Countless players who really love PUBG were in front of their computers and mobile phones, watching Mao Xiaomo preparing for the game. And suddenly their enthusiasm for PUBG was rekindled. If you let go of some things, you may never get them back. If you haven't played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for a long time, you may feel that this game only means that much to you. But the moment I saw Mao Xiaomo, all PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds fans who have this idea have regained the enthusiasm they had when they first started playing this game. With friends, with lovers, no matter who it is. That memory is pure beauty and happiness in everyone's heart. Shot to Liquid_De Novo. Mao Xiaomo raised his right fist towards the camera. This is his trademark. Starting from CD, to ISCD, to Liquid. Raise your right fist. Most people smiled knowingly when they saw Mao Xiaomo's familiar movements. He is still the same person. Of course, there must be many Chinibi patients who silently raise their right fists at home. This kind of thing would be very shocking if 10,000 people did it together. But if one person did it at home, it would be 2 times better. But it doesn't matter. He's still there. Okay. Wow. Long time no see. Teacher Joy. The camera suddenly returned to Huya's live broadcast room. This time, DreamHack Xiag was official commentator turned out to be the golden combination of Mstoy and Yehao. You must know that the previously exposed commentary lineup does not include the 4 major commentators. Mstoy, 5,400. Xiao Yao. They are all young people who are neither popular nor purple. But suddenly, I saw Mstoy and Yehao again in the live broadcast room. Chapter 568, Luxurious Lineup. Huya is not stupid. Really not stupid. As soon as the news emerged that it was Mao Xiaomo in De Novo, they contacted Mstoy and asked several major professional commentators to come and commentate on the DreamHack game temporarily. This is their top priority. There is absolutely no game in the near future that is more important than this game. The improvement that a professional commentator can bring to the game is visible to the naked eye. Some games lose viewers just because the commentators are uninteresting. And Mstoy and Yehao, the golden pair, have naturally been recognized by the public. The new commentators who were temporarily replaced this time did not dare to have any opinions. They naturally knew how important this game was. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, it became popular among millions of people. Is this a joke? It's enough for them to host games worth hundreds of thousands, let alone games with tens of millions of viewers. Mstoy and Yehao did not hesitate at all when they received Huya's invitation and agreed without hesitation. There are many reasons. One is because Huya's offer is too high. Almost a price they can't refuse. This price is the most sincere offer they have ever received. And Huya has also spent a lot of money. But of course, this is far different from what Huya brought back. The second reason is that there are almost no competitions in China right now. And Yehao and Mstoy are taking a rare break to prepare for the next establishment of the national team. Third, they had originally planned to watch Liquid's games together. But now that they had this invitation, they really made money along the way. Looking at the 16 strong European and American teams that are eager to try out, Mstoy and Yehao are also a little excited. Welcome everyone to watch the DreamHack Marseille Finals brought to you by Huya Live. I am the commentator Mstoy. It's okay that I am. It's still the familiar opening line. First of all, thank you to Wanjing, Hupu, Little Black Box, and Max Plus for their full sponsorship. In 5 minutes, the exciting game will begin, Mstoy said. Yes, because of Mao Xiaomo's appearance this time. Everyone has seen Huya's situation, Yehao said in shock. He thought there would be a lot of people watching this game. But he didn't expect there would be so many. This is simply too exaggerated. I believe everyone is familiar with Mao Xiaomo, so I won't introduce him too much. But he is indeed the most energetic professional player I have ever seen. And his talents in all aspects are top-notch. In the past 6 months since I disappeared, I have been training hard and finally realized my talent. Yes, and Mao Xiaomo should be considered the first SSS-level professional player in Xia country now. Mstoy and Yehao praised Mao Xiaomo crazily. For Mao Xiaomo, they have never been stingy with their words of praise. Moreover, the two of them have a very good relationship with Mao Xiaomo. And they all know how hard this child works, and how strong his desire to win is. Speaking of Mao Xiaomo, we have to mention the PCI finals. Actually, the PCI hit Mao Xiaomo quite hard half a year ago. As his coach, I can tell you that it was Cheng Yao's last ISCB game. So all the players in that game were there determined to win PCI. Actually, when I was on the commentary stage, I was thinking that these 4 players have such a strong desire to win that they might fall into the abyss if they fail. Fortunately, they are a little stronger than I thought. It was also the first time that I talked about PCI in public. Everyone knew the reason for PCI. And Cheng Yao's last words made Mao Xiaomo shed tears on the field. A strong man. To shed tears on the field where the whole world can see it. You can imagine how painful he felt in his heart. This time I stayed abroad at the request of the country, which also gave Xiaogu Esports an opportunity. Now it's time for Mao Xiaomo to give us and Xiaogu an answer. I believe in him. And you should also believe in him. Yehao said it to everyone emotionally. Mao Xiaomo will always be a member of IFCD and his team member. I didn't expect Yehao, who always has a playful and smiling face, to have such a side. Everyone was also in awe. Okay. No more sensational words. Just enjoy the game. Let us enjoy the original joy and passion of the game, Mstoy said confidently. The scene cuts to the scene. The list of 16 teams and the points rules for this event were also given on site. Okay, let's take a look at the 16 teams participating this time. A clear picture appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It is numbered according to the world ranking. Participating team /WR, World Rankings. 1. FaZe, WR 1. 2. Navi, WR 2. 3. Avanger, WR 3. 4. Ghost, WR 4. 5. Vitality, WR 5. 6. Liquid, WR 6. 7. M19, WR 8. 8. Rogue, WR 9. 9. Frowny Face Alliance, WR 10. 10. Knights, WR 12. 11. Method, WR 13. 12. Optic, WR 16. 13. WTSG, WR 17. 14. Secret, WR 21. 15. Frowny Face EG, WR 27. 16. Liquids, WR 99 plus. Okay, now we see all the participating teams in this DreamHack. The goal content of this competition is too high, and it is also a test for Liquid. Yahoo said. In this Marseille final, almost all the super teams from Europe and the United States participated, except for TSM, which was blocked from the final due to the emergence of Liquid and Liquids. Almost all the teams that could be present were present. The lineup can also be said to be absolutely luxurious. Let's briefly talk about the current situation of these teams. The main thing is that there are several teams. The first one is definitely Liquid, because of the previous substitution crisis. It did not participate in 2 competitions, and the world ranking dropped to 6th. But this Liquid can also be said to have a brand new look. The second is WTSG. Their team has the ability to be in the top 10 or even the top 5 or 6. But their recent results are not very good, and the world ranking has dropped to 17th. The last 2 new teams, EG and Liquids. You may not be familiar with these 2 teams, but they are both professional teams that are definitely among the top 10 in the world. And their lineups are also luxurious. EG also got a very good ranking in the last game, and their rankings rose. At number 27, Liquids is participating in the World Series for the first time and has no points yet. Let's wait and see. Chapter 569 Liquids Pre-Match Interview. Then, there are the points rules for this competition. The points rules for this competition also follow DreamHack's previous points rules. 400 points for first place. 300 points for second place. Third place 240 points. 200 points for fourth place. The rankings from 5th to 8th are 165 points, 135 points, 110 points, and 90 points. The last 8 are 75 points, 65 points, 55 points, 46 points, 38 points, 32 points, 27 points, 23 points. Then each head is worth 12 points. Msjoy and Yehao briefly introduced the point system of DreamHack to everyone. DreamHack's point system is relatively reasonable, and the number of heads does not account for a particularly large proportion. Each head counts 12 points. What about this point system? How can I put it? The points difference between the top ones is relatively even. So the point difference between the ones at the front and the back must be bigger. But because there are only 400 points for how many points you get, plus the number of points per head, the third place will be divided. A player's score is only about 500 points. Unlike previous competitions where he could easily score 700 or 800 points. And there was a lot of surprise, Joy said. Currently, there is no unified competition system for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Some competition systems are based on kill points, and some competition systems are based on ranking points. Mao Xiaomao's own idea is that the original intention of this game is to survive. No matter how many people you kill, the final goal is to survive until the end. So he still supports ranking points accounting for the majority. The meaning of kill points is purely to increase the competition. Ornamental. The screen was shown to the scene, and all teams and 64 players also began to warm up before the game. Mao Xiaomao also rubbed his hands to adjust his condition. How's the status? Mao Xiaomao asked with a smile in the team. He can feel how a player is doing. Invincible, Ibiza shouted. Well enough. His teammates are confident, and Mao Xiaomao is even more confident. Playing this game with people who know how to play it will definitely save trouble. Everyone has been in the professional arena for so many years, and has a very good sense of position. But to be honest, Mao Xiaomao has met many teammates and opponents so far. The one with the best positional sense should be Wang Hao. A perfect free agent template. Okay, The game is already under intense preparation. Let's take a look at Liquid's pre-match interview first. The on-site commentary is also very sensible. The pre-match interviews recorded by the 16 teams will be interspersed during the 2 days of competition. The first one to be broadcast is Liquid. The scene changes. For people from Liquid were sitting on a high platform. Mao Xiaomo was dressed very smartly and looked like a real hip-hop person sitting in the middle. Both James and Ibiza are players with no ambitions. And they are convinced of Mao Xiaomo, which is rare. You must know that Liquid's previous leader Scum was completely unable to do this. For handsome men. Speaking of which, several teams that Mao Xiaomo is in are all male model teams. Which is also very puzzling. James and Ibiza are handsome like Europeans and Americans. Iron is not ugly, and has an indifferent temperament. Mao Xiaomo is cooler and more sunny. The height of the four of them is almost over 180 centimeters. They look perfect. One microphone at a time. But both James and Iron placed the microphones next to them. Everyone knows that this Liquid team was reformed. I heard that Liquid has been working together for several months. I wonder what difficulties you have in the process of working together. A very mature female voice came out of the screen. Hearing this question, the other three people except Iron laughed. Ibiza immediately said, "Who told you that we have been working together for several months? We have only been working together for a week." As soon as Ibiza said this, it was another bombshell. I originally thought that Liquid had been training and grinding in secret. But I didn't expect that they had only been grinding together for a week. Doesn't this mean that Liquid has just assembled in the first 2 days of the DreamHack qualifiers? The first reaction was disbelief. But since Ibiza said this, it is definitely not false. That's true. Mao Xiaomo also confirmed the news. It's mainly his problem. Ibiza smiled and pointed at Mao Xiaomo, who also slapped him away. There's nothing to say about the difficulty of running in. It's the same for every team. The tacit understanding is developed from scratch. There has to be a process. Mao Xiaomo still answered the female commentator's question. The female commentator took it easy and made a killing in the qualifiers in just 1 week? Just kidding. This is also the first time that the new Liquid has participated in the finals. What are your expectations for the results of this competition? Championship. Nothing else means anything to us. Mao Xiaomo replied. No one will be happy because they came in second place in a game. Only upset. Only the final championship is meaningful. Then who do you think will be your biggest opponent, and who will win this DreamHack championship? The female commentator continued to ask. The biggest opponent is ourselves. As long as we work as a team, we are invincible. Of course we will win this championship. If anyone in this team says that other teams will win this competition, then he can quit Liquid now. Mao Xiaomo replied. This answer, it surprised both Chinese and foreign audiences. Then everyone will smile. Young people. How beautiful. Ibiza smiled and continued. The captain is right. Captain is right. James also smiled and added. The female commentator asked the last question. Have you ever had a duel in private? Your performance on the field is very eye-catching. Whose marksmanship is stronger? Mao Xiaomo replied. We are still adjusting this week and don't have time to compete. In terms of strength, it should be James. James had a fearful expression on his face. No. 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 The captain is the strongest. The captain is awesome. Mao Xiaomo kicked it. The atmosphere in Liquid is completely different from before. The atmosphere now is relaxed and serious. They are ready for this game. The pre-game interview ends, and the screen cuts to the game screen. Okay. The first game of the DreamHack Marseille Finals has begun. Chapter 570. News about Sano and the Desert. The first game of DreamHack Marseille Finals. Officially begin. Okay. Let's take a look at the route of the first game. Oh. It's a route from K-Town to P-Port from upper right to lower left. This route is Liquid's favorite route, because they can quickly parachute and then conduct a wave of searches after landing. This way they should have nearly 1 minute more search time than Navi at Port P at the end. Joy first gave everyone a general introduction to the impact of routes on the team in professional competitions. In the past, many Seat Kingdom teams always jumped to the first big resource point no matter what route they took, and they were much faster than other teams. In this way, there was a certain advantage in moving into the circle in advance. Now, unless it is a special circle, Liquid will search for all the supplies in Y City if it is a normal circle. This is very necessary. Many of the subsequent battles involve gun shooting. Even in 4v4 mountain battles, they had to prevent a third team from touching them at all times. And they did not dare to lick the bag at will. Moreover, when throwing objects are used up, one will be missing, and sometimes the enemy will not have any. In a 16-team competition, Liquid must be free to search. The specific time of transfer depends on Mao Xiaomo's judgment of the circle and the material situation of Liquid at the time. It is best to have a set of level 2 armor for each person. It's the best. Mao Xiaomo's transferability also makes the other 3 members of Liquid have no worries at all. As long as Liquid does not make mistakes, there is still a lot to be done in this game. Let's take a look at the first circle and then chat later, Joy said. Okay. The first safe area refreshed is the upper left circle centered on G port. As for this circle, it still depends on how to clear the second circle, so the team should not be in a hurry now, Joy analyzed. I still want to briefly introduce the jump points of these 16 teams to you. I won't mention a few familiar teams. Method is Peace City and Rogue Airport. Liquids chose Uptown as its jump point. Ghost gave up. After choosing Peace City, EG chose to be in our city on campus. To be honest, half of these 16 teams are very familiar to everyone, but the other half have hardly seen them play any games. Teams like Method and EG rarely appear in professional competitions. The current pace of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is still a bit slow, and it is already preparing to reform. Perhaps starting from the third round of DreamHack, the entire competition process will undergo significant changes. It is said that 2 maps, Sano and Desert, may be added. Joy said so. There may be 3 maps in the future games. There is no news on the specific arrangements. We have to wait until the second stop of DreamHack is over. The screen shows the familiar phase, still searching in large and small power plants. Everyone is familiar with the phase team. They deserve to be number 1 in the world. But there's one thing I haven't figured out yet, Yahao said. Joy instantly understood what Yahao meant. You mean phase is going to die in Desert Tusai? Right. Yes. It stands to reason that phase transfer is very spiritual, but it cannot be reflected in the desert map. Yahao nodded. Joy expressed his own understanding. There are many reasons, but the fundamental reason is that the desert map is sometimes not suitable for circles. You know, when you compete on the island map, you can often see phase making a teleportation. But in the desert map, even if they know how to shift, they don't have that ability either. The car is inherently difficult to drive and can't pick up speed. Moreover, there are large tracts of open space in the desert map. It pays more attention to teamwork and frontal ability in mountain warfare. To be honest, these 2 abilities, especially the frontal ability, cannot be beaten by phase. There's a lot of teams. Joy gave his understanding. There are a lot of tough guys in these professional teams in Europe and the United States. Several signature teams with strong frontal abilities. Navi, WTSG, Knights, Ghost, and Vita are all frontal tough guys. Many professional teams are just reckless and just fight hard. So phase also suffered a lot in previous desert map games. However, it can be said that the small map Sano may appear in the professional arena for the first time, so everyone can look forward to it. Yes! Joy and Yehao also gave everyone a piece of cake. According to reliable sources, Sano and desert maps are likely to become regular maps in the competition, and DreamHack at the third stop may be the first stop for testing. Let's return our attention to the game. The first circle has begun to refresh, and the teams have begun to move, but Liquid has no intention of leading at all, Joy said. Yahao replied. It's normal. This is Mao Xiaomo's command style. Yes, in Mao Xiaomo's mind, each circle has its own speed of entering the circle. It mainly depends on the difficulty of entering the circle, the position after entering the circle, and the position of the enemy, Joy said. In this circle, Liquid definitely enters the circle from above Y City, and there is no team in K-Town, which means that there are almost no enemies on their entire right side. Of course, the M19 of L Port and phase of Big and Small Electric are very it is possible to go around from the north, but it will have no impact on Liquid. From their position, they can insert directly into the circle, and most importantly, they can insert into the center of the circle at will. The only thing I'm afraid of is that the circle is on the south side. The southernmost side is still under P City and G Town. If the team from the south and north are attacked, there are only a few bridges to move over. The risk factor is too high, so Mao Xiaomo is not in a hurry to move. After searching for another 2 minutes, Mao Xiaomo brought Liquid to the easternmost side of the entire safe zone. Before it was revealed that Denova was king, everyone was still suspecting that Liquid might have problems with the transfer. But once the news about Mao Xiaomo was confirmed, no one would really question De Novo's command. If he can't satisfy his fans, no one can. Mao Xiaomo's strategy for entering the circle is also very smart. They have collected enough supplies, and if the circle is to the south, they can immediately exit from the bottom left of City Y and enter the circle towards the south. But now the teams on the south side still account for the majority. How to operate depends on the specific position of the second circle. Chapter 571, Headshot Machine, Iron. Okay. Second circle. Cut to the northeast. This way Liquid will enter the circle directly. After the second circle was refreshed, Liquid also immediately started transferring. This is another mountainous circle in the mountains north of our city. I have played this circle many times before when I was at IFCD. This circle is the best result for Liquid. They can insert themselves directly into the center of the circle. In the first set, Liquid chose the center of the circle without hesitation. In professional competitions, if there is an opportunity in the center of the circle, you would be a fool if you don't score. One fewer transfers will reduce the risk a lot. Ibiza took the lead and led Liquid directly into the center. Ibiza is very familiar with this kind of blind tying behavior. He has done this kind of thing many times in his previous team and has countless experiences. And this blind draw is very different from Liquid's previous blind draw. This is the second circle. The distribution of teams in the entire circle is not very dense, so there is basically no danger. But the further you go, the different it becomes. Liquid's movements are very fast. And this is the speed that the team has only developed after Mao Xiaomo's countless supervision. The team's tacit understanding is not very good at the moment. This needs to be cultivated slowly and cannot be rushed. But the speed of transfer can be achieved quickly. Mao Xiaomo is very experienced in this kind of transfer. 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times divided by 2 can speed up the transfer between Liquid circles. To put it simply, drive early and start in the middle. By the time the circle is refreshed, Liquid has moved far away. If the circle wants to be refreshed, they can immediately drive back the same way they came. What situation will this lead to? If the circle brushes the other side, Liquid can save about 10 seconds. If the circle brushes back, they will not encounter the enemy when they return the same way, because they came from this way. Make sure there is no one. This is also a very common idea of entering the circle in the ladder game. When you don't know the refreshed direction of the circle, there is nothing wrong with moving to the center of the circle first. Don't say that it is possible that the circle will come back. It is possible at 10% or 20%. But the transfer is to find the route with the greatest profit. Quietly touch the inside of the circle. And then if the circle swipes back, return the same way, because there is no one on the original road. Remember, however, in the professional arena, more than one team has Liquid's transfer speed. Wow! FaZe! FaZe is also competing for the center of this circle. The screen instantly cuts to FaZe. For people are also rushing towards the center of the circle in 3 cars. And it's exactly the same destination as Liquid. No one expected that the first matchup of this tree hack would be between Liquid and FaZe, the 2 favorites to win the championship. Someone! No! Mao Xiaomo shouted directly. They can't give this position. They have no choice but to bite the bullet and attack. If FaZe were to withdraw now, they would just stop on the high slope and deal damage to them without any pressure. With FaZe marksmanship, they would not be dead but would be half disabled. So there is no way out. FaZe had the same idea as Liquid. This high slope position is great. If you don't occupy it, you may still have to attack this hilltop in the future. Rather than doing this, it's better to take a gamble and grab a good position. Liquid and FaZe are both teams that are extremely confident in themselves, but they don't know each other's identities. If FaZe knew that the opponent was Liquid, no one knows whether they would retreat. Anyway, Mao Xiaomo will definitely not withdraw, even if he knows that his opponent is FaZe. He himself was not joking when he said that the only opponent he had was himself. Iron! Stop on the far right! Mao Xiaomo shouted towards Iron. In fact, when I was at IFCD, it goes without saying that Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao started to pull to the far right. Now I have to remind him. Liquid's 4 cars, spread out like a goddess scattering flowers. Beautiful! Ms. Joy couldn't help but screamed. There is a hint of IFCD in the unfolding of this formation. Ibiza rushed to the front, rushed to the top of the mountain at high speed, and forced a stop with a drift. When fighting for points like this, the first point is too critical. Once the first point is knocked down, it can be said that the entire team will collapse, and it will be difficult for the other team members to even get off the team. Ibiza and FaZe drifted directly to the top of the mountain. Instantly switch seats and get off. Fuzzface's movements are so much faster. But after only 2 shots, Ibiza hid behind the car. Then he instantly turned his head towards the gun. Extremely fast gunfighting and peak. It also left Chinese and foreign audiences dumbfounded. The operation of the world's top gunner. At the same time, everyone else stopped. Iron and Zay go head to head. Face Zay, who is known as the strongest AKM in the world. Iron's response is extremely fast. Squat down and press your scalp instantly. Beautiful. Beautiful. Iron. Duh. Iron's invincible headshot gives him infinite touch. One face-to-face meeting killed Zay instantly. Liquid_Iron knocked down FAZ_Zay with an AKM headshot. Mao Xiaomo is now a top-tier SSS professional player. And Iron. His headshot rate is nearly 5 percentage points higher than Mao Xiaomo. A natural headshot machine. This is Mao Xiaomo's intuitive feeling. That's FaZe's strongest player Zay. Iron kills instantly. Mao Xiaomo immediately received the news. Press forward immediately. At the same time, he shouted to Iron, "Pull!" Iron immediately pulled to the right after hearing Mao Xiaomo's instructions. Mao Xiaomo helped him hold the gun in front of him. 4-on-3. Liquid now wants to eat away at FaZe. FaZe also instantly realized that the opponent was Liquid. But still Feng Yin, not prepared to force a head-on confrontation with Liquid. But Liquid didn't give them this chance. And the 4 of them pressed forward. Several thunderbolts shot through. At the same time, Iron covered him directly from the flank. Let's see if Liquid can eat FaZe this time. The chance is great. Fortunately, I was a little worried about Liquid at first. But after Iron knocked down Zay, the advantage was huge. As long as Liquid doesn't make mistakes, this showdown will be a success. Very stable. This is also the reason why there can't be any shortcomings in the professional team of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Chapter 572 The 4 Circle. FaZe has no choice but to charge to one side. Fuzzface sets up his gun. The other 2 FaZe players rush forward. In this team battle with a small number of people, the more people participating, the more disadvantageous it will be to FaZe, who has a small number of people. So FaZe is also trying to form a partial 2-on-2. Mao Xiaomo and Iron also directly face their opponents. But Liquid's position is so much more comfortable. The other 2 people also press forward directly. In close combat, Mao Xiaomo and Iron are both the best. The moment the 2 sides met, Mao Xiaomo swept over with a single stroke. This shuttle has no intention of knocking down the opponent. It just suppresses the enemy's advancement speed and creates an output environment for the 3 teammates. At the same time, Jeans and Ibiza also cleared Fuzzface. Liquid 4 versus 2. This wave is already guaranteed to win. Beautiful. The next step is to wait for Jeans and Ibiza to arrive. Yihao said it loudly. If nothing goes wrong now, Liquid will 100% destroy FaZe as a team. Just try not to cause attrition. FaZe will make a final push. No matter what mode it is. When the opponent occupies the terrain advantage, no matter how the weak side attacks, it will still be the absolutely weak side. Mao Xiaomo and Iron are not in a hurry, waiting for the other 2 players to pull them to the flanks. Some help. The last 2 players of FaZe also knew that the situation was decided. But they still wanted to see if they could cause trouble to the enemy, and try to take one away and get 12 points. But a thunder fell at their feet. Boom. Liquid_Denovo used a frag grenade to kill FAZ_Haxit. Liquid_Denovo used a frag grenade to kill FAZ_Jimpy. There is no problem. Take it away directly. Liquid also played very well this wave. Msjoy sighed sincerely. Yahao also continued. Yes. The main thing is to continue Mao Xiaomo's usual commanding style, which is decisive. Msjoy nodded. Yes. Liquid is a little hesitant in this wave. FaZe should be the team on the higher slopes. But how can I put it? The game is ever-changing. But actually I think Liquid is still too much for this fight. A little more anxious. This is the second lap. And there are many opportunities later on. Although the center of this lap is good, I still feel that this battle is unnecessary. The current Liquid is different from the previous IFCD. Mao Xiaomo clearly knows how strong these teammates are personally. What he needs to do is to cultivate a tacit understanding among his teammates through constant fighting. The time for them to get along is too short. As long as there is enough space now, Liquid will definitely choose to fight. For many reasons. The circle is relatively large, and the people are relatively scattered. No one will have a third-party influence on them. The second is that Liquid absolutely believes in the strength of its team. Anyway, ever since Mao Xiaomo joined Liquid, Even though Liquid's performance has been very good, they still haven't lost. They must have been wiped out by teams in training matches. But they are not good at 4v4. Even Liquids can't survive 2 moves under Liquid, let alone other Chinese and foreign teams. On paper, the teams that may actually be stronger than Liquids are probably the other 15 teams in DreamHack this time. After Liquid defeated FaZe, they also enjoyed a wave of FaZe box. However, Liquid didn't lack much in the first place. After searching Y City for nearly 10 minutes, everyone was covered in fat monsters, and none of their armors were damaged in the battle with FaZe just now. FaZe was the first to leave the field. This has not happened for a long time. But there was nothing wrong with FaZe in this encounter. It's normal for both sides to get out of their cars and fight. Whoever wins. Similarly, many viewers, besides marveling at Iron's accuracy and marksmanship, have no idea how strong Liquid is. After knocking down an opponent first, you can easily press on and destroy the enemy. This is the quality of a professional team. Liquid firmly occupies this hilltop. And now it is impossible for the encounter just now to happen again. There are 4 directions, one for each person. Once someone comes from any side, everyone can go to support. It can be said that this Liquid position is impregnable. There will no longer be anyone who is determined to challenge Liquid. The third safe zone is refreshed. A northern cutaway circle. The third safe zone is refreshed. A cut-angle circle due to the north. In this way, the entire R City and Shuicheng in the south will be brushed out. The current terrain in the safe zone is close to the plane wreckage on the west side, the shooting range on the north side, and the rest is mountainous. And Liquid still occupies the best shooting spot and position in the center of the circle. However, everyone is a professional team. If there is no other way, it is impossible to give you the opportunity to practice with Liquid. From the time the team defeated FaZe until now, only Jeans has grabbed a kill with 98k. Liquid's number of kills has also increased to 5. The key is that this first set seems to be quite stable. If nothing else happens, it will be at least a top 5 game. Except for the shooting range in the north. There are no locations around the circle in other directions for teams to station. Navi and Vita chose a small patch of terrain on the mountain to try to complete another circle. In this mountain range, the good terrain is now occupied by the team. If you stay near the circle, you will definitely be output by the team at the higher point. In order to compete for positions, some teams also had large-scale battles with their opponents. The EG team defeated Method. Liquids and Rogue also played a 2-4-2 wave. Both sides suffered losses. The next 4th lap is very critical. It basically predicts the trend of the finals. Yes! In the third circle, Liquid did not face any threats from its opponents and honestly occupied the hilltop, waiting for the refresh in the next circle. The 4th circle refreshes. Mao Xiaoma also silently shouted, "Nice! Okay, the 4th circle is painted on the upper left. In this way, Liquid's position is on the south side of the circle. Joy, what do you think of Liquid's position now?" Chapter 573, Stuck. I feel very good. There is a principle in the professional competition of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And this principle is 1 front and 1 back dot. What does this principle mean? To put it simply, it is to obtain information about the enemies in the front and clean up the enemies in the rear. No matter how strong a team is, it must have a clean team behind it, instead of entering the center of the circle in the finals. Sometimes the right way to play is to block the enemies outside the circle on the edge of the circle. Mstoy analyzed. In PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds games, there will often be a scene of huge crowds of people and noisy gongs and drums in the middle and late stages of the game. Teams are stationed in various places inside and outside the circle. At this time, a circle with no one behind you is the best position. In this position, the team only needs to look in 3 directions. And as long as the circle is not cleared, generally no team will take the initiative to touch other teams around the circle. First, it is dangerous. And second, the benefit is very small. Even if the enemy is eliminated, there is no substantial benefit. And each other's head armor is also lost. We are also playing against one team. And all teams are fighting for tactical purposes. Now that the 4 members of Liquid had a clear direction due to the refresh of this circle, they turned to look at the enemy behind them. Vita and the 2 remaining teams, Rogue and Liquids, were near the small slope on the south side. But they saw Liquid's gun barrel. It has been beaten to death. And even if it is filled with smoke, it will be difficult to enter the circle. Jeans and Mao Xiaoma are mainly responsible for watching the teams outside the circle, preventing them from moving from their original positions. and touching them closer. On the flanks, Ibiza and Iron were still watching from left to right to prevent any team from hearing the sound of their target shooting and touching them to clear them out. Liquid's discipline is also much better now than before. Seeing that the three teams below have no intention of moving, Liquid is really not in a hurry. These teams will eventually come out. The level 5 poison has begun to lose blood one by one, no matter how fat it is. I can't stand the consumption of this amount of medicine. Moreover, Mao Xiaomao and James did not fight with him at all, but just kept gaining their vision. In this situation, you are in the safe zone, and the enemy is outside the safe zone. There is no need to shoot at each other, because that would be equivalent to giving your advantage to the opponent, creating a 50-50 situation. If you run, I will fight. If you stop, I will shrink. If you don't leave, you won't leave if you can. Anyway, the circle has to be cleared. If you have the ability, continue to take this poison. These three teams did not expect that the 4 circle of DreamHack's first game would be so difficult to enter. The safe zone starts to refresh. Vita has hesitated for too long. What's the use of your hesitation? Mjoy sighed. In the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds arena, try to reduce some meaningless time consumption. The later the circle is entered, the higher the risk for the team, because the power grid behind you is like a reminder that if you don't leave, you will die. Vita was forced to move, and Liquid's players all looked over. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. Crazy bursts of shooting. There are 4 phase bags at the feet of the Liquid players, and there are thousands of bullets left, and everyone is free to practice target. Threes! Threes! Mao Xiaomao kept reminding his teammates. In professional target shooting, you can only stand at the same point for 3 seconds at most, because the sound of your target shooting must have spread out, and there will definitely be members of other teams looking for the people here. With their sniper accuracy, as long as their heads are exposed, they will probably be killed with one shot. Liquid 4 people's keyboards take off. The extremely fast operation dazzled the audience. Mao Xiaomao's 4x lens practice points. Then, he was shot back by his opponent twice, although the enemy did not hit him. Poor 1. 2 down. The terrifying target firepower of Liquid's 4 people. Even though Vita couldn't fight back, 2 of them fell within a few seconds. Liquids chose to enter the circle from the other side of Liquid. As the captain, Youngs must be prepared to judge which wave can be played and which wave cannot be played. This wave entering the circle from Liquid's side will be 100% destroyed by the team. It does not mean that the opponent is Liquid and they will leave. If it were any team, as long as it's not that it's full. It's that there's no chance at all. Although Vita is fully edited, the chances can be said to be slim. If there weren't people on both sides, Vita would rather make a big circle to the east side to find an opportunity to enter. At least the attackers in the mountain warfare over there still have a certain chance. The terrain in the south really has no chance at all. Vita hung out in the smoke for a long time, but was still beaten to death by the high-end Liquid. Vita's choices this time are very problematic. You still need to think clearly about your purpose. Mjoy shook his head and said, in this regard, Xiaogua has done much better than European and American teams, and every step has a strong purpose. Unlike foreign teams, some of which are simple-minded, teams like Vita are very strong first-line teams. But there are big problems in the operation of the competition, so they have not been able to achieve good results. So what if Vita gets close to Liquid this time? It's almost impossible to break through Liquid's defense. If I had to, I would still forcefully bypass them from other directions. It's really not possible for 4 of us to get in the center and stay in the rankings. This smoke that spreads the sky is not a lie to myself. Mjoy was not polite at all. In this situation where your opponent has already beaten you to death, what is the use of spreading a thin line of smoke? Even if the smoke comes out, the enemy will make the first move. And there are too few opportunities. So Vita's wave was equivalent to giving Liquid 48 points. EG and Liquids were very smart and started looking for opportunities to advance from other directions. Rogue was also cleared by surrounding EG. In this way, the full EG team successfully entered the circle from the east side. Liquid occupied the south side. One of Liquids was killed. And finally Youngs managed to enter the safe zone alone. The 4th lap was so intense that no one expected it. The large-scale attrition was due to the fact that several teams on the edge of the circle did not think of entering the center of the circle, blocking enemies from several directions, which also led to a rapid decline in the number of survivors. The refresh range of the 5th circle is still small, and concentric circles are not difficult for most teams. It's just that some teams on the edge of the terrain have to give up the terrain and look for the next terrain again. Chapter 574. Attack and Kill EG. The number of teams on the field has been reduced to 11. And there are only 31 people surviving on the field. Now more than half of the safe zone is on the shooting range. Only the south of the safe zone, about 40% of the area, is on the mountain. Among the 11 teams, only the lone wolves of EG, Liquid and Liquids are on the mountain. The other teams have all entered the shooting range. Inside, both teams, Liquid and EG, control the huge area, and Liquid's position also moved to the southwest. Clear! Seeing that the sixth circle was about to be refreshed, Liquid began to clean up the remaining lone wolves in the entire west in advance. On the right is, for example, logically speaking, they won't come over to touch them. It doesn't make much sense, because EG is also very good in that position. Maoxiamo and Iron took the lead, while Jeans and Ibiza stayed behind to observe the EG players to prevent them from actually touching them. Liquid's lone wolf was lying behind a rock and didn't dare to move. But in fact, a small piece of his foot was exposed within Liquid's field of vision. There was a lone wolf behind the rock. I pulled him to the side, and he was dead, Maoxiamo said in the team. While pulling directly up the mountain, I saw Yong sideways directly. The M16 with 4x scope was aimed at Yong's head. Clatter, clatter. 2 bullets easily hit Yong's head. Direct headshot kill. Liquid_Denovo used an M16A4 to kill Liquids_Youngs with a headshot. Liquids was wiped out and only finished 11th. And at the same time, the 6th safety zone was refreshed, and the 30 players still alive on the field were staring at the screen. Southern cutaway! Southern cutaway! Msjoy and Yehao shouted at the same time. This cutaway circle really cost the lives of the 8 teams below. The safe zone was suddenly moved to the mountain. This can be done. I'm convinced. 6666. Liquid. Emotion is awesome. The barrage is also so happy that it goes crazy. Once the safe zone was cleared, it can be said that Liquid was stable in the first 5 games of the game, which also made everyone's worries drop. Liquid and EG are almost on the same page. They are all pulling to both sides of the circle. Almost instantly, Liquid and EG had firmly occupied 2 invincible narrow positions on the east and west sides. This narrow side position can not only block the teams that may enter the circle from the narrow side, but also block the teams entering the circle from the south. When Liquid and EG stopped like this, there was no one on the north side of the circle, and no one on the south side could get in. Hiss. Hiss. The smoke bombs were thrown by many teams in the shooting range. But EG and Liquid were at a high point, and together blocked all the angles around the southern circle where people could be fooled. After Navi was killed by Liquid and EG, no team dared to stay in the southern circle. Knight, the only one with a car, wanted to go around from the narrow edge to the outside. But they underestimated the damage of this poison. A large amount of blood will be dropped. At the same time, Liquid is still outputting. A team of 3. 2 were poisoned to death, and 1 was knocked down. Liquid's head count also came to 11. The safe area begins to refresh, when all positions in the circle are being sacrificed. These professional teams also show their professionalism. They can survive moment by moment and advance one by one. The top 4 have good points. And so do everyone. Beaten and beaten. No one expected that such a situation would occur on the 6th lap. This is also closely related to the terrain outside the shooting range. It is too flat. There are teams on both sides, and the narrow edges are when they are completely occupied. It is difficult for these teams to do anything. Not to mention, they are still a threat to each other. The 8 teams came out of the shooting range together. The internal friction was too serious, and they couldn't get out. Even if they were lucky enough to get out, there would still be firepower from EG and Liquid on the left and right waiting for them. EG_Scum killed with M416. Liquid_Denovo took down with M16A4. EG. By the end of the fight, Liquid's firepower had completely weakened. But there are still 2 gunshots. That's because except for Ibiza, who is still in the same place, the other 3 people are touching the higher point in the north. From a god's perspective, Msjoy and Yehao could clearly see that Liquid had basically given up its position in the west and started moving toward the northern mountains again. Over this hill is EG. Everyone in EG4 was concentrating on shooting, and they had no idea that the 2 gunshots in the west were made by Ibiza alone with 2 guns. This wave of Liquid is so spiritual. When the large force was about to touch EG's side, Ibiza also put away her gun and started to rush towards the front battlefield. If you let go of this west side, let it go. There is no team that can pose a threat to the south. The biggest danger on the field now is undoubtedly EG, which is as full as them. So Mao Xiaomao directly chose to give up blocking the south side team from entering the circle from their side, and instead stole EG's sideways move. Iron and Mao Xiaomao pulled up directly from left to right. Scum was a little strange. The liquid on the west side seemed to have suddenly stopped moving, and there was a lone wolf on the south side running upwards along the east side. Touched it. Scum realized that liquid might be touching in their direction, but he didn't expect that liquid would touch so early. Be careful with liquid. They may touch it. Scum hasn't finished speaking yet. Mao Xiaomao pulled him out and hit him on the side. Ta. Liquid _ de novo used M16A4 to knock out EG _ Scum. Scum was confused for a moment. On the contrary, Matthew, the talented newcomer of the EG team, directly discovered Iron with a backhand. Matthew definitely has strength beyond the SS level. The reaction is a little faster than Iron, and it kills instantly by opening the mirror. But at the same time, James also shot Matthew in time. EG _ Matthew used AKM to knock down Liquid _ Iron with a headshot. Liquid _ James used M416 to knock down EG _ Matthew with a headshot. Chapter 575, 60 points. James immediately pressed the rescue button after knocking out Matthew, without wasting any time. This simple cooperation does not require complicated communication, although this group of team members sometimes don't know what to do when. Mao Xiaomao knows and directly pulls a little to the right to help James and Iron set up their guns. A thunderbolt directly hit Scum, who fell to the ground. EG's situation is already very difficult. Two people were knocked down in a confrontation. It can only be said that Liquid's timing was perfect. There was another team to the south, and EG pulled them directly on top of EG when they didn't pay attention. Iron subconsciously tightened his grip on the mouse after being knocked down. This Matthew, very strong. There is no excuse for this head-on confrontation. If you lose, you lose. Mao Xiaomao was also thoughtful. No wonder EG would build a team with Matthew as the core. He also saw the battle between Iron and Matthew just now. Being able to beat Iron in a head-to-head duel can be said to be a super first-line professional player. I don't know where EG dug this person up. If we talk about 1 versus 1, Iron's strength is definitely good. He can defeat Iron head-on. This Matthew has something. The remaining two of EG are neither advancing nor retreating. They didn't even dare to poke their heads to throw mines, for fear that de novo, who was setting up a gun, would kill them with a headshot the moment they threw mines. Don't doubt that de novo has that ability. Ibiza is also on the way. Now that Liquid has defeated 2 EG players, there is no need to worry. Just like the last time they defeated FaZe as a team, they can all win the game 100% if they all work together in sync. The west side vacated by Liquid also instantly became a hot spot. After a bloody battle between the 2 remaining teams, only Alliance's lone wolf was left. There are only 3 teams and 8 people left on the field. Liquid 1 lost 3 lives, and EG 1 lost 2 lives. Mao Xiaomao held the 2 EG people, not letting them have any time to move. But after all, EG is also a super first-line team in Europe and the United States. Even in this almost desperate situation, Zed and Sambi still forced a synchronization. Mao Xiaomao instantly saw 2 people sticking their heads in almost at the same time. If it were other players, they might shoot at the nearest enemy immediately. But he is Mao Xiaomao. There are 2 guns on the opposite side, but he only has 1. He can't kill anyone, even in this electric light and flint room. Mao Xiaomao's thoughts were still very clear, and he immediately retreated. It was this contraction that sealed Liquid's victory. Ibiza is in place, and Iron is rescued. The 4 people pulled the gun line evenly, and James fired a thunderbolt at Zed's feet. Boom! Liquid _ James used a frag grenade to knock down EG _ Zed. The last one, Mao Xiaomao said to the team in English. Another thunderbolt, and the steady Liquid had no intention of rushing forward. Several teammates hold a stone on the opposite side, and then the teammates throw mines to explode the position. If the enemy does not move, it will be directly blown to death. If it moves, it will be swept to death. 2 cups of poison. Your choice. When Liquid saw the number of survivors on the field, they knew they were in 3rd place. In addition to Liquid's full team, there was also a lone wolf. Boom. Sambi still struggled for a while, but was shot to death by 4 people. His end was extremely miserable. As a result, there are only 5 surviving players left on the field. Liquid's full complement and Alliance's lone wolf. Okay, this way, We should be able to congratulate Liquid in advance. They won the first game in the finals. It's definitely a good start. Yes. And it also slapped many people in the face. Even in the finals, Liquid still has the absolute strength to win. Joy and Yehao said one after another. The gentlemen in the audience were also very excited. Mao Xiaomo's style of command and combat can even be seen in Liquid's ISCE style. But they are all the shadow of Mao Xiaomo. The 7th circle was still on Liquid's side. The barrage refreshes like crazy. It's impossible to see the content clearly. Anyway, the general content must still be words, like Liquid is awesome and Mao Xiaomo is awesome. All members of Liquid pressed to the edge of the safe zone, preparing to kill Alliance's lone wolf. But Alliance's lone wolf did not give Liquid a chance to kill. Alliance_Fever died outside the safe zone. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Team Liquid. Okay. The lone wolf of Alliance chose to commit suicide by poisoning. So we congratulate Liquid. They won the first game of DreamHack Marseille. Joy smiled. Yes. This game Liquid also got 15 kills. Another high-kill chicken game. The scene changes to the scene. Liquid was also celebrating after eating chicken. Ibiza and James were also very happy. They haven't enjoyed such a team atmosphere for a long time. A very perfect match. This game can be said to be the best game Liquid has played this week. All Mao Xiaomo's tactical intentions were perfectly executed. The team shooting skills did not make mistakes. And the team battle with FaZe was also a perfect match. It seems that these 2 days of surprise training are still very effective. Watching Liquid eating chicken, Chris in the stands was also very excited. He didn't expect that this Liquid team was so strong and could still score a high 15 kill points in such a final. Moreover, even though Mao Xiaomo's command has been ranked #1 in the world, everyone still underestimates his spirituality. A wave of spiritual attacks directly eliminated the biggest threat. For example, in this way, Liquid can also successfully win the chicken. Okay. We also invited the winner of the first game, Liquid Captain DeNovo. Say H, low to everyone. All the spectators in Seat Kingdom were reluctant to shut down the post-match interview after the first set. A beautiful commentator with big breasts handed the microphone to Mao Xiaomo. Hello everyone. My name is DeNovo. Can you tell us briefly why you wanted to touch EG at that time? The commentator asked a question. EG was our biggest threat at the time. All my thoughts had only one purpose. And that was to find opportunities to kill, for example. I'm glad we deceived them. Mao Xiaomo's English is also very fluent now, which is completely different from half a year ago. Tang Yutong's diligent teaching finally successfully raised Mao Xiaomo's English to a new level. How would DeNovo rate Liquid for this set? The female commentator asked with a slight smile. About 60 points. Mao Xiaomo gave an answer that made the whole world feel ashamed. Chapter 576. Liquid's Way of Survival. Uh-huh. The female commentator also felt that DeNovo was a little too modest. To them, this was a perfectly executed game of chicken. 60 points is a bit too low. Why would you rate the team 60 points? The female commentator also asked questions that audiences around the world wanted to ask. Because we are a new team and have only just been getting used to it. The 4 of us are all players with very strong personal abilities. In my opinion, Liquid can only perform at 60 points now. Mao Xiaomo explained to the camera. It is true that based on Liquid's current strength and running in, it can indeed achieve high scores. But Mao Xiaomo looks at Liquid's overall strength. Their running in has only reached 60%. So it can only reach 60 points. To put it simply, Liquid is still a bit tired at the moment. It takes time and tacit understanding to achieve a situation where we can cooperate tacitly without too much communication. But after several years of PUBG career, the only team that can communicate like this is ISCD. Not even FaZe. This is a tacit understanding. After the first interview, Mao Xiaomo looked up from his seat and glanced at the points table after the first game. DreamHack Marseille standings. 1. Liquid, R1, 580, total, 580. 2. Alliance, R1, 372, total, 372. 3. EG, R1, 360, total, 360. 4. Ghost, R1, 248, total, 248. Okay. After the first game, we can also see that Liquid is firmly in the first place in the standings. And the pressure on points is very small. Joy said. Yes. Winning the first game in this kind of final is an absolute boost to the team's morale. Joy also nodded. Yes. If you win the first game, the fault tolerance rate in the subsequent games will be higher, which will directly affect the mentality of the players and make them more relaxed. For example, if a team is lagging behind, they may always be thinking about their scores. There can be no mistakes, so the possibility of mistakes is much greater. In the professional arena, mentality will also have different impacts on players as the game progresses and different situations occur during the game. This is why even strong teams in the professional arena sometimes fall behind from the beginning to the end and cannot catch up. Mentality is a very important aspect. Mao Xiaomao does not need to feed the team members chicken soup. The command of the team is in the hands of Mao Xiaomao alone. In other words, Mao Xiaomao's personal emotions will directly affect Liquid's performance. DreamHack's games are 12 games in 2 days and 6 games in 1 day, which also places high demands on the team's condition. Looking at the performance in the first game, Mao Xiaomao knew that the team was in good shape today. If there were no mistakes in the next few games, they should be able to maintain their leading position on the first day. After just over 20 minutes, the second game began. The 12-set format is not very long, but there are 6 games in 1 day, which can be said to be the most games in a single day at this stage, Joy said. Nowadays, the mainstream competitions are 4 games a day or 5 games a day. The only big game with 6 games a day is DreamHack. The first game of chicken eating also brought Huya's live broadcast audience to its peak. It happened to be around 10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, and even the office workers who had slept in were now awake. The popularity of more than 10 million people continued to attract tourists to watch this European and American PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game, just because of a Xi'an native. After the first set, Liquid also established a lead of more than 200 points. For Liquid, the error tolerance rate was very high, but Mao Xiaomao still maintained his serious start, driving Liquid forward. In the second game, a circle in the center of the map was painted. The room area Liquid chose this time was not coveted by too many teams, and it was still in the safe zone until the finals. When I was at IFCD was always punished by God. But when I came to Liquid, it was destiny. In the last wave, Liquid can fill up the room and kill them all. After clearing out Ghost and Navi on the edge of the circle, Liquid finally let Mao Xiaomao occupy the only big rock in the circle as a bunker. The remaining 3 people directly flanked the team, and finally killed the FaZe team outside the safe zone alive. Chicken again. Beautiful. Mao Xiaomao didn't make any mistakes in this wave of marksmanship. This way, Liquid wins another victory. 7 kills. Another nearly 500 points. I have to say that Liquid's luck in these 2 games was very good. Yi Hao also told the truth. It can be seen from the number of heads in Liquid's game that Liquid did not encounter too many obstacles in this game. Although Liquid won 2 consecutive chickens, in the eyes of outsiders, there was still a lot of luck involved. And the Europeans and Americans were so straightforward that they directly asked Mao Xiaomao in the post-game interview, "Do you think there is an element of luck in Liquid's 2 plates of chicken?" Mao Xiaomao smiled. He replied, "There must be. We have always been in the circle of destiny. That's part of the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds." Forehead. Mao Xiaomao didn't shy away from it. He doesn't care about the process, only the results. In a professional game, no matter how good the game is, it means nothing if you can't win. God favored them and gave them opportunities, which they firmly grasped. When God did not favor them, they fought their way out. This is Liquid's way of survival. After 2 sets, Liquid's points also exceeded 1,000, far ahead of the second-placed EG team. Okay, after the 2 sets, Liquid also opened up a point difference of nearly 500 points. This point difference is not easy for other teams to chase, Mstoy analyzed. Yi Hao nodded and said, "Yes, but there really wasn't anything we could do in the second set. I kept brushing Liquid's half of the circle. It's unreasonable." Until now, the teams on the field have yet to figure out Liquid's strength. Even EG and FaZe are like this. The battle between them and Liquid was affected by other factors. Except for the time when they competed with FaZe for the top spot. The Destiny Circle in these 2 sets could not tell the level of Liquid's transfer. Chapter 577, The Invincible Technique of Turning Your Head Left and Right. The third set begins. "This is a super invincible orphan route," Mstoy shouted. The third set started quickly. In the first 2 games, Liquid did not encounter any harassment or pressure in the early stage. But this game was different. This is a super invincible orphan route from the very K town above G-Port. The only places this route can fly directly to are resource points in the north. Even P-City can't fly directly. Not to mention the resource points on the south side. Rogue is a team from the airport. It is transferred from the north to the airport for search. Not to mention whether it is safe or not. The journey to the airport alone may take more than 2 minutes. There is also the search time and the transfer time. For Rogue, going to the airport again is a bit unrealistic. The only resource points on the entire north side that can be invaded are Shangxiaching District and Y City. When the plane passed by Shunqing and Xiamen, Rogue saw more than 10 or 20 umbrellas on the plane. So they gave up the idea of going to Shangqing to get a piece of the pie and chose Y City instead. But they haven't studied Liquid's Y City playstyle. And they don't know the specific positions of these people. In fact, even if they studied it, it was useless. The positioning of this new Liquid is very different from before.
Oh! Rogue chose Y City! He's so brave!
Mstoy also smiled. After the first 2 games, everyone has high expectations for Liquid. Without the pressure of points, everyone also hopes to complete a 3-game winning streak in 3 games in the first part of the game. You must know that 3 consecutive chickens rarely appear in professional arenas. But super teams such as Liquid and FaZe have accomplished it. Everyone knows that Liquid is very strong. But they don't know how strong Liquid is. As the focus of this competition, many teams went to OB for a wave of Liquid after death. In these 2 games, Liquid showed ordinary things. Especially in the second game. The circle kept brushing their faces. And then, they were defeated. There are no plot fluctuations. And even their marksmanship level cannot be seen. So Rogue doesn't have a great sense of urgency in his heart. Since Mao Xiaoma came to Liquid, he has almost been teaching some things to the Liquid players. But there is only one thing. Mao Xiaoma was educated by James and Ibiza. That's what European and American teams call territorial awareness. The direct benefits brought by this kind of territorial awareness are too great. It is really convenient that there is no team to compete with you for a large resource point in the early stage. In the Liquid team, I searched Y City countless times, and it was really comfortable. In the early stage, no one competed with them for such a perfect resource point. And it was not as difficult to move as the airport. All of this was won by the previous Liquid team. No matter how many enemies there are in Y City. As long as it does not directly affect the championship, the last few games of PCI, Liquid and OMG divided Y City. Liquid will definitely find an opportunity to tell them who is the owner of Y City opposite. Stick them. The 4 members of Liquid saw clearly the positions of the 4 members of Rogue and took the initiative to stick to them.
Wow! Liquid took the initiative to stick to it. This is a hard fight. It's not irrational.
What Mstoy said also made everyone nod their heads. Although you have an advantage of several hundred points, you can't waste it like this. It is difficult for Xiaogua's team to understand these things, because they have never experienced the convenience of a team dominating a large resource point, which is extremely helpful for the operation of subsequent games. The sooner they collect resources, the sooner they enter the circle. The presence of other teams will definitely have a certain impact on the search for resources. Rogue didn't expect Liquid to be so tough. They didn't want to fight with Liquid in Y City at all. They just wanted to get a car, search for basic equipment, and leave. They also specially chose a remote corner. But it seemed that Liquid didn't want to give them anything in the city. Y City search opportunities. Unreasonable. Just domineering. In this case, Liquid will definitely choose to forcefully clean up Rogue. Even if they lose, they can make Rogue peel off their skin and make them remember it for a long time. But Liquid never thinks they will lose. 8 people flew in the same area.
This wave. Liquid and Rogue are still a little far apart. But Mao Xiaoma's position is very close to YNCK.
Mstoy explained loudly. YNCK is the only SSS level professional player in the Rogue lineup. The other 3 teammates are all SS level. So when there is a battle, he is usually the first one, so that he can have an advantage in the first wave of gunfights. 8 people landed almost at the same time, and all found a small house. The OB perspective kept switching between YNCK and DeNovo. It was obvious that the first head-to-head confrontation in the third set was likely to be between these 2 players. But DeNovo's move suddenly made many Xia Kingdom viewers stand up. It also made foreign audiences stunned. R1895 loaded 2 bullets and rushed out of the room. The target is YNCK's room. A small revolver at the beginning is just a useless gun in the hands of ordinary players. And it is also known as the most useless gun in the entire PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. But Mao Xiaoma loaded 2 bullets and rushed out. The reason why it can't fire 7 rounds is that it can't fire 7 rounds at all. This gun can only fire 1 round at a time. And the rate of fire is very slow. It can only give you a chance to get 2 bullets at most. The loading time of these 5 bullets also saved Mao Xiaomo 3 seconds. Oops! When the camera cuts to YNCK happened to pick up an M16. Mao Xiaomo happened to be next to him downstairs, and heard the sound of the M16 changing bullets. Different guns have different sounds when reloading bullets, so it's easy to judge.
Mao Xiaomo is embarrassed this time. He originally wanted to bet that his opponent had no guns.
Yihao said. In their opinion, Mao Xiaomo's original intention was to gamble that the opponent had no guns, and then rush forward to kill the opponent. But now there happens to be an M16 in this house in YNCK.
This way Mao Xiaomo won't dare to rush. And the other side is already preparing to come with support. Do you have a gun?
Mao Xiaomo stood beside the house and asked James.
No.
James replied. He is the closest to Mao Xiaomo and should be the first teammate to support Mao Xiaomo. But it is also hurtful to have no gun for a long time.
I know. Iron can help me out a little bit. Learn.
After Mao Xiaomo finished communicating with his teammates, he opened the opponent's door. Then he raised the small revolver in his hand and rushed to the left side of the door, because he had to hold up the small revolver and slowly preview the room. Again, the left Q was much more difficult than the right E. What is the reason? Move your head sideways to the right. The keys you need to press are the E key and the D key. These 2 keys are generally easy for athletes and players to press, because you can turn your hand slightly to let your middle finger go. Press E and move your index finger to the right by pressing the D key. But moving your head to the left is completely different. It requires pressing the Q key and the A key, which are much more difficult to press at the same time than D and E. Why can professional players switch between left and right heads perfectly, but ordinary players can't? Because of their keyboard placement. As you can see, many professional players place their keyboards at an angle. Some players don't understand why. The first reason must be that the hands are more comfortable and save effort. The second reason is because of this left Q problem. As long as you turn the keyboard sideways, you will find that your middle finger can smoothly press on the ring finger that presses A, which is impossible if you place the keyboard sideways. Knowledge points to remember.
So when ordinary players preview the opponent's position on the ladder, 98.136614% of the players will come out from the right side of the bunker, which is the left side you are facing. This is a very useful technique. Preview the left side of the opponent's bunker, and you can predict the opponent's position in most cases.
Mstoy also said. We analyzed why Mao Xiaomo ran from the right side of the door to the left in a wave. Even professional players can do it. But it is still easier to head from the left to the right. Although everyone scoffed at Mstoy's 98.136614% probability, they still silently wrote it down. An almost invincible skill. Mao Xiaomo held our 1895 and didn't count on his teammates at all. Since James couldn't help him, Iron could only help him stand up from afar for enemies who might come from the east to support his opponent. With a sudden glance, Mao Xiaomo saw that his opponent didn't have a helmet, so it was just a matter of one shot. This was very fair to both parties. And the most important thing is what? The R1895 gun also uses 7.62 bullets. The damage of a single shot is extremely high. It can kill instantly without a head. The level 1 head has 77 damage points. And the level 2 head can also reach a terrifying 66 points. Directly compared to the M16. The bullet damage is higher than the M16. The M16's damage to level 1 heads is 70.7. And the damage to level 2 heads is 60.6. It's just that this little revolver is too difficult to use. Although people jokingly call it McCree, its practicality is much lower than McCree. But Mao Xiaomo is different. And so is Liquid. They are all players who have experienced Alvin's crazy training charts. In the last picture, they even used this small revolver to hit a moving target 50 meters away. Just a headshot. Chapter 578. Attacking the building will be written into the textbook. Boom. Liquid_Denovo used our 1895 to knock down Rogue_YNCK with a headshot. Jaw-dropping. Tongue-tied. Even Joy and Yehao were stunned. Not to mention the audience watching the game now. Where have they seen this kind of thing in Xia Kingdom? Mao Xiaomo turned his head to take a preview. And when he saw YNCK, he shot him. This 7.62 bullet accurately flew into YNCK's head. Blood splattered everywhere. YNCK couldn't say a word for a long time. After knocking down YNCK, Mao Xiaomo fired another bullet to the head to make up for it, and then retreated along the wall. After all, a small revolver is a small revolver. This kind of preview is still useful for the gun. But it is really a useless gun in an encounter. But just as Mao Xiaomo was retreating, a wave of connected points from iron opened up the situation again. Duh. A wave of 6x mirrors connected from the far window directly killed a rogue player instantly. Liquid_Iron used M16A4 to knock down Rogue_Wang. Knocked down 2 people. And both of them were directly replaced.
There are 2 more people. One is upstairs on the 2nd floor, and one is behind the yellow dot wall. They can be washed away.
Iron communicated. With the 6x lens, he observed all the opponent's information. From this position, they can rush away directly. As long as someone sets up a gun, there are enough bunkers in the street fighting in Y City to get closer.
How many guns?
Mao Xiaomo asked. Ibiza replied.
More S686S. Okay. Take it with you. We'll attack the other side.
Mao Xiaomo doesn't want to give his opponents a chance to breathe. Since he has invaded their resource points, he must be prepared to be wiped out by the group. Liquid's formation also changed a lot this time. Mao Xiaomo rushed to the front with S686. And James and Ibiza followed closely behind him. Rogue's team members also huddled together. If nothing else happened, Liquid would definitely attack them. Only together could they have a chance of survival. Now in the early stage, no one has any armor on them. So it is not unusual for 1 or 2 people to attack in an instant. Mao Xiaomo is at the front because of the characteristics of the S686 gun. Trolls cannot replenish the gun. When a teammate in the front is attacked, the teammate behind must fire back in time when the opponent attacks a teammate. At that time, the opponent's firepower is attracted by the teammate, giving the enemy a chance in an instant. However, the 2 rogues shrank directly into the 2nd-story room. It was not very easy to attack in the early stage when there were few throwing objects.
The best thing for Liquid now is to give up as soon as it's good. I believe Rogue will definitely not feel uncomfortable.
M16 suggested. If Liquid lets Rogue go now, Rogue will definitely turn around and leave Y City. And will definitely not continue to mess around with Liquid in Y City. They are all professional teams. And professional performance is what they value most. But Liquid doesn't mean this.
Give me the headgear,
Mao Xiaomo said to Ibiza. Ibiza also gave her level 2 and level 1 armor to Mao Xiaomo without hesitation. In FPP mode, if you don't have any armor when you rush to the building, just wait for the group to be destroyed and knock down the first person. It doesn't take any effort at all. Anyway, the fully automatic rifle holds down the left button and doesn't let go. As for the second person in the team attacking the building, there is another person in front of him blocking his gun line. After the first person falls to the ground, he still has a reaction time, and it is impossible to defeat the person guarding the building. The S686 equipped with a shotgun restrainer was extremely powerful, but Mao Xiaomo did not dare to rush in casually. Once he died at the top of the stairs, his teammates behind him would not be able to rush up at all. This is also the biggest difficulty in the battle to attack the building. Without throwing objects, there is almost no solution. When everyone thought that Liquid was going to retreat in an orderly manner, Mao Xiaomo actually rushed forward.
That's too reckless. You don't treat Rogue as a human being?
M16 and Yahao accidentally said what was in their hearts. It's a bit too casual to rush forward like this. But the opposite side is a first-line professional player from Europe and the United States. There's no way we can't even defend this staircase. But Mao Xiaomo has obviously communicated with Liquid. The S686 with a shotgun choke goes up, and it sprays twice. Boom. Boom. Duh. Mao Xiaomo sprayed directly blindly. Didn't directly hit the opponent, but he still beat his opponent to a low level of health. And Mao Xiaomo was shot in the head, and his health dropped below 50%. No one expected that Liquid would show them a textbook attack on the building. You know, this is just a team that has been running together for less than a week. Mao Xiaomo always felt that team coordination can be developed in a short period of time, but tacit understanding cannot. Therefore, as long as there is sufficient communication before cooperation, with the quality of a professional player, perfect execution can definitely be achieved. In the early stage of this team, Mao Xiaomo may say more details to his teammates. After a long time, cooperation it will get better naturally. Under the gaze of the people of the world, the still-blooded de novo did not take any medicine, but took off his red-blooded level 2 head and level 1 armor at lightning speed. Then he fell down the stairs. James, who came up second, put it on directly. The movements of several people were so fast that the audience couldn't even react. Only when everyone realized it did they understand what happened. Then James rushed forward. The enemy with residual health is unable to kill James immediately if he sets up a gun. James rushes forward and trades blood with his opponent directly. Duh. The moment he probed, Rogue's assault hand, Jazza, reacted very quickly. Shoot directly. After hitting James twice, James had already raised his gun. Jazza wants to take it back, but James didn't give him this chance. Even if he only got one shot from his opponent, or just kill it instantly. Liquid_James used M16 to knock down Rogue_Jazza. The moment he knocked down Jazza, James took off his headgear, then continued to climb down the stairs. Pick it up directly from Ibiza behind you. And Iron rushed forward. Without Jazza, who was holding a gun at the top of the stairs, the remaining Rogue player would be alone. The moment Liquid rushed up, he knocked down Ibiza with a backhand. Then Iron made a very easy follow-up shot. Just take Fuffins away. Rogue_Fuffins used AKM to knock down Liquid_Ibiza. Liquid_Iron used M16A4 to kill Rogue_Fuffins. Rogue group destroyed. A truly textbook attack on the building. And it's not an attack that has been recorded in the textbook, but an attack that will be newly written into the textbook. This wave of operations is very simple because Liquid only has one set of armor, so they are constantly switching back and forth. Then he quickly and smoothly conquered this building that was originally impossible to conquer. It was unreasonable. No one could have imagined that this kind of building could be attacked without throwing objects. Many professional players from Siak Kingdom also widened their eyes. But countless exclamations were gathered into one sentence. As expected of him, only he can think of such an unconstrained attack on a building. There have been many voices saying that Liquid only has destiny and no cooperation. What Liquid didn't show was their ability. It's good now. Slap in the face. It was almost a jaw-dropping process to destroy Rogue. First, De Novo's wave of small revolver headshots. Then Iron's precise 6x lens burst shooting. Finally, smoothly change your armor and attack the building. Every step is amazing. In a short time, everyone was stunned. Too strong. Mstoy also shook his head and said. Yihao smacked his lips. Mao Xiaoma is still the same Mao Xiaoma. His marksmanship will deteriorate, but his command will not. Foreign commentators also shouted, amazing, crazily, praising Liquid's cooperation. The most confused person at this moment is probably Rogue. They were really confused from beginning to end. It felt like I had been eaten by Liquid without even realizing it. And not a single bone was left.
Maybe we made a mistake coming to Y City. Liquid is stronger than we thought.
Rogue's ace player YNCK said with a wry smile. Unless you play against Liquid yourself, you really don't know how strong Liquid is. The players present were not surprised when they saw the news that Liquid defeated Rogue as a team. It seemed normal to them. But they would never have imagined the way in which Liquid defeated Rogue. After defeating Rogue in this battle, he would never dare to come back to Y City again. Liquid only has 4 words on it, which makes no sense. After being wiped out by the team, Rogue also locked his perspective on Liquid and learned a wave. No wonder he is hailed as a strong contender for the championship. No wonder he was able to win the chicken smoothly in the first 2 sets. It does make sense.
Okay, let's take a look at this circle.
The OB perspective just now has always been the perspective of Liquid and Rogue, and it has never looked at the circle shape.
Oh, this is a north-south yin-yang circle centered on the bridge on the left side of the airport island.
Today's route and circle shape are quite interesting. This circle, the airport island, and the opposite side of the northwest side of the airport island, each account for about 50%. It is unknown whether it is located at the airport. Chapter 579. Today's circle is so impressive. Although the team battle between Liquid and Rogue ended quickly, it still took a little time. Mao Xiaoma looked helpless at the circle. It feels like all the edges of the circle may be occupied by people, and there is no particularly safe route into the circle. The northeast of the entire white circle is outside P City, and the north is near G Town, which are not particularly good locations to enter the circle.
What choice will De Novo make in this situation?
All commentators around the world have said this. No one has any doubts about De Novo's transfer. After all, Mao Xiaoma has proven himself in the professional arena. Moreover, Liquid synergy just now had a great impact on them. They didn't believe that Liquid had only been working together for a week. Such cooperation and attack on buildings would definitely not be possible for a team that had been working together for a week. Now Liquid may be the strongest team on the field in their minds. From this moment on, the 4 members of Liquid were very calm and listened to Mao Xiaoma's instructions honestly. In fact, Mao Xiaoma is a little confused about this circle, because several positions are not easy to enter, and after entering, he still doesn't know what the next circle will be like. If it were a Western Wilderness circle, the scene would become very complicated. No matter which professional team it was, they would hope that the situation they faced could be simpler. Fortunately, Mao Xiaomao still has a long time to think about how to enter the circle. Unlike the finals, you must be decisive and try to seize the fleeting opportunity even if you make a mistake.
Okay, let's see how Liquid will transfer,
Joy said. Even from a god's perspective, they must feel that there is nothing particularly good about this circle, let alone Liquid, who is now completely blind. But that was Mao Xiaomao. Maybe he can give these gods' perspective explanations the correct answers?
Oh, Liquid chose the East Bridge.
Joy figured out Mao Xiaomao's thoughts in an instant. It is indeed a good location. Although it is on the edge of the circle, you can go up or down, south or north. Even if the circle brush enters the field, they can directly enter the circle. And the most important thing is, this route is an orphan route. There are very few teams in the entire south, which means that all the teams may be crowded in the north. If you want to stay in the north, you are probably really out of your mind. Really the best choice. I thought about it for a while, but I didn't expect any choice to be better than Dongdian Quoto. Currently, there are only a few high points with a view that Liquid can occupy. Instead of doing this, it is better to find a route into the circle. The first circle is brushed. The second circle refreshes.
Second circle! It turns out to be the cutoff circle on the east side. No way!
In the second circle, I actually brushed the east corner circle, so that Liquid was still in the circle.
But in this case, the second lap will be the fifth lap, and the sixth lap will be played,
Joy said. Indeed. Now the whole white circle. The northern islands account for about 60%. The sea accounts for 10%. And the southern islands account for 30%. In this way, it is basically the northern circle. No matter how you cut it, it is almost impossible to cut to the southern island. So there will definitely be no one left on the southern airport island. In this way, there is still sea area in the circle, leaving very little space for the team. When we look at it from God's perspective, we can remove a lot of parts that will be brushed away later. Even Mao Xiaomao didn't expect that Liquid's luck in the circle would be so good. It's so good that it's outrageous. But Liquid would be happier if they farmed the airport island in this circle. If Liquid farmed the airport island in this circle, Liquid would directly cross the bridge and stop at the eastern circle. And they would be able to block all the teams in the entire east. Moreover, there is no one on the airport island, so there is a lot of space for Liquid. In this circle, there are at least two teams not far ahead of Liquid. At this time, Liquid once again began to shift, as if its eyes were opened.
Appeared! Appeared!
The foreign commentators were very excited.
Shifting eyes of heaven.
A transfer that was more thorough than God's perspective. They didn't know how Mao Xiaomao did it. But this time Liquid still got around the poison. Avoiding Vita's firepower, he successfully reached the highest point in the entire white circle, which is the mountain outside P City, and the northeast side of the entire circle. This great place happens to be empty. Joy sighed.
Actually, the most important thing to judge whether there are people in a place is to judge the situation in the previous circle and the approximate location of all the teams in the previous circle. In the first lap, the mountainous area is on one side of the circle. Very few teams will choose to be on the east side of the circle in the first lap.
Yahao continued.
Yes. Logically speaking, the second circle has a high probability of brushing the western wilderness. So you can see that there are more teams on the west and north sides. But I didn't expect that this circle would brush the east wilderness instead.
On the other hand, Liquid can naturally occupy this very good spot.
Joy and Yehao kept explaining to everyone. After taking inventory, Liquid determined that there was no one in this mountain range. In this way, the area controlled by the four people was doubled. The entire team spread out, obtained the information, and handed it over to Mao Xiaomao for processing.
People have entered P City. There are about 2 teams. There is a team here in the right room area. Then, there is another team under the slope of this circle.
The information a person can process is limited, but he can extract the key points he wants. After reaching the top of this hill, Mao Xiaomao didn't panic at all. No matter how they did it in the next circle, they would have enough space to move. The ones who felt uncomfortable should be the teams down the slope. And it depends on their faces. For viewers who have watched Liquid's qualifiers, Liquid's finals this time can be regarded as a lot more honest. They basically only play the teams that should be played and will not be reckless. Of the 16 teams, only 15 are left, with 57 surviving. And as soon as the second circle was cleared, a wave of small attrition began to appear. The entire east side was still very quiet. and there was no major friction. But it seems like Liquid's good fortune has ended there. The third circle. The cutaway circle on the west side of Destiny.
Today's circle. What a show.
Yehao shook his head and smiled. Chapter 580. It's not right. Just hit it, and it will circle the center. The third circle actually hit the bridge on the left. Walk. Mao Xiaomo immediately ordered Liquid to transfer. This circle must be walked. Mjoy analyzed.
Now there are large wheat fields and 30% of the sea area in the circle. So there are not many places in the circle that can accommodate the team. You can take a look at the Zodiac and the housing area in the north. They are already overcrowded.
In this circle, there are most wheat fields in the north and a large sea area in the south. Except for a few housing areas, bridgeheads and some mountains. There is no place to station. But Liquid unexpectedly chose the wheat field.
Oh! Liquid chose this wheat field. There should be a small slope in this wheat field.
Mjoy obviously knows the terrain of this wheat field very well. Xiaogu's professional players and coaches have studied the terrain and tactics to the extreme. Yes, this slope should be the only slope in the wheat field.
Yehao also said. The northern part is probably not in the safe zone. So that slope is very safe and can protect the car.
Actually, this hilltop is also a very good location.
Mjoy used a virtual red line to draw a box on the map, marking the northeastern side of the white circle. That is the mountains to the north of the wild area. In fact, it's not that Mao Xiaomo doesn't want to go, but that in Mao Xiaomo's mind, there is someone in this position. But in fact there is not. Mjoy and Yehao can analyze where Mao Xiaomo should take the team from a god's perspective. But they don't have this information on the field. If you go up this hill without any information, you will be easily killed by an ambush group. This kind of gambling on luck can be done in the professional arena. But it should be done sparingly. After all, the most trustworthy things are your own guns and eyes. Liquid bypassed the hilltop on the northeast side, and then rushed directly from the mountain into the wheat field. With such a fast speed, no team would be interested in Liquid. Liquid rushed directly into the wheat field in front of everyone. And sure enough chose the wheat field, Mjoy said to the audience in Xia Kingdom. This transfer was nothing. But the foreign commentators were at a climax. Such a precise transfer. So familiar with the terrain.
I think Liquid is at least in the top 5 this game.
Mjoy boldly predicted.
I think so too.
Yehao also responded.
It's like this. The small slope in the wheat field occupied by Liquid is now a little north of the center of the safety zone. Take a look at this circle. If the water is cut off in the next circle, it will most likely be a northern corner. This way first. Liquid is right in the center of the circle. Mao Xiaomo must have thought of this. So he chose the center of the wheat field instead of the top of the hill. The next circle should be the circle of heavy attrition.
Mjoy predicted. The next circle will wipe out all the sea areas. So it depends on how the circle is brushed. But it will most likely be a cut-angle circle in the north or northwest. Liquid tried his best to play dead in the wheat field. 3 even the chicken was about to be played, and everyone played very seriously. But they only got 4 heads in this game. On this slope of the wheat field, if you are too arrogant, you will definitely be suppressed by firepower. Anyway, there is no one close by, and it is difficult to get a kill from far away. Liquid simply disappears on the battlefield, silently pretending to be dead, and waits until the circle of heavy attrition passes before they can start again. Jump out.
The 4th circle. It's indeed a northern cutaway circle.
Mjoy's prediction was not wrong. After clearing out all the sea areas, the 4th circle is indeed a northern corner circle. In this circle, Liquid's position is firmly in the center of the circle. Liquid also responded immediately.
Ibiza, go over and occupy this toilet. Okay.
There is a toilet nearly 150 meters away. According to Liquid's observation, there is no one in it. Now the only housing area in the safe zone is a large field area with a warehouse on the west side. The rest are small toilets and wooden toilets.
Iron, go and take over that wooden toilet. Okay.
Liquid actually started to divide its troops in the circle of heavy attrition.
Now that the Zodiac has been kicked out of the safe zone, people on the east side will also have a battle. The gas station here at Kyoto is still in the safe zone. Navi should not need to move. But they also need to think about what to do next.
Mjoy continues her analysis. Liquid was divided into 3 points, with Mao Xiaomo and James occupying the original small slope, and then Iron and Ibiza each occupying 1 point. In the past, wooden circle toilets were not in a good location because they could be destroyed by concentrated fire, leaving people hiding inside without shelter. But this circle is different. The northern mountain range is not within the safe zone, which means that the high points in the north cannot reach Liquid's wooden toilet. The team in the south is too busy to take care of themselves and is having a great time fighting. And there is no time to take care of Liquid. There are only 2 Voldemorts in the west. It was rubbing on the ground, with no intention of causing trouble at all.
Why? It's not right. Why is it that after all this fighting, Liquid is in the center of the circle again?
Foreign commentators are also a little confused. Isn't this circle Liquid's desperate circle? From the first circle, this circle was not so favorable to Liquid. But after 2 circles, Liquid is now standing in the center of the circle. And it may be the best position on the field. This is the operation of a team. Because Liquid collected enough information in the second lap, it dared to carry out large-scale transfers at extremely fast speeds in the next 2 laps. This transfer that penetrated the wheat field also penetrated directly into the heart of the safe zone. Never doubt De Novo's command. In fact, the foreign commentators did not understand the division into 3 teams. After all, the 2 main commentators in Siagua are both head coaches of professional teams. But the foreign commentators are not. They are really pure commentators. Now Liquid is a triangle from God's perspective. Mao Xiaomo and James are on the north side. Iron and Ibiza are separated into 2 small toilets on the south side. The significance of occupying the toilet is also very important. So that no one can drive here and then use the toilet bunker to implement their strategic intentions. And this way, the center of the safe zone, there is absolutely no place. All other teams can barely survive in the circle. Chapter 581, The 5th Circle of Despair.
Liquid's operation is so beautiful.
Joy shook his head.
No, it's because Mao Xiaoma's operation is so beautiful.
Yehao retorted with a smile. Whatever operations Liquid has, they are all based on the tactics and ideas brought by Mao Xiaomo. With such a commander, no matter which team you go to, you can become the chosen one. Sometimes the destiny circle depends on destiny. But sometimes, you can choose the location with a high probability of appearing in the center of the destiny circle by judging the situation, location, and circle shape. Therefore, in the professional arena, do not blame all failures on the circle of destiny or the circle of divine punishment. Because at the beginning of the game, everyone is one person, one umbrella, and a fair starting point. The safe area begins to refresh. This round of attrition has finally begun. The upper right corner also started a large-scale screen swiping. There are also 3 to 4 teams strangled together in the Zodiac area. No other team has any interest in Liquid's position. The south side is still at the gas station at the bridge. The west side is still wheat fields or jungle areas. And the east side cannot protect itself. Liquid is not safe. There were not many people in the entire wheat field. Another team that wants to enter the wheat field is the FaZe team. After finishing second, their mentality has adjusted. 99% of this circle is a crop circle. To enter this crop circle, you must clear all the teams behind you and then drive in. Circle edge. This tactic of everyone lying on the ground is not very common. Teams were also eliminated one by one. But Liquid still handled the information of each team steadily. Mao Xiaomo was also constantly counting the remaining numbers of each team at the circle of porridge on the east side. So that even if the team on the east side drove to attack them, they would still have a clear understanding of the enemy's information. Sometimes even if there are only 3 opponents, your playing style will be a little different if you know that there are only 3 opponents, and if you don't know that there are only 3 opponents.
The M19 regiment was destroyed. A Vanger is destroyed. Vita dropped too. Alliance is still full of people.
Through the kill information in the upper right corner, Mao Xiaomo is also constantly recording information about each team. There is no need to remember the eliminated mentors, because they don't have much significance. The 4 safety zone has been refreshed. And there are only 11 teams left on the field. With 36 people, many teams have become remnants. The camera cuts to EG. They were actually climbing up from the cliff on the south side of the Zodiac.
Can we go up here? Holy shit. 666 inch. Is this okay? How EG got here? I really didn't pay attention to it. But the cliff of this Zodiac can be climbed up.
After EG4 quietly landed ashore, they directly saw Alliance's back. A wave of bloody massacre. Alliance never expected that a group of people would appear here. They had just looked behind them for a long time and found no enemies. So they naturally let go of them. A wave of attacks. Knocking down 3 people directly. EG directly pressed all members to the edge of the white circle. Took some medicine and rushed down the slope to clear out Alliance's lone wolf. Winning the battle at the edge of the circle without any blood. The 5th Circle of Despair.
It's really desperate. The fifth lap should be the lap with the smallest refresh rate. But in this game, it turned out to be a fatal fifth lap. It is a concentric circle with a very small refresh rate. In normal games, it is jokingly called a circle for teams to take inventory and adjust. However, he brushed out the 4 remaining housing areas in the circle. There are 2 small earth-colored houses on the side of the country road on the north side, a large wild area with a warehouse and a maze building on the west side, the Zodiac Palace with half of it in a safe zone on the east side, and a gas station at the bridge on the west side. The 3 remaining housing areas were all on the edge of the circle, and they were all cleared out in the 5th circle. This is the difference between having terrain and not having terrain. FaZe chose to enter the wheat field from the west, while the other team Liquids in the same jungle area went up to the mountains outside the gas station. At the same time, Na'Vi also came out of the gas station and went directly to the mountains. We are about to face a head-on 4v4 with Liquids. In fact, Na'Vi are very confused. They don't know whether they should abandon the car now. If you don't abandon the car and go up the mountain, you will definitely expose your position to the opponent. If you abandon the car and go down the circle to brush the wheat field, they will be finished. Fortunately, Shade 1 is more decisive and will definitely clean up the team on the mountain first. If it can't be done, he will take the poison and get the car later. A wave of frontal 4v4. The Liquids led by Youngs also had the fighting style of Liquid, also spreading horizontally and pulling towards the circle. In private, he also asked Mao Xiaomo for a lot of advice. Now Liquids has also improved a lot. Youngs, as the team's strongest point, stood on the flank and pulled him down. Had an encounter with Shade 1. But Youngs from the OB perspective. Almost instantly, Na'Vi_Shade 1 knocked down Liquids_Youngs with an AKM headshot. Young's heart sank. Alvin in the audience was also a little helpless. The talent gap. Shade 1 is also an SSS player at the same level as James. He is known as one of the strongest players in Europe and America, and his reaction and shooting skills are ahead of Young's. Talent crushing. Just like when Liquid versus Liquids. In competitive sports, no matter which event it is, talent comes first. 99% sweat and 1% talent. But if you want to be the strongest player, 1% talent is the most important thing. Liquids also looked a little panicked after Youngs fell to the ground. They are different from Liquid. With the exception of Iron, Liquid are all players with a lot of professional experience. However, the 4 Liquids players are still juniors in the professional arena. They have no experience in the game and no cooperation. Even for Youngs, his command experience and teamwork experience are completely blank. Although the team's marksmanship is very good, when you encounter a team that has better collaboration, coordination, and command than you, and even your team's strongest marksmanship is better than yours, this frontal battlefield will be crushing. No one expected that Liquids would be so vulnerable. After Youngs was knocked down, the entire Liquids could be said to have collapsed. Na'Vi's cooperation is also very good. As soon as the gun line is pulled, several people push forward in sync. After knocking down 2 Liquids one after another, the battle was no longer suspense. You know, less than 1 minute has passed since this battle started. At this time, the poison was still level 5, so it cannot be said that it was completely invincible. After Na'Vi charged up its energy, he rushed into the poison and drove the parked car up the mountain, successfully occupying the southern mountain range. And FaZe had no choice but to start playing Voldemort under Liquid's harassment. There is really nothing that can be done in this situation. FaZe people are falling. FBP's perspective is already low. Liquid is not at a high point, and FaZe's position can't be seen at all. But what neither FaZe nor Liquid expected was that the 2-man remnant team that was originally lying in the wheat field on the west side took action. Fuzzface was rubbing forward on the ground. But little did he know that an enemy in front of him had heard FaZe's voice. He turned on the mirror and waited for FaZe team members to rub in front of him. FXCK! Caught off guard. Fuzzface never expected to see a pair of sneaky eyes that stood out. He was so frightened that he didn't even lift his gun. This is so scary. I saw a pair of eyes while crawling. Duh. Method_Andy used AKM to kill FAZ_Fuzzface with a headshot. Knock it down directly and make up for it. FaZe players were also stunned. It did give Liquid a message. There are 2 teams here, FaZe and Method. A total of 5 people are lying on the ground and dare not move. They didn't dare to stand up and clear people. As soon as they stood up, Liquid on the side would be able to deal damage to them. Liquid didn't dare to go over and force clear people.
The surrounding teams could also hit them. The only team in the north, the Knights, had no place to enter the circle, so they began to
survive on the ground,
also climbing towards the inside of the circle. Liquid is actually the only team standing in the wheat field. The teams on the south, north, and west sides have all settled. The fight took a little longer near the 12th palace on the east side. However, although EG fell to the ground several times in succession, each time there was a spark of hope that wiped out the opponents. Even if they fell to the ground twice, they were all saved. E.g. Manbian jumped down from the Zodiac and temporarily stationed himself on the hillside of trees on the east side of the circle.
EG is the fastest position to feel cool. I think Navi will beat them to death. If they want to enter the circle, they can only look at the cigarette in their hands. If they have more inventory, they still have a chance.
Mstoy analyzed. In this desperate fifth round, only 7 teams were left in the huge field. And the team's position is very awkward. Except for Liquid, the positions of other teams cannot be said to be good, and they are all barely surviving.
Is it possible that Liquid wants 3 chickens in a row again? So unreasonable?
Yahya asked with a smile. They are more happy than anyone else about Liquid's good results. But Liquid could perform like this in the DreamHack finals. Who would have thought before the game? In the third set of the game, Liquid once again had an absolute advantage. Chapter 582, a thrilling battle with twists and turns.
The 6th circle is still a cut-off circle from the northeast. This will make the field more interesting,
Mstoy explained. The 6th circle turned out to be a corner circle. In this way, the EG team, which was originally described as the coolest team by commentators, had a chance to enter the circle with a narrow edge. Liquid is still very comfortable here. Mao Xiaomo and James are still at the shooting position in the center of the circle, while Ibiza and Iron are in 2 separate toilets on the edge of the circle. However, it is difficult to get out of Iron's position. Once he appears, he is likely to be killed by the players on the flanks.
Iron, Ibiza, you 2 stand still and don't get knocked down. Come out when I tell you to,
Mao Xiaomo said to the 2 teammates. All their energy now is to block Navi, who enters the circle from the south. Navi must lay out smoke first. But the effect is limited. After all, the smoke cannot be thrown 200 meters away, so it can only block the field of vision as much as possible under the mountaintop, causing some interference to Liquid when driving.
Navi will definitely attack Ibiza and Iron. In fact, they can only continue to mess around in their current position. Yes,
Mstoy and Yahao said. In this circle, why is it said that Liquid has the advantage? Because now in the entire circle, only Liquid has the initiative, and the other teams only have one word. Mixed. If you were to say which team would think they have the best of the best, I'm afraid it's only Liquid. Even a strong team like FaZe wants to stay in the crop circle as much as possible.
Once Liquid starts fighting later, we will immediately get up and clear out the enemies around us,
FaZe commander also said. There should be a remnant team next to them. When Liquid deals with Navi, they must take this opportunity to clear out the enemies around them, and then find an opportunity to crawl into the circle. After Navi smokes the shop, action has also begun.
Navi is on board.
Buzz. All eyes of Liquid are fixed on Navi. 2 cars rushed directly into the smoke. Liquid 4 people immediately came out and started firing. Duh. Boom. A sudden AWM shot made a muffled sound. Fly directly into James' head. Navi_Shade 1 knocked down Liquid_James with an AWM headshot.
Ouch! Shade 1 shot.
Pull the bolt and load. Navi's tactics are also very clear. 1 aircraft and 3 attacks. Shade's 18x AWM shot off James' level 2 head. Mao Xiaomo instantly judged the situation on the field. Sold Ibiza directly.
Iron! Come back! Give up!
Mao Xiaomo had to choose this way. 3 people flushed Ibiza's toilet, but he didn't dare to show up. If Shade 1 were to snipe him with another shot from a high point, they would collapse immediately. Now Mao Xiaomo and James are still in the center of the circle, and holding on to the edge of the circle is an option. But now that the risk is too great, Mao Xiaomo naturally chooses to give up. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw Iron riding back on his motorcycle, and then when I saw Ibiza shivering in a small toilet.
This is giving up on Ibiza. There is no way. Liquid still needs to be careful of FaZe's side. Once Liquid loses more than 2 people, FaZe will not miss this opportunity.
Mstoy shook his head. This was also true. Mao Xiaomo did not dare to take the risk of killing others to help Ibiza. Ibiza wanted to shout at Mao Xiaomo at this moment.
Organization, don't give up on me. I'm still useful. I'm still useful.
But Mao Xiaomao shouted without mercy.
Fire!
Ibiza. The three Navi people rushed directly outside the Ibiza toilet. But an unexpected scene happened. Because of the firepower from the flanks, Navi's three people rushed directly into the toilet to get rid of Ibiza. But he had just been beaten in the car, and was already bleeding. And the opponent is Ibiza. The moment he rushed in, the first person was immediately killed. Then the second person was also killed directly. Liquid underscore Ibiza used M416 to knock down Navi underscore Dranis. Liquid underscore Ibiza used M416 to knock down Navi underscore Yuba. Ibiza's inner activity at the moment, organization. I can still save it. There is a move with residual health left outside the room. It's really not possible to enter. And it's impossible not to enter. When Ibiza saw the two Navi players who had fallen to the ground, they blocked the door for a moment and started to reload. He wanted to make up for these two players. But if he did, he would definitely not have enough bullets in his magazine. Once move is repaired, he will rush in and kill him while he is reloading. In a master showdown, every detail can determine success or failure. Mao Xiaomao saw that Ibiza knocked down two people one after another, and his body was still full of blood. So he immediately said to Ibiza,
Ibiza, I'll set up a sniper for you. Kill that person. No problem.
When Iron heard this, he immediately pressed the rescue button and started saving James. Mao Xiaomao directly probed the 6x lens M16 and started to press Shade 1. This wave of suppression is also very critical. And I was directly hit by Shade 1 twice. Although the distance was relatively far, it was still very accurate and retracted Shade 1 directly. After reloading, Ibiza directly killed a Navi team member and then rushed out. Move also heard Ibiza's footsteps and shot ahead of time. Shade 1 was also pulled out by force. One shot to kill. Then, he was forcibly shot twice by Mao Xiaomao and beaten to death. Boom. Liquid underscore Ibiza used M416 to knock down Navi underscore Move with a headshot. Navi underscore Shade 1 used AWM to knock down Liquid underscore Ibiza.
Iron goes save Ibiza.
Mao Xiaomao immediately shouted. Iron immediately got on the motorcycle after saving James. He rushed to the toilet where Ibiza was. Although Ibiza fell outside, Shade 1 had no chance to make up for it. If the bloody Shade 1 can knock down Ibiza before he knocks down Move, then Move takes over the toilet and saves two teammates. This offensive and defensive battle will be perfect. But even if it was just a few tenths of a second, the situation on the court was completely different. Shade 1 didn't dare to step forward and force Ibiza to heal. He only had a trace of health and could only apply medicine. Ibiza just crawled into the toilet and survived successfully. The twists and turns of the plot made all the audience hold their breath when they felt the excitement.
This wave of Ibiza is so beautiful. Yes, if he falls first, it can be said that this side is basically lost. The direct impact will be that Liquid will be exposed to firepower from all directions.
Joy said. This wave of Ibiza's personal ability played a key role. Navi team members were almost instantly killed by Ibiza with their early shots. This shows how fast Ibiza reacted. It can be said that Ibiza saved itself in this wave.
This time Navi was killed and FaZe had no chance.
It's easy to answer. FaZe stood up and cleared the method around him at the same time as Liquid and Navi were exchanging fire. At first, a team member was knocked down and fell to the ground in the grass. FaZe didn't dare to save him at all. But after waiting for 5 seconds, I found that Liquid seemed to have no hands to fight them. So I chose to rescue in fear. After successfully rescuing, FaZe maintained a 3-man formation and hoped that Navi could give some strength and do more damage to Liquid in the center of the circle. If more than 2 people fell, FaZe would not be able to choose a wave due to their numerical advantage. Reckless. There is a great chance to eat chicken after this wave. But Liquid didn't give them this chance. In fact, Liquid's defense failed quite a bit this time. Although they managed to survive with Ibiza 1 versus 3. The team's lack of tacit understanding was mainly due to James' problem. In the first wave, James should not have attacked the 2 vehicles that Navi rushed down. As a result, no one could suppress Shade 1 at the high point. One shot opened the gap. James is in the position of a sniper and must suppress the enemy's sniper. Only other team members can output normally. But these things will have to wait until this game is over. All mistakes made in the game have great reference value. The safe area begins to refresh. The poisonous circle keeps urging Shade 1 to enter the circle. But Shade 1, who had been completely beaten to death, had no chance at all. He drove a wave and relied on luck.
but was directly blasted by James. EG on the other side also entered the narrow edge and killed a lone wolf. Now there are only 13 people left on the field. Full EG. Full Liquid. 3 FaZe and 2 Knights. With 4 teams, Liquid has the absolute advantage. After clearing Na'Vi, Liquid also roughly knows the information about the remaining opponents. This location. No matter how hard the game is played, Liquid will never be the first team to bear the brunt. The teams on the edge of the circle have to enter the circle no matter what. And they will definitely consume each other in the process of entering the circle. Chapter 583, Desperate EG. 3 chickens in a row. At that time, Liquid only needs to play left and right, and maintain the formation without letting one side forcefully wash away. The formation in the killing circle cannot be too wide. Once a teammate falls to the ground, there is no way to directly save his teammates. At the current position on the field, the biggest threat to Liquid is FaZe on the flank. If nothing unexpected happens, the 2 teams in the northern circle will definitely be at odds with each other. So Liquid doesn't have to worry too much. No matter how you play this circle, Liquid will not be difficult to beat. The 7th lap will see if it will still be a corner cut lap, Mjoy said. Today's lap is really a bit showy. The corners are cut off. It doesn't make sense at all. But in this circle now, Liquid is not particularly afraid of cutting corners. The 7th circle is refreshed. A northwest circle. This circle is really a chicken circle for Liquid. Of the 4 teams on the map, they are the only ones who don't have to make any moves. And now Liquid has enough time to adjust its formation. Then on the slope, Liquid also began to move the car recklessly. Several usable vehicles were set up in a formation, like a trench. The other 3 teams all know that this team is Liquid, and they all know the position of this team. But it's useless. They can't compete at all. FaZe and Knights both chose to crawl forward. They had no capital to challenge Liquid. The only one who is qualified may be EG. But EG did not choose to do that. Instead, clear Knights along the broadside. If they want to win the chicken, they must first clear out the flanking teams that may cause interference to them. By the time the Knights heard EG's footsteps, it was already too late. Scum directly saw 2 enemies who had dropped their backpacks and were squirming. The firepower of 4 people directly wiped out the Knights without any suspense. As a result, only 3 teams were left. But they did not form a 3-legged situation. Liquid has no intention of pushing towards the edge of the circle. Set up your formation steadily in the center of the circle. They were not in a hurry to seal the victory in the 7th lap. As long as they occupy the center of the circle and don't take the initiative, they won't be attacked by the 2 teams. If you get to the edge of the circle, once you engage in a fight with one team, the other team will 100% come to you. No professional team will miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, it is the best decision for Liquid's current players to stay calm and play defense. EG entered the circle and did not see the shadow of FaZe. There was a small slope and FaZe was lying on the ground, making it difficult to find it directly. Each of the 3 teams has their own agenda, and they all hope that the other 2 teams can fight first. But the other 2 teams also think so. EG also laid down to see how it would work in the next circle. This distance. Although Liquid can't hit them, they can throw things. It was a pleasure to lick the 3 bags of Na'Vi just now, except for a few people who were a little short of smoke bombs. The other throwing items were too sufficient. One jumped from behind cover. The 3-point ball blew directly out at Scum's feet. Boom. Liquid_Denovo used a frag grenade to knock down EG_Scum. In an instant, countless projectiles were thrown at EG's face. Liquid is really not afraid of either side of FaZe. Without cover, no matter how strong FaZe is, they can't make a big wave. Molotov cocktails, grenades, countless missiles flew into the sky. EG suddenly felt a sense of despair. Boom, 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 hiss. In an instant, EG's land became a mess. Scum, Sambi, and Zed were blown up one after another. Matthew's body was also on fire. If your body is on fire, you can spray it with chemicals. But that is only if you are not in the fire. Now in this situation, if the 4 members of Liquid stare at Matthew and stand up, they will die. But the blood volume is getting lower and lower, and EG's fate cannot be changed. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Liquid_Denovo used M16A4 to kill EG_Matthew. EG team is destroyed. At such a close distance, there was no other way. They could destroy EG simply by throwing objects. In EG's position, there was no place for them to hide.
FaZe saw the kill information in the upper right corner, and the EG team was destroyed. If you survive 7 on the field, you will know the result of this game. In this case, FaZe has no chance unless the opponent is a ladder player.
Let's give it a try,
FaZe conductor said. Throw out all the smoke bombs as much as possible, interfering with Liquid's line of sight. But Liquid now knows there's only one team left on the field, and all eyes are on FaZe. FaZe threw a few cigarettes in front of Liquid, which also interfered with Liquid's sight to a certain extent. But Ibiza was very smart and drove a jeep to take advantage of this opportunity to go around the flank. This is rare cooperation without communication. Mao Xiaomao smiled slightly, and Liquid has been developing in a positive direction. The 3 FaZe people stood up and rushed into the smoke. Boom! Duh. Firepower from all directions. FaZe suddenly felt like he was not being beaten by a team. Liquid's gun line is deployed perfectly. When there is no one else in the position, Liquid's gun line can be pulled as much as it wants, without giving FaZe any chance. Knocked down a FaZe player in the smoke. Aldomze burst out of the smoke, killed Iron in seconds with inhuman reflexes. But he was instantly knocked down by Mao Xiaomao's shot. The last FaZe player didn't want to win the game. A Thunder made up for Iron, scored 12 points, and was killed by Ibiza. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Team Liquid.
Beautiful. 3 chickens in a row. Pretty.
Msjoy and Yehao screamed out. Above Siog was barrage our endless messages of
6666. Mao Xiaomao is awesome.
And
Liquid is awesome. If the last 2 dishes were full of luck, this one of Liquid is a real win.
Msjoy shook his head and sighed.
Then we congratulate Liquid for beating Chicken again in the 3rd set. The number of kills in this set has also reached 15. Another 3 consecutive chickens in the finals of the professional competition. Chapter 580 for the first phase is over. Liquid's unparalleled strength. No one expected that in their first appearance in the finals, Liquid would win 3 consecutive games in the first 3 sets. I didn't know how terrifying this team is. But now, they are unstoppable. The foreign commentator also shouted. Liquid formed a team and competed for the first time. 3 chickens in a row. This was before super strong teams like Navi, for example, and FaZe. Everyone can feel that this Liquid is very different from the previous Liquid. With Denovo as a god-level leader, it feels like the entire Liquid team has been upgraded. Moreover, this team has just been established. If it can reach the level of IFCD before, I don't know what the upper limit of this Liquid team is. Nice. After eating chicken, Mao Xiaomao, Ibiza and James all high-fived each other. Ibiza and James also had excited eyes flashing. This team is so strong. No. It should be said that Denovo's command is too strong. They could feel it directly in this set. Without Denovo, given their past behavior, they would have blindly hit the center of the circle again, and would most likely end up dead halfway through. But this game of Denovo told them what a real conductor is. Being able to find the closest route to chicken fighting among all the current information. With these 3 plates of chicken, it is no exaggeration to say that James and Ibiza even felt that they would continue to eat chicken in this state. They don't even know how many chickens there are. Msjoy and Yehao could only sigh. In just a short time since joining Liquid, Mao Xiaomao has brought Liquid to such a high level. These 3 sets almost set the tone for the entire final. 1,500 plus points in 3 sets. If you don't perform abnormally later, with Mao Xiaomao in charge, you may lose early, but it is limited to accidents. Is it realistic for the world's #1 conductor to let him hit the ground several times in a row? I don't know what other teams are thinking right now. If I were FaZe, I would definitely be a little depressed. Are you just depressed? It's also funny. It feels like every other team except Liquid is shutting down in this game. This is equivalent to running with Usain Bolt in the 100-meter race. The mentality of other teams will definitely be affected. Moreover, Liquid is gaining momentum and has not shown any signs of decline at all. But fortunately, this is only part 1 of the DreamHack Finals. After the 3 games, there will be a short break of 1 hour. This hour is too crucial for other teams. Without this 1 hour of adjustment time, they really wouldn't know how to play in the next 3 games. Yes, the main thing is to adjust my mentality. Another important thing is to suppress Liquid's fiery touch a little. Yes, it's just like the NBA timeout. But Liquid doesn't feel like it's exerting much force, Yehao said quietly. Looking back at Liquid's 3 games, we feel that they have not encountered the danger of being wiped out. The word effortless is the best way to describe it. In 3 games,
There was no danger of team annihilation. It's so unreasonable.
Okay, let's take a look at the standings after 3 games. What I'm more curious about is how many points Liquid is ahead of the second place. Actually,
Me too. DreamHack Marseille standings. 1. Liquid, R1, 580, R2, 484, R3, 580, total, 1644 chicken times 3. 2. EG, R1, 360, R2, 216, R3, 312, total, 888. 3. FaZe, R1, 23, R2, 420, R3, 408, total, 851. 4. Alliance, R1, 372, R2, 116, R3, 80, total, 568.
okay. At the end of the 3 games in the first stage, Liquid can be said to be the best.
Joy said. In the first stage of the competition, Liquid leads the standings with 1644 points. The second place EG and the third place FaZe also have 888 and 851 points. But these usually good results were a bit underwhelming in today's DreamHack competition. The combined scores of the 2 teams just exceeded Liquid. You know, this is the second and third place after 3 games. A huge advantage of nearly 800 points.
But the difference is a little smaller than I thought.
It's easy to say,
because 2 of the 3 games between FaZe and EG can be said to have been good. Yes, FaZe was second in 2 sets. And then EG was second in 1 set and third in 1 set. But Liquid was too strong.
A sudden disruptor. Disrupt the situation all of a sudden. The biggest difference from the previous game is the addition of this team. Liquid's performance on the other side was not very good, ranking 15th among the 16 participating teams. But Chris didn't have that high expectations for them, so it didn't matter. But thinking about what Maliciamo had promised her, Chris felt a little disturbed. Maybe he can really do it? In this way, Liquid can really stand proudly in the world with this result. And even other clubs in the world cannot suppress them. The results in other divisions are good, coupled with PUBG's dominant performance. Is the world's #1 club just around the corner? Unknowingly, Maliciamo has also become an important chess piece on Liquid's path forward. Rather than using each other, it is better to say that they cooperate with each other. The atmosphere of the Liquid team is also very good, and Maliciamo likes it very much. At the end of the first stage, all teams left their seats, and it was time to enjoy dinner in Marseille. The food in the hotel was very good, but it was a pity that everyone only had 1 hour of rest, because you need to warm up your hands a little before the game. It only takes 40 minutes at most. The 4 people from Liquid ate together with the 4 people from FaZe. FaZe's bearded Fuzzface hugged Maliciamo when he saw him.
King, it's really you.
Because we didn't have much time before. We didn't get together to have a good chat.
Ha ha.
Several people from FaZe came forward. They are very familiar with this de novo. They suffered a lot in PCI. If OMG hadn't defeated IFCD in the end, the championship would not have been FaZe, but the newly rising Xia Kingdom team IFCD. Liquid and FaZe can be said to be old rivals who have been fighting for several years, and the relationship between them is extremely good. They also often queue up with each other's members during live broadcasts on Twitch. It can be said that they are a team of brothers. They are rivals on the court and brothers off the court. Moreover, Liquid Sambi and FaZe Jimby were also brothers. Speaking of Sambi, 4 people from EG also gathered together, and 12 people sat at the same table. Except for a few newbies. Everyone is very good friends.
Denimo, you are amazing.
EG's super newcomer Matthew also had little stars in his eyes, as if he was seeing an idol.
Thank you. You are great too.
Maliciamo replied with a smile. But his words were not perfunctory. Matthew is really very powerful. Iron also looked up at Matthew, and then continued eating, being able to react faster than Iron when facing a gun head-on. This Matthew definitely has something.
Really? It's great to come to our FaZe. I'll give Hexy to T right away.
Fuzzface put his arm around Maliciamo's shoulders and laughed. It's as if they weren't the ones who fell behind in the game just now. Several of FaZe players are also veteran players who have played professionally for 2 years. They only occasionally have mental problems, and they played well in these few games. But in the end, there was really no way to win. Another reason why FaZe is strong is that the 4 of them are very close in strength, and they can all act as commanders and liberos. This gives their teamwork a lot of room to play. Think about how smooth their cooperation would be if 4 Maliciamo played together. This also has a lot to do with the player's sense of position.
Don't be modest. You are really too strong. I feel inferior to you.
Scum also praised sincerely. Although he left Liquid, he left the team normally, and did not have any conflicts with Liquid. So the relationship is still very good. However, seeing that Liquid has 3 consecutive chickens now, and is very likely to win the championship, to be honest, he is a little helpless. Self-abasement. These players are super first-line players in Denovo's hands, and can produce all output consistent with their strength. But in his hands, they are just a first-line team. No one would believe it if there was no difference. Even though Mao Xiaomo is only 20 years old, his experience in the professional arena has taught him a lot. At least, he will no longer get carried away by the praise of others. When he was in IFCD, they suffered such a loss.
Come on in the competition. Don't be left behind. We'll catch up to you. We'll catch up with you too.
Chapter 585. The first day is over. For example, Liquid, FaZe. 3 wealthy families. 3 pillars of strength. The top 3 positions are now extremely stable. And it will be very difficult for the following teams to catch up. Strong teams like Navi and Ghost have also performed relatively average in these 3 games, hovering in the middle. However, they have only played 3 okay games, and there are still 9 games left. There are many things that can happen, but Liquid still has the initiative. The 1-hour break really gave the other 15 teams time to breathe. The most important thing was to destroy Liquid's morale. This is so critical. Otherwise, Liquid would be unstoppable and unstoppable. In the 4th set, Liquid did not complete an unprecedented 4-game winning streak. The momentum finally broke. The team that won the chicken game was M16. But the impact on the top few was not particularly big, because M19's score was not particularly high to begin with. After eating a plate of chicken, it only rose to 4th place. There were also differences between EG and FaZe. A difference of several hundred points.
I have to say, this halftime is still a bit crucial. Yes.
Liquid's performance in the 4th set can only be said to be normal. But after an hour's rest, it still had to feel better. In the 4th set, Liquid also made a small mistake in its cooperation, and was defeated by the Ghost team on the mountain. It was very frustrating to lose this mountain battle, because Liquid was blown to death by lightning. Mao Xiaomo was bored and posted on Weibo and Instagram. ISCD_King, ins, Denovo. I think the refresh rate of grenades needs to be lowered. The head-on battle now depends on who has more thunder, which seriously affects the balance and fairness of the game at PUBG official. Mao Xiaomo didn't want to say this just because his team was wiped out, but that's what he thought. He could feel it in the previous games. Unless it hit the face in a head-on battle, grenades would be too effective. Many times there is no chance for a duel, and the 2 teams sometimes lose the outcome just by throwing mines, which has affected the original intention of the game. What is infinitely surprising is that, just 3 minutes after Mao Xiaomo posted on Weibo and Instagram, PUBG Blue Hole officially retweeted this Weibo and responded, "Adjustments have already begun." I don't know if he listened to Mao Xiaomo's words, or if he was already making adjustments. But who cares about that? Mao Xiaomo is so talented. One sentence can shock the Blue Hole. This position is no longer the same as Mao Xiaomo's before. In the 4th set, Liquid only finished in 8th place. However, the results of its 2 direct competitors, EG and FaZe, were not particularly good either. One placed 5th and the other placed 7th, neither of which further narrowed the gap with Liquid. The following 5th set also allowed everyone to finally put away the slogan that Liquid is invincible, because Liquid was once again wiped out on the way into the circle. However, relying on Mao Xiaomo's command, Liquid still stabilized in 7th place, almost in the finals of the set. A good commander can determine the lower limit of the team, and a good team determines the upper limit of the team. In the 5th set of the game, FaZe finally seized the opportunity of Liquid's absence and successfully won the chicken. This suddenly narrowed the point gap with Liquid. But the good times didn't last long, and Liquid responded with a set in the 6th set. 19 kills the strong chicken. In this way, Liquid still maintains a huge lead.
Okay. The game ended in 6 sets. Liquid also lived up to expectations. For chickens in 6 sets, this strength is really beyond words. Yes.
Mjoy and Yehao had been commentating on the game for several hours. They were a little tired, and their words were weak. But no one paid attention to them, because they worked so hard. This is the first day of 7 hours of continuous commentary. There is a second day of competition tomorrow.
Let's take a look at the standings after 6 games. Not surprisingly, Liquid still maintains a very huge lead.
The scene changes. Halfway through the tournament. The standings are as follows. DreamHack Marseille standings. 1. Liquid Day 1, 2,742, total, 2742 chicken times 4. 2. FaZe Day 1, 1798, total, 1798 chicken times 1. 3. EG Day 1, 1596, total, 1596. 4. M19 Day 1, 1311, total, 1311 chicken times 1.
This is a bit disappointing. It originally felt like a 3-set match to chase points. But after the 3-set match in the second part, not only did the point difference not narrow, but it actually widened the point difference.
Joy shook his head and smiled. They will definitely be happy if Liquid has good results. Because of Liquid's strong performance in the last set, Liquid continued to maintain a lead of nearly 1,000 points. With this advantage, even if FaZe is given 3 sets, FaZe may not be able to recover. Moreover, Liquid's terrifying chicken win rate is simply unheard of. Forget it in the qualifiers. What is the concept of 4 chickens in 6 sets in the finals? He is simply not human. Can a good leader really be of such great help to the team?
See you tomorrow at the same time.
HooYall live broadcast is over. Nearly 20 million live broadcast popularity. This is the first day. After the fermentation on the first day, it is actually not easy to say how popular it will be on the second day. It may be because of Liquid's violent performance on the first day that the popularity will explode on the second day. It is also possible that everyone feels that there is no suspense in the game. And it is mainly because of watching Mao Xiao there is a possibility that Mo will not come to his debut. Everything will be revealed until tomorrow.
Cheers!
A few people from Liquid, plus Chris and Alvin, had 2 drinks at the wine table. But it's only 2 drinks. There's a game tomorrow afternoon, so it's impossible to drink too much.
Don't be happy too early, and don't relax until the last moment of the game. Even if there is a 1,000 point difference.
Mao Xiaomao suddenly poured a basin of cold water on him. He was still thinking about the 4th and 5th sets. To be honest, they shouldn't have been wiped out in those waves. According to the perfect situation, it should have been 6 consecutive chickens on the first day. This is the result that Mao Xiaomao really wants.
I know. Fight well tomorrow, and continue to eat chicken.
Ibiza was also very happy. He took Mao Xiaomao and started a toast. Such a relaxed game can bring out his full strength. At least he is very comfortable playing in this team now. Chapter 586 Airport Circle. At the end of the first day of competition, the world was shocked. Everyone thought that Liquid might achieve a relatively good result. But this result is a bit too scary. For chickens in 6 games, leading the second-place FaZe team by nearly 1,000 points. The overwhelming news and highlights from Liquid. The whole team was like a tiger descending the mountain. It was simply unreasonable. In fact, if Liquid can perform stably in the 4th and 5th sets, maybe the first 6 consecutive chickens in history will appear. All the previous luck theories and circle luck theories have been broken.
With great success, Liquid ranks first with 4 chickens in 6 games. Easy and freehand. Can FaZe stop Liquid? With a score difference of nearly 1,000 points.
The game is no longer suspense.
Countless news declares the power of Liquid. How to do it? In a short period of time, Liquid has the potential to win the championship. Many professional players from Xia Kingdom were impressed, and also received a notification. The second call-up for the national team may be earlier than originally scheduled. Mao Xiaomao was fighting for the national interests, and the country also gave him the greatest support. To be honest, Mao Xiaomao was not particularly excited about the good results on the first day. Unlike when he was in Xia Kingdom, he was now under tremendous pressure. All he could do was to do his best. Then, to live up to expectations. Mao Xiaomao spent another 2 hours carefully studying EG's video. In fact, Mao Xiaomao didn't know much about EG. A new team. The more I watch Mao Xiaomao, the more I feel that EG has a lot to do as a team. Scum's command is not very bad, but Liquid actually made mistakes on the transfer. In fact, part of the reason is that there are 3 voices in the team. Ibiza and James are too strong to give full control over Scum. In Mao Xiaomao's view, it is difficult to form a team that can focus on where to go. But the EG team is very suitable for Scum. With an old teammate, a backbone Zed, and a super newcomer Matthew in the professional circle. These people can all listen to Scum's instructions unconditionally. So EG's performance is also remarkable. And the few losing games are also somewhat unexpected. Mao Xiaomo's goal is not only the Marseille station of DreamHack, but also the 10 substations that will follow. If he wants to achieve good results in these 10 substations, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key. EG's route into the circle is also more changeable. Because there are relatively few competition samples, Mao Xiaomo only took a rough look. With above-average command and top-notch marksmanship, it's no wonder that the EG team can get the top spot, the runner-up of the competition. The game continued the next day. The explosive scene on the first day of the game only made the number of people watching the game on the second day only increase. Huya is still at the level of tens of millions. The number of people increased and decreased, but overall it was a slight increase. After all, many people don't like to watch games without suspense, which is normal. Liquid's strong performance on the first day also raised everyone's expectations for them. Maybe the only team that has a chance to unify the world of PUBG. Okay. Hello viewers. Welcome to the DreamHack Marseille Finals brought to you by Huya Live. I am the commentator Mjoy. It's okay that I am. The next day's game was still brought by these two brothers. Liquid also had a lead of nearly 1,000 points on the first day of the game. I wonder if there will be a miracle for the FaZe and EG teams on the second day of the game. It is definitely possible, but the chance is relatively small. Liquid has entered the finals in 6 games. The stability is too high. It is more difficult to chase points without having 3 chickens in a row or 4 chickens in a row. Yihao also told the truth. No matter how poorly Liquid performs in these 6 games, plus their original scores, EG and FaZe still have to show the same performance as Liquid on the first day. After a while of analysis, the first set of the next day, which was the 7th set of the final, officially started. Okay. It's a new day. I don't know if Liquid will continue to surprise us or if EG and FaZe can turn the tide. Let's wait and see. It's not that Mjoy deliberately didn't talk about other teams, but the current situation after 6 games, except for example and FaZe who have a slight possibility of catching up with Liquid, it is almost impossible for other teams. The 3-legged situation. On a new day. I don't know how it will change. Let's take a look at the route of the first game. It's relatively balanced. It's a south to north route, which is friendly to everyone. However, as commentators, we actually prefer to watch some more orphan routes, because this way there will be some friction in the early stage, and the game will be much more enjoyable. Mjoy said. The first set of the second day had a balanced game route, and Liquid was also searching with peace of mind in Y City. First lap. Airport Circle. Interesting. Mjoy and Yehao said. The 7th set of the game turned out to be an airport circle, which did not appear in the first 6 sets. This time, Liquid did not choose to land on the south side of the airport island as usual. Instead, they chose to sail from Port Inn. The time they went there was actually a bit late. Mao Xiaomo was afraid that someone on the southern island had already landed early. So if they go south again, they will have no information. Unless Mao Xiaomo has no choice. It is impossible for him to blindly attack aimlessly. This is the least safe way to enter the circle, especially since Liquid is so strong now, and has no one to fear from the front. There is no need to make such a risky move. After landing at Port Inn, Liquid followed the road directly up the mountain. The most painful thing about the airport circle for teams outside the airport is that many teams have to abandon their cars. Otherwise they will be stranded at the bridgehead and unable to enter the circle. Mao Xiaomo personally doesn't like to walk on the bridge, because once he is stranded, he will die there completely. In that terrain, as long as the opponent does not make a big mistake, it depends too much on the opponent's face. And once you freeze, you can't move away even if you want to. In the 2 consecutive security zones, Liquid is still within the circle. But this circle has the intention of going inside the airport. This is also what Mao Xiaomo is most worried about. Chapter 587 Jean's Mistake. Oh! Liquid took the initiative to find FaZe. From a god's perspective, the distance between Liquid and FaZe is not very far, and the sound of Liquid's car attracts Liquid. Then everyone saw 4 members of Liquid quietly pounce on him. You're too proactive. Might as well shout out loud. There is no need for Liquid to do this wave. This is the 3rd circle. Life and death? But Mjoy saw a clue. Liquid wants the car. They want FaZe's car. And that's exactly what happened. Mao Xiaomo's judgment is that the next circle will most likely be inside the airport. In this way, for those teams who want to enter the circle from outside the airport, vehicles are indispensable. Otherwise, it will be almost impossible in such a huge open space in the south. You can come in. So no matter who the opponent is, Liquid will grab their car. I just happened to meet FaZe.
The first set of the second day. Now the world recognized super teams Liquid and FaZe have met again. FaZe didn't notice Liquid's approach, but they had been carefully observing the surrounding information. Observing 3 directions. FaZe is looking in the direction of Liquid. I opened the 4x scope and kept searching for enemies that might suddenly appear. And Liquid's position was getting closer and closer. The hearts of all the viewers were in their throats, fearing that Liquid would be knocked out the moment it showed up. Liquid's 4 people formed a curve, with Mao Xiaomao dragged in the middle. After passing a small slope, I suddenly saw FaZe. At the same time FaZe also saw him. Duh. Both of them react very quickly, because FaZe has set up his gun in advance. He can fire it faster than Mao Xiaomao. After the shot, Mao Xiaomao immediately shrank back. Then everyone saw a very synchronized scene in the storyboard. After Mao Xiaomao and FaZe retracted at the same time, they took out grenades at the same time. The actions are exactly the same. This is the battle between the world's top players. After the first wave of gun battles, the second wave of grenade throwing is crucial. The other members of FaZe also came to support them, instead of relying on vehicles as cover, which would have put them in a position where they might be killed. They are FaZe, so naturally they are not afraid of head-on firefights. For people pulled directly horizontally. Finally a head-on team battle. FaZe and Liquid. Fateful enemy. Boom. Boom. 2 thunderbolts were thrown out from the hands of Mao Xiaomao and FaZe at the same time. The throw is fast, and the 2 of them can dodge quickly. Although the 2 loud noises caused a little blood loss, they had no major impact. The difference is that FaZe continued to come out to set up guns, while Mao Xiaomao had to choose to spray medicine. At the same time, the 4 flankers from the 2 teams were also pulling towards both sides. It can be said that this kind of team duel is very rare in the game, because it is difficult to guarantee that no third party will join the battle. However, in this set, there are relatively few teams in the south of the airport circle, so there is still a lot of room for Liquid and FaZe. In team duels and professional competitions now, throwing objects also account for a large part. Yes, Mao Xiaomao also complained about this on Weibo yesterday. Mstoy chatted with Yahao. The 2 sides immediately began to throw objects at each other, and only Ibiza frantically pulled toward the flank. What Mao Xiaomao told him was to turn sideways and ignore the front. FaZe saw Ibiza's figure, but there was not much he could do. However, this way, Liquid had 1 less person on the frontal battlefield. Is it possible to give it a try? In a flash of lightning, under the cover of smoke, FaZe finally started taking action. Mzee and another FaZe assaulter pulled directly in the direction of Iron. Duh. Iron! Learn! Mao Xiaomao saw someone from FaZe moving in the direction of Iron, and the M16 in his hand fired more than a dozen bullets in 1 second in single-point mode. Ta. No matter how many times I see Mao Xiaomao's M16, it's still so nerve-wracking. Professional data scientists have conducted statistics. The hand speed of Shroud and G-God Grims. How many times the M16 can be clicked in 1 second? Can be found on Bilibili by searching for G-God M16, and the latter searching for Shroud's live broadcast challenge to G-God's M16 single-click hand speed. Facts have proved that Shroud's maximum hand speed is about 13 times per second, and G-God is stronger than him, with a peak speed of more than 15 times per second. However, G-God rarely uses the M16, although his hand speed is fast. But he is not among the users of M16, and Mao Xiaomao's hand speed is faster than the 2 of them. 17 shots per second. No bragging. I suddenly felt that whoever shot 17 shots in 2 seconds was wronged. I feel so too. I've been single for 20 years with this hand speed. People have Chung Yao. The barrage is also constantly refreshing. But this is the vague content. No one knows what the limit of human hand speed is. But Mao Xiaomao is refreshing everyone's outlook. This kind of hand speed cannot be acquired through hard work. Jean saw that Iron's side was about to be charged, and immediately came to support him. There was another communication error. Inverted. In this wave, Mao Xiaomao should go to support, and then James will take the sniper rifle. But James rushed over directly, leaving Mora Mao too late. I can only install a 4x lens to force the fuzz face on the opposite side. But there is still a fundamental gap between snipers and rifles. Boom. Another member of FaZe pulled him out. 1 shot of 98k took Mao Xiaomao away. FaZe_Jimpy used Car 98k to knock down Liquid_Denovo with a headshot. Mao Xiaomao took a deep breath and suppressed a trace of dissatisfaction. After all, The team has just been working together for a short time, so it is expected that communication problems will arise. Only games will expose these problems. When Mao Xiaomo fell, the entire liquid battlefield was cut apart. Jimby holds up iron, and Fuzzface goes directly to help the frontal battlefield. FAZ_MZ uses AKM headshot to knock down liquid_iron.
Withdraw,
Mao Xiaomo said to Ibiza. In this situation, if we continue to play, 99% of the time we will lose. Although there is a chance to steal the side, FaZe will definitely come to count after clearing the front. And then Ibiza will not be able to escape even if he wants to.
Oh, there seems to be something wrong with Liquid's communication. Mao Xiaomo can't stand the gun.
In this kind of fixed point mounting, a sniper rifle is much better than a rifle. After all, a gun dare not show its head opposite the hand. Mstoy also sees things very clearly, and he pointed out this wave of liquid problems to the point. It's just that the person holding the gun was wrong. In fact, Mao Xiaomo has mentioned this issue several times before, but it is difficult to ask Ibiza and James to change it immediately. They have been doing this for 2 years, and it is impossible to change all their habits in 2 days. In the past, Liquid almost relied on players' intuition to play the game. There is rarely direct cooperation between players. Now that Mao Xiaomo has come to Liquid, changing Liquid's playing style is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. He must tell the players how to play through countless games and actual combat. Ibiza turned around and left after hearing Mao Xiaomo's words. He couldn't leave if he didn't leave. He also saw the situation on the field very clearly. If he didn't leave, it would be in vain. After Iron fell to the ground, the helpless James was also blown down. No effective counterattack. As a result, Liquid lost 3 members in just the 3rd round, leaving only Ibiza as a lone wolf. In the first set of the next day, Liquid's situation was also somewhat grim. FaZe realized it later, and was very excited when he found out it was Liquid. A great opportunity to chase points. If this plate can successfully win the chicken, the point difference may be further narrowed. If you want to catch up with the 1,000 point difference in the next 6 sets, stable performance is also the key. Ibiza found a small pit at the edge of the circle and lay down. Liquid finally received a scolding after taking some time off, and Mao Xiaomo finally started to fire at James. When James heard Mao Xiaomo's rebuke, he didn't understand it at first, but Mao Xiaomo said it very clearly. Thinking of what Mao Xiaomo said before in the training match, James also realized his mistake and kept asking the rest of the team. Members apologized. To be honest, I didn't think much about it at the time. I also forgot that he was carrying a sniper rifle. He just wanted to help the flankers from being breached as soon as possible. After receiving James' attitude, Mao Xiaomo was also very satisfied. If they can make some of them remember a little longer, this time's near annihilation will be regarded as paying tuition. They still have a 1,000 point lead that they can squander. In the final analysis, James is more convinced of Mao Xiaomo, so he admits when he is wrong and hits wherever he points. No matter in terms of command, ability or personal charm, Mao Xiaomo is a perfect player. What they can do is become the sharpest knife in Mao Xiaomo's hand, the fastest gun. Facts have proven that if Liquid can complete the grind, they are invincible. Chapter 588 M249. After FaZe killed 3 Liquid players, the entire team became more and more courageous as they fought. After rushing into the airport, they first defeated 3 Na'Vi in a team, and then wiped out the Full of Anger team. The entire team entered the finals with their heads held high. On the other side, Ibiza was also knocked out by unknown firepower while entering the circle. Liquid only finished 16th in this set. However, for Liquid, which has a lead of nearly 1,000 points, a loss in one set is still within the acceptable range, and the trend of the entire team is now upward. So Mao Xiaomo is not too worried. What he needs to do is lead the team to win championships one after another, and then give an account to the country. Such a good opportunity. FaZe also worked hard to chase points, and had already scored 15 kills before the finals.
FaZe played very fiercely in this set. Yes, this set is also a good opportunity for them to chase points.
After Liquid died, he was also looking at FaZe's perspective. Mao Xiaomo acted as a commentator, constantly telling his teammates where FaZe's cooperation was. Although the other 3 are all strong first-line professional players, they are still learning about things other than marksmanship. But FaZe's luck was not very good in this set. There was a concentric circle, but there was no bunker in front of them for them to enter the circle. All we can do is smoke and storm Alliance. However, although Alliance is not strong,
It is still relatively good at handling this kind of smoke-laden charge without cover. A few thunder and fire were thrown into the smoke. FaZe's combat power has been weakened by more than half. Then the 4 people fired blindly, knocking down 3 FaZe players one after another. The last FaZe player was helpless, and was killed in the smoke. Okay, FaZe team is wiped out, so Liquid's lead won't be reduced too much, M16 said. FaZe only finished 5th in this set, and did not achieve the good results expected. However, with 17 kills, they still scored 369 points in this single game. But it's not enough for FaZe now. What they have to do is chase points like crazy. Liquid ranked 16th. This result is definitely not the norm. FaZe failed to seize such a good opportunity. Even viewers around the world sincerely feel sorry for FaZe. The game progressed relatively smoothly in the 7th set. Alliance occupied a comparatively advantageous terrain and created an ultimate invincible destiny circle in the 7th circle. In M19, the fishermen benefited from the internal friction of Liquids, and they successfully got the chicken with 9 kills. Alliance also successfully ranked among the top 8 with its outstanding performance in this set. But it had no impact on the results of the championship team. Liquid's direct competitive opponent EG was not in very good shape in the first game. There was a communication error when attacking the building and only finished 13th. After the set, the top 3 seats should not change much. Fortunately, I was slapped in the face by the speed of light just after I finished speaking. The standings were instantly displayed on the big screen. DreamHack Marseille standings. 1. Liquid Day 1, 2,742, D2 or 1, 23, total 2765 chicken times 4. 2. FaZe Day 1, 1798, D2 or 1, 369, total 2,167 chicken times 1. 3. M19, Day 1, 1311, D2 or 1, 384, total 1695 chicken times 1. 4. EG, Day 1, 1596, D2 or 1, 50, total 1646. Oh, what a mouthful of milk. M19 also surpassed the EG team and came to 3rd place. And now the point difference between Liquid and FaZe is only about 600. This point difference is already within sight. Fight if it's good. Maybe we can get closer in one game, M16 said with a smile. Fortunately, there was no embarrassment of being slapped in the face. But indeed, both they and the audience had their eyes on Team Liquid, FaZe and EG. But little did they know that M19 had quietly caught up. Speaking of M19, this team is also a relatively large club. It has also suddenly emerged in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, and has achieved relatively good results in various competitions. The results are also very stable. However, looking at the current score difference between EG and M19, it is a bit difficult to catch up with Liquid and FaZe in the first group. 3rd place is their more realistic goal at this stage. Halfway through the schedule, the teams at each stage are now more obvious. In this game, the strong will always be strong. There are definitely times when a strong team is in bad form, but 8 out of 10 games have been in the first few games, which speaks volumes. After the 7th set, everyone had 2 conflicting emotions. One is to hope that FaZe can catch up so that the game can be more exciting to watch. The other is to simply hope that Mao Xiaomao can lead the team to win the championship. Because to be honest, this DreamHack is not a competition that must be won. Nor is it an official event. But what they don't know is that this game is what Mao Xiaomao must win. The 8th set begins. Liquid is still in Y City. The 8th set has officially begun. This plate is another northern circle with Shuichang as the center. It shouldn't be difficult for Liquid to enter this circle. It mainly depends on the refresh in the next few circles, because there are very few resource points on the northwest side of Y City. It can be said that there is only one big resource point in S City, so there will not be too many obstacles. What Liquid is looking forward to now is the mountain battle, so that their frontal advantage can be more obvious. Now Liquid's playing style is also very simple. In the first circle, as long as you don't brush your face, try not to grab the center of the circle. The profit will be relatively small, so you can simply spend more time searching for supplies. The good news is that an airdrop hit inside Y City. It's an airdrop delivered to the face. Level 3 head. Level 3 armor. Plus an M249. This gun is Mao Xiaomao's favorite gun. I have always liked this gun since the CD days. And this gun is much more powerful than everyone thinks. A very simple truth. This gun is better than the M16 in close combat. Chapter 589. Pulling the gun with countless sweat. First of all,
One of the advantages of the M249 gun that everyone knows is its magazine capacity. With a magazine capacity of 100 rounds, you don't need to change bullets once after a team battle, as long as there is no reloading. 100 rounds of bullets are more than enough to deal with a team battle. This also ensures that this gun can ensure continuous output of firepower. There will be no stalling during reloading. His strafing skills are even better. Don't even think about driving a car safely in front of him. With 100 rounds of bullets, a professional player's pressure gun can definitely blow up an intact Jeep. Then briefly talk about what makes this gun so powerful. The muzzle velocity of the M249 gun is 915. Although it is a machine gun, it is second only to the August among all rifles. The second and most important point is, his shooting interval is 0.075 s. What is the concept of this shooting interval? It has the same rate of fire as the M16. It also means that among the entire rifles, the M249, like the M16, ranks first in rate of fire. This is a large M16 that can be fully automatic. Another reason why ordinary players don't like this gun is that it cannot be used as a single-point quadruple scope. But this difficulty is not difficult for today's professional players. Sia Kingdom's Little Lion, 17 show, and top players like Bastion can also do it easily. Moreover, the machine gun also has a very big advantage. That is, it can shoot from the ground in special terrain. With the existence of the bracket, the machine gun will become very stable and even save the effort of pressing the gun. The level 3 boss was given to James, and the level 3 armor was given to Ibiza. It is also a common configuration for teams. Mao Xiaomo is the main output point of the team. So generally when there are armors, priority will be given to players in the team who need to compete with opponents or duel. So the winning rate will be greater.
Okay. Second circle. Let's see how to brush it,
Joy said. After 10 minutes of searching, the second save zone was refreshed. It's a concentric circle. And this circle
seems to have the intention of cleaning up our city. Maybe. The probability is higher.
Joy and Yahao analyzed. This circle is a concentric circle, with our city as the center. The northern part of our city accounts for about 40%, and the southern part occupies slightly more area.
Liquid now chooses to enter the circle to collect information, or wait for another circle on the edge of the circle.
It's easy to say. He knew Mao Xiaomo's commanding style very well. But after going to Liquid, Mao Xiaomo's playing style was slightly different, because of Liquid's unique configuration.
Oh! Stand still. In the past, Mao Xiaomo should have chosen to go to a hill in the center of the circle to observe the information in the circle. But now Liquid is blind and knows nothing about the information in the circle.
Joy analyzed. Mao Xiaomo naturally had his own ideas when he stood still. First of all, I don't know whether to brush south or north in this circle. This is the second circle. It has not reached the stage where gambling is necessary. But if this circle goes south and north, it is very likely that the third circle will be brushed. Just in case, without swiping which side they go to, it will definitely feel a little overwhelming. Moreover, in Liquid's current position, it is very easy to advance into the next circle. So a lack of information is not a big deal. As long as they enter in the third circle and occupy a good position, they can still obtain enough information.
Now 3 teams have entered City R, and there are several teams near City P who are waiting to see. At this time, the different strategies of each team are reflected,
Joy said. In the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the playing styles of strong teams and weak teams are very different. Strong teams prefer transfer and operation, while weak teams prefer gambling. Several teams, no matter how strong they are, can compete with each other. Obviously, in this arena where strong players gather. For example, Liquid and FaZe are the first level teams, so they didn't choose to go to our city. Once this circle enters our city, it may not be easy to get out. Now is also a critical stage for several teams to chase points, and no one can afford to lose.
The third circle is still a concentric circle. In this way, 90% of the next circle will be on the south side,
Joy said. There is now only a small area on the north side of our city. If nothing else happens, after the fourth circle is refreshed, all the teams will gather in our city. But Liquid is a bit uncomfortable in this circle. Only half of the gardens they originally wanted to visit were within the safe zone. You have to fight for your life on the third lap.
Liquid chose to transfer. They should have no route into our city.
It's easy to say. There are several routes for Liquid to enter our city. One is the main road between the school and the garden. It definitely does not exist.
Firepower from all directions can sweep them into a sieve. The northern route into the circle also does not exist. It is better than the previous route. There is also a sieve. What they can do is stick to the garden and engage in a wave of head-on confrontation with the enemies in the garden. Then grab the garden from the enemy. And in the next circle go directly from the garden to our city. In simple terms, this is such a play method. Liquid moved to a small slope outside the garden and put James down. The other 3 people got on directly and prepared to charge. This gun setting point is so important. Because when you enter the garden outside our city, there are not many places where you can set up guns in the garden. One is the wall, and the other is the roof of the red building. If no one sets up a gun, you will definitely get a heavy blow. Ibiza drove his motorcycle to the front. The Liquids in the garden heard the sound of Liquid's car and immediately leaned forward to shoot. But James was waiting early. A confrontation with Youngs. James wasn't too anxious in this wave. He was a level 3 boss, and the opponent was a level 2 armor. No matter what, the opponent couldn't kill him instantly. The moment Young saw James' level 3 head, he subconsciously shot it away. Boom. Boom. Liquid_James used Car 98K to knock down Liquids_Youngs with a headshot. Although James took the shot from Youngs, he still accurately hit Youngs in the head. Knocked down instantly. At the same time, Ibiza was also knocked down in the car. But the level 3 armor on his body delayed Liquid enough time. Mao Xiaomo and Iron stuck to the wall, one on the left and the other on the right. Even though James was half healthy, he still came out to take action. He couldn't let others take care of Ibiza. And it didn't matter even if he fell. His current situation is that he is risking his life to help the front battlefield. It will be okay if he falls. Anyway, he can climb to the back of the reverse slope and wait until Mao Xiaomo and Iron win this wave of team battles and return to rescue him. As soon as Mao Xiaomo got out of the car, he immediately walked sideways towards Liquids. And Iron was also very smart. He instantly understood what Mao Xiaomo meant and went straight for him. Boom. Duh. James missed 98k with one shot, but was shot in the head by Zik instead. Liquids_Zik used M416 to knock down Liquid_James with a headshot. And Iron also moved head-on from outside the wall. The gun's preview point is always at the headshot position of the opponent's probe. Although Liquid fell down by 2, Mao Xiaomo had already disappeared from the frontal battlefield. Liquids didn't know where he was, so they were always on guard. But, coincidentally, Tuz, who might be able to spot Mao Xiaomo immediately, saw Iron sideways. At the same time, Mao Xiaomo was pulled out from the side. 3 Liquids sideways. The M249's crazy flame spurted out from the muzzle. Unlimited output firepower. Ta. In order to create space for Mao Xiaomo, Iron was knocked down instantly, before Liquids had time to make up for it. The flank suffered a huge impact. Mao Xiaomo instantly squatted down and fired. A few bullets killed Tuz. Then he instantly pulled the gun to Zik's head. Mao Xiaomo! Pull the gun! Pretty! 1, 2, 3. The M249 that is constantly outputting does not stop outputting for a moment. Continuously pull the gun. Pull from one enemy's head to another enemy's head. So smooth that it's so smooth. This is what we have been doing for half a year. The result is bleeding from the hand skin. Without sweat, you would not understand the meaning of success at this moment. This is also the first time Mao Xiaomo has shown such a draw in a professional arena. Ta. Very beautiful. Perfect draw. Too strong. Liquid_Denovo used M249 to kill Liquids_Zik with a headshot. Liquid_Denovo used an M249 to kill Liquids_Ftuz with a headshot. Liquid_Denovo kills Liquids_10 with an M249 headshot. The world's highest level of shooting. Kill 3 people instantly. The last player, 10, was killed with a headshot without even turning around. No solution. Liquids. The group is destroyed. Everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies. Some people even jumped out of their beds. I yelled, "Hack you! This is a gun." Mstoy and Yahao also looked at each other speechlessly. The current Denovo is no longer the same king as before. People will only see your gorgeous performance, but they will never see the sweat you put in. But so what? What Mao Xiaomo has to do is to keep his gorgeous performance in the game. And then, win. All members of Liquid were rescued, and were waiting in the garden for the next safe zone to be refreshed. Chapter 590 Street Fighting in our city. Liquid also played very well this wave, and didn't suffer any losses. Yes, The other three have attracted sufficient firepower for Mao Xiaomao. This wave of fighting is a bit interesting.
Joy and Yahao praised one after another. What they are happy about is not only that Liquid is getting better and better, but also Mao Xiaomao's core position in the team. A Xia native, who can play a core position in the world's first-tier team, is definitely worthy of the country's pride. Chris and Alvin in the audience also breathed a sigh of relief. The palms and backs of the hands are full of flesh. What they hope is that no matter which team wins, there will be as little attrition as possible. In the end, the Liquid team was better, which is also a reflection of their strength. The circle is not over yet. Liquid has already begun to move towards their city, even if it is a professional competition. In this kind of circle, the teams will not make too many moves during the circle brushing. They are more waiting to see how they will enter the next circle. In this non-target shooting terrain, Liquid also restrained itself a lot and tried not to do anything against the gun. Although they were not very weak, each team was inside the house now. And even if they were knocked down, they couldn't make up for it. This is a pointless duel because the opponent is not your direct enemy. If the opponent is your direct enemy on the way into the circle, you can gain a certain advantage by consuming the opponent's armor. However, if the opponent is only a mid to long distance opponent, you will only consume your own armor for no reason. Every decision Mao Xiaomao makes in this arena must have strategic significance. But even though Mao Xiaomao said it very clearly, Ibiza was still shot down by a sniper.
Mine! Mine!
Ibiza said sarcastically. Mao Xiaomao sighed secretly and continued to remind his teammates. Because Liquid has been running in for a short time, many things need to be familiar, and Mao Xiaomao also spent more energy on it. The next two circles are the southern cut angle and the concentric circles, both of which were within everyone's predictions. Once these two circles are cleared, it is an out-and-out street battle in our city. Mao Xiaomao is very familiar with our city. This is where the dream begins. And he also knows the best way to fight. Several team members stuck to the wall and occupied a position on the edge of the circle. Liquid's luck was also very good. After counting, they found that there was number 3-story building in front of them. The two main outputs of Mao Xiaomao and James were up to 2. Third floor. The top floor of this 3-story building is a very dangerous floor, because there is only one wall that can be used as a cover, and it can be attacked directly from several other directions. So James also outputs by the door, so that even if he falls, he can still follow it. Stairs climb down. The terrain of our city is relatively simple. The warehouse is a high point, but the view is very poor. You can't see the housing area below at all, and you can't get any information. Then, there is what people commonly call
3 bedrooms.
This place is theoretically the best location in the entire R city, because the terrain is high. There is a line of sight, and there is an invincible wall in front of it as a bunker. It is extremely comfortable, but the only flaw is that you cannot defend yourself from behind. If a team comes down from the warehouse, it is impossible for the team in the 3 rooms below to notice it. And then, there is the most vulnerable city. The locations in the city are all similar, grid by grid, and each grid has about 3 houses. Professional teams generally choose high-rise buildings with 2 or more floors. You really can't do anything in a 1-story house. And you can't set up a gun because of the poor visibility.
Someone wants to get closer to us,
Iron said. Some teams have already begun to smoke and prepare to storm Liquid's room area. But the 4 people who had already set up their guns couldn't possibly let them come over, even if the smoke was sealed perfectly. If a few thunderbolts hit, they wouldn't give their opponents a chance to release the smoke. In the end, Avanger also gave up entering the circle. When he tried to go around the circle, Liquid got 2 heads, and the remaining 2 people were poisoned to death. In this way, Liquid not only cleared the enemies behind him, but also brought the number of enemies to 6. As mentioned before, the best way to fight in street fighting is to enter the center of the circle and reduce the number of moves. But it doesn't matter in our city, because the terrain is special and the houses are sparse. It can be said that this is an area where entry requires marksmanship. The 6th circle is refreshed, which is a circle in the west. It is a bit difficult for Liquid to enter the circle.
I don't know what Mao Xiaomao will choose in this circle.
Now everyone on the other side of the road has moved over, and there are still 12 teams alive on the field. This is the horror of street fighting. In the first few games, in the 6th lap, we can actually see a general direction of the game and predict who has a higher chance. However, there are great uncertainties in street fighting, because the team may suddenly die. Liquid has been slow to transfer, which is very different from their usual transfer style. Liquid wants to punch in from the edge of the circle. Mao Xiaomo's confidence comes from his confidence in the marksmanship of the 4 Liquid players. If they forcefully advance through smoke, Liquid will be too passive, even though the survival probability will be much higher than entering the circle from the side. If they handle it well when the circle is brushed, the result will be very different. The safe area begins to refresh. Liquid threw a few cigarettes in front of a housing area further away, which was their ultimate goal. These cigarettes also try to interfere with the opponent's sight. There are at least 3 teams targeting this housing area, and they are all eager to try. They are closer to this housing area, and the poison is applied very slowly. They have enough time to deal with the enemies behind them. Liquid is also the second team, and starts to charge left and right. Then Mao Xiaomo and Iron, the bunkers of the house, pulled outside the leftmost wall, and began to squat and walk in. But someone has discovered them. A low-throwing mine was also thrown into a 2-story building nearby. It exploded directly under Mao Xiaomo's feet. Boom! Mao Xiaomo was caught off guard and was blown down. But at the same time, Iron's reaction was very fast, and he directly killed with a backhand headshot. Liquid_Iron used AKM to kill Navi_Shade1 with a headshot.
Navi Lone Wolf will die immediately.
Iron immediately pressed the rescue button. Fortunately, the poison circle cleared slowly. Otherwise, there would be no chance of rescue. In this way, everyone in the Liquid team has been defeated once. Anyone who has played the game knows that there is a huge difference in blood loss speed between not being defeated and being defeated once. Chapter 591, Phase to Spare. On the other side, Ibiza and James also came around from the right side of the house. After a few people organized themselves, they also inserted themselves into the circle. Liquid_Ibiza took down with Scarl. Liquid_James took down with M416. Street fighting in our city. Just based on reaction. There is no doubt about the personal talents of these Liquid players. And the screen keeps switching to these players, almost always knocking down the opponent instantly. Then pack up and move on. Face to face with opponents. Almost 4 of them never lost.
How scary! This reaction!
After Mao Xiaomo's M249 fired again and killed 2 people, Msjoy and Yehao finally couldn't restrain their excitement and exclaimed,
"Don't fight far! Just go away! If you die, you will die!"
Mao Xiaomo shouted in the team. There is still a chance of survival if you go directly into the circle. But if you hit the enemy further away, you will definitely die. Unfortunately, at the last moment when he entered the circle, James was knocked down by the team further away, and then was instantly replaced. Liquid successfully stuck to a wall on the edge of the circle. But the wall location was too small, and Liquid would definitely make another move. Mao Xiaomo was actually very satisfied that 3 people could stick to this wall. If you can get into this circle, it's already pretty good. You can't ask for too much. The wave of constant attacks in the enemy crowd just now also boosted Liquid's morale.
We won't attack Iron, and we go to the first floor of that house. Ibiza, you are outside the wall.
Mao Xiaomo immediately arranged the positions of his team members. Iron followed Mao Xiaomo and rushed into the second-story room without hearing a single step. But I just heard the firepower output of this house during the battle.
Clear the first floor first,
Mao Xiaomo said to Iron. Then, regardless of the enemies on the second floor, they began to count the enemies safely. Mao Xiaomo's caution also prevented them from being attacked by surprise. In the innermost small house, a lone wolf from M19 is fishing. However, this M19 player has a bit of a funny mind, which made Mao Xiaomo want to laugh. When I opened the door, I saw a first aid kit on the ground. Who are you kidding? Bro, this is the house and city are in the finals. Will you leave a first aid kit on the floor? Even if there is no first aid kit, Mao Xiaomo will still take inventory as usual. But the moment he sees the first aid kit, Mao Xiaomo feels a little funny and rushes in with the advanced gun. Ta. The lone wolf of M19 is still previewing the first aid kit. Mao Xiaomo rushed in and beat him up. Caught off guard, Liquid_Denovo used M249 to kill M19_XPL.
Tianxiu, I'm really speechless about the IQ of M19.
As a professional commentator, I laughed out loud without being kind. It's like a room that has been opened. If you open the door and see a first aid kit, you will definitely think subconsciously,
there must be an ambush here.
It's impossible to stupidly rush in and pick it up. Everyone's scalp is numb at this M19 show. The team upstairs showed no signs of movement, and Mao Xiaomo still judged that it was not a full team. This style of play is a more passive style of play. If it is a full formation, this team should not let them and the lone wolf of M19 below come in. And there are no steps on the top, which is obviously to hide their own team. The actual number. Mao Xiaomao thought about it. This building is really not easy to attack. And it is very easy to cause accidents if it is attacked by force. But if they don't attack, they won't be able to defend the first floor if a third-party team joins in. The 7th circle is refreshed. A southern corner circle, Liquid, and the team upstairs are also in the safe zone. Beat! On the playing field. Mao Xiaomao only hesitated briefly before giving the order. After hearing Mao Xiaomao's command, Ibiza started throwing objects towards the stairs and the 3rd floor. Boom! Hiss. 2. The moment the grenade exploded, Mao Xiaomao heard 2 footsteps. Just 2. Mao Xiaomao never doubts his own judgment. Professional players must have strong confidence in their abilities. Throw a few cigarettes up, and the whole building is filled with smoke. Quick victory! This battle must be resolved quickly, because Mao Xiaomao doesn't know if any team has the ability to approach their room. Mao Xiaomao took out his M249 and stepped onto the stairs. The only 2 remaining members of FaZe desperately held the stairs. And the moment they heard the footsteps coming up, they attacked with both hands. Fire breaks into the smoke. But it didn't work. Mao Xiaomao dodged the strongest wave of firepower. Then let Ibiza, who arrived later, rush forward. He has level 3 armor, and can withstand 2 more shots. Try not to get stuck on the stairs, and give the teammates behind him a chance to go upstairs. Ibiza heard the interruption in the firepower and rushed forward, followed closely by Mao Xiaomao. FaZe firepower comes one after another, but Mao Xiaomao's firepower is even stronger. Crazy output of M249. At this distance, almost invincible. Ta. Liquid _ Denovo used M249 to kill FaZe _ Fuzzface. Liquid _ Denovo used M249 to kill FaZe _ Mse. FaZe 2 men were instantly killed by endless firepower. The group is destroyed here. FaZe's mood is very heavy. Even desperate. Liquid is still on the field. And the number of kills is extremely high. This game is not optimistic. Okay. This brings Mao Xiaomao's personal kill count to 9. In the finals, Mao Xiaomao's personal kill count also reached 9. Moreover, he overtook James and occupied the first place in the personal kill list. Liquid occupied this room and happily licked a wave of FaZe packages, replenishing armor and ammunition. Ibiza still returned to the original wall, which was a position that could help Liquid hold the front gate and advance. Attack, retreat and defend. On the other side, several strong teams, Knights and EG, also moved down from the high point and stuck to the north side of the circle, which had no impact on Liquid for the time being. The game has reached the final stage, but there are still many lone wolves on the field. 6 teams, 14 survivors. Liquid has another chance to win. Until now, no one has any doubts about Liquid. Even FaZe can't compare to such stability. Chapter 592, 5 chickens in 8 games. The EG team is also very stable. It's a pity that they didn't win in the previous games. Yeah, I don't know how this one will be handled, Joy said. The EG team has been very stable in the past few games, but it has not won a single chicken. It is still a short breath before reaching the finals, but it still shows that there is no problem with the general direction of the team. The EG team played relatively conservatively in this game, with only 1 kill, which was the opposite of Liquid's 14 kills. Although they are still fully staffed, the situation of the EG team is not very optimistic. There are still 3 knights around them, who will pose a fatal threat to them. On Liquid's side, except for Alliance's undiscovered lone wolf, there are no dangers around. The 8th circle still draws a concentric circle, except for the large open space in the middle. Only the small area on the lower left side of our city is within the safe zone. There will be no one coming from the right side. Ibiza, please check the left side and come in no hurry, Mao Xiaomao said to Ibiza. Their current room is still within the safety zone, so there is no need to move. But you still have to clear out any enemies that may appear around you. In a split second, the teams on the north side were instantly engaged. The safe zone also begins to refresh. The 4 teams in the north were strangled together. It was impossible to save them after they were knocked down. The scene was also very tragic. At the same time, Ibiza also clicked out the Alliance lone wolf, who was secretly trying to post the Liquid room area. Cleared. Let's go downstairs. Mao Xiaomao saw the message on the upper right corner. I think this is a great opportunity. There are not many people on the field now, and all the people on their side have been cleared, which means that the remaining teams are on the opposite side. And judging from the speed of people falling, they will almost die at the end of this circle. They can't let their opponents safely rescue all the members and then fight them again. You must know that they are on the edge of the circle now. When the 9th circle is refreshed, they will definitely be the first to take the poison. And the most important thing is that there is no bunker in front of them. Even if there are 2 people on the opposite side, they may be killed directly. So they decisively chose to rush out of the original housing area and press towards the north side of the circle.
Liquid is very decisive. They want to press on while Knights and EG are fighting. This way it is definitely the right choice,
Mjoy said. Now press forward. And no team will have time to control Liquid. In this way, Liquid can pass through the open space without cover. When Matthew was knocked down by Knights, he happened to see Liquid pressing over him, constantly reminding teammates in the team. But EG now has people in front and behind. 2 fists were unable to defeat 4 hands. Scum was instantly stunned and could only grit his teeth and continue shooting. Liquid was cold-blooded and rushed directly from the flank. Mao Xiaomao directly repaired the Matthew under his feet, got the 10th kill of the game, and then joined the melee. EG's players were attacked from both sides. Almost within 2 seconds, all the remaining 3 people were knocked down. EG defeated Jihu, and only 6 people were left on the field.
Knights down 2. Press.
Mao Xiaomao's face was expressionless. He was still observing Knight's information when he just attacked, for example. 2 people fell. And now there are only 6 people left on the field. Except for the 3 people from their Liquid team. The remaining 3 people must be from the Knights. The 2 people who fell to the ground have not yet been wiped out. Ibiza and Iron directly pressed forward. One on the left and the other on the right. Mao Xiaomao raised his gun. But the last player of the Knights, Voxic, is very capable and can almost kill Ibiza instantly. Duh. Mao Xiaomao only hit the helmet with 1 shot.
Remaining blood.
After that, goes straight to fill up the spot in Ibiza. Voxic didn't dare to use the medicine, so he continued to pull out and hit hard. But it gave Iron a completely sideways wave. A wave of headshots without any difficulty. Duh. Liquid_Iron used AKM to kill Knights_Voxic with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Team Liquid.
Congratulations, Liquid. In the 8th game, I once again killed a chicken with 17 kills. It's unreasonable,
Mjoy shouted. Yihao also said.
Yes. 5 chickens in 8 games. This is a bit too scary.
In 8 games, Liquid won 5 chickens. It can be said that in this DreamHack competition, Liquid is the dominant team. This is still the newly established Liquid. Ridiculously strong. With extremely strong personal strength and the world's best command. This is the upper limit of the team that people can't even see beyond. This game was also a close call, with the team in danger of being wiped out several times. But Liquid relied on their individual abilities and teamwork to get through smoothly without any surprises. These coordinations are not very complicated, but Mao Xiaomao's ideas are too clear. He knew exactly when to do something and for what purpose. Even in the chaotic battlefield, Mao Xiaomao was able to capture the information that Knights was down, and then successfully rushed in to complete the kill. Mao Xiaomao also got 10 kills in this game. There is no doubt that he became the MVP of this game. Liquid and others are now convinced of Mao Xiaomao. And at the same time, they are proud and excited.
After FaZe succeeded in chasing points in the 7th set, Liquid also responded quickly,
Mjoy shouted. FaZe just had chicken in the previous game and narrowed the point difference to 600 points. After this game, I guess I'm going to hit 1,000 points again. Liquid is such a tough team. And every time they need a response, they can give a strong and appropriate response.
Let's take a look at the post-match interview of this game first. After the interview, let's take a look at the standings as of the 8th set.
The scene cuts to the scene. The person being interviewed by Liquid this time is Ibiza. After eating 5 plates of chicken, the first 2 were all played by Mao Xiaomao, and the last 3 were all played by Ibiza. As for Iron and James, they are both players who don't like to show off. Chapter 593, Sharpen Your Own Knife.
Hello, Ibiza. Nice to see you again.
The beautiful host smiled.
Me too. Liquid is winning again. Is there any difference between this time and the previous games?
Ibiza thought for a while and replied.
It's no different. It's just listening to the command and working as a team. We are getting better.
Even the Xia Kingdom audience can understand this English paragraph. Ibiza also gave all the credit to Mao Xiaomo. He was not bragging on purpose. By now, he has already been convinced by Mao Xiaomo.
How much do you think you have performed? Or how much room for improvement do you think you have?
Ibiza smiled slightly.
About 60. Okay. Back in the live broadcast room. After 8 games, the gap between FaZe and Liquid may further widen. Yes. Let's take a look at the standings after 8 games first.
DreamHack Marseille standings. 1. Liquid Day 1, 2,742, D2 or 1, 23, D2 or 2, 604, total, 3,369 chicken times 5. 2. FaZe Day 1, 1798, D2 or 1, 369, D2 or 2, 162, total, 2,329 chicken times 1. 3. EG Day 1, 1596, D2 or 1, 50, D2 or 2, 324, total, 1980. 4. M19, Day 1, 1311, D2 or 1, 384, D2 or 2, 95, total, 1790 chicken times 1.
Okay. Sure enough. The score difference between Liquid and FaZe has reached more than 1,000 points. This score difference is a bit desperate.
Msjoy shook his head and sighed. This is truly from FaZe's perspective. For the FaZe team, there are now 4 games left, and this point difference. If you fight normally, there is no chance at all. Unless FaZe is suddenly possessed by the gods and eats 4 chickens in a row. The probability is too slim. Especially in front of a team like Liquid. And the gap between FaZe and the next 3 to 6 is not particularly big. For example, M19, Alliance, and Knights all have good results. There are wolves in front and tigers in the back. FaZe must perform. Out of the 12 sets, 8 sets have been okay. 2/3 of the entire schedule has passed. And it can be said that Liquid is now the best. Second place FaZe can't even see Liquid's taillights. Participating in the finals for the first time. The results achieved by this new Liquid are enough to shock the world.
The 9th set begins. After the set, 3/4 of the entire schedule has passed. If FaZe doesn't perform at a divine level, it may have to say goodbye to this championship.
The game continues in the 9th set. This DreamHack final is also the most watched esports event in recent times. The number of live broadcasts worldwide has exceeded that of LOL's S event and Dota 2's TI event. Different from traditional esports games, PUBG has a very large audience and is very popular all over the world. There are professional esports clubs in every country. Unlike traditional esports projects, some are played in Asia and some are played in Europe. It would not be an exaggeration to say that PUBG is the only esports project that is popular all over the world. The development of the game in the 9th set was a bit unusual because it was a mountain circle. There was no large-scale attrition until the 5th circle. And some well-known teams were still on the field. Liquid's luck was not very good in this round. And it did not occupy the center position of the circle. Even if Mao Xiaomo wanted to operate, he was powerless. Some circles are not something you can enter if you want to. But the good news is that this is a mountain circle where Liquid is better. Mountain warfare has always been the type that Mao Xiaomo is good at. Because in this terrain, throwing objects plays a smaller role, while marksmanship and teamwork play a bigger role. So everyone followed Liquid's perspective and experienced what it means to fight for life. Fight and unreasonably. Liquid defeated Alliance and Liquids in succession. And there was no bloodshed in the 2 battles. Msjoy kept sighing.
PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is still an FPS game after all. And marksmanship is the most fundamental thing.
Liquid also continues to use the guns in its hands to tell the world that with marksmanship, you can really do whatever you want. A slightly unreasonable and forceful fight is to pull out and fight with your gun. If you can't win the gun fight, all other tactics are of little significance. Although Mao Xiaomo prefers to stay in IFCD in his heart, he has to admit that Liquid is the team that can best utilize his talents. This is a team composed of several of the world's top talented players. Mao Xiaomo has incredible card-playing skills. And now he has another good deck of cards in his hand. Liquid now has a huge lead. And with the endless killings in this set, several people are red-eyed. If they were lagging behind in points, Mao Xiaomo would definitely stop these red-eyed players. But now that the lead is so big, Mao Xiaomo also deliberately wants Liquid to compete with other teams at the highest level of professional competition. More duels and more cooperation experience. Mao Xiaomo constantly reminds Team Liquid of their teammates' positions. And Liquid has only one goal. Kill.
Like a giant bulldozer, Liquid started massacring along the edge of the circle. The number of people is also constantly rising. 4, 7, 9, 12, 15. After wiping out 3 teams in a row, Liquid's entire team's armor was emptied. But the process went very smoothly, and not a single one of Liquid fell to the ground. With gorgeous offensive skills, Liquid keeps sharpening his sword. In the entire arena, Liquid has only one real opponent, and that's FaZe. Although EG and M19 also have very good results. As long as it is a head-to-head confrontation without bragging, Mao Xiaomao feels that they will win steadily, winning 9 out of 10 games. And FaZe is the only one that will make them feel pressured. Team. The several ways of duels with FaZe can be felt most intuitively. Among the remaining strong teams, Na'Vi have not played against each other very often. But although their frontal strength is strong, they cannot achieve results. Teams such as Ghost, Avanger, and WTSG are still a little behind. Liquid still wants to fight. This is going to be a trap. Joy was a little surprised when she saw that Liquid had no intention of entering the circle immediately. This safe zone is about to be refreshed. Isn't it a little irrational to force a fight around the circle? And Liquid's opponent Na'Vi really wants to cry. They want to leave. Their only opponent is Liquid. But they don't understand why Liquid insists on chasing them. Logically speaking, the two sides are not direct competitors. Mao Xiaomao has made it very clear to his team members that he must deal with the enemy as quickly as possible, because the time for several people to get used to each other is still short. Mao Xiaomao will definitely not miss such a good training opportunity. In professional competitions, there are many battles that must take place on the edge of the circle, and they must be resolved quickly. Liquid throws a few thunderbolts away. Just rush forward. The safe zone begins to refresh. Na'Vi also directly pulled out and faced off against Liquid. But James, who was setting up his gun at the end, knocked down one of them with one shot. Then Ibiza, who went around from the poison circle on the other side, also successfully stole Na'Vi's side. After knocking down 2 people one after another, he was also knocked down outside the poison. Mao Xiaomao has great ambitions. 10 championships. He does what he says. In Mao Xiaomao's heart, this championship is already within his grasp, and he needs to take a longer-term view. In this competition, because Liquid is a new team, all the information is blank. Other teams will not study their transfer methods and fighting methods. Just like many players who are short-lived in sports and esports. The characteristics are that it is a blockbuster, and then it is studied and targeted after a period of time, and then it disappears from everyone. Every game of DreamHack is a new journey, and the next game will start soon. So there is not much time left for Liquid and Mao Xiaomao. This time in Marseille, Liquid 3 got off to a perfect start. Can you guarantee that Liquid will have such a good start in the next game? Na'Vi was knocked down 3 people one after another, and the remaining one was also forcibly killed by Liquid. Although the execution of the tactics formulated by Mao Xiaomao was a bit flawed, it was still completed successfully. For this kind of team that restricts each other, it is impossible to fully integrate into the circle. When necessary, free men must be sacrificed to forcefully steal the side. The health status of Liquid 3 is not good. In fact, if the fight goes smoothly, they should be in a relatively healthy state. However, the cooperation is not very smooth now. Otherwise, they should have sufficient combat effectiveness when it is time to spray medicine for teammates. The positions of FaZe and Liquid entering the circle are also very close, and they have already entered the circle in advance. After hearing Liquid's gunfire, combined with the kill information in the upper right corner, it is not difficult to determine Liquid's position. If they want to forcefully chase points, they will directly block Liquid. But Mao Xiaomao was very smart and took a detour and entered the circle safely. Chapter 594 Carbine. FaZe did not wait for Liquid and immediately judged Liquid's position. But now Liquid has entered the circle and must be well prepared and ready, waiting for FaZe to charge forward. After this round of heavy attrition, the number of surviving teams on the field has also dropped sharply to 8. One circle was missing more than half the number of people. The 7th circle was brushed in the center of the circle, and Liquid encountered the same situation as Na'Vi just now. FaZe didn't want them to leave. FaZe's position is closer to the safe zone, so Liquid takes the poison first. Liquid chose to slip away. Joy saw Liquid stealing cigarettes and analyzed it. These cigarettes were thrown directly in front of FaZe, and Mao Xiaomao continued to suppress it with firepower. Iron! Cut off the queen! Clear! The two main outputs, Mao Xiaomao and James, retreated directly, and Iron is still suppressing FaZe alone. The strongman breaks his wrist. It is also common in professional competitions. An absolute survival competition means that the entire team survives until the end. FaZe saw Liquid preparing to run and immediately pounced on him. But Iron's backhand shot one person in the head, then immediately fall to the ground.
Pretty! These 2 shots!
Yeehaw shouted. Iron's 2 grabs were absolutely world-class, and he took FaZe away with 2 consecutive shots. FaZe is also in a bit of a dilemma.
Press!
FaZe's command was very decisive, and he directly chose to clear Iron. However, Iron lay on the ground without spraying any medicine, and the red dot AK in his hand directly opened the scope to preview the opponent's position. Although it is in FPP mode, the sound judgment is not good. Even if the field of vision is limited, Iron can still judge the opponent's position based on the opponent's footsteps. Just shoot ahead. While exposing himself, he also killed Zay instantly. But at the same time, another member of FaZe fired a shot and successfully cleared Iron. Liquid_Iron used AKM to knock down FAZ_Mzay. FAZ_Haxi used M416 to knock down Liquid_Iron. Mao Xiaomo and James also took this opportunity to successfully climb over the small slope and jump into the circle.
Zay should be able to save it,
Mjoy said. This poison regenerates very slowly, and Fuzzface will definitely not be able to save it. But Mzay looks like he can give it a try. Haxi also pressed the rescue button immediately.
Looking like this, you should run away. Yes.
After Mzay was rescued, he didn't have time to apply medicine. He ran forward 50 meters before stopping to pack a first aid kit. But FaZe's delay completely reversed Liquid's position. Mao Xiaomo and James had no intention of letting FaZe go, so they directly started fighting at the edge of the circle. Unreasonable. FaZe comes all the way. I saw Liquid's muzzle, only a few dozen meters away from both sides. Mao Xiaomo fired dozens of shots, and then took them back instantly. At the same time, he was shot several times in his body.
This wave of guns is a little pony.
It's also funny. This wave of consecutive shots wanted to blast FaZe's head, but the gun was raised a little higher, and the hit rate of more than 10 shots in a row was worrying.
Embarrassing. But don't worry about it when everyone has a carbine. FPS has to fire so many times a day. No matter how strong the player is, there are times when he has a carbine.
Mjoy also smiled. It's rare to see Mao Xiaomo's carbine moment. The dead Ibiza almost laughed when she saw Mao Xiaomo's carbine, but her teammates were still in the fierce competition and could only hold it back. After Mao Xiaomo made a mistake in this wave, the entire situation of Liquid was also worrying. He did not kill Mzay instantly, resulting in the position of Liquid's 2 people being killed by 3 people from the opposite side. Otherwise, in a 2-on-2 situation, Liquid still has the positional advantage. But now that FaZe has 1 and 2 punches, Liquid is very uncomfortable. Boom! FAZ_Mzay used a frag grenade to knock down Liquid_Denovo. A grenade was thrown at Mao Xiaomo's feet, and Mao Xiaomo was killed without any suspense. The 3 FaZe people directly opened up and attacked James, without giving James any chance, and took him away directly. The moment Liquid died, Mao Xiaomo also took a breath, and then said to the team, My horse. Perhaps because the lead was relatively large and Liquid's mentality was relatively relaxed. Ibiza laughed on the spot.
You're smarter than me. Roll. Okay. FaZe successfully entered the circle. Liquid got 6th place in this set, but they have 18 kills. The score will definitely not be low. It depends on how FaZe goes in this set,
Mjoy said. 12 points per kill. Liquid's 18 kills, plus ranking points. There are still about 300 points. FaZe has to win to get enough points. There are no EG or regular teams like Liquid among the teams in this finals. Although FaZe only has 3 people, the circle is still very beneficial to them. After a wave of fighting, the M19 cleared out nearby enemies and successfully entered the circle. With the 3 pillars standing against each other, there was a melee. FaZe took advantage of the chaos to attack, and in the end, Mzay withstood the pressure when only 1 person was left. Clear out M19 and a banger one after another. Chicken success. Although FaZe only has 7 heads in this game, as long as he wins the chicken, he can catch up with some points. Liquid ranked 6th with 18 kills. The ranking score of 135 points plus the kill score of 216 points were actually 351 points. And the number 1 FaZe only has 484 points. Although FaZe had a bad game in this set,
They only managed to catch up to 133 points. This score, considering the 1,000-point difference between FaZe and Liquid at this stage, is not worth mentioning at all. There are still a few games left, and FaZe must open up a point difference of at least 300 points every game.
FaZe needs to take advantage of this intermission to think about the strategy for the final stage. Yes!
The first 3 games of the second day are over. The game has also entered a 1-hour intergame break. After this break, the last 3 games of this DreamHack Marseille will usher in Chapter 595, Battle of the Century. After 9 games, Liquid still holds the top spot. DreamHack Marseille standings: 1 Frowny Face Liquid, Frowny Face total, 3720 chicken times 5. 2 FaZe, total, 2,813 chicken times 2. 3 M19, total, 2,155 chicken times 1. For Frowny Face EG, Frowny Face total, 2045. 9 of the 12 games have passed, and 3/4 of the entire schedule has passed. But Liquid already leads by nearly 1,000 points. This point difference is already desperate for FaZe. Only by eating 3 plates of chicken in a row can a comeback be possible. But it's only possible as long as Liquid plays a slightly better game. The championship will be firmly in the bag. The Liquid team has shown ferocious attack power in these 9 games. Not to mention 5 kills in 9 games. The average kills per game is more than 13. In such a professional competition, he averaged 13 kills per game. How terrifying is this statistic? The second place FaZe only has about 6.7, which is twice as many. As Joy said, FaZe needs to think carefully about what to do next. The entire Liquid team is relatively relaxed and has a huge advantage. Not to mention their normal performance. Even if they perform abnormally, FaZe may not be able to catch up. FaZe only has 2,800 points in 9 games, and the average score in a game is less than 300 points. Even in 3 games, FaZe may not be able to catch up with Liquid's current score. It can only be said that we have already half-stepped into the championship threshold. It is so rare to step into the championship threshold 3 games in advance, which shows the huge advantage. The 1-hour break passed quickly, and today, it was rare for FaZe to have 4 people hiding aside to discuss tactics. Anyway, when Mao Xiaomao saw FaZe peeking at them, he felt that these 4 old guys must be up to no good.
Okay, the 10th game has officially begun. This game should be regarded as a game that directly determines the championship.
Mstoy replied.
Well, you can't say that.
In this game, as long as FaZe does not narrow the gap with Liquid, Liquid will win the championship steadily. If FaZe wins, it can only be said that FaZe still has a glimmer of hope.
I think the set can directly determine the outcome. I believe you want Liquid to make a box. But this Liquid is 5 chickens in 9 games. It would be good if the chicken eating rate of more than 50% can stop them from eating chickens.
It's okay to tell the truth. Liquid has such a high chicken eating rate. It's already very difficult to stop them from eating chicken. Do you still want them to land in a box? So FaZe flew directly to Y City.
This route is a route from north to south. A vertical route. The jump points of each team should not change much. Oh. FaZe flew directly to Y City. This is not the style of European and American teams.
Mstoy and Yehao almost jumped up. It's just that they all have smiles on their faces. This game is interesting. European and American teams basically did not invade other people's territory in previous games. FaZe's only few games were in the final game of a certain competition. There was no other way to adopt this tactic. But then it was adopted by European and American netizens. Attack. In last year's PGL, I was forced to play C9 in the last game. At the end, I was also attacked by netizens. Although I explained it in the end, it still had an impact. This time at DreamHack, FaZe actually went to trouble Liquid 3 games in advance.
Someone dance with us. FaZe. Aw? Don't think about it. It must be them. They are the only ones with this motive.
There are also constant discussions within the Liquid team. There was something wrong with Mao Xiaomao's eyes when he was watching the FaZe game. He was deliberately avoiding them, obviously trying to make some move. Now on the field, if the routes are normal, FaZe should be the only one who has the motivation to come to Y City and want to play Liquid. Does FaZe want to win this game? Of course I want to win. But FaZe basically gave up the championship in this station. They know how difficult it is to chase 1,000 points in 3 sets. It is not a question of whether it is difficult or not, but a question of basically impossible. Even if they get 3 consecutive chickens, 70% of them will not be able to eat the chicken. They want to try it. Let's see how strong Liquid is, and whether they can beat Liquid. FaZe still remembers how they evaluated Liquid at the beginning. Well, they couldn't cooperate well, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But now, the score difference is 1,000 points. Fortunately, I didn't know what FaZe said in private. Otherwise it would have become a joke to the whole world. FaZe has never looked down on any team, but Liquid really gave them such a feeling during the qualifiers.
The battle of the century,
Mjoy said excitedly.
I think it's a battle of glory.
Ehao continued. Whether it's a world war or a battle of glory, this battle will undoubtedly steal everyone's attention. OB's perspective is completely locked on City Y. Motionless. Navi steals a car? Let me grab it for you. Target shooting with Vita? If you beat me to death, I'll beat you to death. Anyway, the OB perspective is motionless, but it just satisfies everyone's desires. 8 people from FaZe and Liquid fell into Y City, all maintaining a good formation.
Looks like this. Maybe we need to collect all the equipment before fighting,
Mjoy said.
Yes. For such a strong team, they are still reluctant to find a gun and fight with others. It would be too unexpected, and it would easily lead to attrition.
It's easy to explain. FaZe and Liquid each jumped to one side and began searching the house. If it were another commander, he would definitely command Liquid to evacuate City Y immediately after searching. In these games, as long as he survives to the end, he will basically win the championship. In the early stage and the second place, he is also a direct competitor. This is absolutely irrational. As long as the team annihilation is equal to giving FaZe an opportunity. The score difference is about 900 points now. As long as FaZe wins a chicken after the team annihilation, that 500 to 600 points. The point difference will instantly become visible. But he is Mao Xiaomao. Now he is a king. To build this Liquid, Mao Xiaomao not only wants to build it into a team with strict discipline and can play wherever directed, but the most important thing is this kingly temperament. Since you want to rule the world in PUBG and become the real devil, you must have the domineering aura of a king.
Take this group. Are we going to lose?
Mao Xiaomao chuckled. But that's the chuckle. Let the other 3 members of Liquid get fired up. Iron, Jeans and Ibiza couldn't stop smiling.
Yes. Are we afraid? We won't lose.
A commander can influence the mentality of the players to the greatest extent. Mao Xiaomao has been instilling this idea in them. We are invincible. The direct impact is the players' confidence. Confident players and unconfident players are 2 different performances on the playing field. Now the entire team of Liquid is firm and confident. Audiences around the world were shocked when they saw that Liquid didn't run away and gathered all the equipment to meet him.
Liquid! They rose to FaZe challenge. Wow!
The foreign commentators also shouted. The king is like this. Not afraid of challenges from any team. If it is a team that comes to cause trouble, Liquid will definitely not see it. But this is the second place FaZe team. If they lose, they will directly GG. Even the second place position will be ignored, being impacted. But FaZe is not afraid. They have no expectations for the results of this station anyway. Both sides are very determined. And this battle will never end.
66666. Liquid is awesome. Hack FaZe.
The audience on Xiaoguo's side are naturally all on Liquid's side. Only Mao Xiaomao has this kind of temperament and exciting energy, which is why so many PUBG viewers love Mao Xiaomao and are still waiting for his return when Mao Xiaomao announced his departure.
Now,
he is back.
Let's not talk too much. Let's take a look at the equipment on both sides.
Mjoy had a lot to say, but the battle was about to break out, and he didn't have that time at all.
Liquid has firearms that they are familiar with. The main reason is that Mao Xiaomao's M16 is so easy to find and does not require any accessories. You can just hold a gun and shoot. European and American players are very familiar with and good at AK-aim. We basically have level 1 sets here, and Liquid has 2 level 2 sets on Jeems and Mao Xiaomao. FaZe armors here are all their own as soon as they are picked up, and they are not distributed too much.
In street fighting, some magnification lenses are not of much use. So Mjoy and Ehao didn't mention it. Both sides basically have the same equipment, and the movement time is not much different.
Coming!
Jean saw FaZe whereabouts from the high point and said directly to Mao Xiaomao,
"Come down and fight the encounter."
Mao Xiaomao called Jeans down. In this kind of street fighting, the role of setting up a gun at a high point is very limited. If it is in an urban area, because there are many places where it cannot be set up. Only special terrain is suitable for setting up a gun. FaZe and Liquid are also getting closer. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 596. Reflexive Instant Kill. Mao Xiaoma and Iron pulled directly to the flank.
Liquid is going to pull the gun line and start a one-on-one duel. Yes,
Mstoy analyzed. The role of the gun line in street fighting is not as great as in mountain fighting, but it can tear apart the opponent's formation. Liquid needs to play to their strengths, and the initiative is in their hands. FaZe's strongest strength is transfer and coordination. It is definitely worthwhile to transfer Liquid now. With Mao Xiaoma, it can even be said to be better. As for coordination, Liquid will not be able to reach FaZe's current level for a while, so they have to play to their best advantage. That's marksmanship and reflexes. In the second and second divisions, Liquid directly divided itself into two halves and pulled them toward both sides. If FaZe doesn't respond, it depends on Liquid's synchronization and tacit understanding. If FaZe can be hit at the same time, FaZe will definitely not be able to bear it. The four FaZe players maintain their formation and move toward Liquid. They only know the general location of Liquid, but not the specific location. Knowing who his murderer is, FaZe is also cautious. Climbed one wall after another.
We're about to meet him,
Mstoy shouted. FaZe and Liquid are getting closer and closer, and Mao Xiaoma should be the first to take action. In a corner, Mao Xiaoma had already set up his gun in advance. The moment Mzee appeared, the dots were connected instantly. Ta-ta-ta-ta. But Mzee's nerves were already tense. The moment he passed the corner, he saw the barrel of the gun. If it were a member of another team, Mzee might have counterattacked directly. But this is Liquid, so don't doubt Liquid's marksmanship. Mzee reacted very quickly and jumped back. The blood volume on his body also dropped to the lowest level instantly.
It didn't fall in seconds, but Iron is pressing upward.
The moment Mao Xiaoma crippled Mzee, Iron pulled towards FaZe. At the same time, Liquid's team is also constantly communicating.
Low wall. Clear.
Ibiza and James glanced at Mao Xiaoma's screen and instantly knew their opponent's location. This is the benefit of positional science. You can quickly get information about the other team. For people pressed up from both sides, suddenly I was given a panoramic view. Liquid played very boldly, surrounding the FaZe team on both sides. This is not a mountain battle. To dare to fight like this in a street battle, Liquid is really confident in its own skills. Mao Xiaoma is cultivating their self-confidence. Maybe they already have it in their hearts. Just pull it out and face off against your FaZe. Mao Xiaoma likes this kind of duel very much, because the proportion of throwing objects is very small. Not long after the search started, everyone's throwing objects are very limited. It's a coaching match based purely on strength. After taking the medicine, Mzee pulled him out and faced off with Mao Xiaoma.
Direct duel. Pretty.
No fancy gun fighting. Mao Xiaoma shot his head directly with 2 consecutive shots. Although Mzee also took aim at his opponent's helmet, Mao Xiaoma had already set up his gun in advance. Liquid_Denovo used M16A for headshot to knock down FaZe_Mzee. FaZe reacted quickly and did not dare to save. Fuzzface and Haxi rushed directly towards James and Ibiza. All 4 people reacted instantly. But the gun lines of James and Ibiza overlap. After Ibiza knocked down Fuzzface, he and James were also knocked down by Haxi with a rifle behind him. Then patch it up instantly. FaZe_Haxi used AKM to kill Liquid_James. FaZe_Haxi used AKM to kill Liquid_Ibiza.
Look at the frontal battlefield.
The screen cuts again, and Mao Xiaoma and Iron have already rushed to the front of Mzee. But even if FaZe has replaced their people, they are not in a hurry to replace them. At this time, the opponent may pull out to attack you when you replace them. No time to react. Mao Xiaoma jumped up and down to get the FaZe team's vision. And the FaZe team also played very calmly. Haxi did not choose to help Jimby on the front battlefield, but chose to save Fuzzface. This was a bold move, but the benefits were extremely high. Once saved, it's a 3-on-2 advantageous situation. Jimby was also very smart. He did not choose to fight Iron Mao Xiaoma, who was rushing over. He retreated as far as possible and pulled him to the side of the other 2 FaZe players to prevent him from being attacked by Liquid while rescuing people.
FaZe pull is very beautiful, and the positioning sense is very strong.
Mstoy also sighed sincerely. Jimby found an excellent position and set up his gun to defend. Things are looking increasingly bad for Liquid. Now, it was Liquid's position that was exposed to FaZe.
Hit the people over there first. Don't worry about that,
Mao Xiaoma said to Iron. Jimby he couldn't find. We can only knock out the 2 FaZe players on the other side, who are probably helping people.
Mao Xiaoma and Iron are going to charge forward. But Jimmy is setting up his gun. This wave is in trouble.
It's easy to say. Iron rushed to the front and passed by the intersection. The moment he saw the other two phase players, he and Mao Xiaoma were attacked by Jimby at the same time. Fast 4x telescope burst shooting. But?
Hack!
During the national live broadcast, Msjoy couldn't help spewing curse words. The moment the bullet hurt him, Mao Xiaoma turned around 90 degrees. Gorgeous direct camera aiming at Jimby's position. Purely based on sound and knee-jerk reaction. Mao Xiaoma didn't hesitate and just connected the dots. For this kind of training, you must shoot first and then find someone. Otherwise, if the opponent takes the lead, Mao Xiaoma will never stand a chance. But this subconscious shot, it was thrown directly on Jimby's head. Ta-ta-ta-ta. 4, 5 shots in a row. Gun hit. The biggest problem with Jimby is this. He is stationary. But Mao Xiaoma is moving. So it is easy for Mao Xiaoma to blow his head. But it is difficult for him to blow Mao Xiaoma's head. Liquid_Denovo used M16A4 to kill FAZ_Jimby with a headshot. Instant kill. Chapter 597, Win the Championship. Responsibility. But Msjoy didn't have time to admire Mao Xiaoma's magic gun. Because of the flash of lightning, the few remaining people on both sides engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. The moment Iron was pulled out, he knocked down Fuzzface, who was still alive. But he was also knocked down by Hackseat at the same time. The two super teams FaZe and Liquid only have Hackseat and Mao Xiaoma left. After Mao Xiaoma clicked out Jimby, he shot 4 times backhand. With the gunshot and reaction time of Hackseat knocking down Iron, Mao Xiaoma completed this action without any gaps. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Hackseat was obviously half a beat too slow to react. Drawing a gun is also a bit impatient. Even though it was a prejudged shot, Mao Xiaoma's gun was still accurately locked on Hackseat's head.
Beautiful. Liquid. Celebrate the championship in advance. In the 10th set, Liquid has secured the championship.
Msjoy and Yehao shouted. Look at the screen again. Liquid_Denovo used M16A4 to kill FAZ_Hackseat. FaZe team is destroyed. The battle in Y City ended with Liquid's victory. This time the battle also directly locked the championship. With the current score difference between FaZe and Liquid, no more miracles will happen. FaZe players were also helpless and regretful. In this battle, they can say that they tried their best, but they still lost to Liquid. And the explanation is self-evident. At least this time in Marseille, they were convinced.
Nice.
Ibiza and James high-fived each other. After the team defeated FaZe, it was not just as simple as winning the DreamHack Championship, but it also helped Liquid build strong self-confidence. When FaZe comes to Y City, you come, and you are the one who will die anyway. We have built strong confidence in FaZe, not to mention other teams. After successfully defeating FaZe, Liquid only has 2 people left, but it has nothing to do with the overall situation. This game is of little significance to Liquid. The Marseille game has ended 3 games ahead of schedule.
There are still 2 games left, and the point difference is 1,000 plus. FaZe really only has a 0.001% chance of catching up, which is basically impossible. Yes.
Msjoy and Yehao reached a consensus. In the 10th set of the game, the 2 Liquid players also managed to make it into the top 8 and got 7th place. Although the score was not many, it was fatal. After the 10th set, the point difference between Liquid and FaZe continued to expand, reaching 1,000 plus. The game has completely lost its suspense. Alvin and Chris in the audience were all excited, having won the championship 3 games ahead of schedule. Is this still the same Liquid? Maybe what Mao Xiaoma promised him can really come true. Although the result of the game was decided. What surprised the world audience was that Liquid did not stop their pace and won another chicken in the 11th set. In this way, Liquid won half of the games as a team. You must know that there are 16 top European and American teams. The game passed by minute. The 12th set of the game is about to be completed. Although Liquid has been eliminated early, it is no longer relevant. The 1,000 plus lead was maintained until the last set, when Liquids finally won the game. The entire DreamHack Marseille game officially came to an end.
Okay, this DreamHack Marseille competition is officially over. Congratulations to Liquid for winning their first championship after reorganization. The process didn't seem to be very difficult. New teams like Liquids have also emerged in this competition. Congratulations to them for winning a chicken in the last set.
Msjoy said. This game really basically had no suspense in the late stages. Liquid was far ahead all the way. FaZe's several counterattacks were suppressed by Liquid. The last wave of the game also ended with Liquid's victory.
Let's take a look at the standings and kill list of this finals first.
DreamHack Marseille standings. 1. Liquid, Day 1, 2,742, Day 2, 1815 total, for 1,557 chicken times 6. 2. FaZe, Day 1, 1798, Day 2, 1675, total, 3,473 chicken times 2. 3. EG, Day 1, 1596, Day 2, 1162, total, 2758. 4. M19, Day 1, 1311, Day 2, 1320, total, 2,631 chicken times 1. DreamHack Marseille kill list. 1. Frowny Face Liquid _ Denovo, Frowny Face kill, 51. 2. Frowny Face Liquid _ Gems, Frowny Face kill, 44. 3. Frowny Face Liquid _ Iron, Frowny Face kill, 36. 4. Frowny Face Liquid _ Ibiza, Frowny Face kill, 33.
This kill list is so impressive.
Joy shook his head and sighed. This is simply buggy to a certain extent. Liquid's 4 players rank 1 to 4 on the kill list. The team had 164 kills and averaged 13.6 kills per game.
No matter what, we still congratulate Liquid. And we also congratulate Mao Xiaomo for winning a very important Killing King.
The scene switches to the scene. A few people from Liquid also greeted the team next to them. FaZe and Navi teams are convinced. With 6 chickens in 12 games, they cannot accept this result. Liquids also came over to congratulate the big brothers. These newcomers have a bright future. They reached 10th place in the finals for the first time. You must know that there are 6 world-class teams behind them.
Congratulations. Thanks.
The name Denovo has begun to be loud in the world. Even louder than King. That was just a summer country invitational tournament. This was the European and American finals of DreamHack. He has undisputedly won the title of Killer King. And is also Liquid's ace commander. It feels like Mao Xiaomo will gradually take away his #1 position.
If Mao Xiaomo can stabilize his performance, he will be the #1 player in PUBG in a short time.
Yahoo sighed.
That's right.
There are several players around the world who are on par with Mao Xiaomo in terms of marksmanship. James, Shade1, Showdown 1K, FaZe Mze, and even EG's Matthew are all very strong players. But don't forget that he is also a superconductor. Maybe the word super is not enough to describe him. Award ceremony. Mao Xiaomo also won their championship trophy on behalf of Liquid. Countless spectators began to shout and applaud. Mao Xiaomo looked at the trophy in his hand and did not feel the joy he imagined. He breathed a sigh of relief. The greater the ability of a person, the greater the responsibility, and the more things he has to bear. This championship is what he should win. And what he must win. No matter whether he is happy or not. He must do it. Because no one else can do it except him. Ibiza is jumping up and down. For them, the last championship was half a year ago. Of course, they were happy to regain the championship in an almost crushing way. Iron's starting point is also very high. But his strength is enough to prove that he has a share in this championship. For strongmen gathered together, this Liquid is somewhat unstoppable.
Denovo, please say a few words on behalf of the team.
The host handed the microphone to Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo took the phone and said only one sentence.
Thank you everyone for your support. This is only Liquid's first championship. Come and witness us.
Although he raised the championship trophy high, there was another burst of cheers. The audience in Xia Kingdom has already been extremely excited. And the server of Huya Live is also shaky. This DreamHack copyright is really worth buying. Witness Liquid. In the following games, everyone has higher expectations for Liquid. With such a high starting point, it's unclear whether Liquid can fulfill everyone's expectations. But just from this game alone, Liquid has gained countless fans. Never say words like
strong team secrets.
Only the strong will attract fans. It has always been the most popular team in the world. After winning this championship, it has reached a higher level. It also added the power of the entire Xia Kingdom audience. The dust of the competition has settled. But everyone still has some unfinished thoughts. There are also countless posts about Xiaomo and Liquid on the forum.
Rational discussion. Is Mao Xiaomo the #1 player in PUBG now? Liquid won the championship with 6 chickens in 12 games without any suspense.
There is no rival for Liquid in the world.
Is Liquid's crushing a coincidence or inevitable?
Joy's replies are also very good.
Mjoy, now we can only have the ability to be the first. But we don't have enough honors. Let's look forward to it together. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. A Xiao man will definitely stand at the top of the world's FPS. Chapter 598 Stockholm Station. After the game, Mao Xiaomo also received a lot of congratulatory text messages immediately. I still selected a few more important people to reply. Cheng Yao also said cutely that you were great. Fortunately, no one else heard it. It was such a shameful scene. But Mao Xiaomo smiled happily. Cheng Yao, you should go celebrate later and drink less. Mao Xiaomo, oh. There are also congratulations from Gu Muyun and IFCD. Mao Xiaomo responded one by one. What touched Mao Xiaomo the most was the congratulatory message from the State Esports Administration. Congratulations! Don't put too much pressure on yourself. No matter what your results are, the country will be your strongest support. In the evening, Liquid's celebration party was attended by everyone related to Liquid. And Mao Xiaomo was also fed a lot of food. Mao Xiaomo drinks a little wine. But he has to compete with someone. This group of Europeans and Americans have all been exposed to alcohol since childhood. So he definitely can't compare. While howling and drinking at the KTV, Mao Xiaomo was also venting his stress and emotions. Everyone doesn't know why Mao Xiaomo is like this. But Chris knows. After all, Mao Xiaomo is just a 20-year-old kid. But it was too much to take on. Chris secretly thought that even if Mao Xiaomo couldn't fulfill his promise and win 10 crowns, she would fulfill her promise. After this carnival, Mao Xiaomo's head hurt for a whole day. And then he followed the team back to the European base. There will be a third game in a week. So they will stay at the European base for a few days. And then the third leg of the finals will be held in Stockholm, Sweden. Neither Liquid nor Liquids need to participate in the qualifiers for this finals, which gives them a long time to prepare. 2 days after the end of Marseille, both DreamHack and Blue Hole officials issued statements. DreamHack's official statement is about the competition mode. The previous 2 competitions were all island maps. And there has been news about the 2 maps of Desert and Sano. Although it has not been confirmed, it has been rumored. This statement is also an official statement. Sano and Desert map will be put into use in the 4th race. The rules of the competition are also different from the previous news. Because DreamHack has 12 competitions, and the schedule is relatively intensive. So there are still 2 days of competition. And a total of 15 games will be played in the 2 days. Even Mao Xiaomo was startled. 15 games in 2 days. This schedule is a bit life-threatening. On the first day, Sano started with 5 games, followed by 3 desert games, 8 games, 2 games in the desert plus 5 games on the island, 7 games in the game room on the second day. The schedule is much more cruel. But it's okay to think about it. The small map of Sano starts quickly and ends quickly. And the time is relatively short. In this way, it is equivalent to 1 more day and 1 more game than the previous games. But this is also very scary. Without a certain amount of exercise, the state will definitely decline. DreamHack officials are actually mainly considering their schedule. If each tournament has 1 more day of competition, then many professional teams will have to fly in the sky non-stop, which will definitely have a certain impact on the players and the competition. On the other side, Blue Hole's work efficiency is still very fast, and it was announced that the refresh rate of grenades will be reduced, while other projectiles will remain unchanged. This is also after some consideration. Smoke grenades are too important for professional competitions, and it is impossible to reduce the refresh rate. In fact, other throwing objects are not particularly useful, mainly grenades. However, Mao Xiaomo asked Blue Hole to make updates with just 1 sentence. This kind of right to speak is enough to explain a lot of things. Liquid continued to train after returning to the European base. They are not unfamiliar with the desert map. They have played many desert games in previous games. And Liquid is quite experienced in the desert map. Almost all of the championships they have won are in the desert map, taken from the desert map. It was the small map of Sano that was added to the game for the first time. The map is small, and there are not enough resource points. The resource points on the big map are just right. Let alone Sano, which is only 1/4 of the size of the big map. The island is 8 times 8. Sano is 4 times 4. However, the way to play this picture is much simpler. Just adapt to the situation and get it done. On the contrary, it is more advantageous for them. Liquid is really not particularly afraid of this kind of close combat. Moreover, Mao Xiaomo's ideas for entering the circle are never rigid, whether it's Sano or desert. As long as he follows his ideas,
there will definitely be no big problems. While the focus was on the island map, Mao Xiaomo was studying the Sano map alone. This picture may appear frequently in future games. It is a test of the team's coordination and execution. This is true. There are countless slopes in this picture, and the circle is very fast. And there is not so much time for the commander to process the information of other teams. This is a battle picture, but Liquid's focus right now is still on the present. That is the next race. Mao Xiaomo is also constantly stimulating his teammates' desire to win. Countless people have said that the most difficult thing in a competition is not winning the championship, but consecutive championships. The reason is also very simple. 2 words. Desire. When a team does not win the championship, their desire for the championship is different from their desire for the championship after winning the championship. Current Liquid has such a problem. But Mao Xiaomo continued to make a big deal for his teammates. Winning consecutive championships. 3 consecutive championships. And 4 consecutive championships. Becoming a PUBG team that dominates the world also makes James and Ibiza very motivated. A week passed quietly in the blink of an eye. The third leg of DreamHack Stockholm Station is about to start. What makes people feel a bit coincidental is that the 16 teams this time are actually the 16 teams that participated in the last competition. The bottom 4 teams in Marseille also participated in the qualifiers in Stockholm and successfully got the top 4. The biggest surprise is that there are no surprises, especially the 3-game format of the qualifiers. But that's okay. Same lineup, same schedule, same map. These 16 teams once again engaged in fierce fighting. The week's competition has just ended. And this weekend, the war is starting again. The audience of Siagwa PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds happened to watch European and American games on days when there were no games, which also enriched the otherwise boring weekend. The game went on as scheduled, and the 4 teams Liquid, FaZe, Navi and EG were strangled together again. As for the third round of competition, the result was somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 599, a showdown with a first-line professional team. Before the game, many commentators in the circle predicted that Liquid might be targeted. The second game was the first time the new Liquid played in the finals, and many teams were not familiar with their style. But the third race, everyone suddenly discovered that what is the use of studying Liquid's route into the circle? In the third round of competition, everyone found that Mao Xiaomo's command was also improving. Msjoy kept talking during the game. Mao Xiaomo's current point selection and command has also undergone a lot of changes. Originally, Mao Xiaomo's command in the second station was still the original style. But in the third round of the competition, Msjoy said that Mao Xiaomo's current selection of spots is to fight. Just choose the mountainous area to move to, and you won't be afraid even if there are many teams. Only Liquid holds tight, and there are almost no teams that can compete with you in small-scale team battles. 1 week of running in has made Liquid, which was already in good shape, even stronger. 12 games. Once again won 6 chickens, winning the championship again with an 800-point lead over the second-place EG team. This time everyone realized that PUBG might be about to change. A Liquid dynasty is coming. These 4 people are simply monsters. Every time I watch Liquid's head-to-head battles, it's a constant exchange of fire, either to destroy the opponent directly, or to defeat one opponent and defeat 3 others. It's almost impossible to find a team that has a back and forth with Liquid. No matter how strong FaZe was in the past, it was never this desperate. So far, this new Liquid, led by Mao Xiaomo, has a chicken win rate of over 60% in professional matches. The chicken winning rate in professional competition finals is still 50%. This is no longer scary. This is ridiculous. FaZe players, M16 players, all lamented on Twitter. This Liquid is too strong and has no chance at all. They can only take advantage of the terrain to fight Liquid. In a head-on confrontation, no team in the world can be Liquid's opponent. After DreamHack Stockholm ended, these European and American teams had unlimited fighting spirit. Before the next race begins, crazy looking for Liquid is sparring. It's a 4v4 team battle in training mode. Liquid's was also beaten 11-0 in this mode. Moreover, these teams obviously regard Liquid as an opponent in HL mode, and they are crazy about sparring with them. Liquid also follows suit, and the coordination of team battles is not so smooth for Liquid now. It happens to be through these top players. Professional teams come to hone their coordination, but the ideal is full and the reality is cruel. The first is M19. They are a relatively balanced team. Liquid 22:1, M19 22-1 is unreasonable. in two 11-game matches. M19 won one set. After this game, M19 finally understood why Liquids frequently gave up positions to Liquid in professional games. It's simply unreasonable. They felt like they were gone as soon as they met, winning one game in two sets. Then there's Avanger. Liquid, 33:1, Avanger. Avanger, who is famous all over the world for his positive power, won one of 3 games, which was even worse than M19. At the end of the fight, Avanger's players were all a little confused. Then Navi, for example, and FaZe all asked Liquid to practice a few games. Others, such as Alliance and Knights, let alone them, were miserable. Liquid, 33:9, Navi. Liquid, 44:11, e.g. Liquid, 55:17, FaZe. In 5 days, Liquid tortured Navi, for example, and FaZe, originally, with Liquid's strength. The point difference between them and FaZe shouldn't be so big. FaZe won 17 of the 5 games, with scores like 11-4, 11-3 in each set. This is because Liquid has played against professional teams such as Navi, for example, and Knights for 3 days before, and the coordination of the entire team is a level better than before. Liquid's communication is now much less than before, and both James and Ibiza have completely understood Mao Xiaomo's combat system. Just 2 words. Location. They have to find this position by themselves. Iron is also gradually growing now. A player with this kind of talent integrates into the team very quickly. James, Ibiza and Mao Xiaomo are no weaker than him. Moreover, Iron has already been convinced by Mao Xiaomo as early as the Liquid Youth Training Camp. The 4th stop is Berlin Station. This stop is also the one everyone wants to see the most, because this is the first time this picture of Sano has appeared in the professional arena. As for Liquid, who is somewhat invincible on the island map, it will also be interesting to see whether they will be attacked by multiple teams on this map, because they are too reckless. It is no exaggeration to say that none of the professional teams in Europe and America have ever played this map in training matches. This is true. This week everyone is almost in the air, and the little time left is used to play training games with Liquid. There is simply no way to gather a team for a formal training match. This is the difference between European and American training matches and Xia Kingdom. Xia Kingdom has many clubs and many competitions, so whether you have more training matches depends on whether you want to play or not. The professional players of Xia State are also paying close attention to the Berlin competition. After this DreamHack, Sano maps may also appear in Xiaogua's professional competitions. This map is fast-paced and very small. No matter how much you practice in training games, it will definitely be different from official professional games. Professional players like Wei-Shin, 17 Show, and Joe Lilly who are sensitive to the game can basically get a rough idea after watching the 5 games of Sano in Berlin. Regarding Liquid's performance on the Sano map, no one dares to make casual predictions. After all, it's hard to say anything until the official game. FaZe, which was invincible on the island map before, also performed very stiff on the desert map. So the whole world will wait and see. Chapter 600 Heejing. One of the simple features of Sano's picture. Fat. To be more professional, the search time of the team is reduced. Basically, a team with no one to harass them can collect all the basic equipment within 1 minute and graduate within 2 minutes. As for the jungle area, it is also a controversial topic. Some people think that the jungle is also very fat and safer, so professional teams should jump to the jungle more often. But this is not the case. Mao Xiaomo went to test it specially, except for a few 3-way intersections, which are wild areas with more housing areas. Other general wild areas are not enough to search for equipment. Either there is no level 2 head, or there is no level 2 armor. In this game where everyone has good equipment, the difference between you having a level 2 head and others not having a level 2 head is huge. And this picture. The early search is very particular. The search time for the house search area is much longer than the search time for other buildings. Searching a container or warehouse takes far less time than searching a housing area. Then, there is another principle. That is the circle principle. Now Liquid is not at a disadvantage in head-to-head battles, so they are not very afraid of shifting in the early stage. Especially in Sanatuna where almost no one is watching the car, and it is pure melee combat. After Liquid's search is completed, there is no need to check whether there is a team behind them, and they can spread out their formation and rush into the circle. Regarding this kind of forced attack, as long as you find the terrain well to avoid being targeted, you can hit it steadily. So Liquid also chose Ha 10 at the top left of the Sano map. On this map, It is impossible to occupy a large number of resource points in the early stage without fighting.
This is my first time commentating on a game on this map, so I'm a little excited.
Msjoy smiled. This is also the first time that the Sano map appears in the professional arena.
But these place names cannot be called.
It's also funny. Not only Sano, but also the desert map has such a problem. That is, there are no place names well known to the audience. For example, in the island map, if you say 12 palaces, everyone, including cloud players, will know where it is. If you say Y city or R city, everyone can even draw it. But Sano is different from the desert, and there are only a few that can be called out.
Here I'll give you some knowledge about the Chinese names of Sano maps. First of all, there is the compound on the lower right, which is a small village with a Chinese name. The place here is not very rich. There are many houses but few supplies. Therefore, it is recommended that the jungle team should not go to such a place. Although there are few people, it is also poor. Then, there is Camp Charlie due south. The Chinese name is Camp Charlie. It is located in the lower right corner of the map. There are some ships under the city. There are also a lot of supplies on the ships. Level 3 armor is also often spawned. Sammy is referred to as S-City. This place is made of stone buildings. There are many weapons inside. Basically, 1 or 2 teams can pick up level 3 armor or M24. The jungle team must go to these jungle positions. Paradise Resort, which is what we often call the resort, is on the upper right side of the map. There are so many supplies inside. Players coming out of it are basically equipped with a set of equipment. This place separated by a river is called Painan. The Chinese name is Painan. Bootcamp City is a super rich city called Training Ground in Chinese. Basically, there are a lot of people jumping into the city. This place also has a special name. Everyone should know this. Autism City. I don't know who will dance in Autism City in this competition,
Msjoy introduced, because everyone is not particularly familiar with the location of the Sano map. Msjoy also spent a lot of time introducing it.
As for the other places, ruins and caves, I won't talk about them. Everyone is familiar with them.
After Msjoy finished speaking, she forgot only about the point where Liquid was about to jump.
Okay. The first game of DreamHack Berlin has officially begun. Sano map. It's a route from upper left to lower right. The first resource point. Liquid flew directly. This resource point alliance has also been taken away.
There are 2 teams jumping at the first resource point, and the competition is also very exciting. But what everyone didn't expect was that except for Liquid and Alliance, all the other teams jumped apart. Several teams have had private conversations before about jumping points. Many people don't know that although the Sano map is small, it has a full 20 resource points. Apart from a few relatively poor resource points, there are still many resource points. So as long as a tacit understanding is formed in advance, there will be too many problems.
What is the name of this resource point that Liquid jumps to?
Well, I didn't even notice it.
It seems to be called Hajing. Yes, it's called Hajing.
Msjoy nodded. In the past few days, he has also made fun of the name of the Sano map. It has not appeared in previous games, and they have not studied it. He can only say that it is a challenge to these professional teams and a challenge to professional commentators. Alliance saw Ha-Tin, the first resource point that Liquid jumped to, and had no choice to let it go. Jumped directly to the room area. Naturally, Liquid jumped to the fatter warehouses and containers in the center.
Alliance is so stubborn. I know they were beaten by Liquid in training matches.
Msjoy smiled. However, Alliance had no intention of confronting Liquid. They just wanted to steal some resources in the housing area and then slip away from behind. Otherwise, except for some relatively poor wild areas, they would have no place to go. But what they didn't expect was that Liquid would be so violent. They should have thought of it earlier.
Do you have a gun?
Mao Xiaomao shouted.
Yes. QBZ. I have it too. Walk.
Mao Xiaomao rushed over with Liquid. Don't give Alliance a chance to escape at all. When the scene cut to Alliance, everyone suddenly seemed to see 4 corpses. Only 2 of the 4 people have guns. And the person with the gun was the first to fall. Mao Xiaomao QBZ. And when he saw a scalp, he shot it with 2 shots. Liquid _ Denovo used QBZ headshot to knock down Alliance _ VZ.
Beautiful. These 2 shots.
The gun QBZ is very easy to use even with machine sights. The reason why many professional players don't like to use this gun when practicing shooting in Sano is that this gun is too powerful. Whether it's the recoil of close-range shooting or the feel of long-range burst shooting, QBZ is an unparalleled gun. Just because it feels so good in the hand and doesn't require too much practice to press the gun, professional players will not choose to play with it in order to maintain the feel. But the professional game is different. In order to win, any gun can be used.
There's another one without a gun!
After Mao Xiaomo knocked down this person, he caught a glimpse of another person. Although he only showed a small part of his body in the house, he was still discovered by Mao Xiaomo, who has excellent eyesight. This works out to a maximum of 4 versus 2.
Rush!
After Mao Xiaomo gave the order, James didn't need to communicate and rushed directly to the front. This is the result of a crazy week of training for Liquid. In this kind of early charge battle where there are not many armors, the first one to rush must be the team member with armor, because he is the person with the strongest combat effectiveness in the entire team. James landed a level 2 set. This is the benefit of Sano's map. The moment James charged, Iron also jumped to the wall and set up his gun. The temperament of the entire team is completely different from last week. The current discipline and integrity are completely different from the Liquid team last week. Domestic teams, whether OMG, 4AM or 17, are seriously studying Liquid's style of play. If it were the previous team Liquid, these domestic teams wouldn't even watch it, because even FaZe is not far behind them. But this Liquid is Mao Xiaomo's Liquid, and it is now invincible. It would be too much not to learn from it. The live broadcast rooms of Weishan and 17 show were changed to
study!
3 punches to 1. Liquid's overall formation was perfect. Alliance's other boy with a gun also directly pulled out to block. But James, who was the first to take the hit, also reacted very quickly, swinging the gun and hitting his head the moment he was hit. This is the advantage of level 2 sets. The opponent had no helmet and was knocked down directly. Territorial. Liquid cannot let any team enter their territory. This will affect their search speed and route into the circle. Liquid wouldn't dare rush in if there were people around. Liquid_James used QBZ headshot to knock down Alliance_Sigzy. After the second one was knocked down, Iron also came directly over. This formation is also different from the previous one. Now you are surrounded by a sea of people, so there is no point in Iron setting up his gun on the spot. Liquid was very skilled at switching in this formation, and the entire team swallowed up Alliance like a flood. There was no resistance at all. Alliance group destroyed.
I think if Alliance still wants to achieve good results in this station and not be eliminated, it would be better to change the venue as soon as possible.
Mjoy smiled. This Liquid is too scary. Even if FaZe or Navi come, they will pounce on them without hesitation. Sonoda Liquid City, Hot 10. Chapter 601, Battle of Autistic City.
Okay. The first circle is painted near the center of the map.
The first safe zone is refreshed. Autism City and Hot 10 are also in the safe zone. Why Liquid chose a location like Hot 10? There are many reasons mentioned before. Another reason is that there are only 2 resource points in this area. Alpha Training Camp and Hot 10. Comparing the enemy's landing point and transfer route good judgment. Alpha Training Camp is on the westernmost side of the entire map. There are only 2 ways to enter the circle. One is to go to the south, cross the bridge from the south, and head towards the ruins. The other way is towards Liquid on the east side. But in fact, in terms of transfer distance and safety, it is much safer and easier to transfer to the south than to the east. Only Liquid occupies the area of Hot 10, and it is easy to cross the bridge or river. The map of Sano has a lot of slopes, so entering the circle safely is not a big problem. When Liquid chose Hot 10, many professional teams in Xia Kingdom were discussing the pros and cons of this place. Because the map is relatively small, many things have 2 sides. Players can look at the big picture of this picture after 3 circles have been painted. Since Mao Xiaomo chose this place in Hot 10, he must have his reasons.
I feel like this place is going to become a hot spot for domestic competitions,
Mjoy said. He had just analyzed the pros and cons of Hot 10. In the Sano map, there are many guns that are not available in the big map, such as the 2 guns in Mao Xiaomo's hand, QBU and QBZ. One is a mini-type precision shooter rifle, and the other is a rifle. These 2 guns are easy to use. The QBU gun has slightly higher damage than the mini, and its initial firing speed is also very fast. It also has a bipod. When shooting from a prone position, the QBU's bipod greatly reduces the recoil of the weapon. This also minimizes the need for accessories for this gun. A high-intensity burst-fire rifle that doesn't require so much accessories must be the favorite of professional players. This gun also has its own unique advantages over the SKS. And Mao Xiaomo really likes to hold it. Compared with the M416. The advantages and disadvantages of the QBZ are also obvious. It has high stability. And the demand for accessories is not as high as that of the M416. The rate of fire is lower. And the high-power scope sweep is difficult to suppress in the last 10 rounds. But these are secondary. In the hands of professional teams, this gun can achieve a recoilless level, because many professional games are about mid-range shooting, and there are relatively few real close-range duels. QBZ is still slightly better than M4 in their hands. After simply searching a few fat places, Liquid immediately made the transfer okay. And at this time, the safe zone had just started to refresh.
Liquid should cross the bridge first. Yes,
because the refresh time of the Sano map is very short. It only takes 2 minutes from landing to the first circle refresh. But the entire refresh process still takes 4 minutes. These 6 minutes can be extremely valuable early on. The timing of Liquid's early move and late move depends entirely on how the circle is refreshed. As long as the circle is reliable, they will go in first with early stage equipment. No matter what kind of professional competition it is, entering the center of the circle in the early stage will definitely reduce the risk of transfer. If the circle is unreliable, then Liquid will search slowly and then enter. In this game, the early stage competition was not as fierce as expected, because the resource points of the Sano map were relatively sufficient for professional teams. So except for Alliance, which was wiped out by the team, the other 15 teams were still alive. According to Joy, the Sano map is a large map with 2 circles shrunk at the beginning. The reason why the professional competition on the Sano map is so brutal is because there are so few places for the team to stay. This map is absolutely dominated by King Go in single row, and any stone or tree can fool anyone. But with a full formation of 4 people, there are very few places where the team can stay. Because Sano's map is small, the gun line cannot be spread out, and the team members will be crowded together. This is also a good opportunity to test the team's coordination and formation. Attrition is sometimes unavoidable, and the team must have one player to forcefully expand the gun line. Liquid was very lucky this time. After crossing the bridge, they moved to the outer mountains of Autism City. This mountain range is one that Mao Xiaomo has studied. The view is not good, but it is safe. This is completely different from the island, because the transfer of Sano's team hardly relies on vehicles. So as long as the route into the circle is planned, it can be entered in a relatively safe attitude. At least this is the case for Liquid. In the first set, several consecutive circles were played toward the center of the circle, and Liquid only scored 1 kill. The number of teams on the field decreased rapidly, and many teams rushed into the Autism City to prepare for the finals. The only head that Liquid took was Knight's Lone Wolf. He was about to swim across the river, but was killed by Mao Xiaomo's QBU with 2 shots in the river.
Oh! The finals is still a city circle. Yes!
The new safe zone is refreshed, and a city area is refreshed. Liquid didn't care much and rushed in, although they were targeted by the team from afar, because there was a slope at the bottom of the mountain and a small bunker. They were able to successfully rush into the Autism City. The next battle can be described as brutal. Countless team members rushed into the Autism City, and the whole city instantly turned into a mess. FaZe is still the team with the best position in the circle because they are natives of the Autistic City, occupying a high point on one side of the Autism City. This high point can kill the team members behind him.
FaZe made a smart choice. The urban warfare in Sano is different from the urban warfare in City Y or City P on the island, because there are no high-rise buildings as cover, and you can hit many places. Once the center of the circle is kicked out of the safe zone, the teams inside the safe zone will fight against you, and the teams outside the safe zone will chase you away. The entire team will be in a very embarrassing situation.
Liquid occupied the 2-room areas on the west side of the map and began to practice gun shooting to their heart's content, because their rooms still had complete armor. There are really many resources in this map, especially large resource points like this. You can see 200 rounds of bullets, and level 2 heads, and level 2 armor everywhere. The firepower of the 4 people never stopped, and they fired wildly at the target. Although the effect was minimal, it greatly helped Liquid's feel. This is only the first game, so it is very important to get into the state early. Chapter 602 Los Gemini.
Liquid was shooting wildly for a while. Well, it seems like they didn't get a few kills.
Joy smiled. The gunfire from Liquid's side never stopped, mainly hitting the team still on the mountain. Many teams had spread smoke, and Liquid didn't care. They fired wildly into the smoke. But after firing hundreds of bullets, They only killed them. One person. The selected spot in Liquid Hot 10 is easy to enter, as long as it is not the extreme circle on the lower right. They will follow this entry route in the center. They will cross the bridge on the east side. It is difficult to block them on the other side of the bridge. It is really impossible for them. You can also choose to swim across the bridge, which is incredibly safe. They can also head towards the Alpha training camp in the due south circle without much difficulty. Liquid's head count rose to 2 with difficulty. But everyone was still amazed by Liquid's marksmanship. From a distance of more than 100 meters to less than 200 meters, Mao Xiaomo's QBZ was as powerful as a backseat, piercing smoke from a long distance. In fact, sometimes people think that the reason why red dots on guns, like QBZ and Groza, are not very useful is because the body of the gun makes the red dot scope feel like it is separated from the gun. In fact, this is an illusion in the minds of players. However, I would like to give some advice to some players who are not very good at shooting guns. You can try different scopes for different guns. Some people like red dot AKs, and some people like holographic AKs. They cannot adapt to different scopes, so it varies from person to person. It doesn't matter to these professional players. After countless professional training, there are no big problems with these basic lenses. The field of view of the red dot is larger than that of the hologram, so more red dots are used in professional competitions. The only mirror that Mao Xiaomo thinks is a 3x mirror, mainly because of the sight problem. Otherwise it wouldn't be so disliked. The number of survivors on the field also decreased greatly after the circle ended. As long as the teams in the advanced circle are full, they all choose to be around the city because they have a good view. Because there are many housing areas inside the city, it is difficult to see the surrounding information clearly.
Oh, this circle is very unfriendly to Liquid. But it shouldn't be a big problem. Just blowing out a puff of smoke shouldn't be a big problem,
Mjoy said. There are several stone piers in front of Liquid now that can be used as bunkers. But there is a team on the right side, the side they came from. So smoke must be laid.
Liquid still chose the advanced circle and did not choose to force the team behind them.
After Mjoy said that, the smoke from the Liquid shop began to disperse. Ibiza rushed forward and plunged into the smoke. The moment he entered, Liquid's firepower poured in. But Jean shot 98k and shut down Liquid's. Boom! Liquid _ Jeans takes down Liquid's _10 with a headshot from Car 98k.
Liquids must save people first. If we don't save people, it will be too late when the poisonous circle is cleared.
It's easy to say. The refresh time between circles in Sano's map is very short. Only 45 seconds at the end. So if you don't save people, the safe zone will be refreshed. Moreover, the opponent is Liquid. Liquids obviously does not want to mess with Liquid. It is better to save people and get into the circle safely, without the obstruction of Liquids. Liquid entered the circle smoothly and continued to penetrate deeper.
Mao Xiaomo may think that the terrain around the circle is not very good,
Mjoy guessed. What he guessed was exactly the truth. The houses on the edge of this circle were too short, and the view was extremely poor, so they had to go deeper.
There's someone ahead. It's not easy to fight.
Mao Xiaomo stopped Ibiza, who wanted to charge. Although Liquid is now very strong in the front. In melee combat everyone has one gun and one person. So who is afraid of whom? In this kind of terrain, Liquid's greatest advantage cannot be fully utilized. And once there is a firefight, the fight will not be completed for a while, and it is likely to be harvested by other teams. Mao Xiaomo did not feel that his team was invincible because Liquid won 2 championships in succession. There were too many things happening on the Sano map, and he had to make the most rational judgment. Every final is equivalent to a brand new game. Everyone starts from 0 points. A good start is very important for the mentality of the entire team. The mentality and confidence of a team with a leading advantage is very different from that of a team that is lagging behind. Liquid also played very steadily.
Liquid is playing hard now. Is this called Go? Brother, this is your first time watching a Liquid game.
The camera didn't show Liquid, and the barrage was also discussing Liquid's style of play. It's not Mao Xiaomo's style. It's that there is nothing you can do in this circle, and surviving to the end is the last word. After the safe zone was cleared, there were still 34 players left in the entire circle. One has to admire the survival ability of professional players. Really, no matter how small the map, these professional players can find a place to live in this circle. The new safe zone refresh is still a corner-cut circle.
Liquid is moving again. This circle is really...
Yi Hao sighed. Mjoy also feels that it is very difficult to be in Liquid. But Mao Xiaomao led Liquid to give up their direct position in the circle and chose to play towards the narrow side. There is only about 1 minute, and within this minute, Liquid has to complete their tactics. Mao Xiaomao said to the team members,
"If you fall down, you won't save it. If you do, you won't have time to enter the circle."
James, Ibiza, and Iron all expressed understanding, because the interval is very short. Once a team member falls to the ground, it will take at least 20 seconds. These 20 seconds are likely to be 20 seconds of death, leaving Liquid no time to deal with the narrow-sided battle. Even in 3-on-4 games, Liquid doesn't necessarily suffer a loss now, especially in urban areas. With Mao Xiaomao's reminder, the other teams were also nervous and walking on the bunker.
"Liquid, we're going to meet someone. Ibiza first,"
Joy shouted. The first team Liquid encountered was the fully staffed Liquids. They entered the circle from this direction just now, but they didn't expect to run into Liquid again. Youngs didn't react immediately, and was directly knocked down by Ibiza's headshot. Liquid_Ibiza used AKM headshot to knock down Liquids_Youngs. Then the entire Liquid pressed forward, and Liquids once again chose to escape. In last week's game, everyone got to know Liquids again and successfully challenged FaZe. And it's FaZe at full strength. But meeting Liquid is like a mouse meeting a cat. I don't know what foreign audiences think. Anyway, the audience in Xia Kingdom thinks Liquids is very funny. You say he is a coward. He is reckless with FaZe and Navi. You can tell that he is not a coward. He will start running away whenever he encounters Liquid in the professional arena. This is Alliance. Even a slightly inferior team like Secret wouldn't do this. It's so true. Liquids didn't want to think about it either. They really couldn't beat them. They had fought against Liquid so many times, and they were beaten every time. And they were beaten bloody. This gap in strength is the real reason. The 3 members of Liquids began to attack the circle. But 2 people were knocked down during the attack. Only Zik was left in the safe zone. But even so, Liquids was already very satisfied. If there were 3 versus 4 against Liquid, they would definitely, 99%, be destroyed. It's pretty good to be able to survive and rank as a go-go. Mao Xiaomao still admires the player Youngs. He can only say that there are some teams that are not afraid of tigers. Teams that dare to do anything are indeed easy to be liked by the public. But it is a bit irrational to fight hard even when they know they are losing. When IFCD first entered the finals, there was no galactic battleship like Liquid. If there had been, Mao Xiaomao himself didn't know what choice he would make. From a rational point of view, there was no problem with Young's command. Because of Liquid's avoidance, Liquid also had enough time to deal with this wave of fighting around the circle. Just like breaking through a level. After passing one level, there will be another level.
"Okay, now only the Los team is left. This team is also a team from Los Angeles, USA.
The team around the circle is the new Team Los. This new team also showed good strength in this qualifier. It has few opponents in the qualifiers. The team is also new. The highest TPJ overall rating is only SS.
Ibiza. Wow. Lost to the gun.
The moment Ibiza entered the circle, he took a photo with the Los players. As a result, he lost to Haster in the close-range gun battle. Although shooting at close range requires a lot of luck, Haster's reaction is very fast. Another talented player, Los_Haster knocked down Liquid_Ibiza with an AKM headshot. Mao Xiaomao knocked down Haster with a supplementary shot and was knocked down by another Los player Reset.
The twins of Los. Pretty.
Although everyone supports Liquid, Reset's marksmanship is also extremely high. It's a pity that there are only these 2 people in Los. Otherwise, Liquid will be destroyed by the Los team here. But even so, the twin stars of Los shine brightly. Los_Reset knocked down Liquid_James with an AKM headshot. Liquid_Iron kills Los_Reset with an AKM headshot. Los's twin stars Reset and Haster knocked down 3 Liquid players head-on. Already proud enough. Chapter 603, Finals Processing. Although there was an accident in the process of Liquid entering the circle, because Los lost 2 people in the early stage of this game, resulting in insufficient firepower. Liquid suddenly rushed in with the crowd tactics. Moreover, all 3 team members who fell to the ground were rescued. And Liquid is still full. In this kind of desperate circle, Liquid can break through heavy defenses and enter the circle. I have to say that Liquid is brave and strong.
It's a pity, Los. One more person may make a big difference. There is at least half a chance of destroying the Liquid team here. Hee hee. Actually, I really want to see Liquid destroyed by the team.
Yahoo smiled slyly. Although Mao Xiaomo was his friend and a member of the Xia kingdom who was fighting hard outside, people always had the mentality to cause trouble. Liquid is too strong. In the last game, they only lost one head-to-head confrontation, and they were still beaten first. 2 consecutive championships are rare in the PUBG arena, and there will be such an undisputed 2 consecutive championships. Both games were won with a huge point difference, which also made the audience hope that there would be a challenger from Liquid in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, so that the game would be better to watch.
Time is limited. Let me give you a brief introduction to the Los team. Reset and Haster are both former CSGO professional players, and they are paired with 2 newcomers to form this Los team. He is definitely a dark horse. He also got 1 chicken in the 3 games of the qualifiers and finals, and won the first place.
Joy gave a brief introduction. This Los team is also an American team that has risen recently, and is definitely worthy of everyone's attention. Liquid also occupied a good position after entering the circle this time. The 6th circle of Sano map is already very small. Liquid occupied a good room on the edge of the circle, with a well-organized lineup. They were hit by Ghost again. Ibiza 1 changed to 4, and Liquid finally lost 1 player. But at this time, the whole game was coming to an end. There was only a full team of FaZe on the field, but their position was not very good, and they were farthest from the safe zone. This circle became the FaZe team. There are 5 teams with 13 people on the field. If FaZe team wants to enter the circle, they have to force their way to the edge of the circle. But their command was obviously not as decisive as Mao Xiaomo's.
FaZe is slow. This circle should be done as soon as possible, just like Liquid just did.
Because the refresh interval from Sonodu to the next few laps is only 45 seconds. It is very important to act as soon as possible to give your team some space to process battles and information. It is obvious that FaZe did not realize this. As a result, after they fought against the remaining Avenger team, they had no time to make adjustments and had no choice but to go in. Liquid is sitting on the mountain watching the fight between tigers and tigers. 3 people occupy a 1-story house, and they have to come out at any time to clear out people. Things turned out exactly as Mao Xiaomo expected. The 3-man EG and FaZe got into a fight. Liquid looked at the number of people alive on the field and decisively chose to rush out. After the FaZe team destroyed Avenger, there are now only 10 people left on the field. Mao Xiaomo did the math. 1 FaZe fell to the ground now, and there were 2 left. And then, there were 3 of them. EG had a lot of people listening to the gunshots. And there was 1 person who impressed Mao Xiaomo. Then, there's Liquid's lone wolf. He's not dead yet. In this way, the number of people is actually almost the same. After obtaining enough information, Liquid also attacked decisively, and did not stick to the room area. They did not want to form a situation of luck with their opponents. Audiences who are familiar with Mao Xiaomo are already accustomed to this choice. The moment EG and FaZe just finished playing, EG heard 3 footsteps. Boom, boom, boom.
Liquid's lone wolf, Sick, also needs to come over and look for opportunities.
The only 2 people left by EG were on the 2nd floor of this building, and James directly led the team to rush forward.
This wave.
Before Matthew could apply the medicine, James rushed up and exchanged blood between the 2. In an instant, James knocked down Matthew. And at the same time, he was knocked down by Scum behind him. But without a chance to make amends, Iron rushed up from behind. But Scum has already set up his gun. Exchange blood with Iron again.
Oh! Iron is down. Mao Xiaomo.
This wave of Liquid's rush to the floor is a bit impatient. Since the opponent has been locked in this room area, Liquid can definitely find an opportunity to kill these 2 people. Maybe it's because the opponent doesn't have time to replenish supplies. So whether it's a good choice to just go for it or not, we can only use the results to demonstrate the process. EG_Scum used M416 headshot to knock down Liquid_Iron. Fortunately, the stairwell is relatively large, and Iron did not block Mao Xiaomo's route upstairs. Mao Xiaomo rushed up and directly killed Scum with a follow-up shot to complete the team killing of EG. As a result, there are only 2 people left standing on the field. Mao Xiaomo and Liquid's lone wolf Sick.
Sick is about to charge. This is his only chance,
Mjoy shouted. If Sick doesn't charge, it will be a 3-on-1 after Mao Xiaomo rescues Iron and James. By that time, no matter how brave Sick is, there will be nothing he can do. Just like Mjoy said, this is his only chance. Mao Xiaomo will not save people stupidly. Liquid immediately launches tactics. Iron climbed directly towards the bottom of the stairs, trying to find Zik. At the same time, Mao Xiaomao also started to play James. Zik walked right in and saw Iron, who was lying on the ground. And he made up for it and scored 12 points. But Mao Xiaomao also heard footsteps and gunshots. But he didn't panic and continued to save people until he heard Zik coming upstairs. Mao Xiaomao gave up the rescue gun directly. Zik did not choose to rush directly and kept cheating Mao Xiaomao's gun at the top of the stairs. Mao Xiaomao didn't dare to save or rush, but he dared to climb through the window. Hearing Zik's footsteps, Mao Xiaomao had no choice but to fight with his opponent. I chose to go directly through the window. Get in early.
Wow! This is how Mao Xiaomao handled the finals.
Mao Xiaomao rolled down the window and walked directly into the circle to hold his original position. Zik was held tightly. Chapter 604 Record. 5 chickens in a row. The moment Zik heard Mao Xiaomao climbing through the window, he was a little confused for a moment, but he quickly reacted and rushed forward, smoothly covering up James, who fell to the ground and scoring 12 points. You can say that Liquids is afraid of Liquid, but you have to admit that another decision by Youngs put them in the top 2 again.
De Novo is so calm. So calm. He deserves to be the world's best conductor.
Foreign commentators also continued to praise it. Msjoy from Xiaogua also said,
I can only say that being able to have such a clear thinking in such an intense finals is Mao Xiaomao's ability.
Yehao nodded.
There must be others who can do it. But Mao Xiaomao thinks he can find a route with the highest winning rate.
Mao Xiaomao rolled down the window and entered the circle in advance. As a result, Liquid's lone wolf Zik was stuck outside the circle. He had no choice just now. If he had entered the circle early, Liquid would have rescued all the 2 people who fell to the ground. In that case, even if he occupied a good terrain in the circle, he would not be able to compete with Liquid. Now that things have come to this, all we can do is grit our teeth and fight. Youngs was also very calm. Although the circle started to refresh, he still asked Zik to lick a few backpacks in the building, lick a few projectiles, and throw a few cigarettes out to block Mao Xiaomao's view. But these few cigarettes also became Zik's final grave. Mao Xiaomao used the smoke from these cigarettes to successfully pull up a wing without cover to support Zik's building. Zik never thought that Mao Xiaomao would come out of the bunker. He threw a thunderbolt and rushed into the circle to have a hand-to-hand fight with Mao Xiaomao. But Mao Xiaomao, who was on the flank, saw Zik's figure. The mouse in your hand moves very quickly. Zik was instantly killed. Liquid_De Novo used QBZ to kill Liquids_Zik. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Team Liquid.
It's beautiful. This follow-up shot didn't make any mistakes. And the shot hit the target.
Msjoy shook his head and sighed. Without bragging, only Mao Xiaomao in the entire Xia Kingdom can do this.
Liquid is eating chicken again.
After eating chicken this time, Msjoy and Yehao didn't look very excited. In the last 2 DreamHack competitions, Liquid's eating chicken is as good as drinking water. By now, the chicken eating rate should be more than 50%. It is simply a common occurrence. It would be a bit unreasonable if they are extremely excited.
It seems that in the Sano map, Liquid still has something to offer.
It's easy to say. Originally, the outside world wanted to see how Liquid would perform on the map of Sano. But they didn't expect to win in the first game. This chicken even makes everyone feel a little accustomed to it. 17 show. Wei Shen and Little Lion both said this in the live broadcast room.
This is really a crushing strength. There is nothing to say.
Liquid's performance and strength have already completely conquered the players and audiences inside and outside the industry. And even top-tier professional players from other teams have to be convinced. When a team's strength reaches a certain level, they can really win the championship with a crushing performance. In the second game on the Sano map, Liquid Circle of Destiny, He Jing didn't move much from beginning to end. In the last wave, the group destroyed the M16 and went up the mountain to win the chicken. In the third game, there is still a circle in the center of the map, but different from the previous 2 games. This time the circle is a pure mountain circle. Liquid, who was feeling strong, once again showed the momentum of killing gods and killing Buddhas, killing Ghost, of anger, and Alliance one after another, and finally won the chicken with ease. In this way, Team Liquid also completed 3 consecutive wins in Berlin. It was another 3-game chicken start. The match in Berlin was a bit similar to Marseille. But the difference was that this time, there was no intermission between the third and fourth sets to affect Liquid's feel. 5 sets there is an intermission after Sano.
The current record for consecutive chickens in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Professional League is the 4 consecutive chickens set by the FaZe team at last year's DreamHack. Liquid has come close to this record twice. Yes, the fourth set is also a highlight.
After the 3 sets, everyone suddenly felt that there was no suspense in this game. If someone told you at this time last year, hey, there is a team that will dominate PUBG, and there will be more than 50% win rate, someone will definitely throw you into a mental hospital. Many domestic anchors have said that PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game of luck to a certain extent. Only with strength and a certain amount of luck can you win the game. But Liquid clearly told the world, as long as your marksmanship is strong enough and your teamwork is perfect enough, you can still maintain terrifying results in world-level competitions. Not one stop, but 3 consecutive stops. With already hot hands, Team Liquid continues to play in the 4th set, in the map of Sano. Because the team members are relatively close together, sudden death attrition rarely occurs. Liquid is constantly shuttling between the mountains, and there is a good understanding between the several team members. There is almost no opponent that can compete with Liquid. Chris and Alvin in the audience were excited beyond words, as they watched Team Liquid destroy one professional team after another that had been 50-50 against them in the past. Chris feels that the most correct decision he has made in his life is to recruit Mao Xiaoma to Liquid. What they paid was just some conditions that were more favorable to Mao Xiaoma. When the 4 chickens in a row were completed, Chris was confident. After just 4 games of 15 games, Chris has already seen the shadow of 3 consecutive championships. Liquid has scored nearly 2,300 points in 4 games, already leading the second-place Liquids by nearly 1,500 points. Seeing the 2 Liquid teams, Liquid and Liquids, ranked first and second, Chris couldn't find any other adjectives other than satisfaction and pride. Chris placed his bets on Mao Xiaoma again and again, and the result was that Mao Xiaoma did not disappoint him, and allowed her to win big bets again and again. She is now the CEO of Liquid, and she is ranked below a few people and above 10,000 people in the Liquid Club. During the PCI Summer Country Invitational Tournament, Chris had a keen eye and poached Mao Xiaoma at all costs. Thinking about it now, it's really a bit sad. Achieve each other. Without Liquid, Mao Xiaoma would not have reached such heights.
Liquid has tied Phase 4's record of consecutive chickens. Can we break this record on the Sano map, which Liquid is good at?
Audiences all over the world are now looking forward to Liquid breaking the record of 4 consecutive wins set by FaZe. When it comes to records, everyone likes to see them broken, and that's understandable. Game 5. Countless pairs of eyes are watching the arena. If you want to ask Liquid's players if they are nervous, Liquid's eyes can now answer you. They are so excited now. Even Mao Xiaoma felt a rare excitement. This feeling of being connected to the chicken gives them a feeling of being invincible in the world. Is there any team that can stop Liquid now? The answer is negative. Especially when the final game circle came back to Liquid's face. Crazy target practice. Mao Xiaoma had no data to back it up. But he had played so many passerby games in Panzano, and found that the circles on the lower right and south were rarely used. Of course, it was just his feeling. After all, no one could get this data. In the end, it turned out to be a head-on showdown between Liquid and Na'Vi. Survival on the field, 8. A 4v4 head-on battle. If Mjoy and Yehao were asked to choose a team that Liquid could compete with head-on, they would choose Na'Vi. Before Liquid came out, Na'Vi had always been recognized as one of the strongest head-on teams in the world. But as everyone knows, Na'Vi and Liquid have practiced many times in private. And the result? Na'Vi is at a psychological disadvantage. On the other hand, Liquid has a huge advantage in terms of feel, technology, psychology and momentum. The moment Mao Xiaoma knocked down Shade 1 head-on, Liquid fans are already cheering. Liquid_Denovo used QBZ to knock down Na'Vi_Shade 1. Na'Vi's strongest point was knocked down head-on by Mao Xiaoma. The remaining 3 people, it has become Liquid's fish. Iron and Ibiza began to pull to both sides unscrupulously. Jeans and Mao Xiaoma rushed forward. The entire Liquid is unstoppable. And they are about to welcome their 5th chicken on the map of Sano. Iron and Ibiza were knocked down one after another. But at this time, Jeans and Mao Xiaoma had killed all the Na'Vi team members. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Team Liquid.
Wow! Congratulations, Liquid. 5 consecutive chickens. I'm too good at it.
Yi couldn't help but cursed. This is so beastly. Liquid broke FaZe's record of 4 consecutive chickens in the finals in the first 5 games of the 2019-2020 DreamHack Berlin event in Sano, setting a new world record with 5 consecutive chickens. Chapter 605, Sin City Pecado. And what's most exciting for everyone is that it doesn't necessarily end there.
although it has entered the intermission time. There are still 3 desert map contests after the break. If Liquid continues to win in the desert map, they can continue to break this record. Liquid has tipped the balance of the field. A world-beating world team is quietly rising. On the other side, Chris is already making preparations for Siagwa players to come to Liquid to learn and communicate. She doesn't have to doubt whether Mao Xiaomo can do it. Liquid right now is unstoppable. As long as Liquid's current roster is intact, Chris really can't imagine which team will defeat Liquid in a long game. Now it seems that this probability is extremely small. After the 5-set match, there seemed to be no suspense in this 15-set match. Everyone is like studying with the prince. Every time they watch Liquid eating chicken. The game is over. The halftime break gives the team a time to adjust. Although the adjustment may not have any impact on Liquid's championship position, everyone still wants to bring Liquid down, and does not want to become the backdrop for Liquid's continuous record-breaking desert map. This new Liquid has not been played in official games yet. But now people no longer expect Liquid to be bad at a certain map. That's impossible. Unsolvable positive ability plus unsolvable command transfer. It can only be said that this Liquid came out because of the right time, place and people. And it was very dramatic. The most important point is the personal improvement of the player de novo. In just half a year, he has been promoted from an SS-level commander to a top-level gunner commander in the world. This difference is huge. This actually established Mao Xiaomo's position in Siagwa's PUBG national team to a certain extent. Not only is he the absolute core, but he is definitely the only voice. This is the deterrence brought by strength. As for the selection of the national team, in fact, Mao Xiaomo does not have a clear idea yet. There are many good shooters in Siagwa, but there are not many top shooters. God, Show, Liang, Ballet, and B211. The selection of the national team will also be put on the agenda. After an hour's rest, DreamHack Berlin ushered in the 6th game. The picture for this game is a desert picture. After the first 5 sets of the game, although the suspense of the championship was not great, this game still attracted countless spectators. Because everyone wants to see Liquid continue to win. The record of 5 consecutive chickens has just been set. So naturally everyone is looking forward to a wave of 6 consecutive chickens. The spot chosen by Liquid in the desert map is Picado, Sin City. That is what people often call a casino. Some people say that this place is similar to a school, but it is fundamentally different for professional teams. This place has many more resources than a school. It is not a problem to support at least 2 full teams, while a school can only support 2 people. The reason why Liquid chose this place is because of the characteristics of the desert map. The desert maps are basically filled with deserts. In the final round, one team is often stuck on a slope. In the end, the victory is determined by pulling and shooting skills. There are few opportunities to use tricks such as sneak attacks. Therefore, the desert map is very beneficial for teams that like tough guns. Anyway, as long as the professional competition is front-facing, your entire team will definitely not be any worse. The characteristic of the desert map is that it has a very wide field of vision, and there is a large area of desert. When the team is moving, they will definitely try to sweep you within 500 meters. If you want to transfer a whole team, it's basically impossible not to get wiped out. Reducing the number of transfers has also become a key point. Picado has so many advantages. It is rich in resources. It is located in the center of the circle, and has abundant vehicle resources. There are no other big resource points around. It is very safe as long as you occupy it. He has almost all the advantages. I still remember that on the island map, no point could have the 3 advantages of vehicles, location and resources at the same time. At most, 2 of the 3 would be chosen, depending on how the team chooses. But in the desert map, there is such a location, and that is here Picado. First of all, in terms of resources, the desert map has 5 relatively fat resource points. 1. Picado Crime City. 2. St. Martin. 3. Xinjiang City, also known as Big East City, is in the upper left corner of the map. 4. Military Base, upper right corner of the map. 5. Lion City, on the lower right side of the map. Of these 5 places, 3 are on the edge of the map. The only 2 large resource points in the center of the map are also large resource points that have both location and resources. But Sin City and St. Martin are fundamentally different. Sin City can be defeated by a team, but not St. Martin. There must be more than one team in that city, and the city is too big to clean. Liquid was very confident in its abilities, so naturally it chose the best spot on the map. They have this ability now. But what the commentator didn't expect was that there were actually 3 teams competing for this spot. Avanger turned and saw the other 2 teams. The first one to turn was Avanger, and they saw Navi and Liquid. These 2 Taiatua teams have met again. It's hard to say. In this kind of early street battle, it is not particularly easy for Liquid to win, and it can easily cause the team to attrition. But Liquid is stubborn, just like Mao Xiaomo's slogan, destroy all invaders and defend Picado. He finally understood the concept of territorial awareness, which was indeed a good thing. It was very convenient in the early and midterm. Navi doesn't know Liquid's Picado either. Their impression is still stuck on the previous Liquid team. They usually choose other places, or even jungle. They have never competed with them here. Navi also defeated this place with 1 shot. Someone. Probably Liquid, Shade 1 said quietly. He still remembers their 3-set match against Liquid. 11-4. 11-3. 11-2. In a total of 3 sets with 11 wins. They won 9 sets. The winning rate is less than 30%. But now that the matter has come to this, they cannot continue to give up Picado. This is their point. If the point is changed, they will have to compete with other teams for points. I can only say that this Liquid is too domineering and wants Picado to directly compete for it. Beat. There is no other way. Navi can only choose to fight. Wow. Both sides have to jump into the boxing gym. Is this a passerby style of fighting? Msjoy and Yahao's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe the style of play they saw. Navi and Liquid both jumped into the boxing gym. The reason why Mao Xiaomo jumped into the boxing gym was because he felt that they would fly faster this time, and would be able to land before Navi and gain an advantage. Navi's idea is also very simple. If you just drop into the boxing gym and start fighting with Liquid, you might even have a 50% winning rate. That's not necessary. Liquid! Yahao shouted. There is really no need. Liquid can win head-on. So why bother to grab it head-on? But the boxing gym is the fattest spot on this map. It's like building C in the airport. Liquid can't and won't put it there. This is the pride of a strong man. The speeds of both sides seem to be about the same. Liquid seems to be a little faster. Now that the OB perspective is not given to other teams, I just watch these 2 teams falling, and they all plunge in with a sudden force. The fastest ones should be Shade 1 and Mao Xiaomo, Msjoy said. Mao Xiaomo and Shade 1 fell aside. The remaining team members are scattered throughout the boxing gym. On the 1st and 3rd floors, Shade 1 and Mao Xiaomo landed almost at the same time. All have guns. But Mao Xiaomo only has 1 pistol. While Msjoy was explaining, both Shade 1 and Mao Xiaomo picked up the guns at their feet. Shade 1 was an AKM, while Mao Xiaomo was a P1911. The difference was huge. But if the camera is given to Mao Xiaomo now, you can definitely see the slight smile on Mao Xiaomo's mouth. He saw his opponent pick up the AK. But he won. It's hard to say if the opponent has a 5.56 rifle. But if it's an AK, he will definitely win. Reload almost at the same time. But the reloading speed of P1911 is nearly 1 second faster than that of AK. Shade 1 didn't expect this. While he was still reloading, Mao Xiaomo had already finished reloading. For Mao Xiaomo, who has gone through Alvin's devil training chart, is headshot with a pistol nothing? Besides, at such a close range, a headshot with a pistol is as easy as eating and drinking. Under the watchful eyes of audiences around the world, Mao Xiaomo opened the machine, aimed smoothly, and fired 3 shots in a row. Duh. Pretty! Msjoy and Yahao shouted at the same time. 2 shots killed Mao Xiaomo. After the first shot hit his head, Mao Xiaomo shot a second shot directly to the body to reduce the error tolerance, and also knocked down the opponent immediately. Liquid_Denovo used P1911 to knock down Navi_Shade 1. After knocking down Shade 1, many viewers continued to grin from ear to ear. Pull the gun directly on Drainies. Drainies is still changing bullets for trolls. Clatter. 2 more shots. What? Nyobai. Msjoy doesn't know what words to use to describe this kind of headshot muscle memory. Aiming for the head. It doesn't make sense at all. It's just like a machine. Chapter 606 Angry Navi. Liquid_Denovo used P1911 to knock down Navi_Drainies with a headshot. All the spectators who were watching the game were speechless. They didn't know what to say. So have a happy new year. Do you think this is CSGO? Msjoy and Yahao were speechless. This was terrifying to the extreme. P1911 killed him with consecutive headshots. Ibiza followed Mao Xiaomo and got an AK. At the same time,
James also knocked down Navi's move. There was only one person left in the entire Navi within 5 seconds. Really? They had never experienced a box landing in a professional game in their lives. When Liquid 4 found the last Navi player, Yuba was desperate and was shot to death in the corner.
It's a bit unreasonable. I don't know if Navi will continue playing Picado in the next game.
Mstoy smiled helplessly. They can all imagine Navi's miserable situation now. It's so miserable. They lost in almost 5 seconds. And it was their original point. It felt like they were about to be snatched away by Liquid.
Oh shit! Hack them for 5 sets.
Shade One cursed. If they were properly defeated and driven out of Picado in a more peaceful way, they would be able to accept it. But being tortured like this, not only are they losing face, but the club and fans are also losing face. No matter what. At least this game must be fought to the end with Liquid. And at least the momentum must be high. After Liquid easily defeated Navi, they also started a routine search. They originally thought that Navi would delay their search time. But in fact it did not. At the same time, Mstoy was also popularizing why Mao Xiaoma killed Navi's 2 third-floor players to give Liquid an advantage.
Everyone should be able to understand why Mao Xiaoma was able to kill 2 members of Navi just now. Because the P1911 reloads faster. The fight just now was quite intense, so I didn't go into details. I'll take advantage of the boring search time in the early stages of the big picture to give you some knowledge. Let's talk about Mao Xiaoma's pistol first. This is not very important in normal times. But sometimes, like this time, it can still play a vital role. The reloading time of pistols is between 2.0 seconds and 2.1 seconds. There is not much difference, and it is slightly faster than that of rifles. The main thing is to talk about rifles. The M416 has the shortest reloading time among the rifles. It is only 2.1 seconds. Other 5.56 conventional rifles are 2.2 seconds. I won't talk about the August. I remember it was 3.6 seconds, 3.67. Then the disadvantage of AK grabbing the gun in the early stage comes out. The reloading speed of AKM is 2.9 seconds, which is almost 1 second slower than other pistols and 5.56 rifles. In the duel that just hit the ground almost at the same time, if you give Mao Xiaoma 1 more second, he will definitely be taken away. Even I didn't expect it to be so accurate,
Mstoy said in hindsight. In fact, he didn't think that much at the time. It was only after Mao Xiaoma successfully killed 2 Navi players that he thought it was not important. Picado's transfer route is very easy to plan because there is nothing around that can rob their resource points. The first circle was drawn in the center of the map. Liquid continued to search, but placed Ibiza on the northern mountain range to give them a visual field of view to obtain information. The early pace of the desert map is the same as that of the island map, or even slower than the island map. In the early stage, the main thing is to ensure its own development so that the team can have stronger combat effectiveness in the middle and late stages. There were no big surprises in the second and third laps. It was not until the 4th lap that I made a corner cut. It's a power station finals. The power station is not very far from Picado, but this resource point is not particularly rich. So 2 people came to search before and left directly after searching. Liquid did not choose to enter the power station, but wandered outside in the mountains. Although Liquid has the right to choose first, the terrain inside the power station is too bad, and there is no good one. The 2 floors of the barn and the pipe in the middle are not particularly good places. The view is poor. It is easy to attack and difficult to defend. And it is impossible to hit the target. It does not make much sense at all. After Liquid blocked a group of people around the circle, Liquid also safely occupied the southern mountainous area. At the same time, the 5th circle cut to the south again. This way Liquid doesn't have to make any transfers. For Liquid, they currently have enough resources. As long as they can steadily enter the finals, there will be room for them to perform. Until now, everyone wants to win 6 chickens in a row. That's 6 chickens in a row. This is really not a joke. Can you believe that a team can complete 6 chickens in a row in a professional competition? Originally, many professional players in Xia Kingdom just wanted to see how Liquid played on the Sano Desert map and learn about Sano's rhythm. Unexpectedly, I saw Liquid's violent 5 consecutive chickens, and it was very lawless.
It's over. This Liquid is going to eat chicken again.
Wei Shen is also a conductor. On the 5th circle, he seemed to see Liquid eating chicken again. This scene has appeared 5 times. Liquid controls the entire southern part of this circle. The enemies in the power station help them block the enemies in the north. They only need to guard the 2 narrow edges and that's it.
The arrogant Liquid directly divided their forces, and the second teams guarded two narrow sides. Liquids and Ghosts were beaten to the left and right and couldn't get in, so they had to force their way into the power station. This is personal ability. Mjoy shook his head. Each of the 4 members of Liquid are at the top level in the world. If there is a bunker, they will constantly peak. If they are 1-on-2 or 1-on-3, they will not fall behind in a short period of time. After the circle ended, Liquid's forceful occupation of the south also caused a large-scale attrition on the field. It's hard to say right now. If Liquid goes to the north, I can only say there may be problems. Mjoy said. The 6th circle is very important to Liquid. But God did not joke with Liquid and brushed the center circle of the map. Chapter 607, An Era, Liquid. After Liquid cleared out all the liquids and entered the circle, the scene became very simple. FaZe also cleared all the teams on the other side. In the 7th circle, there is another decisive battle between Liquid and FaZe. Basically, everyone feels that FaZe has not won the duels between these two teams in the finals. With both sides fully staffed, it was already obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Just another southern cutaway this time. If this circle is brushed, does it mean that Liquid gets another chicken? Damn it! It's 6 chickens in a row! It's too scary! Weishan shook his head in the live broadcast room. Liquid is so strong only because of Mao Xiaoma's joining. Give him a suitable team, and there is indeed an inestimable upper limit. The final result was as expected. Liquid didn't give FaZe any chance. They defeated FaZe and got another chicken. As a result, Liquid continued to set new consecutive records at DreamHack Berlin, the 3rd finals event they participated in. Everyone, neither the audience nor the players, know what to say at this moment. The emergence of such a dominant galactic battleship in PUBG cannot be criticized as a good thing or a bad thing. These results are also achieved by Liquid one by one. Let me tell you why Liquid is so strong. Weishan analyzed it for everyone in the live broadcast room. First of all, there is no need to say more about Mao Xiaoma. He is worthy of his reputation as the world's #1 commander. His guns are also very strong. He is a perfect command template. Then Ibiza and James are both famous for their positional skills and are definitely among the top 5 shooters in the world. There is also the newcomer Iron. Although there are some problems with his positioning sometimes, he still has a good batch of guns. To sum it up, it's 2 words: gun gang. This is the prerequisite for all achievements. Official live broadcast room. Mjoy and Yahao are also analyzing Liquid's weaknesses and ways other teams might be able to defeat Liquid. If Liquid's leader was not Mao Xiaoma, other teams could use tactical things to suppress Liquid. But it's impossible now. It's a good thing not to be suppressed. How could they still suppress Liquid? Since their frontal strength is weaker than Liquid's and terrain tactics are not dominant, they can only rely on the-spot performance. I hope there is a team that can challenge Liquid's dominance. Mjoy sighed. Liquid's 6-game winning streak finally came to an end in Game 7. The early battle with Navi and Picado caused them to lose 2 players. And then, they lost to EG 2v4 in the final round of the battle. Unfortunately, they could not continue their streak of chickens. This was still the case in the 8th set, with Navi still attacking Liquid crazily. This time, the fight was even more brutal. Only James was left alive in Liquid, and they defeated Navi miserably. Navi gave up this game, and wanted to compete with Liquid for Picado. Navi is not afraid, and Liquid is even less afraid. They have so many points that they can squander it casually. Besides, there is an island map at the back. No one dares to compete with them for Y City in that map. At the end of the first day of competition, Liquid is undoubtedly in the lead with 8 level 6 games, and a total of 3,723 points. With 7 games left, the championship of DreamHack Berlin is basically sealed. With this championship, Liquid has completed their 3rd consecutive championship ahead of schedule. The second day of the game was rare, and the number of viewers was much smaller than before. Liquid had already put an end to the suspense of the game ahead of time. Even many Xia people who love PUBG only came up to watch the moment when Liquid won the cup. With 8 chickens in 15 games, Liquid once again achieved a chicken winning rate of over 50%. This record is simply terrifying. Once again, he won a race without any dispute. However, 2 very good rookie teams also emerged in this Berlin competition. One team was Los. They performed well in the second half of the game and ended up in 3rd place behind Liquid and FaZe. The other team is Liquid's, the second team of Liquid, and they also got the 4th place. However, these 2 rookie teams have not yet shown the momentum to challenge Liquid, and Liquid still has no solution. In the words of the news after the game, that is that PUBG is about to usher in an era. An era dominated by Liquid. 3 consecutive championships. The chicken eating rate is over 50%. Dominant level performance. Maintaining a winning rate of more than 90% in head-to-head confrontations. Liquid's 3 consecutive championships are no accident. Now that PUBG is becoming more and more popular, some traditional FPS projects have been suppressed. Some well-known CSGO players have switched to PUBG. But it may take some time to switch from one FPS project to another. Therefore, before this group of talented players enter the PUBG world, Liquid has no opponent. Some teams like Na'Vi, FaZe, and Ghost that had good results in the past have also made changes even though they are not as strong as Liquid. However, these actions may not be completed for a while. At least we have to wait until after the DreamHack competition to replace some personnel. According to gossip, the 2 super aces of FaZe CSGO division, Nico and Rain, have also become familiar with PUBG and are likely to join FaZe PUBG division directly. After this DreamHack competition, the entire professional circle may welcome a huge upheaval. After this news was exposed, PUBG became even more popular. Everyone also believes that Liquid may face a huge challenge. But Mao Xiaomao just smiled. Although PUBG and CSGO are both FPS games, PUBG's tactics are much richer than CSGO. There are everything here that can affect the outcome of the battlefield. Moreover, even if the professional players in CSGO are the best in FPS, so are James, Iron, and himself. The talents of these people are also top-notch. Chapter 608, New CD Team. Not just any team can bring out the full potential of the players. This is the difference between PUBG and CSGO. Moreover, it will take at least 2 months for those people to enter the professional circle. During this time, Liquid has already finished adjusting. The current lineup of Liquid represents the strongest lineup of PUBG. Progress will only come with challenges. And James doesn't believe that their pedestal will be pulled down. After 4 races, there was a short break in DreamHack for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, the war resumed. The entire DreamHack competition will last for more than 3 months one after another. And it can be regarded as the longest competition in Europe and the United States. But the good thing is that they are only 2 days of competition, and will not have much impact on the qualifiers and finals of other competitions. Whether it is Siak Kingdom or Europe and America, March to September is the peak period for large-scale competitions. There was only one big competition, DreamHack, to accompany everyone throughout the winter. USA, Manhattan, Liquid base. During the weekend holiday, Chung Yao also came to Liquid's base to have a chat with Mao Xiaomao. Originally, James and Ibiza thought they would go out for a fun trip. But in the morning, Chung Yao and Mao Xiaomao bought a lot of crayfish in Chinatown and returned to the training room. James was originally training on the ladder with a live broadcast, and he was also very surprised. Couples who haven't seen each other for a long time should have a heated exchange. Why are they back? Ibiza and her girlfriend also went out to have sex with each other. Iron trained for too long last night and was still sleeping. This is also the reason why Mao Xiaomao has great confidence in Liquid. No matter what the situation, the 4 members of Liquid maintain a positive training attitude. Especially Iron. He is the weakest link in the team. He must improve his marksmanship and team coordination. You can only rely on yourself.
Why are you back?
James asked, taking off his headphones. At the same time, the aroma of crayfish unique to Siak Kingdom made James swallow his saliva subconsciously.
Watch the game.
Mao Xiaomao and Chung Yao sat down and greeted James at the same time.
Come and eat.
James was waiting for this sentence. And without saying a word, he moved directly next to Mao Xiaomao. Later, he thought that his live broadcast was not turned off. So he went back and said to the headphones,
Friends, your de novo treated me to lobster. I'll broadcast it later.
Regardless of the opinions of water friends, shut down the computer with a bang. The 3 of us took out the small dining table and peeled crayfish together.
Hey, by the way, is there any competition in Siak Kingdom now?
James asked. There was no competition in Europe and America, and he wasn't very clear about Xiaogua's side. But logically there should be no competition. If you remember correctly, Mao Xiaomao and Chung Yao both smiled. Turn on the computer, unplug the headphones, and play the sound.
Hello dear viewers. This is the CUEL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals broadcast by Mbat. I'm the commentator, Msjoy. I might as well be the commentator.
Mao Xiaomao took a bite of crayfish. The taste was familiar. There are also familiar games. James took a bite of the spicy lobster, which made him cry.
However, after seeing this competition, he still asked,
"What kind of game is this?"
because the commentator spoke in Chinese. He could only understand the 4 letters of CUEL, but he had never heard of this competition. Mao Xiaomon struggled and said,
"This is our National College League for college students. Well, I came from this team."
The introduction of the Jiangsu Division champion CD also happened to appear on the computer. CD, Changzhou University team. The 2019 CUEL Jiangsu Division champion. CUEL national champion. Has produced well-known professional players such as King, Crystal, and Godric. CD__ Kakarot, directed by Mu Yun. Freeman TPJ overall rating, A+, good at firearms, M416. Scarl. CD_tap, Yan Hao Commando TPJ overall review, S good at firearms, M416. AKM. CD_chio, Jianglu Commando TPJ comprehensive review, no good guns, M416. Scarl. CD_Z1H2, Wang Chinsi Sniper TPJ comprehensive review, no good guns, M416. Car 98K.
FXCK. Your Xia country now has a college league? Always have.
Mao Xiaomao smiled, and then looked at the computer. Msjoy and Yehao are also introducing the CD team.
Defending champion CD. I still can't forget the showdown between Fish, CD and ZQL on CUEL.
I feel nostalgic at the same time. Wang Hao was Fish's ace at the time, and CD was all soldiers. Mao Xiaomao, Gu, and Cheng Yao were all the main players of this CD.
Everyone should be very familiar with last year's CD team players, including Mao Xiaomao, Gu, Cheng Yao, and the current team leader Mu Yun. Last year, it took 8 hard games to decide the winner. Yes, let's talk about today's CD team.
Msjoy changed the subject and talked about today's CD team. Mu Yun had told Mao Xiaomao before that many talented PUBG players came here this year, and they are all fans of Mao Xiaomao or ISCD. Although the president of Changzhou University is highly qualified, the new president is not stupid either. It took half a month to select 8 team members. The previous substitutes for CD, HZZZ and Pan, were all defeated, which shows how strong the CD team is this time. After Mao Xiaomao left, Mu Yun also took over as a new commander. As a member of the championship team, Mu Yun is much calmer than last year. After watching countless professional games, he also learned a lot from IFCD and Mao Xiaomao. Although he can't learn from Liquid now. Mao Xiaomao was eating crayfish while discussing the CD team with Cheng Yao. Mu Yun still lacked confidence last year, but this year he looks much more confident than last year. It's still the familiar silver-white team. CD team, White Horse and Spear.
Why is there a girl?
Jean shouted in surprise. This year, the contestant named Chio turned out to be a girl. Her real name was Jian Lu. She was very good-looking, and was the only girl among the 96 participating teams. Cheng Yao kicked Jeans.
What's the matter? You look down on girls. Don't dare. Don't dare.
Several people got to know each other well last year, and they're on the same team this year, so the relationship is very harmonious. Liquid also played against IFCD on CUEL, and learned about Cheng Yao's strength. This is definitely a genius-level sniper. But it is a pity that he did not have this ambition, and did not continue to shine in PUBG.
Is this the tradition of CD? Always bring a beautiful female player.
Msjoy also laughed on the commentary desk.
It's supposed to be a morale boost, I guess,
Yehao said with a smile. Last year's Cheng Yao, and this year's Jian Lu are both flowers among countless green grass. Last year there were 2 female players, but this year there is only 1 from the CD team.
CUEL has always been the best way to supplement Xiaog's esports knowledge. Last year, several talented players from IFCD and IG Team ZQL have become the backbone of Xiaog's PUBG.
Mao Xiaomao scanned today's entry list. Only a small half of them are the teams that played against them last year. It is accidental that PUBG does not have very strong strength to advance all the way. Nanjay, the 2018 CUEL Jiangsu District Champion, and the 2019 Jiangsu Division runner-up, also fell outside the finals.
I looked at the favorites to win this year, and there should be 3 teams. One is CD. There is no doubt that there are a lot of talents this year. The other is FUD, the old and powerful team, the school team of Fudan University. There is another team from Anhui University, Age, and their results in the qualifying rounds were also very good.
Msjoy continued.
But this is not certain. Who would have thought before last year's finals that the CD team would emerge out of nowhere? We also hope that more talented players and fresh blood will emerge in Xia Kingdom. As the slogan this time says, look for the next king.
The CUL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds project is already in its third edition. And it is also the first time it has been changed to the FPV mode, in order to cater to the mainstream of the professional arena. There is no longer a TPP professional event. Seeing Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao watching the game with relish, Jean still felt that crayfish was more delicious. The level of these teams is somewhat uneven, and they are naturally looked down upon by professional players like Jeans. However, in the second half of the first game, a player caught the attention of three major professional players, Mao Xiaomo, Cheng Yao and Jeans.
Wow! What a quick response! It's really fast. And it feels about the same as me.
Jeans was also surprised. MC, a player from the AH team, reacted so fast that it was definitely a professional level reaction. And he was not an ordinary professional player.
The Xia Kingdom has so many talents.
Jean sighed. The Xia Kingdom has a vast land, rich resources, and a large population. Players with FPS talent can always be found. Moreover, the Xia Kingdom's professional system is now so complete. However, the core training technology of FPS is in the hands of European and American teams, which is also a major obstacle to the progress of Xiaogua's FPS. Mao Xiaomo said to Cheng Yao while eating crayfish.
I will mention it to the esports administration later to see if I can bring him to the United States.
Cheng Yao was also surprised. Although this MC was very talented, what did it mean to bring him to the United States? One of 8 national team members. Just by one glance. Chapter 609, The Purest Passion.
Isn't it too hasty?
Cheng Yao asked. You know, except for Mao Xiaomo, there are still 7 spots left in the national team. There are so many SS-level professional players in Xiaogua who are eyeing these 7 spots. No matter who you are, fighting for your country on the court is definitely the most glorious thing. Mao Xiaomo smiled and shook his head.
Some things cannot be learned.
Jeans nodded while eating.
But I don't think you need to waste those few spots.
Huh?
How to say it? You can give the video to Chris or Alvin. I think they would be very willing to sign and train a few more talents from Xiaogua.
Jeans also woke up Mao Xiaomo. Maybe you can discuss the opportunity to come to Liquid to train and learn with Chris. After all, he is not a god. If some talented students come to train with no results or are not adaptable, they will occupy a spot in the national team in vain. Continue watching the game. The first round of the finals. From Fish, AH and CD. CD's teamwork is very beautiful. Even Joy keeps praising.
The teamwork of this CD is very beautiful. And the individual strength is also very strong. It has the shadow of the previous CD. For us, it is definitely based on their career prospects. But for many people, CUL is their only competition in a year. So they have tried their best to compete for this championship.
Yihao is right to say this. Maybe when professional players see this kind of college league, they are just making small fuss. But for CD and all the participating players at that time, this was their youth and everything to them. The defending champion CD showed the momentum of a king. After Mao Xiaomo and his IFCD became famous, Chengda also admitted many new talented players who loved PUBG just to join this legendary team. These talents have also made Chengda University truly a gathering place for young FPS students in China. Something that no other school has.
Oh, beautiful. CD team destroys fish. There are still AH and CD left.
Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao ate lobster and watched the game. And CD ate chicken. They were also screaming happily.
CD is still superior in overall strength.
Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, CD. In the last wave, although MC knocked down Mu Yun and Chill one after another, CD's frontal strength was obviously higher than AH. And after a fierce battle, he succeeded in winning the chicken.
Congratulations to CD. The defending champion opened the scoring, winning the first game.
Jeans felt a little envious when he saw the excitement of Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao. However, he remembered that Mao Xiaomo was not so excited when winning the previous DreamHack competitions. He just smiled. But this college team he once played for was so competitive that he almost jumped up. This kind of memory is something he doesn't have.
Wow! Come on, CD!
Jeans is also cheering for Team CD from across the Pacific Ocean.
There is hope,
Mao Xiaomo said. You must know that CUL is not like the professional games they play now. It is basically a long game. The CUL College League National Finals only has 8 games in total. So the error tolerance rate is not very high. If there are 2 games in a box, you may be away from the championship. Further and further, The first plate of chicken is also very good news for CD. But Joy is right. CD's direct competitors, H ranked second, Fish third, and FUD sixth in the first set, and their results were not very bad. Now the team is much more stable than last year, because the professional system and playing style are relatively stable now. Over the course of a year, the tactics and ideas are definitely improving, and the young players are definitely getting stronger.
Hey, Joy, let me ask you a rhythmic question.
Fortunately, he chuckled at the commentary table.
I know what you want to ask. You want to ask which one is better, this CD or last year's CD?
Joy is so understanding. She knows what to do as soon as she sticks her butt out X. But these two sentences also attracted bursts of cheers from the scene.
Oh! Wow! CD! CD!
This year's CUEL is simply scarier than last year's. Last year it was already CD's home venue. But this year it's even scarier. Almost the vast majority of fans are here just for CD. This kind of terrifying popularity may not even be comparable to ordinary professional teams. Last year's CD and this year's CD. This topic is also very popular with everyone. Ms. Joy didn't think this was a topic that couldn't be discussed, and said with a smile,
I think last year's one could win.
Yehao raised his eyebrows.
How should I put it? Logically speaking, this year's CD team is more talented and should have stronger frontal strength.
Ms. Joy continued.
Both of us have watched last year's CD. Last year's CD mainly had a soul. When Mao Xiaomo was on the court, the whole team played very united. And didn't you notice that the player Mao Xiaomo had a certain kind of situation at that time? The kind of temperament that makes you strong and fearless of heaven and earth.
Yehao nodded.
Yes.
Cheng Yao pushed Mao Xiaomo with her shoulders and said with a smile,
I'm bragging on you.
Low profile. Jeans couldn't understand what Ms. Joy and Yehao were saying at the scene. But there are indeed many good talents in this CUL. Most of these talents are freshmen, and they are all newcomers without professional contracts. They will definitely be snapped up by domestic professional teams as soon as the game is over. The second and third sets continued. The strength displayed by CD this time is indeed superior to other teams, especially after many of last year's super newcomers joined the professional team. The CD team is even more invincible. Under the leadership of Mu Yun, he finished third in the second set, and again lost in the third set, already leading the standings.
As long as CD continues to perform stably, I don't think there will be any big problems,
Ms. Joy said. Professional coaches like them can see a team very clearly. With the strength of this CD, there is nothing wrong with being number one. In the fourth set, Team H's MC turned the tide alone. In the final 2v4 situation, he knocked down 4 opponents in succession and successfully won the chicken. H's bad performance also brought their score close to CD. As a result, the game became suspense again. Everything will have to wait until tomorrow's 4 games to be decided. Originally, Mao Xiaomo wanted to make a phone call and tell Mu Yun about some of the shortcomings of this CD. After thinking about it later, I decided to forget it. Now the CD team has a familiar style of play, even if this style of play is not mature. So what if Mao Xiaomo tells them the correct way of playing now? It is impossible for the CD team to change back overnight. They may still be tied up and not play like themselves. Although he will always be a member of the CD team. This team is Mu Yun's team, so just leave it to him to take care of it. Mao Xiaomo believes that Mu Yun will bring this championship back to Chengda. Because of the jet lag, it was still morning in the United States, so Mao Xiaomo rarely took Cheng Yao to the amusement park. Usually the training time is too long, and there are so many competitions at this stage. It is rare to have such an opportunity to relax. Mao Xiaomo is 20, and Cheng Yao is 19. They are also in their youth. The two of them had fun in the amusement park and forgot about the competition and pressure. Many American fans at the amusement park recognized Mao Xiaomo, the liquid soul known as the
PUBG First Commander,
and asked for photos one after another. Mao Xiaomo, who was in a good mood, also complied with these fans' requests. Ferris wheel, carousel, pirate ship. It also brings the simplest warmth to this couple who are not that easy. The next morning was rare. Jean stayed in front of the computer early and prepared to continue watching the game on CD. After watching 4 games, he also became very interested in CUEL. This is a completely different game from professional games. This is equivalent to the NCAA College League and NBA Professional League in the United States. In the United States, the NCAA is much more popular than the NBA. This is the same as the CUEL College League and real professional games. In professional games, if you lose one game, there will be the next one.
If you lose a big game, there will be the next big game. In CUEL, for every player, it is only once a year, maybe only once in this life. They only have 4 years of college, during which there are unpredictable things such as graduating early or entering the professional arena early. Many potential newcomers will join professional teams before the end of their freshman year. So every CUEL is the most cherished and last time in life. If you want to live without regrets, you can only let your blood boil and then fight. When every team is trying their best for every game, the scene will be so heroic. When attacking, he is like a tiger coming out of the gate. And when defending, he is also trying his best, which is suffocating. As long as the game is not over, the ups and downs of the plot will definitely make the outcome unpredictable, because there are only 8 games, and it is possible to score points in a chicken game. Looking back, the tension, excitement, and uncertainty of the game are more attractive. CUEL has no commercial flavor. It is a competition in a pure sense. In this game, there is only love for OUBG, only the desire to win, only the pursuit of dreams, and nothing else. Remember our college days? For the love and impulse for FPS games in my heart. In a professional game, there are so many things you have to consider, including results, playing styles, and tactics. All of these are different from the purest passion of the past. Chapter 610 CUEL. If you ask Mao Xiaoma now, what is his biggest regret about entering the professional league? His answer may be the most representative, that is, I will never go back to the university campus. I will never be able to experience university life again. And I will never be able to fight for CT on the field. That was the hardest time in his life so far. Happy time. Drink and chat with brothers. Go shopping and laugh like Chungyao. And even go to the movies. These are all very difficult to do now. Although Mao Xiaoma's college days were only a few short months in his memory, it was very beautiful. For those Xiao people who are watching PUBG professional games now, many of them have already stepped out of the society. They also had their college days. They pay attention to CUEL. In addition to the intensity of the game itself, there is also the concern for their alma mater, the sense of belonging to the old self. Think about ourselves. When you, who are already in society, hear or see news about your alma mater, will you pay more attention? That's my school, I always blurt out uncontrollably. The college years spent at our alma mater are the most memorable years in a person's life. There, we release the energy of youth. There are only passions and dreams with no regrets and no regrets. I still remember that at a graduation ceremony of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, the president said something that moved college students. What is your alma mater? Your alma mater is a place where you scold him 8 times a day, but no one else is allowed to scold him. All of this is not available in professional leagues. We have all experienced college life, and can truly appreciate the sense of belonging provided by CUEL. James is also attracted by this purest thing. Yesterday, he contacted Chris and Alvin, who was on vacation, and told them about CUEL. Alvin didn't pay much attention to them at first, but after hearing Mao Xiaomo's high praise for these players, he immediately paid 120% attention to them. James was speechless. It was so true. Originally he was Liquid's #1, but after Mao Xiaomo came, now both Chris and Alvin are too lazy to pay attention to him. But James doesn't care. Chris and Alvin have been old comrades for many years. Alvin's current job is not easy. Liquid's tactics are now formulated by Mao Xiaomo. In fact, his work is not much different from vacation. But it makes him a little idle. The day after I received the call from James, I returned to Liquid's training camp. Then I watched the CUEL game with a few people. After the 5th game, Mao Xiaomo and Alvin had the same view. And there were several very good ideas. Alvin also praised Xiaogua for having so many talents. It is a pity that the development of FPS in Xiaogua was too late. Many things are still immature, and there is no complete training system. It would be a bit of nonsense to say that Xiaogua's FPS talent is not as good as Europe and the United States.
This is good. This is good too. Can we sign them?
Alvin asked impatiently.
It should be possible. If they don't have a contract on them.
Mao Xiaomo looked at the excited Alvin and smiled. Alvin suddenly saw so many unpolished rough jade, and was a little excited. If we can create a few more Xia players, like Mao Xiaomo to join Liquids, I'm afraid Liquids can also enter the top 5 in the world. There is no intention to change the Liquid players now. Now that the 4 Liquid players are getting better, and are invincible in the world, it is somewhat unnecessary to seek changes. As Alvin said, it was a bit of a waste for these talents to stay in Xia country's professional team.
Alvin also watched the games more seriously. After 3 games, Alvin paid attention to some famous and not so famous players, and kept writing down these names in his notebook. Mao Xiaomo glanced at it and smiled. The people he has in mind are similar to what Alvin has in mind. In this case, there is no need for Mao Xiaomo to help them. Liquid will definitely extend an invitation to them. But it's not clear whether he will agree to Mao Xiaomo. Xiaogua's family is different from European and American families. Parents and elders don't want their children to go away. There is also the issue of money. In Liquid, you can certainly become very strong. But in Xiaogua, you can get high live broadcast contracts, wages and bonuses. These are also options for these freshman college students. If the family background is superior, it's okay. If the family background is not very good, it's understandable to choose more benefits. Most people should choose this. The CUL game progressed to the 7th set, and the game really entered a heated stage. The points of the 3 teams AH, Fish and CD are very close. CD won the chicken in the 5th set. Fish won the chicken in the 6th set. And AH withstood the pressure and responded with a victory in the 7th set. Although CD currently has a lead in the standings, it is not safe. AH and Fish are closely followed by about 100 points. Mao Xiaomo can't remember the CUL standings. But 100 points is not something that cannot be pursued. Score difference. At this time, for CD, the first thing is to stabilize the mentality. Don't think that you have a leading advantage. To maintain this mentality, you should play normally. When encountering direct competitors, you must also have a clear mind. When necessary, sometimes you can die together with your opponent. It mainly depends on the on-the-spot response. The last set turned out to be an airport circle. This circle is very beneficial to CD, who is already at the airport. It will at least allow them to survive safely until the 4th circle. Mao Xiaomo looked at the calm Mu Yun and suddenly felt relieved. This time he finally felt what it means to be more nervous watching a game than playing a game. Even in a big competition like PCI, Mao Xiaomo didn't feel that nervous. Now when he saw CUL, his heart was pounding. This year's CUL is even more intense than last year. The battle continued until the last battle.
This game is great!
James didn't even care about eating crayfish and stared at the computer screen. Because of Mao Xiaomo, his home team was also CD. Even the battle on advantageous terrain made Mao Xiaomo and James break into cold sweats. Fearing that something unexpected might happen, the game went on longer and longer, and finally came to the attrition circle. Fish, CD and AH are still fully present. Chapter 6:11 CD defends the title. Fish was not particularly strong last year, and at that time it was solely supported by Wang Hao. This year's Fish is similar to last year. The team's strength is not particularly strong, but the captain Kiko is very strong. He is now ranked 2nd in the kill list. The first is AH's ace player MC. The further you go to the back, the more difficult the situation for Fish and AH will be, and the fault tolerance rate is relatively low. On the contrary, the CD team was able to handle it with ease, led by Mu Yun, who had experience in competitions, and with 3 very capable players. CD became more and more courageous in this set. By the time they reached the finals, CD had already recorded 11 kills, coupled with their original 100-point lead. The situation is very delicate. MC may have also calculated the points of CD and felt that if he didn't play, he would have no chance. So he decisively chose to lead the team to strong card CD. As long as the CD team is eliminated, they still have a chance of survival. CUL games are more tense than professional games, especially when it comes to the final game. CD, which has always performed stably, also made mistakes at such a moment. The team's 2 talented players made shooting mistakes at the same time. The beautiful player Chio made a sideways carbine, causing MC to turn around and fight back.
Oh! Chio made a mistake. He didn't suppress the AK. Maybe there was something wrong with his mentality,
Msjoy shouted. In the professional arena, professional players often appear to have carbine situations. Not to mention these college students, who have not received professional training. In such a high-pressure situation, the heart beats fast. The beautiful CD contestant bit her lip. Her hands trembled unconsciously, and tears welled up in her eyes for a moment. But Mu Yun stood up. CD and AH exchanged fire instantly. Mu Yun knocked down 2 people one after another, and then applied medicine to the ground. At the same time, the personnel of both sides also completed the exchange.
There are 4 teams left at the end. AH has nothing to do. The first place gets 250 ranking points. The second place gets 200 points. Now if AH wants to win, They must destroy the CD as a team. On the other side, Fish, go help H now.
Joy is not giving Fish advice. She is just telling everyone what Fish is doing right now. CD is now about 100 points ahead of him. If Fish and H want to win, they must keep CD in the top 3. H knows this much better than Fish. Muyun took medicine and rescued one team member despite the pressure. But the other 2 team members also bled to death. And only MC was left and H on the other side. The scene became very anxious. And all the teams did not dare to move. The real-time standings were also displayed next to the screen. The top 3 players in the standings, Fish, CD and H, are all present. There are 3 people in Fish, 2 people in CD, and 1 person in H. There is also a lone wolf. Everyone was lying on the grass, not daring to make any movement. This mountain battle was very fierce, because he saw the advantage of the H team. Fish wanted to wait for AH to clear the CD before they can harvest. I never expected that I would regain the advantage while playing CD. At this time, Fish had no other choice but to secretly scold AH for his inability. A center circle was drawn in the safety zone. It's already the 8th lap. All teams have to crawl inwards. Muyun led his teammates to move forward slowly. And Fish finally made up his mind to come out and give it a try. Kiko stood up with 2 team members and went directly to CD to clear it. Amid everyone's gasps, Yu's lone wolf took action. Without the pressure of points, he directly hit Fish's back. A wave of accurate gunshots knocked down the 2 of them. CD also heard Fish's footsteps. And the 2 stood up directly, exchanging fire. The surviving personnel on the field fell to the ground one after another. Everyone stood up. Between lightning and flint, Muyun was knocked down. But teammates instantly replenished the shot. Survival on the field, 2. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, CD. Pretty. Mao Xiaomao slammed the table and jumped up from the chair. The last wave of ordinary viewers didn't see it clearly, but Mao Xiaomao saw it clearly. CD had obviously communicated well. 1 to the left and 1 to the right, and fired on both sides at the same time. The first thing MC aimed at was Muyun, who was on his back. When he saw the tap barrel, it was too late to draw the gun, and he was knocked down. In fact, when Fish was wiped out, it already meant that CD won the championship. But CD gave the CUL a perfect sentence.
Congratulations on the CD. Complete the title defense.
Joy shouted. The camera also showed the CD team in the competition room. And the 4 of them cried with joy. CUL's championship means so much to them. The cheers at the scene grew louder and louder.
Even without Mao Xiaomao and Good, Team CD still successfully defended the title. This is so difficult. Yes. The CUL College League does not have stable personnel like professional competitions. Their personnel turnover is very frequent. Compared with last year's CD, this year's CD only has 1 player, Kakarot, who is the original player from last year.
Yihao praised. There are tens of thousands of colleges and universities across the country. Once again, we can stand out among so many colleges and universities. We have witnessed the birth of a legendary team of college students. Mao Xiaomao was 100 times happier than he was at winning the championship. During the training match, I was excited to watch Muyun hug and celebrate with his teammates. Where there are winners, there are losers. The camera showed Fish and Age. A few of them felt lonely, and a few of them shed tears. This kind of opportunity may really only come once in a person's life. MC will definitely enter the professional arena. There is still a question mark as to whether the other team members are capable and qualified to stay in the Fish team next year. They messed up. The final results were also shown on the big screen. CD first. Age is second. Fish third. Alvin didn't watch the final awards ceremony. He had already contacted Liquid's contact person in Xia Country in advance and booked a flight to Xia Country in the afternoon. Chris gave him a task to bring back some of their favorite players. Now the bases of Liquid and Liquids are in Manhattan. It turns out there is a base where the remaining youth training players live. If these Xia players come to Liquid and are directly thrown into the Liquid Youth Training Camp for training, maybe they can train the next Mao Xiaomao. As soon as the game ended, Mao Xiaomao called Muyun and congratulated CD for defending the title. Although Xiaogua currently only has 1 event, CUL, for college students, the General Administration of Esports is already working on creating more events to provide a stage for college students to showcase themselves. In the near future, there will definitely be more college students showing their talents in competitions and entering the professional circle. Since Mao Xiaomao was poached by Liquid,
Many European and American clubs are now observing Xiaogua's talents. Xiaogua's base is too large. And esports is not like football. It does not require good physical fitness. So it is impossible to appear. There are only a few professional players among 1.4 billion people. Muyun also gave Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao a brief introduction to the people involved in the new CD. The other three people are all fans of Mao Xiaomo. Especially the beautiful contestant Qiu. When they see Mao Xiaomo, their eyes light up as if they are seeing a peerless handsome man. However, there is no other meaning. It is purely when they see their idol. Excited? Mao Xiaomo doesn't know if Liquid will contact these players. After all, everyone has their own choice. And Liquid also has their choice. Even if Mao Xiaomo brings them to Liquid, they will still be eliminated if they are not strong enough. Alvin understands this situation better than him. However, Mao Xiaomo also told the other three people besides Mu Yun not to be too eager to accept the invitation from the domestic team and to think carefully before making a decision. After the CUL game, ISCD, SNAQTC, 4AM, OMG, 17, and several domestic giant teams almost all started to dig players frantically. Mu Yun has received several internship invitations, but he has no intention of pursuing a career and just wants to complete his studies. This is also an option for other players. Thinking rationally, if you have the strength, joining a traffic team like IFCD, 4AM, or May 17th be a better choice. The live broadcast contract has far greater exposure than some ordinary first-tier teams. How many players really want to become stronger? To be honest, if Cheng Yao had stayed in Xia country at that time, Mao Xiaomo probably would not have come to Liquid. In Xia country, there were so many beautiful things around him that there was no need to give up on him for some illusory things. The vast majority of players just want to play professionally to earn money to support their families, get a wife, and start a beautiful family. This is a difficult choice. So 2 days after the end of CUL, some of the more popular newcomers had not made a decision. H is MC, CD is Tap, Qiu, Fish is Kiko, Boom Jun. The choices of these popular players have also become the focus of domestic attention. While PUBG is attracting more and more attention, it is also attracting more and more attention to its players, especially these new players. Just like the NBA draft, they are like a lottery ticket that has not been scratched. 5 million apiece. The first person to be exposed is the entire FUD team. For AM officially announced that all 4 members of the FUD team, God, Chui, RH520, and VSS, have all joined 4AM and become 4AM youth training members. FUD's performance in CUL was not particularly good, but it also showed enough talent. The trial training is to see if you are qualified. 4AM does not need to pay a big price. And the 4 young players will also go there in a few days. 4AM base trial. Chapter 6-12 National Team Selection. The popularity of MC this year is just like that of Wang Hao last year. Almost all clubs have sent him trial invitations. And they are all talents that are truly visible to the naked eye. CUL Murderer King. H_MC. But it was only less than half a minute after 4AM officially announced the FUD trial training 4AM. A shocking news appears. Liquid Esports Club. Hashtag Liquid Team Announcement hashtag starting from today. MC, formerly known as Zhou Yang, and Qiu, formerly known as Jian Lu, will officially join the PUBG branch of the Liquid Esports Club. MC. Qiu. Number 1 and number 3 on the murder list. Choose Liquid. Mao Xiaomo was also quite surprised. If he told the truth, he would not have chosen this way. It's a foreign country. And it can be said that there is no gain. Qiu is the female assaulter of the CD team. And her talent is absolutely top-notch. However, it is a pity for everyone that Cheng Yao does not have a professional career. In terms of talent, none of the current female players can compete with top snipers in the professional arena without professional training. She has always been the team's biggest player during the CD period. But it's a pity that this is not the ambition. The surprise to the Xia Kingdom audience is not over yet. Kiko, who ranks second on QL's kill list, has also joined Liquid. Coupled with a potential newcomer Moon, Liquid has gained 4 talented Xia Kingdom players this time. No one understands it.
Hack! Alvin! What conditions did you give them?
Mao Xiaomo called. He was really curious about what conditions would enable these Xia players to leave their hometown and come to the United States. Alvin smiled evilly.
There are no conditions. I have all the conditions that should be met. There must be some shameful conditions. Tell me quickly. Very normal conditions. Really?
the salary after becoming an official player, the live broadcast contract, and the opportunity to join the national team.
Alvin finally spoke out. National team. Mao Xiaomo suddenly understood what Alvin was thinking. Because Xiaoguo will soon select 7 players to train with Liquid to prepare for the Olympics. But these 7 players may not necessarily be national players. If these 4 players can show that they are stronger than the domestic first-line players, it is not impossible to be selected by Mao Xiaomo into the national team. The General Administration of Esports of Xia State has now completely delegated power to Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo only needs to say hello to the superiors and then decide on his own what to do with the national team. So one word from him can actually determine the national team members.
I think their talents, especially MC, are higher than those of the first-team players in your country,
Alvin said truthfully. Some data cannot deceive people. MC's response data on CUEL is the same as Iron and a little faster than Ibiza. This talent is already a top talent. If it gets professional training, Alvin will not brag. And another world-class player will be created. Chio and Moon are purely fans of Mao Xiaomo. MC has great ambitions. And Kiko just wants to learn from Mao Xiaomo. Strictly speaking, Kiko is a member of the same class as Mao Xiaomo. He has extremely strong combat capabilities, and is also a good commander. Otherwise, Fish would not be in the top 3.
When will you come back? In 3 days. So urgent?
Mao Xiaomo was also surprised. It took him a month to fly here. Even 3 days to say goodbye to his family was not enough. Alvin shook his head on the other side, and said to Mao Xiaomo,
I think your Xia country has something that no other country in the world can match. And that is a sense of national honor. The selection for your national team is about to begin. Do you think they will waste time? Oh, by the way, you can notify the players from your country for selection. Chris has approved it. When the time comes, I will ask the guys in the youth training camp to make room for you. I will not care about the rest,
Alvin said easily. Another relaxing time. Mao Xiaomo replied okay, and hung up the phone. As long as you bring people here and have training charts. It doesn't matter if you have Alvin or not. Mao Xiaomo turned around and called Joy again, telling him that the second selection of the national team could begin.
Choose 7 people? Well, when the time comes, you can sort out the data and videos and send them to me, and I will choose,
Mao Xiaomo said.
Good.
On the other side, Ms. Joy hung up the phone and began to notify various clubs of professional players who were on vacation or training. Second call-up to the national team. 80 players. The entire list was also posted on Weibo. Almost all members of some first-team teams, including OMG, 4AM, 17, SNAQTC, and ISCD, are not here. His nationality is not from the Xia Kingdom, and he cannot represent the Xia Kingdom team in games. However, it is estimated that he cannot represent Ukraine. Ukraine has recently gained many strong players, and Good's current level does not meet the requirements of the Ukrainian national team. According to Mao Xiaomo, these 80 people will play 8 sets of games every day. It is also a points competition, but the players are randomly assigned for each set. Each game counts individual points, kill points plus team points. There are a total of 80 games in 10 days. After the 80 games, the top 3 players with points will directly get the quota. The remaining 4 places will be selected by Mao Xiaomo. It can be said that it gives players the opportunity to control their own destiny. Unlike many national teams, which are directly recruited from above, many people who have the ability and are not selected will inevitably be dissatisfied. This selection competition is also for the sake of fairness. All professional players have no opinion about Mao Xiaomo. Just like a Xiaoguo player who won the MVP in the NBA, he must be a well-deserved ace in the national team. Mao Xiaomo happened to be free in the past 2 weeks. While training, he was also paying attention to the national team trials. All players have no objections to this format. This selection method is very fair and gives them a chance. The 80 set points match also minimizes the element of luck. This scoring rule is also very simple. 15 points for winning the chicken. 2-11th place is 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, and 1 point respectively. There are no points from the 10th place onwards. Each head has 1 point. The rules are just such a rule. No one will think it is unfair because everyone is competing in the same environment. The last word is to strive to win and get more kills. Chapter 6:13, Initial Roster of the National Team. The 10-day national team selection competition has also become a top priority for all domestic game enthusiasts. Every player is fighting on their own. And even teammates,
who are usually on the same team, are fighting hard for those 3 spots. Some of the more powerful players turned off the barrage even when they started live broadcasting. This qualifier is also very important to them, and they don't want some off-court rhythms to affect their results. On January 7th, the national team qualifiers officially began. A super long exchange of 80 games in 10 days, based on individuals. Mao Xiaomo didn't watch this qualifier. Liquid still had to do daily training. Chris trusted him so much that he felt embarrassed if he didn't get results for Liquid. The first day of competition went on as scheduled. Some of Xia Kingdom's popular players, including Zhou Lili, Wang Hao, Wei Shen, and M16 Show, all started live broadcasts to broadcast the entire qualifying match. Even if some players have no hope of getting into the top 3 at the end, they still hope to perform well. After all, there are a total of 7 places. After each game, official statistics will be compiled and updated in real time on Weibo and forums. After the first day of competition, KG Swang Xian, OMG Xiao Hai, and IFCD's Zhou Lili ranked in the top 3. There are many factors involved in this competition, including teammates, strength, and the cooperation of the temporary team. The comprehensive strength of the selected players is definitely worthy of recognition. The ranking points in this competition are not very high. 1 point per head can fully reflect the personal strength of the players. 5 days later, the situation became even more anxious, because the difference in scores is not very big. The scores of the first 20 to 30 players are almost the same. It was not until the 7th day, after the 64 set, that the first place Zhou Lili and the second place finally opened up a 50-point gap. Mao Xiaomo took a look at the standings on the 8th day. Because the qualifying matches were broadcast live on major platforms, Mao Xiaomo also went to take a look. Msjoy and 5400 passionately explained the Xia Civil War.
Okay, let me take a look at the last set. Zhou Lili should be stable, and everyone ranked 2 to 9 should still have a chance.
Msjoy took a look at the standings and saw that it was much more intense than they imagined. Except for Zhou Lili, who is now 40 points ahead and firmly promoted. Many well-known professional players have fallen out of the top 10, including the World Championship killer Liang, the Xia Kingdom killer King Bastion, and Wei Shen have all fallen out of the top 10.
Okay, let the game begin.
Everything on the screen. Round 80 of Xiaogwa's national team qualifiers begins.
Let's take a look at the groups first. Are there any stronger groups?
There is a very interesting thing about this competition, which is the grouping at the beginning of the competition. But the players do not necessarily have to be strong, and the results they can give must be good. Domestic first-line conductors, like Wang Xian and Smile, have very good results. Mao Xiaomo always believes that it is enough for a team to have a core, whether in the club or the national team. This core position must belong to Mao Xiaomo. So Mao Xiaomo wants teammates who have a strong sense of position, quick reactions, and good marksmanship. However, letting Mao Xiaomo choose the candidates alone will inevitably cause some criticism. We can only hold one such qualifier, and give Mao Xiaomo the choice of 4 people. The last set of the game was also completed very smoothly. Zhou Lili led the LGD duo to win the chicken successfully. In this way, all the games are over, and the top 3 are successfully determined. Individual standings for Xiaogwa national team qualifiers. 1. IFCD_NB 211 total 542. 2. KO_Nova total 494. 3. 17_Show total 489. 4. OMG_Shirong total 486. 5. KG_ZGG01 total 481. 6. OMG_Shuhai total 477.
Okay, all the games are over. Zhou Lili, Nova, and M16 Show are ranked in the top 3. They have successfully entered the final round of qualifiers for the national team. Soon they should go to the United States to participate in national team training and club competitions here. It's going to stop for now.
Msjoy said.
Nova also surprised us in this qualifier. We haven't paid much attention to a member of the second-tier team before.
Yehao said. In this qualifier, Nova actually suppressed top first-line players like Little Lion and Little Heiweishen, which is enough to prove something. Zhou Lili rode Juechen and took the lead in the middle of the game until the end. Another point is that Zhou Lili is a sniper, so it is easier to kill, and the score will naturally be higher. PUBG, an esports club, is different from football and basketball, and its capital is not that big. If the country forces you to give up club games
and participate in national team training. You must go. But there will be no one who is unwilling to go. What was Mao Xiaomo's level before he went to Liquid? TPJ's overall review was just SS. Half a year later, it was not just SSS, but also the world's top SSS level. There is no doubt about Mao Xiaomo's talent. But Liquid's professional training is absolutely unacceptable. Underestimate. The last round of 17 show was also thrilling. He got 5 kills and 5 points, and entered the top 3 in a thrilling way. The fate of some of the later team members is not in their hands. Although there are still 4 places, they don't know how Mao Xiaomo will choose. There are still countless strong players in China, including 4AM4, OMG4, LGD4, and SNAQTC. They are all very strong players. With so many people choosing 4, no matter how you choose, it will definitely cause some controversy. But the controversy will definitely not be particularly big. They all give you opportunities. If you don't grasp it, you won't be able to help others. After the domestic qualifiers ended, DreamHack's 5th round also went on as scheduled. After 2 weeks of repairs, the fighting resumed. However, there was no suspense in the 5th round of the game. Liquid did not stop their pace in the past 2 weeks, and they became even more perfect. Now there is no big problem with the coordination of basic team battle transfers. The main thing is the tacit understanding between teammates, which also needs to be honed over time. There is no suspense in this race. Liquid once again leads the second-placed EG team by 1,000 points after 5 games. To use Joy's words, these teams are all here to compete for second place. Moreover, Liquid Sonotu was so powerful. Mao Xiaomo's judgment of the situation and the team's strong frontal strength made them push almost all the way. It was another 4 chickens in 5 games. And there was no suspense after the first day of competition. Everyone was like studying with the prince. The next day, it was rare to see that both FaZe and EG teams had no desire to fight. There was no bloody fight over a second place. In the end, he won 8 chickens in 15 games. Another chicken eating rate of over 50%. Liquid has an obvious advantage on the Sano map. But sometimes the circles on the big map can cause some trouble to Liquid. After the game, countless defenders came to criticize Liquid.
Liquid is destroying PUBG.
Liquid makes professional play no fun. However, most of these posts were not made by people from Siagwa. Siagwa was not happy enough to see Mao Xiaomo win the championship. Although some of the language is extreme, it is actually true. Liquid really makes professional play no fun. In the first 2 rounds of every game, everyone can see professional teams like FaZe, Navi, Ghost, and EG struggling desperately, but they are still suppressed by a pair of ruthless hands. Then, there was no sound. After a few games, there was no more suspense. This was an impossible situation in previous games. The fact is that 4 super players can really crush the professional arena with their strength. This argument is also very similar to many people's evaluation of the Golden State Warriors basketball team. They are destroying this sport and making it boring. Mao Xiaomo didn't even look at these comments. Do you blame me? Shaking his head, Mao Xiaomo also began to discuss the selection of national team members with Mjoy after winning the 5th Helsinki station of DreamHack. At the same time, for youth training players from Xia Kingdom officially came to the United States and have begun basic training. Although youth training players such as Chio and Kiko admire Mao Xiaomo very much, the 2 bases are also very far apart. They only met once when they first came here. After this game, Mao Xiaomo also went directly youth training base. Because both Liquid and Liquids are already very stable. Liquid's youth training camp is not large, with only 4 foreign players besides 4 Siagwa players. Mao Xiaomo watched their training all morning, and could only say that MC's talent was absolutely terrifying. Not on the same level as the other 3. He is young, reacts extremely quickly, and his shooting skills are very stable. He has only been here for half a month, and he is already able to shoot something. If there is one person among these 4 people who can replace the 7 people who came out of the Xia country qualifiers, then this person can only be MC. At the youth training camp, Mao Xiaomo also discussed with Alvin the selection of Siagwa national team members. Some data still needs to be done by Alvin, a professional analyst. Mao Xiaomo actually has a few candidates in mind for these 4 people, but he also needs enough data to support them. On January 24th, the first roster of 8 national team members was announced. Chapter 6 14 Talent. There are 2 rosters for this national team. One is the initial roster, and one is the final roster. If a team member performs poorly in the training camp or fails to meet Mao Xiaomo's expectations, he or she can be replaced temporarily. Siagwa Esports General Administration. Hashtag PUBG Siagwa National Team's first roster announced. Hashtag. After nearly a month of selection and data analysis, 8 members of the PUBG Siagwa national team have been selected. They are CHN_MO Command, Assaulter, CHN_211 Sniper, CHN_45 AI, Assaulter, Free Man, CHN_Show Commando, CHN_Nova Sniper, CHN_Lying Commando, CHN_XDD Commando, Sniper, CHN_Psi Assault, Free Man. I hope that the 8 players can perform well in training, enter the final roster of the PUBG national team, and win glory for the country. Complete. This news caused an uproar as soon as it was released, except for 211 Nova and Show who entered the national team through competitions. What is the situation of the other 4 people? Not to mention Lang. This is a member that everyone thinks must enter the national team. The remaining 3 people are all players under the age of 20. Wang Hao, XDD, Sai. What is this? There are too many outstanding professional players in Xia Kingdom, such as Bastion, Xiaohai, Cuckoo, and Zhou Ku. As a result, these 3 people snatched their spot. They had no choice but to make the fans angry. On Weibo, the news about the national team stuffing money was also ranked first. I am a big lion. Is this a waste of money? This secret operation is too much. Isn't it? Even PUBG can't escape the secret operation? Are you dead? Haha. I don't know how fans are going to wash their hands of Xiaomo this time. IFCD_IO. Do you really think this is something Mao Xiaoma can decide? Just handsome. Do you think we are all fools? Sure enough, the moment the list appeared, countless people sneered at the State Esports Administration and Mao Xiaoma. This happened before when I was in the Siagwa national football team. The head coach complained that countless players entered the national team through secret operations, resulting in people who were truly capable not having the opportunity to play for the country. It was hard to achieve success. Even esports cannot escape capital operations? Wang Hao. He is not qualified to be selected for the national team at all. However, everyone has guessed this result before. Some people think so. That is, the 3 people selected in the national team qualifiers will form a team with Mao Xiaoma to play in the game. And then the others will only serve as substitutes even if they operate in secret. In this way there is some truth in the guess. Mao Xiaoma didn't know that there would be such a big disturbance at first. They were still playing a training match with FaZe. Suddenly Mjoy sent a WeChat message to tell Mao Xiaoma about this. And Mao Xiaoma posted on Weibo. Take a look. It was indeed a bloody storm. But they had already prepared the information. They were just waiting for the storm to arise. And then they took out the information to suppress the storm. This is also good for the national team's image. Mao Xiaoma's criteria for selecting people are also very simple. Talent. Because there are still nearly 7 months until the Tokyo Olympics. Some professional players, with relatively mature skills, actually do not have much room for improvement even if they come to the United States to participate in training. They are the Siagwa team. And the other teams they encounter must be extremely powerful. In 7 months, many CSGO super professional players must have become familiar with PUBG. The players they want must at least be top-notch SSS players. He didn't know if he could do it within half a year, but he was going to give it a try. Otherwise, it doesn't make much difference to Mao Xiaoma who he brings to the game. Mao Xiaoma has great ambitions. And so does Siagwa Esports. An hour after the matter fermented, the Xia State Esports Administration sent another picture. This picture is the data analysis of all 80 qualifiers. Several talent-based statistics are marked. In terms of reaction time, Wang Hao, XED, and Sai are all ranked in the top 5. The remaining 2 players are Zhou Lily and Shou. They are all top players in their playing years. Mao Xiaoma is not worried that he will be surpassed. The only thing he wants to do now is to represent the country and win the national team competition. As soon as this photo came out, it was instant. Weibo. Forum. All winds turn aside. Many people who were slapped in the face before treated it as if nothing was wrong and said with a smile, I just talked about such a big thing as the national team. And there will definitely be no behind-the-scenes operations. In fact, Wang Hao himself told the truth. At first, he thought it was Mao Xiaoma who brought him into the national team based on his connections. As a result, as soon as this data came out, he felt much more comfortable. It was really not his intention to join the national team based on connections. And he didn't even bother to do such a thing. In this first roster of the national team, IFCD should be regarded as the biggest winner. Two IFCD players Zhou Lili and Wang Hao. IFCD also promoted two newcomers from the second team. Among them is the newcomer of the CD, who is also good. Junior classmate. There is only a list of 8 people in total. No matter who you choose, there will always be dissatisfied people. Since the country has given Mao Xiaoma such trust, Mao Xiaoma chose people purely based on his own opinions and Alvin's opinions. Among these people, the player that Mao Xiaoma wanted to cooperate with the most was Wang Hao. If he is the perfect template for a commanding player, then Wang Hao is the perfect template for a free agent. As long as his marksmanship can reach the top level, Wang Hao's judgment and familiarity with the terrain, as well as his unique sense of position, are the players who can help Mao Xiaoma to the greatest extent. Therefore, Mao Xiaoma also has the greatest expectations for him. Liquid can never achieve the perfection Mao Xiaoma wants. A big reason is the communication between the team and the performance of free agents. So even though Liquid is very strong, Mao Xiaoma still feels that something is missing. Almost everyone thinks that these 8 players may be the last 8 players, including Zhou and Zhou Lili themselves. Until they came to America, I saw 4 new players who have been training for a month. These 4 people are completely ignored by the Xia Kingdom audience. They are also part of the training army. Chapter 6:15, 11 consecutive championships. Mao Xiaoma did not go to the youth training base. He had to fly to the 6 finals of DreamHack. However, it is said that after several Xia Kingdom players arrived, Alvin directly asked MC to compete with several top Xia Kingdom assaulters. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes. According to the information Mao Xiaoma got, MC 11:8 Shou, MC 11:7 Liang just played 2 games. Everyone witnessed these 2 games, and Liang and Shou were even more in disbelief. MC and the others had only heard that a potential newcomer who had just graduated from college chose to join Liquid. But that was all. Now MC knocked down Shou and Liang directly one after another. This is the top assaulter in the country. Represents the highest level of SS level. But this is not something incomprehensible. After the end of CUEL, MC, like Wang Hao last year, was rated as having S+ professional strength. After coming to Liquid for 1 month, I have made amazing improvements. So defeating Liang, Shou, seems to be an incomprehensible thing. But in fact it has a lot to do with the reputation of both parties. Alvin smiled directly and said to these 7 people, Mao asked me to bring you a message. The final roster of the national team will be selected from 11 of you. So go for it. There are only 11 people qualified to participate in Liquid training. And people must still choose from these 11. In the past 6 months, I am afraid that these 11 people will have to undergo the same hard training as Mao Xiaoma for nearly half a year. And finally choose 3 from 11 and 7 from 11. There are 4 main players and 4 substitutes for the national team. This is also the ultimate goal of 11 people. After the national team recruitment was completed, Xiaogua's influence was not great. IFCD, 17 and OMG also happened to train their young players. No matter what, there is no doubt that these people will evolve after returning from the United States. When all the time was about to settle, DreamHack Substation competition also continued. The 6th stop, Liquid 7 won the championship. The 7th stop, Liquid 7 won the championship. The 8th stop, Liquid 6 Chicken won the championship. Liquid began the process of harvesting honors. In this DreamHack competition, not a single team is a member of Liquid. The key is that this is already the highest level in the world. In the 9th station, Liquid once again completed 6 consecutive chickens. And this time it was done in desert and island maps. This 6-in-a-row chicken also tied his own record. However, in the 7th set, due to a mistake in Ibiza's thunder throwing, Mao Xiaoma was accidentally blown up when attacking the building. Otherwise, it felt like Liquid would have done something bigger. 2 months in a row, Liquid didn't let the champion fall by the wayside once. 11 consecutive championships. It can be described as unrivaled in the world. Mao Xiaoma also fulfilled his previous promise to Chris. Now even Chris is not too excited about Liquid winning the championship. Invincible in the world on the PUBG project. Stable on Dota 2. And LOL. It has made Liquid the #1 esports club in the world. All of this was brought to Liquid by Mao Xiaoma, surpassing previous teams such as Cloud9, Optic, Fnatic, and FaZe on the list. The boss of Liquid also personally went to the Liquid PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds club to give Mao Xiaoma a cash reward of $1 million. Although this money is not a lot of money for Mao Xiaoma now.
It will help Xiaogui gain face. The winner of each of the 11 stations will receive $80,000. If you win the 11th station, you will also receive a bonus of more than $200,000 every month. For an esports player, this is already a decent share of prize money. However, because the scale of the blue hole is not large, what PUBG currently lacks is events with very large prize money and scale, such as LOL's S competition and Dota 2's T-Series competition. DreamHack had 12 tournaments, but Liquid missed the 11th tournament for some reason, and also missed the feat of winning all 12 tournaments. However, this does not affect Liquid's status in the hearts of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds fans. In March, the DreamHack Global Finals kicked off in Austin. After the 12 substations, the 16 teams with the top 16 points gathered together. These 16 teams are all very familiar with each other and have played against each other in almost all 12 games. Among these teams, Liquid ranked first without any doubt. FaZe ranked second. Liquid's ranked 8th. And Los Angeles ranked 15th. However, everyone is very familiar with each other, and the FaZe team is not interested in competing. After this DreamHack competition, the FaZe team will definitely make some personnel adjustments. Nico and Rain, the super professional players of Scotch SSS, will join the FaZe team after the DreamHack. Replace Jimby and Fuzz FaZe, two cute players that are familiar to the Xia Kingdom audience. For members, Hackseat, Mzee, Rain, Nico. The outside world is extremely optimistic about this lineup. You must know that Nico and Rain can be said to be omnipotent in CSGO. It is also an FPS game. They will definitely perform very strongly after transforming to PUBG. You must know that the currently recognized #1 player in PUBG is Shroud, the former C9 CSGO professional player. Although the gun feel and muscle memory in their bones may differ from person to person, many CSGO professional players almost only need to be familiar with the operations to get started. Mao Xiaomo is not very worried, because there is only one Mao Xiaomo in the world. In this game, you want to dominate the world. For players with extremely strong personal abilities are only a prerequisite, and the second is command. How to bring 4 players with extremely strong personal abilities together is still a headache for FaZe. It is estimated that they will not really take a look at them until they get along well with Liquid. As the top-ranked super team in the world, Liquid has the capital to be proud of. Chapter 616, DreamHack Championship. The DreamHack Global Finals competition has officially begun. This time, Liquid faced challenges from other teams for the first time. In fact, since Liquid first participated in the DreamHack competition, the team has been going smoothly and is invincible, basically without any resistance. In 9 of the 11 finals, we won with a lead of more than 1,000 points. This time, after the first 5 games of the finals, Liquid didn't win a single chicken. The standings are only in 6th place. This has never happened in previous games. The LoS team from the United States topped the list with 2 chickens. Among them, their twin stars Haster and Reset also performed well. They almost carried the entire team and occupied the top 2 in the kill list. However, this team of Liquid, except for Iron, are all players who have experienced strong winds and waves. There was no panic at all. Under great pressure, he completed 2 consecutive chickens in the desert map and returned to the top position. But in the last game of the first day, LoS continued to play well and once again won the game, and Liquid fell back to 2nd place. This is since Liquid participated in the finals. This is the first time that I am still in a lagging position after the first day of competition. Although it is only less than 100 points behind, it is still behind. Mao Xiaomo didn't have anything to worry about. Luck was not on their side in these games. Once Sonoda was not strong enough in the circle, he could easily get stuck. In these games, the other teams in Sano were biting them like mad dogs. Knowing that their opponent was Liquid, they tried their best to fight hand-to-hand. The chance of success in killing Liquid in hand-to-hand combat was much greater than that of using guns. This was the only thing they had studied for 2 months. Researched methods. Killing 500 enemies and damaging yourself 1,000. Liquid was also very annoyed by this move. Every time the team destroys other teams, more or less of its own team members will be reduced. And what impressed the world's audience the most was the match between these teams and Liquid. Once the situation was not right, they would knock down and make up for it. Therefore, Mao Xiaomo also played a lot more conservatively in the desert map and regained his form. After the adjustment, it is indeed much better. At least several teammates of Suicidal Charge Liquid can directly help the gun. After the first day of competition, the LoS team also exploded with joy. They were actually ahead of Liquid. This is an invincible team. You know, no team has ever done this before. The battle between the Demon King Liquid and Los, a new generation team, made many neutral viewers turn to Los. People always have a mentality of supporting the underdog, especially Los, who is fearless and dares to directly challenge Liquid. FaZe and Na'Vi, two super teams that have always been strong, are now facing the storm of substitutions. The entire team is not interested in playing, ranking 10th and 14th among all teams respectively, while everyone was discussing whether Liquid was going to be unseated by Los. The game started the next day. In the 2 desert maps on the second day, Liquid scored another victory, once in 3rd place. Not only did they successfully regain the top spot, they also held a 300-point lead. Before the end of the first day of competition, no one would say anything about Liquid being magical anymore. Liquid has proven itself with 11 championships, and it can't be more positive. The championship of the 11 stations was almost crushed, and it was the highest level competition in the world, which is enough gold content. Liquid's own state may be bad at times, but it will definitely not be magical anymore. The explosion of Los in the final was something that many viewers did not expect. In the 11th set, Los responded with another chicken. Many PUBG fans, including Liquid fans, are very excited to watch it. There used to be countless Golden State Warriors fans cheering for their opponents during the game, because they also wanted to see a more intense and exciting game. After 11 games, Liquid has 3 chickens, and Los has 4 chickens. There is actually a tie in the standings. The further we go, the faster everyone's heart beats. Maybe there will be an unexpected result in the end. Liquid also faced Malxiamo's biggest test since joining the team. From a new team, even some Cloud players can see how hot Los is. The opponent defeated Na'Vi, for example, and Ghost in succession. And at the end of the 12th set, the opponent defeated Liquid to win the game, although the points did not lead Liquid by many points. It made the global audience jump for the first time. It is precisely because of this sense of tension that the number of viewers of this DreamHack final has reached a record high. This is not the first time that Liquid has been defeated head-on, but Los's chicken fight is definitely the most morale-boosting. In the crucial game, Team Liquid was defeated. Malxiamo also smiled and shook his shoulders, and the other team members were not too nervous. In this set, they accomplished everything they wanted to achieve, but they lost head-on in the end. There's nothing you can do about it, unless it's a crushing match. No team can guarantee a sure win in a head-on confrontation. In a game, the general reaction time of one player is 0.1 seconds, and the general reaction time of another player is 0.2 seconds. But there is always a time when the first player reacts for 0.2 seconds, and the second player reacts for 0.1 seconds. The player's status, intense battles, and excitement can stimulate a player's state. It is obvious that Los is very excited now, but Liquid has a tepid mentality. With the last 3 games left, whether the Los team can maintain their lead until the end has become the biggest highlight of this game. After the start of the 13th game, the camera is shown to Liquid, and everyone can feel that the current Liquid is very different from the Liquid in the previous game. Eyes, for extremely serious looks, falling behind in points is actually a kind of pressure. But the Los team is, after all, a young team. When the point score against Liquid was 50-50, the 4 members of the Los team were still excited and had the mentality to challenge Liquid. They also successfully harvested a chicken. However, after losing the chicken in the 12th set, Los' mentality inevitably changed a little because they were leading Liquid from a challenger to a leader. The gap between the two may be understandable even to ordinary viewers. On the other hand, Liquid's side was not interrupted by Los, but was even more composed. This also directly led to the Los team being wiped out by Ghost in the middle of the 13th game. Liquid was invincible all the way to the finals, and successfully won the championship. After the set, Liquid regained the lead by 300 points. Los' mentality changed again, as they became more and more impatient. They made mistakes one after another, and lost to Avanger again in a favorable situation. Liquid was once again in the top 3, locking the championship with the last game left in the game. Chris was also greatly relieved in the audience. Liquid still did not let the most important DreamHack championship fall by the wayside. The last set ended perfectly, and Liquid narrowly won the DreamHack championship with a score of 15 sets and 5 chickens. It also officially completed the 12th consecutive championship since the new Liquid entered the competition. The title of 12 consecutive championships hangs on Liquid's head, and the new king has been born. Although this DreamHack Finals was the most difficult of all the games for Liquid, Liquid still played steadily in the end and won the game firmly. Although, I only ate 5 chickens in 15 games. But those were still 5 chickens. If you look at other teams, they may think that this team is strong or performs well. Only when it comes to Liquid. Everyone will naturally feel that Liquid did not perform well in this game, and performed very poorly. Everyone's impression of Liquid has been stuck at a chicken win rate of over 50%. If they can't win more than half of the games, they are in poor condition. 12 trophies are placed at the top of Liquid's base. 12 consecutive championships. This has almost never happened in any esports project. There is another key. That is, the contracts of the 4 members of Liquid are all for 2 years or more. In other words, if there is no conflict between teammates in Liquid's lineup, I am afraid that there will be at least more than a year left. Judging from the good relationship between these people, they are even a bit gay. And there is no sign of conflict at all. In early March, after Liquid won the DreamHack Championship, they also chose to withdraw from the next M16 competition. This competition is also a European competition. Although there are world points, there are not many. And this M16 competition is a 20-set long game. Liquid strategically chose to give up and adjust its state. For Liquid, they no longer need to prove themselves with championships. They only need to win the championship they deserve in higher level competitions. After 12 consecutive championships, although Liquid and others are resting, they have not reduced their training workload. James has also been leading Iron Live broadcasts to compete in the latter. Although there are no opponents, Mao Xiaomo would go to another Liquid base every now and then to check on the training status of Xiaogui's 11 Liquid players. Chapter 617 Return to Xia Kingdom. Fan pickup. Just over 2 months have passed, and Liquid's 11 Xia players finally know why European and American players are so strong. As for the simplest T2 level training map, I have almost never cleared it so far. Only Zhou Lily and MC, who came to the Liquid Youth Training Camp earlier, passed T2. Mao Xiaomo's original record was 1 month. But this 1 month is also a record for the entire Liquid Youth Training Camp. And James also cleared T2 in almost 2 months. For Xiagua players who are unfamiliar with these training maps, it was still beyond Alvin's expectation that Zhou Lily could clear T2 in more than 2 months. But it still made him sigh that some talents really cannot be learned by others. There may be Zhou Lily among 100 million people, but there may not be Mao Xiaomo among 1 billion people. Esports is about youth. Zhou Lily is not young now, and has missed her golden age. It's hard to ask these team members how they feel. One is amazed. The other is frustrated. Really frustrated. Especially when they knew that Mao Xiaomo had cleared all the training maps of T2 in just 1 month. To be honest, although everyone knows that Mao Xiaomo is very strong and has great talent, before Mao Xiaomo came to Liquid, he was just a professional player who had just entered the SS level. Everyone saw what happened. Within half a year, he became the world's top professional player. These professional players, who are better than Mao Xiaomo in Xia Kingdom, will naturally think that if I go to Liquid to train, I can do it. They don't believe that a professional player's talent is really that important. But the truth was simply too much for them to accept. Liang, the world's murderer king, and M16 Show, the top gunner in Xia Kingdom, are all struggling in the T2 training map. In China, it is no exaggeration to say that they have all the power and have few opponents in the professional arena. Even in foreign wars, he had achieved good results. But he never expected that the biggest blow in his career would come from Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo also tried his best to teach them his experience. For many people, Mao Xiaomo is their junior. And now he almost teaches them step by step. Which feels a bit strange, because he actually made some detours when he first created this training map. And they don't have much time now. They will play the Olympic trials on July 10th. And before that time is actually very tight. The first thing is to determine the personnel. After the personnel are determined, they need to be adjusted. It takes at least more than a month for a team to break in. And to bring a team to the Olympics, you need a strong team at least. Brazil and Finland basically have 4 top SSS players. Mao Xiaomo, who is very familiar with the professional arena, knows that if a team clearly lags behind its opponents in terms of frontal strength, it will be at a huge disadvantage in the game. Many tactics cannot be used because you cannot compete with others, like Liang, Zhou Lily, and M16 Show. They were all professional players with TPJ overall evaluation of SS. But they may not be able to pass the T2 level training chart, which means that only those with TPJ overall evaluation reaching SS can pass the T2 level training chart. Mao Xiaomo and these team members were very anxious. Although Chris fulfilled his promise 2 months in advance, there was still not enough time.
However, before Liquid went to PCI 2, Mao Xiaomo got a piece of good news. The news he wanted to hear most. Wang Hao passed all T2 level training maps and made significant progress. This is of great significance to the Xiaogua team. In fact, in Mao Xiaomo's heart, he has two players he wants to lead, and that is Zhou Lily and Wang Hao. Zhou Lily can be regarded as the only player besides him who can face off against these foreign tough men. Wang Hao is just because he is a perfect free man. March 17th. Mao Xiaomo returned to Xia Kingdom. After 10 months, he returned to his home country again. This year's PCI Summer Country Invitational Tournament is a few days earlier than last year. It was in this arena last year that Mao Xiaomo had painful memories. This was something he never wanted to remember. If there is any regret in his life so far, it must be that this PCI championship did not bring a perfect end to Cheng Yao's career. When the plane slowly landed at Shanghai Airport, countless fans of Liquid and Mao Xiaomo from all over the country were waiting outside the airport lobby to pick them up. Some people who didn't know the truth saw the huge crowds at Shanghai Airport and thought some celebrity was coming. So they stupidly stood guard at the door. The key is that these fans don't hold up signs yet, which leads to some people who don't even know that they are an esports team. Mao Xiaomo's Weibo fans have already exceeded 10 million, and he is now considered a well-known esports star among young people. Many male compatriots have always ridiculed female compatriots for chasing stars. In fact, they chase stars themselves. And so do esports stars. When Mao Xiaomo appeared in the airport lobby with Liquid, the crowded airport hall is boiling. It also shocked Mao Xiaomo and several Liquid teammates. James and Ibiza still remember that when they came last year, there were only 100 or so people. All die-hard fans of Liquid PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. They don't know how many times the number has doubled this time. Anyway, the crowd was full of heads. I originally thought they were all here for Mao Xiaomo. But when Liquid was surrounded by security guards, there were still many fans asking for autographs and photos. This feeling is undoubtedly wonderful. But there is a big problem with the order at the airport. Because the airport was not notified at all that a celebrity would be arriving today. There were basically no security measures taken. Usually before celebrities arrive, they would do enough security work to block the crazy fans. But today is different. First of all, they didn't have any notice when Liquid came to Xia Kingdom. And secondly, they didn't know the scene would be so big, with so many people. They are comparable to the top traffic stars in the country. To put it simply, some fans would not fly in from other places to pick up celebrities. But fans of Liquid came to Shanghai from all over the country to watch PCI 2. So it's not difficult to understand that they took a closer look at Liquid's true appearance. They were excited when they arrived at the airport. Such a scene is definitely rare. Any place with a lot of people, if they all come for a goal, the scene will be very shocking. Mao Xiaomo saw too many people, and many people were pushing and shoving. It was very easy for a large-scale stampede to occur. He directly asked the security guard next to him for a loudspeaker and shouted,
"Everyone, listen to what I have to say."
What shocked the airport security guards and the crowd was that after Mao Xiaomo said a word, the noise in the whole place was reduced by more than half. Then these noisy voices actually gradually quieted down.
"Zhou Chao, what's going on?"
The people on one side were shocked. Thousands of people were silenced with just one sentence. What kind of influence is this? They have seen countless celebrities pick them up. And the fans are crazy and rushing upward with all their strength. It's not right. How come more than half of the people today are boys? This is a big reason. Boys are usually not as crazy as little girls, and are still very rational. Also, Mao Xiaomo is an esports star with strong fan cohesiveness. And he has been a player who responds to everything from the beginning. Mao Xiaomo took the microphone and said loudly,
"First of all, thank you all for coming today. We are very grateful. However, because there are a lot of people here today, accidents can easily happen. So I hope everyone can maintain order by themselves and give us some space to move around. We will try our best to meet the request for autographs and photos. Thank you all."
Mao Xiaomo's loud shout also received applause from everyone. The security guards found it unbelievable that these thousands of people actually communicated with each other and gave Liquid a very wide path. The order was very good, and there was no chaos at all. You can vaguely hear the shouts from the crowd.
Brothers, take 2 steps back. Okay, come over here. Kid, little girl, go to the front. Maybe you can take a photo with Mao Xiaomo or something."
James and Ibiza were both stunned. They have been with Mao Xiaomo for so long. But they haven't realized that Mao Xiaomo's charm is so great. the Liquid male model team. All four of them are tall and handsome young men. Started walking along the road to sign autographs and take photos with fans. Although James and Ibiza were physically exhausted from being fans for 13 hours, they felt very happy. And because Mao Xiaomo is in Liquid, James and Ibiza are extremely popular. Mao Xiaomo always signs people with MO. It is also the ID of his national team. It can also be regarded as his third ID. Denovo belongs to Liquid and MO belongs to CN. Mao Xiaomo was signing an autograph for a girl when he was suddenly kissed by the 18-year-old girl. Oh! Ibiza happened to see the scene and almost jumped up. The fans at the scene also started to boo. Oh! Oh! Mao Xiaomo was confused for a moment, and then felt a little desperate. The secret passage is over. He looked up and saw a shy girl. She was actually very pretty. But Mao Xiaomo was already ready to be criticized by Cheng Yao.
God Mo! I have already recorded the video and posted it on Weibo. No need to thank me. Emotion! I helped you at Cheng Yao. Don't thank me. Brothers, please help to hit the hot search.
Mao Xiaomo smiled.
You don't understand my family status. I also recorded this part. Please support me, guys.
Mao Xiaomo. Chapter 618, Memories of the Past. As a result, in just half an hour, a fan's forced kiss on Mao Xiaomo became the top trending topic. Mao Xiaomo signed for a long time and returned to the hotel exhausted. But Cheng Yao called him. Ibiza and James couldn't stop laughing. But to Mao Xiaomo's surprise, Cheng Yao didn't mean to blame him. After all, it was not Mao Xiaomo's original intention. I just got off the plane, and it's time to adjust to the jet lag. After a little condolences, Mao Xiaomo hung up the phone.
Wow! You really didn't say anything?
Ibiza asked in disbelief. Xiaogua's good girlfriend? The Xia people they know are not like this. Aren't you always very conservative?
It's useless for you to be envious.
Mao Xiaomo raised his eyebrows proudly, and then returned to his room. They came 5 days in advance to let the other 3 people get familiar with the water and soil of Xia Kingdom. It was also Iron's first time to come to Xia Kingdom. Although he didn't say a word, he was still very excited to see the city of Xia Kingdom that was completely different from the United States. Mao Xiaomo also took them to eat Shanghai's special snacks in the evening. Ever since James and Ibiza ate crayfish last time, they fell in love with this thing. Every now and then I would drive to buy 2 bags and come back. And then I would eat them while crying. The list of PCI 2 this time is also somewhat similar to last year's PCI. However, IFCD without Zhou Lily and Wang Hao, OMG without Little Lion, and 17 without Shou were not invited. It's more about giving some other teams a chance. This time, because there are no PCI 2 score requirements, the focus is on exercise. The foreign teams are still some familiar ones. Liquid, FaZe, Na'Vi. These 3 super battleships. These 3 teams have also undergone earth-shaking changes between now and last year. Both the FaZe team and the Na'Vi team have completed personnel changes. 2 super players, Rain and Nico, joined the FaZe team. And Na'Vi also changed 2 players here, Simple and Flamey. They are also 2 super players, whose TPJ overall evaluation reached SSS and CSGO. Both of their teams participated in the previous MCL. Although Liquid did not participate, they watched the games and videos of FaZe and Na'Vi. Mao Xiaomo said without any colored eyes. The current FaZe and Na'Vi are completely inferior to the previous FaZe and Na'Vi. He doesn't know what will happen in the future. At least it won't pose a threat to Liquid in the short term. Both Fuzzface and Jimby, who were replaced, are professional players who have played PUBG for more than 2 years. And they are both SSS level. Although Nico and Rain are very famous in the CSGO arena, their FPS talents are also extremely high. But if you want to catch up with the level of these replaced players in just a few months, it will take at least half a year. Xiaogua's 6 teams, this time, were also beyond everyone's expectations. For AM came with a semi-main team. God brought 3 newcomers. Then SNAQTC, IG, XQ, and then 2 emerging teams ZL and CTC, with OMG, IFCD, and the main players of 2017 all absent. Xiaogua Esports administration still focused on training newcomers, and selected some teams that had never played in the World Championship to participate. Among them, IG and the 2 new teams are teams that have never played in the world. This time the PCI 2 points rules also follow the new rules that were used for a period of time last year. 8 points for first place. 4 points for second place. 2 points for third and fourth place. No points for the following places. but 1 point for each kill. This is somewhat similar to the previous Korean OSM League. Such rules will greatly improve the enjoyment of the game and encourage competition between teams. The major teams no longer have to choose to avoid fighting for the sake of ranking. This rule is a bit exaggerated. For a team like Liquid that has won 10+ kills all year round, this is simply great news. Killing 10 people may lead to more points than the Chicken team. First of all, Mao Xiaoma thinks this is unreasonable. Although it speeds up the pace and enjoyment of the game, it will cause certain problems. Killing has become the main scoring method, which will inevitably make the major teams relax the cooperation and operation of the entire team. And that's not the original intention of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. No matter what method is used, only the one who survives to the end is the winner. Although this rule is infinitely beneficial to the current Liquid, Mao Xiaoma still feels that this is not a reasonable rule. The entire PUBG is currently in a situation where the points rules are not stable. But it will improve soon, when the Olympic Games rules appear at the end of June. I'm afraid everyone will have an accurate answer. What kind of rules can be put on the table and then become the unified rules of the world? Everyone wants this answer, although he did not agree with this rule. As a professional player, Mao Xiaoma still chose to adapt. PCI 2 follows the same format as last year, with 3 days and 12 games. For European teams that usually play 7.8 games a day, for games is nothing. 5 days later, Shanghai Mercedes-Benz Arena. The annual Xiaoguo Invitational Tournament starts again in Shanghai. This is also the first time Mao Xiaoma has returned to Xiaoguo to play a game since leaving IFCD in May last year. Although he is in a foreign team, it does not affect his popularity. On the day of the game, almost half of the fans came for Mao Xiaoma. When Joy introduced Mao Xiaoma, the entire venue was about to be overturned. Super popular player. Ibiza also kept talking about it and couldn't quite understand it. Amid cheers, the 4 members of Liquid sat in their competition room. No different from last year. This is just this year. Mao Xiaoma and Liquid have turned from opponents into teammates. Mao Xiaoma looked at the championship stage and couldn't help but think of the tears he shed on this field at this time last year. His teammates had already started to warm up, but Mao Xiaoma was still looking at the championship stage in a daze.
We lose, and it could be a defeat that can never be won back. I'm going to get stronger so I don't lose the games I want to lose. The champion of this PCI is Team FaZe. Congratulations to FaZe.
Memories and words of the past all appeared in front of Mao Xiaoma's eyes.
Ready to compete.
Jeans poked Mao Xiaoma.
New.
Chapter 619 PCI 2.
Okay. The first game of the 2020 PCI Summer Country Invitational Tournament is about to begin.
This time it was still Mjoy and Yehao who were at the commentary desk. In such an important arena, it must be this golden pair.
This year there are also many teams that were rarely seen in previous competitions. Yes, Korea and Japan are still the same teams. As for Europe and the United States, I would like to introduce the new Team Los to everyone,
Mjoy said.
This team is mainly composed of those 2 players, known as the Los Twins, Reset and Haster.
Yehao then said,
Los is also a team that we feel very sorry for. They almost overturned Liquid from their throne in the DreamHack Finals.
Mjoy smiled and said,
Why does it feel like the whole world wants to hack Liquid? There's nothing you can do about it. The Big Devil. Let me introduce the Xia Kingdom team that came this time. The 4 AM team. Wei Shen brought 3 newcomers. God TQ, Chue and RH520. I remember these 3 players were college players on CUEL at that time.
It's easy to say. Although these 3 newcomers are all college players, no one is that surprised. In the IFCD that year, there were also 4 college players competing in PCI, and they did not fall behind. It mainly depended on their own strength. Blacksmith needed its own hardware.
The FaZe team also made adjustments, adding 2 former CSGO super players, Nico and Rain, replacing Fuzzface and Jemby. And Navi also added Simple and Flamey, both of whom are in CSGO. What a famous player.
It's also good to sigh. Then he turned around and continued to ask Joy.
Joy, what do you think of these former CSGO professional players? Or do you think these CSGO players can really adapt to this arena?
Joy replied.
Most CSGO professional players must have adapted. Of course, there must be a small number who cannot adapt. After all, the shooting method of CSGO is still very different from PUBG. This adaptation time has something to do with the individual. After all, it took Shroud a lot of time to become the big devil he is today. But the only thing you don't have to worry about is FPS habits and talents. These players must be top-notch. So now I am not optimistic about the results of FaZe and Navi. But if I want to fight against Liquid, this is a way. I don't know if it is right or not.
Mjoy analyzed. What viewers all over the world know is that if strong teams, like Navi and FaZe, do not seek changes, the next 1, 2, and 5 championships will be in the hands of Liquid, and it will be impossible for them to do anything. So they can only seek change in this way. He also laughed and said,
So Joy, do you think Liquid will win this PCI 2 again?
Mjoy nodded.
Yes. I don't think the other 15 participating teams can cause any trouble to Liquid. Even if Los just challenged Liquid not long ago.
Team Los challenged Liquid in the DreamHack Finals and finished second. However, they seem to be knocked back to their original form in the following MCL, finishing only 10th place without Liquid.
Okay, we're ready here. Let's get into today's first set.
Mjoy nodded. Take off. It's been a while since we played any official games, and all 4 members of Liquid have been warming up their hands for a long time. They are also familiar with this venue, so there are no other problems. The course of the first set is from south to north, a tangent course, but Liquid landed at the airport.
Liquid landed at the airport. What's going on?
Not just Mjoy and Yahao. Everyone is messed up. Liquid's Y City has not been invaded, and with Liquid's current strength, no one dares to go there. But Liquid didn't go home this time, but chose the airport. This Liquid basically didn't skip a single point in the game. Landing with them is 4 a.m.
Liquid wants to score early points. This is too radical.
Neither Mjoy nor Yahao could figure out why Mao Xiaomo made such a choice. Although this format favors early kills, there is absolutely no need to be so aggressive. In this format, first place gets 8 points, second place gets 4 points, third and fourth place gets 2 points, and the rest get no points. Then each head gets 1 point. Even second place is nothing to be excited about. What Mao Xiaomo was thinking about was 2 words: killing. Y City has been analyzed many times before. It is a relatively conservative place. You can get into the circle from both sides. It is basically a jack of all trades. But the airport is different. This location is quite extreme, and people will basically come. Liquid currently has no opponent in the front. Instead of waiting conservatively for the next few rounds, and sometimes depending on the phases of the rounds, it is better to directly find someone to fight in the early stage. The key is that Liquid is not afraid. The personal abilities of these players are all top-notch. Now FaZe and Liquid have plummeted in strength, and Liquid has no rivals. Mao Xiaomo is from the Xia Kingdom, but in Liquid's eyes, the Xia Kingdom team is no different from the rest of the team. This is a club game, not a national team game, so Mao Xiaomo won't hold back. When Wei Shen saw the 4 umbrellas in the sky, he said to the 3 newcomers,
"There is a team."
They didn't know it was Liquid, and they didn't expect it to be Liquid. Liquid was something every team in Y City knew. Moreover, 4AM is not familiar with many teams in this competition, and thought that other teams would jump to the airport as well. As everyone knows, 4AM is facing 4 Tigers.
Damn, that's so tough. Aren't you afraid of people without guns? 4AM is scared now.
Mjoy explained. The 4 members of Liquid directly landed on the C-shaped building in the 22nd unit. They attacked directly without even looking at 4AM. If you want to fight, we will fight. If you are afraid, just leave. Chapter 620. A game that can be won by killing people. 4AM took a step back temporarily and occupied Building 3 in Wusong. And Liquid landed directly on the roof of positions 1 and 2. The world gives Iron. He is the closest player to 4AM. As soon as I landed, I picked up a handful of P1911 and rushed over. Mjoy. Also good. This is a professional game, please. Iron said something to Mao Xiaomo and rushed in. This was his judgment. Mao Xiaomo will not think that he is reckless. The first time he finds a fighter plane, he should act according to his own ideas. This is what Mao Xiaomo has always advocated. Once you ask the command for advice or hesitate and waste time, it will delay the first opportunity to fight. Even if you die due to a mistake in judgment, it is just a mistake in judgment, and you will be more cautious next time in the same situation. Iron rushed directly into Building 3. You must know that there are 3 4AM members in Building 3. Everyone is there except Wei Shen, who is searching for guns in Wusong. Iron came in very quickly, and the 4AM team members reacted quickly. But Iron fired directly at Chui's back twice. Clatter. Clatter. Liquid _ Iron used P1911 to knock down 4AM _ Chui with a headshot.
Beautiful. Just 2 spearheads.
Mjoy sighed. This shooting technique is simply abnormal to the extreme. He's just a sharpshooter when it comes to people. And he won't tell you any truth. But after Iron knocked down Chue, he didn't choose to replenish his troops or rush to the second floor. Instead, he climbed out through the window.
Iron needs to wait for his teammates,
Yi Hao shouted. Iron is very calm, and he knows what he is doing. When he knocked down Chue, he heard the 4 AM team members reloading into the abyss. It was obvious that they already had guns.
2 of them are in the building with guns,
Iron said to Mao Xiaomo concisely. Mao Xiaomo jumped a building with him, and now he also picked up the gun. James and Ibiza also came over immediately.
Superior.
Mao Xiaomo held Wei Shen and Wutsong, and said to the other 3 team members at the same time. James, Ibiza, and Iron rushed into the building from the back door one after another.
Liquids!
Chue shouted directly after being knocked down. Wei Shen never expected that this team would be liquid. As soon as he showed his head, he was shot back by Mao Xiaomo, and was completely killed. To be honest, they couldn't leave now even if they wanted to. So they just had to fight hard. Even if both sides have full personnel. 4 AM will never be Liquid's opponent. Let alone 4 AM now has less people.
Don't worry. You guys guard the building,
Wei Shen said to the other 2 newcomers. He knew that these 2 teammates had guns, which was not necessarily the case when defending the building. If he could defend the building, he would find a way to support him. If he could not defend, he would have no choice but to turn around and leave. If he could, he would leave. It depends on fate. The 3 of Liquid have practiced offensive and defensive coordination countless times, and they have developed enough tacit understanding after 5 months of team building. Although it has not yet reached the complete form that Mao Xiaomo expected, there is basically no need to communicate too much. Now both sides are basically headless and armorless. So Iron is naturally at the forefront. His teammates had 2 rifles set up behind him, so there wouldn't be much of a problem. Iron rushed forward without hesitation. The moment they were attacked, Ibiza and James also rushed up from the left and right. James' reaction is very fast. After clicking on one player, he directly pulls the gun and instantly kills another player. Liquid_James used M416 headshot to knock down 4AM_Godk. Liquid_James used M416 to knock down 4AM_RH520 with a headshot. Iron, who bore the brunt of the attack, didn't even fall. The screen cut to Wei Shen, who turned around and left. But when Mao Xiaomo saw that his teammates successfully captured the building, he directly pulled it to the flank. In this way, even if he is knocked down by Wei Shen, he will not be able to make up for him immediately. But he can get Wei Shen's vision.
Wei Jiang! Run! Wei Jiang rushes into the duck.
Joy and Ye Hao both laughed and shouted. There is nothing you can do if you are wiped out by the Liquid team. And 4 AM is here to train troops this time. So even if you are wiped out by the team, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Moreover, the way Wei Shen put away his gun and let go of the big pig's hooves was very flexible. Mao Xiaomo had no intention of letting go of the Xia Kingdom team, so he pulled directly to the flank and saw Wei Shen's figure.
Oh no! God! Don't show mercy! Give me Hangzhou Andy Lau a face!
Above the barrage, countless people were howling miserably. 99.9% of so many people never thought that 4 AM would win, even if they are fans of 4 AM. Just like the Shanghai Sharks challenging the Golden State Warriors.
Mao Xiaomo's M4 burst fire.
Under the lens, Mao Xiaomo directly aimed the M416 and fired rapidly. 1 shot and 2 shots hit, without giving Wei Shen the slightest chance. Liquid_Denovo used M416 to kill 4 AM_Gov. 4 AM group destroyed. As the 4 AM group was wiped out, the audience at the scene also exclaimed. There was also a small amount of booing. This small amount of boos is because Liquid. No, Mao Xiaomo should not kill Xiaogui team completely. Mao Xiaomo didn't think that much at all. This is a career. IFCD was the champion that was defeated by the OMG team on this battlefield. If Liquid missed the final championship because of this 1 point, Mao Xiaomo cannot bear this responsibility. Now that you step into the professional arena, you should go all out. Liquid successfully defeated 4 AM without much resistance. In the real-time standings, Liquid also jumped to first place, leading the standings with 4 points. When Mao Xiaomo was making the pre-game plan, he said something that made the other 3 team members laugh.
If we can win championships by killing people, then why are we still operating?
Now that Liquid is such a huge advantage on the front, There is really no need to engage in an offensive and defensive battle with their opponents in good positions. Doesn't make much sense. Killing two teams directly leads to 8 points, which is much more than any ranking. So after searching the airport, Liquid entered the circle and wanted to occupy the top of a large mountain range. But when passing by the jungle, suddenly an enemy in the jungle fired 2 shots. Then Liquid rushed over like a blast.
I don't know why, but the same tactics look so brutal in Liquid's hands,
Joy said. In fact, this competition system has been used several times before. And this tactic of catching orders is also often used in China. To put it simply, in this competition system, being alone is 1 point for walking. When a team sees a lone player, it is like a cat seeing a mouse, and a wild wolf pounces on it like it sees meat. The 4 big sweats of Liquid are even more brutal. 4 cars. Don't be unreasonable and just rush over. The purpose of the fortress was to see if it could capture 1 person. But it ended up causing a lot of sweat. 4 cars rushed over without any hesitation. It's rare that several members of Liquid are in a state of excitement at the beginning. Although Mao Xiaomo feels that this competition system does go against the original intention of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It is indeed a pleasure to play. Just do it when you see someone. The key is not to worry about ranking. Even if the team is wiped out and only 10 kills are taken, it is still a high score. The fortress was directly attacked by 4 reckless men. Although he knocked down Ibiza, who was rushing at the front, the 3 cons behind him directly shot back. Another SS-level player from Xia Kingdom left the field early. In this competition, there were only a few top-ranked players from Xiagua. In the first game, Weishan Fortress fell very early. Liquid directly dominates the mountain and is the king, even though it is in the center of the circle. After going up the mountain, I hid the car for a while and started shooting on the mountain. There were no extreme situations in the 2 consecutive laps. Liquid dominated the mountain as steadily as an old dog, and no team without a short-sightedness dared to invade Liquid's mountaintop. The next final round was when Liquid was on top of the mountain. Joy said,
"This is another Liquid show. Don't watch it."
Yehao smiled and said,
"I've seen this before."
In previous competitions, as long as it was in the mountain circle, Liquid basically had the best, with a chicken winning rate of at least 70%. This team is a positive monster. Under the spotlight, the old rivals FaZe and Liquid finally met. This is also the first match between Liquid and the new FaZe, and it is also a match that countless people are looking forward to. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations, and within everyone's expectations. Liquid did not choose to face FaZe directly this time, and instead lost 2 smokes and took a detour. As a result, FaZe had communication problems with itself, and the gun lines overlapped. Liquid did not give FaZe any chance to resist, directly knocking down 2 FaZe players when Rain made a mistake. Then the team went 4-on-2, easily scored 4 points. As expected by Mao Xiaomo, the overall coordination of the current FaZe is far different from the previous FaZe. Personal strength and teamwork, both of which Liquid are top-notch. If you want to beat them, you must beat them in some aspect. Obviously, the current FaZe does not put such pressure on Liquid. After the team defeated FaZe, Liquid's head count came to 18. And there are still 21 people in the finals. Joy and Yehao were both speechless. There were only 64 people in the entire field. Excluding Liquid himself, there were 60 people, and nearly half of them were killed this time. The finals are still a center circle, and Liquid once again started their brutal clearing. Chapter 621, 1 year later. It's a pity that Liquid still has too little time to deal with it in the finals. After annihilating a team, he was stuck alive by Navi when he entered the circle. But even so, Team Liquid still gained 22 heads. In the first game of PCI 2, they got 22 kills. A super high number of kills, and Liquid still maintained a good state. For Mao Xiaomo, this set was a little more aggressive, and it was also for the team to find a feel for the game. After all, he had not played in a game for more than a month. And suddenly he was on the court, and there were still a lot of things that needed to be adapted to. But after the first game, Mao Xiaomo felt like he had won the championship. In this state, Liquid is basically impossible to overturn. As Joy said, the level of this PCI 2 is not high. The teams in the 3 countries of China, Japan and South Korea are not very strong, but they account for more than half of them, in addition to Navi and FaZe, which are running together, and some teams with average strength in other regions. There are only a few teams that can really cause trouble to Liquid. In the first set, the Los team killed 5 chickens and scored 13 points. But although Liquid did not receive ranking points, they still topped the list with 22 points. This is how this competition system is played. If you can win the chicken, everyone will definitely pursue those 8 points. But to be honest, it is meaningless if you are second or third. For points, 2 points will be offset by killing a few people. Therefore, the general position is not particularly good. There is no need to win a good position like in previous games. Just be a troublemaker and get kills during the circle. This round will complete the task. This is why Mao Xiaomo feels that this competition system is unreasonable. The behavior of many teams has gone beyond normal game behavior, as if everyone is not there to win the chicken at the end, but to score points. After Liquid's hot start in the first set, they continued to win in the second and third sets. The results of 2 consecutive chickens also put them far ahead, just as everyone predicted before the game. After a few games, there was no suspense anymore. At the end of 4 sets on the first day, Liquid won 2 games. The team had 67 kills, and the average number of kills per set was more than 16. After 4 games, this average kill per game is already better than Liquid's best in 1 game. The average number of kills per game is even higher by 2. PCI 2 Summer Country Invitational Tournament standings. 1. Liquid total 83. 2. Loss total 41. 3. Navi total 39. 4. Vitality total 35. After 4 games and 1/3 of the schedule, Liquid leads the second place Los by twice as many points. 83 points in 4 sets. An average of 20 plus per set. This achievement has never occurred before. But now that it appears on Liquid, no one will be surprised. Just like a picture on the internet.
What's so exciting about Liquid Games? Taking a nap is another championship.
In the current PUBG arena, there is an urgent need for a team that can challenge Liquid's king status. Now it seems that the future of Navi and FaZe is unpredictable, so everyone has a lot of expectations for them. The second day's game and the third day's game were still Liquid's performances. And what's even more frightening is that Liquid didn't land in a box in a total of 12 games. After driving 4 AM away, they went to My City, P-Port, G-Port, and P-City in the following games. Basically the past was massacre. The most brutal battle was only in the early stage when 2 people were lost when fighting Vitality. And the rest were basically crushed, because there was not much suspense in the game. And many of Xiaogu's popular players were not in this game. The attendance rate did not increase in the next 2 days. The moment Liquid won the championship, no one was shaken. As early as the end of the second day of the game, Liquid had already secured the championship. In 12 games, Liquid had 6 wins. The team's kills reached a terrifying 178, and the average number of kills per game was close to 15. The final total points were exactly double that of the second place Los. PCI 2 Summer Country Invitational Tournament standings. 1. Liquid total 232. 2. Loss total 115. 3. Vitality total 107. 4. Navi total 102.
Okay, without any suspense, congratulations to Liquid for winning this PCI 2 Summer Country Invitational Tournament.
After the game is over, the live music sounded, and Joy loudly announced the winner of the 2020 Summer Country Invitational Tournament. There is no suspense. Team Liquid, another win. Judging from the 13 competitions they participated in, they won all of them, completing their 13th consecutive championship. But because they did not play in the middle MCL, they were not included in the official statistics. The record stopped at 12 consecutive championships, created by Team Liquid. Team Los and Vitality ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively, which is a rare good result for them. With this Liquid, they can only take one step further if they want to win the championship. But everyone wants to take this step, but they don't have the ability.
Now we invite the 3 teams Liquid, Los and Vitality to take the stage.
The beautiful host shouted softly. Mao Xiaomo took a deep breath. And once again with the cheers of the audience, Mao Xiaomo once again stepped onto the field that once made him shed tears. Only this time he was the winner. Vitality and Los teams were ranked 2nd and 3rd. So I couldn't tell how I felt. Yesterday. No. The day before yesterday. I knew that I had no chance of winning PCI 2 this time. This Liquid team is not someone they can challenge yet. Both Vitality and Los thanked their fans, and then said that they would become stronger and one day stand opposite Liquid to challenge them head-on. Everyone clearly understands the positioning of the team. Liquid's 12th consecutive championship at DreamHack has already defeated them. It's hard not to be convinced by this absolute strength. The person who presented the championship trophy to Liquid this time was also the top leader of the CSGO Esports administration. Mao Xiaomao thanked him very much for helping him a lot. The leader looked at Mao Xiaomao with a face filled with relief. Although it was not the Xia Kingdom team that won the championship this time. The captain was a Xia Kingdom person. And he is a player they have always been optimistic about training. The relationship between Mao Xiaomao and the general administration of esports is much more harmonious than in other sports. They trust each other and help each other. The support of the general administration of CSGO Esports also played a vital role in Mao Xiaomao's achievements today. The heavy trophy was handed to Mao Xiaomao's hand. For Liquid players also lifted the championship trophy. Mao Xiaomao's 13th championship in Liquid career. In just 5 months, the Liquid wave swept the world and had no rivals in PUBG. Winning 13 titles.
Okay. What do the members of Liquid who have won this championship want to say? Please say a few words.
The beautiful host's sweet remarks. The microphone was handed to Iron first. Even Liquid fans rarely heard Iron speak, and could only hear it occasionally during Jeem's live broadcast. Iron's hoarse voice was also very magnetic and said,
"We will win more championships."
The host had done his homework before. As long as Iron was not good at speaking, he directly handed the microphone to Jeems. Jeems also thanked the fans, and then thanked Liquid's teammates. They were all just conversational remarks. And Ibiza ignored them, as soon as he received the microphone. He directly said,
"Mao Xiaomao is so good at riding horses."
Even if no translation is needed, the Xia Kingdom audience can still understand this sentence. The main reason is that Fexking is too annoying. The cheers from the audience at the scene grew louder and louder. Ibiza is also known as a friend of Xia Kingdom, and has said that she likes Xia Kingdom more than once. Even if CSGO's official leadership is there, it actually has no binding force on Ibiza.
There is only one Mao Xiaomao in the world. The luckiest thing for me is that I can be his thug. I hope I won't become his opponent in the future. I can't beat him.
The translation of Ibiza's words also made everyone laugh. Jeems and Iron both covered their mouths and laughed. Fortunately, there is still 1 year left in Mao Xiaomao's contract. Chris certainly wants to renew the contract with Mao Xiaomao. But even she knows that it is basically impossible. There were many reasons why Mao Xiaomao came to Liquid at the time. Now these factors can be said to be gone. The possibility of Mao Xiaomao staying at Liquid is less than 10%. However, it's hard to say whether PUBG will still be as popular as it is now in a year's time. Let's talk about the future later. Chris also knows that there are many fans in CSGO waiting for Mao Xiaomao to return to ISCD. No matter what, they will always be friends.
Okay. Finally, God Mo will say a few words.
The beautiful host said with a smile. Countless viewers who support Mao Xiaomao are watching all over the world. And Cheng Yao is also on the other side of the ocean, watching her men once again stand in this place that once made them sad. Mao Xiaomao had a lot to say, but it was not suitable to say it on this occasion. He is now a member of Liquid, and no longer a member of ISCD. Chapter 622 National Team. This is what Mao Xiaomao was thinking. It would be great if we could exchange this championship for last year's championship. This is what he really thinks. Mao Xiaomao held the heavy trophy and said,
"I once said it on this stage. I will become stronger so that I won't miss all the championships that belong to me. Oh. Snap. Snap. Snap."
After Mao Xiaomao finished speaking, he received applause from more than 10,000 viewers. To be honest, at least 80% of the time I came to watch the game on the last day was to watch Mao Xiaomao win the cup. There is a big difference between watching it on TV and watching it in person. You really can't imagine the atmosphere at the place unless you experience it in person.
Thank you, everyone. I hope Liquid's performance in these 3 days did not disappoint you.
Mao Xiaomao's previous DreamHack competitions were all conducted in English. This time I also used Chinese, which I haven't seen for a long time. Winning in your hometown is always the best outcome. The curtain falls. There is no suspense in the ending of PCI 2. It seems that everything is developing as everyone imagined. After PCI 2 ended this time, Mao Xiaomao was not in a hurry to return to the United States. The next game they are going to prepare for should be the well-known PCPI 3. But so far there is no news about PCPI 3. Logically speaking, the time should be about the same. Mao Xiaomao went back home. And Team Liquid also stayed in Xia country for an extra week, treating it as a holiday after the competition. When he got home, they also knew the final outcome of PCI 2. And they were filled with pride when they knew that Mao Xiaomao was about to join the national team and play for the country. He is the only one who can reach the level of Mao Xiaomao in gaming. Mao Xiaomao's debut was seen on TV during the Olympic Games.
and the news spread throughout the Mao family. Although the Xi'an national team still needs to compete in the Olympic qualifying rounds, Mao Xiaomon never thinks that they will fail in the qualifying rounds. He has only one goal, and that is to win the championship. For a player like Mao Xiaomon, who has little pressure in life, if there is no challenge, he may really give up his career in PUBG and do other things. This Olympics is a big challenge. The news of PCPI 3 finally appeared after Liquid returned to China. To everyone's surprise, PCPI 3 was postponed to the end of September. This time is already after the Olympic Games. That is to say, PCPI 3 gave way to the Olympic Games. After all, official games are official games. As a result, Liquid has no major games after the PCI Summer Invitational. Even PCPI 3 has been postponed. Several invitational tournaments originally scheduled for July and August must have also been postponed. This gives each national team time to prepare. Olympic trials on July 10th. The Xia team is going to compete in the Asian qualifiers. There are 40 teams, and there are a total of 12 places for Asian teams. In total, teams from hundreds of countries and regions around the world will fight for the 64 Olympic Games quotas. After Liquid returned to the United States, they played in the American CLL League, easily won the championship, and then temporarily disbanded. The time has come to May. PUBG teams from various countries and regions have begun final selection training. There is no news at all from the Xia Kingdom team. After Liang, 17 Show, and others went to Liquid, their communication equipment seemed to be cut off in half. There was no news at all, and they did not post on Weibo. Just like Mao Xiaomon disappeared. After taking a break at Liquid, James returned to his hometown of Norway, and Ibiza returned to the Netherlands, and was also preparing for the national team. Liquid has 4 people: Xiagua, the United States, Norway, and the Netherlands. In the end, you have to fight for your country. Mao Xiaomon also came to Liquid's youth training base. As the captain of Xiagua's team, he could be said to have come to check and accept the training results of Xiagua's 11 people. In the past few months, these 11 people have not even watched the game and are immersed in training. As the top group of talented players in the Xia Kingdom, their enthusiasm for the game is unquestionable. At first, they may find practicing gunplay a bit boring, but the training charts created by Alvin will give players a sense of conquest. Once you conquer it, you will feel a great sense of accomplishment, just like clearing a copy of an online game. Back then, Mao Xiaomon was also unconvinced and practiced shooting like crazy, finally achieving his goal. When these 11 people came to Liquid, they were not so desperate at first. Later, they were first hit by Mao Xiaomon. After all, Mao Xiaomon passed T2 in 1 month at that time. And secondly, they were stimulated by the progress of others. As a newcomer, MC passed T2 1 step ahead of them, which also gave this group of professional players, who originally thought they would be firmly in the national team, a sense of crisis. Even Alvin said that he felt that Xia players were different from foreign players. Everyone is working so hard. At least the 12 people I saw at Alvin are like this. Alvin didn't know what was holding them up. Except for Mao Xiaomon's other 11 people. Their results are likely to determine which result they are. National team selection, national team substitute, or not being selected for the national team. When Mao Xiaomon came to the Liquid training base in May, he saw 11 people with dark eyes practicing wildly. Alvin could only smile bitterly. I can't hold it back. Mao Xiaomon was the same last year. His skin was bruised and bleeding when he pulled the gun. But he still persisted. But as the saying goes, hard work will yield results. When Mao Xiaomon first arrived in Xia country, all 11 people passed the T2 level training chart. It's okay if these professional players can pass. But these 4 newcomers can also pass, which is indeed beyond Mao Xiaomon's expectation. After coming to the United States in January, these 11 players have made amazing improvements in nearly 4 months. After practicing like this, they finally understood how big the gap is between people. Mao Xiaomon passed T2, T1, and T0 in half a year. They are still stuck in T1 for 4 months. They didn't listen much to what Alvin said. James also took a little more than a year to complete, although it was not as serious as Mao Xiaomon's practice. There are a few players who can achieve this result who are willing to admit defeat. After visiting the youth training camp, Mao Xiaomon also discussed the selection of candidates with Joy. And in the end, they could only decide on one person: Zhou Lily. Zhou Lily's progress is the fastest. Give him another half month to 1 month, and it will not be particularly difficult to pass T1. As for the other team members,
There is no final answer yet. Chapter 623, 8 National Team Players. 2 days later. Siagwa's coaching staff also came to the Liquid Youth training camp. Although there was no place for them to stay, they still found a hotel to stay. Msjoy, Uncle Xiaoyao, and Mao Xiaomo discussed the candidates for the national team. The only official candidate so far is Zhou Lili. The selection of the national team must be very rigorous. And the 11 people who participated in the training must be convinced.
Let's wait another month and see if 1 month is enough,
Msjoy said to Mao Xiaomo before coming. To be honest, Msjoy and the domestic coaching staff did not expect that the training progress would be so slow. After all, they didn't know he was as good as James. And it took him more than a year to pass the training. They only saw Mao Xiaomo pass in half a year. They knew that Mao Xiaomo's talent was good, but they didn't know how good Mao Xiaomo's talent was. They think that these domestic first-line players and talented players are about the same even if they are not as talented as Mao Xiaomo. But the fact is that the difference is quite a lot. It's true that there is only one Mao Xiaomo in the world. Msjoy's current opinion is to give these players a little more time to delay the final decision on the candidates. Once the candidate is determined, everyone has to start adjusting. And it is impossible to have that time for personal training.
Joy, I have an idea,
Mao Xiaomo said to Msjoy in the room.
You say, if you take him with you, you don't need to adjust.
Mao Xiaomo smiled. Both Msjoy and Xiaoyao were impressed. They all knew who Mao Xiaomo was talking about. Wang Hao. Zhou Lili and Mao Xiaomo have been teammates of Wang Hao for a long time. If Zhou Lili and Mao Xiaomo decide on the candidate, Wang Hao is indeed a very good candidate. Moreover, in professional games, the position of free agent is dispensable. But in Mao Xiaomo's system, there is indeed a need for someone to explore the road ahead, including sending death. That is, accepting the opponent's first wave of firepower. Moreover, Mao Xiaomo has repeatedly told Msjoy that Wang Hao is the best free agent in the country right now. There is no doubt about this.
Can!
Msjoy and Uncle Xiaoyao's considerations are also very simple. Wang Hao is a player with a very strong sense of position, and he is very familiar with Mao Xiaomo's system. It is estimated that he will be able to integrate perfectly in 1 or 2 days at most. This will give Wang Hao more training time. It is indeed the best choice. However, none of these private discussions were made known to the players. Once known, it would definitely affect their training enthusiasm and intensity. Whether it is the people who are selected or those who are not selected, there will definitely be changes in mentality. So what Msjoy and Mao Xiaomo told them was to determine the preliminary candidates at the end of May. If they are not suitable, there would still be time to change the team members. Mao Xiaomo was also inspecting the last 4th player while maintaining his condition in training. In fact, the most confusing thing is this choice, mainly between Liang, 17 Show, and the super rookie MC. The 3 of them all have their own characteristics. Liang has stronger execution ability. 17 Show should have the highest overall strength. And MC, the newcomer, is like an unscratched lottery ticket. His marksmanship talent is undoubtedly the best. But the only worry is that he has never played a professional game. Although I can do anything on CUL, it is an amateur competition after all. According to Mao Xiaomo's idea, he would try them all, and he would know which ones work well, and which ones don't. Except for Wang Hao. Most of these players are the core of each team. So I don't know if it is feasible to fight. 1 month passed quietly. Finally came the tense moment. This month, only Zhou Lili has steadily passed the T1 level training chart, and has become familiar with the T0 training chart. According to the TPJ comprehensive evaluation method, Zhou Lili is already a stable SSS level professional player. He is also the 2nd official SSS level professional player in Xia Kingdom. Several other players are also close to completing the T1 level training map. But nearly half a year has passed since they first came to the United States. Inside the Liquid Youth training camp, the 11 players from Siagwa were all uncontrollably nervous. This is an opportunity for the national team. No joke. If you can make it to the national team, it will be a supreme honor. A member of the national team, whether now or in the future, will be a memory that cannot be copied. To shed blood for the country is also the dream of every man in the Xia Kingdom. Mao Xiaomo and Msjoy's hands were empty. They followed the entire training process, and were well aware of the conditions of the 11 team members. Except for MC, the progress of several other newcomers from CUL is relatively slow, and it is difficult for the time being to follow the highest level of competition, such as the national team. Msjoy said,
because we are running out of time. I will simply tell you the results.
There is nothing to delay. After the results are announced, training must continue, although it will be a heavy blow to some team members.
Let me talk about the main election first. For regular players, Mao Xiaoma, Zhou Lili,
Wang Hao. When Wang Hao was exposed, many people were surprised. But Zhou Lili was not surprised. He and Wang Hao have also played for more than a year. Wang Hao is indeed a perfect team player. And in this training, no one except him can pat his chest and say that he is stable. When Wang Hao must be happy in his heart. There is no doubt about this. After thinking about it, everyone can understand. In the team, Mao Xiaomo is the first core player and Zhou Lili is the second core player. It is impossible to have other core players. Everyone looked at each other. The last player left. But there are still 17 players off the court. Liang, who everyone thinks is a safe candidate for the main selection.
The last team member.
Everyone pricks up their ears. Everyone wants to hear the name they hear. Joy glanced at the nervous crowd and said,
The final candidate has not been determined yet. But it is tentatively decided to choose between Liang, 17 Show and MC.
After Joy said this, the three players all breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had a chance to avoid being beaten to death with a stick. As for the other team members, although they were a little disappointed, they were actually able to accept it. Whether it is strong or not is clear to everyone. Even MC. Everyone thought of it in advance. After all, the strength is there.
That's 6 players. With 2 players left. One is Sai. There's also a Nova.
Joy didn't hold back, because he knew how much these players wanted to know the roster. The dust has settled for 8 people. XDD lowered his head and suppressed tears. Among the 8 directly recruited national team players, he was the only one who did not make the national team roster. It was definitely a huge blow to him. Liang and 17 Show continued to comfort the boy who was less than 20 years old. But it is so cruel that only the strong can survive. MC is the only rookie who has replaced 8 direct call-ups, and has a chance to be a regular selection.
The other 4 guys, work hard. There is still a chance. You are all young people, and your careers are still long.
Joy said. For these players, this experience with Liquid is absolutely valuable. After they return, even XDD will be the top SS-level professional players, and can serve as aces in any club in the country. Liquid's training system is indeed unique. And this is really nothing to say. However, Joy came to understand this training system, and then left it to domestic professionals. This move by Liquid can be considered generous. After all, Mao Xiaomo is still a member of their team. By the time Mao Xiaomo is no longer a member of their team, Liquid will have already ruled for 2 years, which is enough. Besides, there is no telling whether PUBG will be popular or not by then.
Then what are we going to do with the 3 of us now?
Liang asked. The 3 of them still have to choose one. And it seems that Mao Xiaomo and Joy haven't decided yet. The Asian Olympic qualifiers are getting closer and closer. Do they really have enough time to choose again?
Let's play with the 3 main players and see how they work together. Let Mao Xiaomo choose one directly.
Joy said. The final decision must still be in Mao Xiaomo's hands. Mao Xiaomo will choose whomever he feels comfortable fighting.
I think it's okay. Can.
Liang, 17 Show, and MC all said yes. It is indeed true. There is definitely no problem with Mao Xiaomo being the core captain. He may be the best PUBG player in the world. And everyone must have no objections. And it is definitely impossible for Mao Xiaomo to have such a relationship. Moreover, both IFCE players have already entered the main selection.
Okay. That's it. Sai, come over and take over Wang Hao's position. Wang Hao, you can continue training. Let's fight alone for a day and see. Then we'll see.
Mao Xiaomo said to everyone. Wang Hao nodded. And with his understanding of Mao Xiaomo, he naturally knew what Mao Xiaomo was thinking. He is a player who can fit seamlessly into this team.
Okay.
Sai nodded. As a substitute for the national team, this is also a task. Although they may not have a chance to play in subsequent games. It is an honor to get the uniforms of this national team.
That's it. Tinkerbell, you can come back to Xia Kingdom with us then.
Joy said. XCD nodded. But his eyes were already red. But think about it. Except for him. The other 3 are all members of Liquid's youth training. They are all newcomers, and they don't need to go back. He is the only one who is extra. Everyone will feel a sense of loss. Chapter 624. The 4th team members answer. The basic things have been arranged. And since time is tight, we can start running in directly. Sai basically acts as a paddling position, mainly watching the whole team play. Mao Xiaomao will not correct him too much. After all, he is just a temporary member. The training for the national team has been contacted for a long time. And the domestic competition is still in the interval. CHN_MO, CHN_211, CHN_Psi, CHN_Show. These 4 people appear directly in Xiaoguo's training matches. Not many people are watching PUBG training matches now. But the moment CHN, the team representing Xiaoguo, appeared on the training match roster, countless live broadcast rooms exploded. National team debut? These 4 people? Although it is somewhat different from what they thought, it is still within everyone's acceptance range. 211 and Show are both players that everyone is very optimistic about. And with a free agent Psi, it is understandable. 1 pass to 10. 10 to 100. It is rare to see such a high level of enthusiasm in a training match. Although the candidates for the national team have not been officially announced yet, there are already some clues. And even some water friends are already very sure. Starting from the afternoon, Mao Xiaomao led the new Xia Kingdom team to start the Xia Kingdom's highest level training competition. Originally, these people were the top professional players in Xia Kingdom. And even before they came to Liquid, they had very strong personal abilities. Mao Xiaomao won't mention it after the past 6 months. He is so powerful that 211, including Psi, has few opponents in the current Xia Kingdom professional circle. Under the command of Mao Xiaomao, they were crushed almost all the way, and no Xia team was their opponent at all. Their current situation in the Xiaoguo training match is like Liquid's situation in the international arena. That is, they have no opponents. As long as it's a head-on battle, it's almost crushing. Moreover, Mao Xiaomao's command is already among the best in the world, so there will be no problems in transfer. Under Mao Xiaomao's command, there were almost no mistakes, and he managed to get 5 chickens in 8 games. Mao Xiaomao shook his head and chatted with Joy that night. The intensity of the game really doesn't reveal much. And whether it's Psi, Show or Lang, they are all professional players for many years. There will be no problems with coordination and basic movement. It can be said to be a dull ending. A day of training. It's not that they don't want to play training matches with professional teams in Europe and the United States. But now even Liquid has taken a break, as have other teams. Many first-line players of professional teams participate in national team training, and there are no training matches at all. Moreover, training matches in Europe and the United States are only held before the big competition. This has led to the current situation, which is very embarrassing. Xiaoguo's team is a little better. After all, Xiaoguo's professional system is very complete. And there are many professional teams playing training matches. Like other national teams, they basically belong to the latter.
Oh, can I find your teammates?
Joy suddenly woke up Mao Xiaomao. Iron is now in the US national team. And James and Ibiza are also in their respective teams. It's not impossible to practice with them.
Okay, let me look for it.
Mao Xiaomao directly found James, always looking for them one by one. And the Norwegian team is very strong. And James is also the absolute core. Soon James gave Mao Xiaomao a reply. Totally okay. Now that the Norwegian team has no games to play, it would be best for the Xia team to train with them. The 4 members of the Norwegian team, in addition to James, also include Aitzi, Ultrastar, and Jockeys. They are all players who played in the European Cup last year, and they are all very strong. After making an appointment, the next step will be much easier, and the fight will be over. The Norwegian team is also a first-tier team in Europe because of James. Although it is not as top as a super strong team like Ukraine, it is definitely strong. Early the next morning, the training match between the Xia national team and the Norwegian team started. Apart from Wang Hao, many people were watching the battle. You wouldn't know it if you didn't fight. But everyone's expressions became serious after the fight. They knew the game would be difficult. But they didn't expect it to be this difficult. I thought it wouldn't be particularly difficult to play Norway after improving their strength. But the Xiaoguo team lost miserably in the first set, 3-11. It was also the first time that Mao Xiaomao lost so miserably. There are many reasons. First of all, he is not as good as others in terms of head-on strength. He and James are evenly matched. The gap between other players is not small. Except for Zhou Lily. Neither Shou nor Psi are opponents in the head-on. He was directly crushed by others when his cooperation was not very good. This situation was actually expected by Mao Xiaomao. If it were in a professional competition, the match between the Xiaoguo team and the foreign team would not be such a one-sided situation. Because there are too many factors in professional competitions. However, In this 4v4 pure gunfight situation, the shortcomings of Siagwa's team's frontal ability that is not as good as that of Norway's team are infinitely magnified. 3-11. 5-11. 4-11. I lost for nearly 2 hours. Although everyone is familiar with their opponents and teammates, the problems facing the Siagwa team are still there. Mao Xiaomo has been thinking about things. On the first day of the game, the Siagwa team was completely defeated. In the end, everyone except Mao Xiaomo was a little autistic and didn't say a word. As the captain, Mao Xiaomo also kept comforting the team members. After all, it was the first training, and there would definitely be some problems in terms of running in. Question. To be honest, Zhou still has not integrated into this temporary team. On the contrary, Zhou Lily has done a good job in finding a position. The reason is also very simple. Sniper is an output position, while Assaulter is a tactical position. Although Zhou played as an Assaulter in Team 17, he was also a DPS position. Now Zhou suddenly has to play a tactical position. It's normal not to adapt. The next day was basically the same. And so was Liang. In OMG, I played the output position. Now the output position is occupied by Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lily. Suddenly I don't know where to go. Although Mao Xiaomo is constantly communicating with his teammates, he still feels a little inadequate. This is not a question of whether you can play or not. We are all professional players who have been playing for such a long time. And some professional habits have been developed for several years. Now we are only 1 month away from the Asian Olympic qualifiers. There is really not much time left for the Siagwa team. And there is not much time left for Liang and Zhou. Where is the answer to the 4th member of the Siagwa national team? Chapter 625. The official roster of the national team.
Ha ha ha. Are you sure you still want to fight?
Jean sent a message triumphantly. For 2 days in a row, the Siagwa team lost miserably. And they are constantly changing people. And it seems that the final candidate has not been determined yet.
Fight. Why don't you fight? It's hard to find an opponent.
Mao Xiaomo replied.
There's still 1 month left and you haven't made a choice yet? Don't let it go.
James reminded. The Norwegian team was established last year. For this year's Olympics, they just added a core team of James. And James is a very experienced professional player. Together with the other 3 players, who are very good and work well together. The Norwegian team hardly encountered any problems. Difficulties in getting used to it. On the other hand, it's different on the Siagwa team.
Just think of it as doing me a favor.
On the 3rd day, MC held a gun for the first time in a professional arena. His opponent was the Norwegian team led by James, one of the strongest players in the world. But unexpectedly, MC seemed very calm, which is indeed very rare. I think that IFCD was beaten badly when they first entered the professional arena. Several team members were nervous to varying degrees. Mao Xiaomo nodded towards the other 3 people.
Open it.
Game start. The Siagwa team is still composed of Mao Xiaomo, Zhou Lily, Sai, plus MC, who is new today. The first game was a mountain battle, and Mao Xiaomo also asked the players according to the requirements of the game.
Pull.
Regarding the positions of the team members, Sai is at the front, Mao Xiaomo and MC are on the left and right, and Zhou Lily is at the back. Just jump forward. This kind of terrain tactics is rarely used, and it is purely a gun fight. Boom, boom. Zhou Lily and James sniped at each other, and the bullets flew past their scalps, and the flanks exchanged fire directly. Mao Xiaomo reacted very quickly with the M16 in his hand. He squatted down and hit his opponent hard at the same time. While knocking down his opponent, he subconsciously glanced at the team icon. All 4 people survived.
Pour one down.
MC is not the kind of passionate player. After knocking down a member of the Norwegian team, he calmly reported a message. The training in the past 6 months has also brought about earth-shaking changes to MC, who is completely different from when he first came here. And MC has the talent and quality of a top assaulter. At the same time, Sai was also knocked down by James with a sniper. Mao Xiaomo commanded MC without saying a word. He wanted to see how MC's battlefield quality was. In a real game, the commander will only correct the team in the general direction. This kind of position selection and gun duel requires the players to make on-the-spot judgments. Mao Xiaomo was observing the situation while observing MC's movements.
I pulled the right side. Lily helped me hold it up,
MC said to Zhou Lily, and then pulled him directly to the right. Zhou Lily didn't speak, but she had already taken action. What Mao Xiaomo and his team members have always said is that they must make their own judgments during the game. And then don't say a word of nonsense during the game. The team members only need to communicate and then execute orders. Even if a mistake is made, only the captain will comfort the players. Mao Xiaomao then pressed forward. In a 3 versus 2 situation, successfully cooperate with the team to destroy the opponent. Xiagua 1 o'clock. Zhou Lili glanced at Mao Xiaomao and found that the latter was thoughtful and didn't say anything. Continue, Mao Xiaomao said. A player's battlefield qualities and awareness can be said to be innate. When Mao Xiaomao entered the professional arena, he practiced nothing more than marksmanship and coordination, and then gained experience in the professional arena and how to handle the game. Something innate is in your bones. Although he still lost the game on the 3rd day, Mao Xiaomao discovered something very, very crucial. That's the winning rate of heads-up. NC's winning rate in heads-up was actually higher than that of 17 Shou and Liang. This was something Mao Xiaomao and Zhou Lili didn't expect at first. Moreover, although MC has no experience in professional competitions and is still relatively unfamiliar with some of the habits in professional competitions, there is no problem with his basic coordination in combat, which is crucial. As a wing, the most fundamental thing is to be able to win a duel. And so far, Mao Xiaomao thinks that MC is the only reliable wing player in Xiagua.
Would you choose MC?
Zhou Lili whispered to Mao Xiaomao.
What do you think? It's hard to say. After all, I've never played professionally.
Zhou Lili didn't dare to say anything casually. This is a multiple choice question. And it is a multiple choice question that cannot be wrong. If they choose MC, they will need to spend a lot of time to let MC get familiar with the rhythm of the professional arena. If MC is found to be unsuitable by then, there will be no time to change his hand or Liang. Zhou Lili really didn't dare to take this blame. Mao Xiaomao leaned on the chair and thought carefully. Still decided to take a gamble. Without a good wing, to be honest, they can beat some second-line teams, but it's almost impossible to beat the first-line team. Their goal this time must be only one, and that is to win the championship, and at least get on the podium in the first 3 stops. After a little tangle in my mind, I finally decided on the final lineup. Both Liang and Shou were calmer than expected. They also saw NC's first-person perspective, which did have advantages. Both Shou and Liang had a few singles practice with MC, but both ended in defeat.
This way, the last one of us is definitely MC. Everyone try to help him as much as possible,
Mao Xiaomao said to everyone in the training room. Because MC is not very familiar with the professional arena, he may have to relearn a lot of precautions such as bike setup and transfer.
New. Okay.
Both Liang and Shou have been professional players for 2 years and have very rich experience. Even if MC takes away the main position in the end, he is still willing to share his professional experience, regardless of whether they are the main players or substitutes. They all have to wear the national team uniforms together in the end.
Now that the decision has been made, it can be officially announced here.
There are still many fans in China waiting for the status of the national team. At 8 p.m. on June 3rd, the PUBG Xiao national team will be selected. Once again, it caused countless controversies. Everyone's original expected list might be Shou, Liang, Mao Xiaomao and Zhou Lili. After Mao Xiaomao briefly appeared in the Xia Kingdom training match with Sai, everyone was surprised but accepted it. But this time it completely exploded. Xiagua Esports General Administration. Hashtag PUBG Xiagua National Team List Hashtag. After a long period of selection and training, the official roster of the national team is as follows. Main Force. CHN_MO Command. Commando. CHN_211 Sniper. CHN_MC Commando. CHN_45 AI Free Man. Assaulter. Substitute. CHN_Nova Assaulter. Sniper. CHN_Psi Free Agent. Assaulter. CHN_Liang Commando. CHN_Shou Assaulter. It was on the Weibo headlines in an instant. The most important thing is, this is different from the original 8-man roster. The talented player XDD, who was extremely popular in China, disappeared from the list. Moreover, no one has ever seen the main player MC. And looking at the information, it is obvious that he did not change his ID XDD, which means that he is a completely new player. Too much nonsense. This is even more ridiculous than the first wave of players before. Liang, Shou, these players who everyone thought were guaranteed to be on the main roster, were actually squeezed out by Wang Hao and MC. This is simply a fantasy. However, there is still a part of me that remains rational and feels that there can be no problems in public. Mao Xiaomao must have made the decision after communicating with the coaching staff and teammates. After all, the masses like them don't know about the training situation in Liquid. Only they themselves know best. Sure enough, 5 minutes after the national team roster appeared, some players related to the national team posted on Weibo. 17_show. MC is a very talented player. Come on Team Xia. Forward, Xiaogua Esports General Administration. OMG_Link. My practice is not perfect, but I will still be ready to play at any time. Come on Team Xia. Forward, Xiaogua Esports General Administration. XED, I need to reflect on myself. Maybe I will settle down for a while after returning to China. Forward, Xiaogua Esports General Administration. These players all felt that the selection results this time were not controversial, and the fans took it back before they could make a fuss. But no one has really heard of this player MC. After all, there are still only a few people watching CUEL. In a very short period of time, everyone found this MC's information. Kuel, the main player of the AH team. Kuel's murderer. He has the same title as Wang Hao back then. But Wang Hao was S+ when he entered the profession. This MC can squeeze out Liang and show after half a year of training, and can also convince the latter too. This is an ability in itself. All things settled. Xiaogua national team, CHN, appeared again in the room of Xia Kingdom's training match. The previous time could almost be described as a massacre. The dominance was too strong. In front of Zhou Lili and Mao Xiaoma. At least the Xia Kingdom team had no team that could compete with them. But this time it happens again. And each club also received a special request from the top. Play with the intensity of an international competition. Everyone is surprised but also understandable. There are no games to play at home and abroad. And the Xiaogua team has just been established. There is little time for running in. So it is necessary to get familiar with your teammates and cooperate as soon as possible. This is the advantage of a big country. Currently, only Xiaogua and South Korea are truly capable of such training matches in the world. Chapter 626 Zhou Lili's questions. As we all know, the pace of training games is much slower than that of official games. At least 1 minute to 1.5 minutes slower. Moreover, the tightness of the players is different. And there is no way to simulate a professional game. Many players who perform very well in scrims are like novices once they enter the real professional arena. Speaking out of thin air, there is definitely no very good effect. After all, there is no profit. If you say you should work hard, you should work hard. For many professional players, professional training is the same as our usual work. If you are asked to work hard and work overtime without giving you overtime wages, no one would do it. Go all out. For this reason, the Xia State Esports Administration also spent a lot of money. A game of chicken. 5,000 yuan. In order to match the American schedule. The game will start at 7 p.m. Beijing time and continue until 1 o'clock at night. A total of 6 hours. US time is morning to afternoon. This time is just right. Without the afternoon training match. As long as these professional players adjust their schedules slightly, it won't be a big problem to cooperate with the CHN national team. But when I heard that the price of chicken in a game was 5,000, all the team members were very excited. Just kidding. If you play 6 hours a day, you can play about 8 sets if you play fast. Each set costs 5,000, which means the expenditure is 40,000 per day. In 1 month, Xiaogua officials directly spent millions. This kind of generosity is also the courage of Xiaogua Esports General Administration. There are 3 esports projects that have been shortlisted for the Olympics. PUBG, LOL, and Dota 2. Among these 3 items, Xiaogua's weakest one is PUBG. Apart from Mao Xiaoma, there are no other super players. And this game represents the highest level of FPS. For these ordinary professional players, the usual salary is a little higher than that of ordinary white-collar workers. Eating a chicken is equivalent to getting a bonus of more than 1,000. Under this kind of reward system, it is impossible for anyone to know how to paddle. For AM still trains, and trains new people. Now, in addition to Weixin and Xbox, the selection of the other 2 people must be carefully considered. This is a test for the Xiaogua national team. But it is also a test for them. But the strange thing is, the 4 people who came in from CHN were not the 4 main players they officially announced on Weibo. 45 AI. Wang Hao is not among the 4 people on the list. Sai is still following Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lili.
What's going on? Isn't Wang Hao the main force? I don't know. Maybe the main force hasn't been decided yet? It's possible. What's going on? Why is Sai still here?
The domestic barrage was also filled with Xia Kingdom viewers, who had doubts about this matter. But before they could figure it out, the game started. MC also came into contact with professional level competition for the first time. This is also the result of discussions between Joy and Mao Xiaomo. Without this training match, no matter how well MC performed during the battle, he would definitely still make a lot of mistakes in the professional competition. And this four-man group, Liang, can feel their problems behind them.
You can't set up a car like this. You can only lie down in this position, which is very passive. You come here as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one will take the shot. Lion, please teach MC.
Mao Xiaomo directly handed over this task to Liang and Shou behind him. The two of them dragged a chair and sat directly behind MC, giving instructions behind MC. In the middle of the game, Mao Xiaomo directly ordered to wash away the 4 AM mountain.
Crush away from this hill. Sai, pull me to the right while Lily sets the gun. You can't rush up this hill. It's very difficult.
Zhou Lily expressed her opinion. But Mao Xiaomo said directly to Zhou Lily,
don't express opinions. Listen to the command and report information.
Zhou Lily died down in an instant. But it also inevitably made the latter feel a little unhappy. But it disappeared after a moment. No matter in the previous KZSSS or the current IFCD, although the nominal commander is someone else, Zhou Lily still has the first say in the game. Therefore, in this game, Zhou Lily felt that this hill cannot be attacked. So she directly said so come out. But Mao Xiaomo will not consider his opinion. This is not an opinion that cannot be listened to. But also because Mao Xiaomo is proud. What command requires is judgment and confidence. All the team members have to do is execute the order. This time the attack on the mountain was not successful. Zhou Lily and Sai were killed. So even if the mountain was conquered, it would be meaningless. But this means that Mao Xiaomo is wrong and Zhou Lily is right. Absolutely not. Although Mao Xiaomo is several years younger than Zhou Lily, he still emphasizes several principles in the team. 1. Don't question the commander's decision. 2. Try to be as independent as possible in the battle, and report to Mao Xiaomo when encountering special information. 3. Don't talk nonsense during the game. Just these 3 items. It's not easy to do. On the first day of the game, Zhou Lily questioned Mao Xiaomo's transfer decision twice. Mao Xiaomo kept telling Zhou Lily forcefully that he was just a sniper now, not a commander. Maybe sometimes Mao Xiaomo will make mistakes, but I think it's rare. Mao Xiaomo's style of play is a combination of rigidity and stubbornness. If there is room for rigidity, Mao Xiaomo will definitely choose to be rigid. In the third set, when CHN was transferring, Mao Xiaomo marked a point. Zhou Lily said that it might not be a good position. Although the tone was a suggestion, she still questioned Mao Xiaomo's decision in principle. In professional competitions, it is very likely that more than 5 seconds will be wasted just because of a question. So much can happen in these 5 seconds. Many times, teams rush to grab points. For example, the difference between Phase and Liquid in grabbing points was almost within 1 second. Because everyone has the same idea and their execution is very strong. It depends on the details of which side is done better. Zhou Lily is also integrating into Mao Xiaomo's system. In this system, he is a complete output position. As Mao Xiaomo said, there are only 2 words he wants to do now: kill. Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lily are also very good friends. The next day, Zhou Lily simply regarded herself as a pure team member, playing wherever she was told. But it still took a process of adaptation. MC can adapt easily, and Zhou Lily also has to adapt. However, everyone also tried their best. Mao Xiaomo didn't use all his strength to process the information in his mind for a long time. Before, Liquid was the king and hegemony. Basically, Mao Xiaomo tried to make it as simple as possible with simple tactics, and defeated it with one force. All methods. In subsequent games with the national team, no matter how strong the opponent is, they will definitely have to work hard every game. There is no doubt about this. Chapter 627.
Golden Rooster System.
New rules. The training process is much more tiring than imagined. But MC's adjustment in the Xiaogua team is much faster than that in a professional club. On the national team side, experienced players like Liang and Shou can help him. Moreover, the Xiaogua team's playing style is completely Mao Xiaomo's system. Within this system, what players have to do is very simple, and does not require a long break-in period for domestic professional teams. But time is running out now, as the Asian qualifiers are getting closer and closer. So we must seize the time. The entire Xiaogua team has reduced their rest time and started training hard. At the national team level,
Mistakes are not allowed, and every game will be treated as the last. This new Xi'an national team performed very well in the Xi'an national training matches, even though other teams also tried their best. The Xi'an national team was still able to maintain a winning rate of more than 50%, which indirectly saved the boss a lot of money. Finally, in mid-June, Wang Hao completed all the training maps for the T1 level and became the third SSS level professional player in Xia Kingdom. Before, no one among 1,000 people would have thought that the third player to become an SSS level professional player would be Wang Hao, a player who entered the professional circle at the same time as Mao Xiaomo. After passing the T1 level training map, Wang Hao did not stop his pace and continued to practice the T0 level map. Both he and Mao Xiaomo believe that he will integrate seamlessly into this new team. Near the end of June, Wang Hao completed another T0 picture with a headshot. This picture is what Mao Xiaomo asked him to practice in a real gunfight with a master. The comparison is whose gun is faster and more accurate. Nowadays, the professional system has been very complete. Teams in various clubs rarely have amateur-level playing styles. The requirements for the team's marksmanship are even higher. Every time a team destroys an opponent, there must be a collision of marksmanship. Wang Hao completed the task faster than Mao Xiaomo expected. This also allowed Wang Hao to get in touch with the main players in advance. Mao Xiaomo looked at the date and saw that July 10th was gradually approaching. 40 Asian teams will gather in Seoul, South Korea to compete for 12 Olympic tickets. Hundreds of millions of Xia Kingdom viewers saw the complete Xia Kingdom team for the first time in a Xia Kingdom training match. It is exactly the same as the list that was exposed at the beginning. MO 211. MC 45 AI. Many speculations are constantly being spread in forums, which are actually almost the same as reality. This is the first time for Wang Hao to run in with 3 other teammates. In the past month, the other 3 members of the Xiaogui team have changed. Zhou Lili has completely changed his playing style and studied the videos of Cheng Yao and the IFCD team. In terms of teamwork, the IFCD team with perfect tacit understanding was a textbook. Cheng Yao's positioning and playing style were also textbook sniper playing methods. However, his ability was a little lacking at the time, and he often lost to the opposing sniper during the sniper confrontation. When Mao Xiaomo gave Zhou Lili advice, Zhou Lili was a little confused at first. As the best sniper in Xia country, he was asked to study Cheng Yao's videos. This was a strange thing. But after real research, Zhou Lili finally knew what Mao Xiaomo wanted to play. Zhou Lili obviously changed his playing style when he integrated with the team again. He is no longer the absolute core of this team, and his positioning and playing style must change. Wang Hao and MC have also undergone earth-shaking changes, and they are completely different from before. Only Mao Xiaomo is still the same Mao Xiaomo. The entire team is based on him, as the best player in the world. All Mao Xiaomo needs to do is to be himself, and then lead the team to victory. News spread that XED has returned to China. The live broadcast started on Douyu the next day. There had been no live broadcast for half a year. Many XED fans also came to support and asked various questions. XED also answered these audience questions truthfully.
MC is a newcomer. He has never played before.
He is very powerful. He must be better than me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play the main role in the national team. How did Shou and Lion lose the election? They were defeated. It's very simple. This national team is so strong. It must be strong. Both the Shou and the Lions were defeated. Do you think it can't be strong? I will go back to South Korea in 2 days to cheer them on. I'm definitely disappointed. But let's move on. These 6 months have been a very valuable experience for me. XED's answer also solved the confusion of many viewers. Although MC is a newcomer, he was the main candidate after defeating Shou and Lion. It can only be said that Mao Xiaomo's selection this time was a big gamble. If you have to say whether it was successful or not, you can only look at the results in hindsight. At least in the eyes of many people, Mao Xiaomo's selection this time is very courageous. Once MC's abnormal performance causes the Xiaogui team to be in trouble, the finger of blame will definitely be pointed at Mao Xiaomo. The 4 members of the Xiaogui national team have finally gathered together. Although there is no professional TPJ review, the strength of this team is definitely not weak. In Mao Xiaomo's opinion, these are 4 SSS levels. In Mao Xiaomo's system, players like MC can cover up their own shortcomings, as long as the team cooperates well. He doesn't need to think about many things. The 4 SSS level players are also a good lineup in the club. But in fact, these players who have just entered the SSS level will suffer some disadvantages in one-on-one duels.
Just like the 100-meter race. Anyone who is 0.01 second faster than you can win. This is the reality. Mao Xiaomo could only change the formation and let him hit this first point by himself. Therefore, the Xiaogui team's current formation is not considered a regular formation. The entire team's focus is on Mao Xiaomo. Wang Hao's adjustment progress was faster than Mao Xiaomo imagined. In 3 days, Wang Hao had perfectly integrated into the team, relying on his understanding of Mao Xiaomo. The running in with MC was much smoother than he imagined. On July 5th, Xiaogui's national team went to Seoul, South Korea. After the plane landed, countless Xia people came to pick it up. In the just concluded Asian qualifiers for LOL and Dota 2, the Xiaogui team also successfully made it out of Asia. The LOL project qualifiers were defeated by South Korea, but they still advanced successfully. Dota 2 won the first place with the outstanding performance of Maybe and AME. However, the qualifiers are still qualifiers after all. And no matter which event it is, there are strong obstacles. For the PUBG project, to be honest, it is not very difficult to advance from 40 to 12. I am afraid that there will be problems with the teams running in. And the rules in each region are different. The qualifiers are also very simple. The 40 teams are divided into 2 groups, A and B, with 20 teams in each group, and then a 3-day competition with a total of 12 games. The top 6 in each group with the highest points advance directly to the Olympic Games. Then, the 7th and 8th ranked teams in the group will play playoffs with teams from other regions to compete for spots. In fact, the conditions for promotion for teams are far more relaxed than those of LOL and Dota 2. When the Xiaogui team went to the venue for a run-in, a big thing happened. The points rules and competition rules for the Olympic PUBG event are officially released. 64 teams are divided into 4 groups, with 16 teams in each group. On the first day of the group stage, there will be 6 games in a single day. The top 4 points in each group will enter the winner group. 4 to 8 will enter the loser group, and 9 to 16 name eliminated. On the second day, the top 8 players in the winner group will advance to the finals on the last day, while the bottom 8 players in the group and the top 8 players in the loser group will advance to the finals in the loser group. On the third day, the losers bracket finals will determine the top 8 teams, and the upper bracket finals teams will meet for the finals. The last day is the finals, where 16 teams compete for the championship. But the rules of the finals on the last day surprised everyone. In the professional arena of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, there have never been such rules of competition. The competition system is called Golden Rooster System. Whichever team can win 3 games first will be the final champion. Then the rankings of the following teams will be sorted by the number of wins. The number of wins will also be compared with the number of kills of both sides to determine the following rankings. It will be much easier to understand with an analogy. For example, the American team won the championship with 3 chickens, while the Norwegian team killed 2 chickens and 20. And the Xiaogui team also had 2 chickens and 19 kills. The Norwegian team was the runner-up, and the Xiaogui team was the third runner-up. Mao Xiaomo really laughed when he saw this rule. He likes this rule. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game where you can use various means as long as you survive to the end. If you don't survive to the end, the game will be meaningless. The second and third are all losers. This rule has no number of games, which is different from the qualifiers and previous games. In other words, the shortest number of games to end is 3 games. If a team has 3 chickens in a row, the game is over. The longest game may take 33 games, with 16 teams each having 2 chickens, before a winner can be decided. Although this possibility is very, very low and almost impossible.
Is this final the end of the day?
Zhou Lily also asked in surprise. In this format, it is really possible to play 10 games a day.
Well, end of the day. So, we cannot enter the loser group because the rest time the day before is too critical. We must maintain enough physical strength to face the last day of competition.
Mao Xiaomo nodded. The finals will end in 1 day. There will be a half-hour break after every 3 games. There is no rest time in between. One game ends, and the other starts directly every 5 minutes, according to the speed of a 35-minute game. Playing 3 games is just right. It's about 2 hours.
This competition system is interesting. I wonder if it can be promoted in the future.
Wang Hao also feels that this competition system is actually feasible, although it cannot be implemented in the knockout stage and can only be implemented in the finals. Chapter 628, Xiaogui Team's First Battle.
If we play until the last day, the whole team style of play will change,
Mao Xiaomo said. By then, not only they will have to change, but But all the teams in the finals will definitely have to change. It's useless if you don't eat chicken. And the heads actually don't have much effect. When everyone's goal is to win the championship, the team's playing style must be go. The right thing to do is to wait until the end to eat the chicken.
Let's take it step by step and play one game at a time. Don't think that we are guaranteed to reach the finals.
Mao Xiaomo reminded his teammates.
Let's talk about the qualifiers first. Because there are many teams that advance. We are trying our best to adjust the team position while ensuring the results. It is MC's first time to play in a real professional game. Before that, it was a training match for the Xia Kingdom team. Will not really risk their lives. All 20 teams in this group will risk their lives. It's just a 3-day competition. Let's play hard and then think about the Olympics. Good. 3, 2, 1. Come on, Team Xia.
July 10th is getting closer and closer. And Xiaogua's PUBG workers, who are responsible for broadcasting, have also come to South Korea. Countless players, fans and audiences from Xia Kingdom came to Korea if they had the conditions. It can be said that half of the professional players in Xia Kingdom came to the scene to cheer for the Xia Kingdom team. Orange Xia national team uniforms were distributed to 8 members of the national team. The Xiaogua team uniform with Xiaogualong printed on it. The bright words, Xiaogua, on it can spike people's adrenaline to the highest level in an instant. Mao Xiaomo knew how much expectations were placed on him. After getting familiar with each other in the venue for 3 days, the Xiaogua team is also ready to face the new challenge.
Hey, Yaoer. Well, I'll do my best. I love you.
From Chungyao, who is studying in the United States and unable to attend the event.
Yeah. Mom and Dad. Okay. I'll do my best.
From Mao Xiaomo's parents, who had come to the scene, but did not dare to tell Mao Xiaomo for fear of affecting Mao Xiaomo.
Well, don't worry. It's very stable.
From Muyun.
Thank you. Leader, I will work hard. Xiaogua team will not lose.
Leaders from the Xia State Esports Administration. Countless people across the country have sent private messages to the members of the Xiaogua team, and are also frantically cheering for the Xiaogua team on major forums. The number of people in the Olympic qualifiers has doubled compared to the LOL and Dota 2 events of the past few days. Crowds of people. There are 40 national teams from 48 countries and regions in Asia, which shows the influence of PUBG in the world.
CCTV. Low CCTV 5+ viewers. What you are watching now is the PUBG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Olympic Games Asian Qualifiers. I'm Yuanwen.
The first commentator was a very sweet-looking host, about 27.8 years old.
I'm Joy. The noise at the scene was very loud, and everyone could hear it. I saw that the audience at the scene was very enthusiastic.
The commentators for this Olympic qualifying match are CCTV commentators Yuanwen and Joy. There is also a lineup of 1 host and 1 guest. As for Xiaogua's commentary, the only one who can truly commentate on the CCTV stage is Joy, which may be half or half. We will see if she will be invited to the Olympic Games in the future. This broadcast is also on CCTV 5+, a subsidiary channel of CCTV 5. But it is also the first time that an esports event has actually been broadcast on CCTV. PUBG fans from all countries and regions came to the scene. Among them, China and South Korea have the most fans.
Now we are in Seoul, South Korea, at the Seoul World Cup Stadium. The events hosted here include the 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup, the 2007 U17 World Cup, the 2013 AFC Champions League, and many other professional sports events. The 3 qualifiers for this esports event also started here.
Yuanwen introduced.
In the previous LOL and Dota 2 competitions, the Xiaogua team has successfully advanced. Today will be the Olympic qualifiers for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. As the number 1 seed, Xiaogua team is in Group B. It will play at 6 p.m. Seoul time every day, and then play for 4 hours until 10 p.m. The Group A game just ended in the afternoon, and the 4 games on the first day were in each game. The second-seeded South Korean team got 2 chickens in 4 games, and is also temporarily leading the standings.
Joy answered. In fact, the FPS level in Asia is not high. Within Asia, only teams in East Asia and Southeast Asia have relatively high levels. Many teams in other regions are amateur players. The first seed in this Asian qualifier must be Xiaogua, the second seed South Korea, the third seed Thailand, the fourth seed Japan, and the fifth seed Philippines. They have all been divided into 2 groups by drawing lots. In Group B, where Xiaogua's team is located, The strong teams are mainly Thailand and Japan. In fact, the team members are not only known to the audience, but also to some people who are professional in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds.
Logically speaking, this game is relatively easy for Xiaogua's team. There won't be any surprises. We mainly want to take a look at the situation of Xiaogua's team's adjustment,
Joy said, as a professional commentator. He is not Mao Xiaoma, and there is no need to constantly inoculate the team. Mao Xiaoma's Xiaogua team can be crushed by his marksmanship, no matter how well they get along. There are so many teams. To be honest, the only one that can compete with the Xiaogua team is the Thai team. It is also a team composed of the former Thai war god Myth and a new member. To be honest, the other teams are really not good enough. Including so is the Japanese team, albeit the 4th seed. Just like a professional team playing on the pub ladder. It's impossible to make Joy feel stressed. Moreover, he has watched these players all the way. Their strength is overwhelming in the Asian region. It mainly depends on how well the team is working together. After all, it is only a qualifier. And the real challenge is yet to come.
Okay, the contestants have entered the arena now.
The big screen turned, and it showed 4 members of the Xiaogua team walking along the road to their soundproof competition room, chatting along the way and looking relatively relaxed.
You can see that the Xia Kingdom team is relatively relaxed. Oh, we can already hear the cheers from the scene.
Yu Wenwen shouted loudly. There are not many teams worth watching in Group B, and most of the audience in the evening is from Xia Kingdom. When Xiaogua's team entered the venue with tens of thousands of people was almost overturned. The cheers soared into the sky. All pores are open. Feel the tidal wave of energy. The Xia national team, wearing orange uniforms, led by Mao Xiaoma, sat in the competition room bathed in cheers. Chapter 629, Asian Qualifiers. CHN.
Okay, let's take this opportunity to introduce the points rules of this Asian qualifier.
Joy introduced to everyone first.
The points rules this time are also a little different from the previous rules, but they are still a regular points rule. The first place team is awarded 500 points. The second place team is awarded 400 points. The third place team is awarded 350 points. The fourth place team is awarded 300 points. And the fifth place team is awarded 250 points. The 6th to 10th places are 200, 190, 180, 170, and 160 respectively. Then the points for the 11th to 20th place are 100, 90, 80, and 10 points respectively. The final kill score is 10 points for a single head.
Yu Wenwen also knows PUBG. Otherwise, he would not be a commentator for PUBG games.
This competition system is different from previous competition systems. Yes, this competition system pays more attention to ranking points. In the past, the 500-point competition usually scored around 15 to 20 points for killing. This time it was also changed to 10 points. I actually think this point system is acceptable,
Joy said.
This score actually doesn't mean much for the bottom 10. 100 points is nothing to this point system. Then what strategy does Teacher Joy think the Xiaogua team will adopt? Just hit it normally. I don't think there will be any problem if you hit it normally.
Joy is very confident. If it is dangerous for Xiaogua to play in this low-level Asian qualifier, then Joy thinks that Xiaogua team should go to bed as soon as possible.
Finally, let me introduce the 4 members of Xia Kingdom.
The camera switches to the members of the Xiaogua team, who are making preparations.
The one sitting on the far left is MC. He is a rookie, 18 years old, and his position is as a wing assaulter.
The camera shows MC, an 18-year-old super newcomer.
Then the second one from the left is Show Lily. Her ID is 211, and her position is sniper. The second one on the right is Mao Xiaoma, the captain of the Xiaogua team. He is 20 years old. His ID is MO. His position in the team is the commander and flank assaulter. The one on the far right is Wang Hao, 20 years old. ID is 45 AI, and his position in the team is a free agent.
When Yu Wenwen heard about Freeman, although he knew about this position, he was still a little vague about the specific responsibilities of Freeman.
Teacher Joy, how do you understand the position of Freeman?
Joy replied seriously.
First of all, free agents must learn to take advantage of terrain bunkers to sneak around and attack the enemy, and ensure that their retreat is well protected and that they will not die. This is the first one,
Joy said.
Then you must be able to support your allies immediately and control your own murderous intentions. Don't be anxious if you steal one. You must adapt to the situation according to the situation. Don't be anxious. You have already opened a breakthrough for the team. Then try to avoid direct gunfire to avoid disruption. The overall rhythm, or forcing the rhythm irrationally. You have to understand when to step up, when to be negative. The last point is the judgment and exploration of the terrain. I won't go into details about this. Everyone should understand it.
Yuan nodded. And he understood a lot when Joy said this.
That means you have to do everything as a free agent. Right. Yes. The libero is adaptable. He will make up for whatever the team lacks. Once the team loses someone, he must make up for it in a timely manner.
While Joy and Yuan were chatting, amidst the cheers from the scene, the game officially started.
Okay. We can see the game officially begins.
Joy was rarely excited. This was a live broadcast on CCTV, which was a great honor for a game commentator, being able to witness the Siagwa national team's progress step by step from this position. At least in this industry, Joy has reached the top.
Viewers, what you are watching now is the PUBG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Olympic Qualifiers Asian Region match. Siagwa team is divided into Group B and will have 12 points matches. After 12 matches, the top 6 will directly enter in the main Olympics. The 7-8th place will advance to the playoffs. Let me briefly introduce the teams in Group B. In addition to the 3 seed teams of Siagwa, Thailand, and Japan, there are also teams from Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, Indonesia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, and Israel. Now the camera is showing the Afghan team, AFG, because before this game, all national teams have no friendly training matches, so each team has no idea about the jump points of other teams. The first game is likely to be a chaotic battle,
Joy predicted.
This route is from the upper left to the lower right. Let's take a look at the distribution of each team. If nothing unexpected happens, Team Sia will choose the airport.
Joy said that he is the first coach of the Siagwa team and is also familiar with the daily tactics of the Siagwa team. The Siagwa team had only practiced in 2 places before this competition: the airport and Y City. These 2 places are very familiar to both Mao Xiaoma and the 2 IFCD people Zhou Lili and Wang Hao. And the terrain of these 2 places is not particularly complicated.
Oh, the Afghan team landed at the airport together with the Sia team. I don't know how strong this team in Afghanistan is.
Switch to the game screen. And before the team lands, the safety zone is refreshed. The first circle is a western circle, almost centered on the hospital, with a small part in the sea.
In this circle, Siagwa's team is still in good shape. But let's take a look at the battle inside the airport first. I don't know what kind of choices Mao Xiaoma will make,
Joy said. Yuan glanced at Joy and thought to himself,
aren't you a coach? You don't feel very familiar with Siagwa's tactics.
This is also true. Joy will only give some suggestions on the team's tactical play, and it is mainly decided by Mao Xiaoma.
Okay. The Siagwa team did not choose to compete with the Afghan team for the C building.
Joy nodded secretly in her heart. In such a situation where the opponent is firmly defeated by his strength, it is actually not a wise choice to go directly to grab the gun with the opponent, especially in this competition system.
Okay. Here Zhou Lili has entered the 5th warehouse. Mao Xiaomo has entered the police station. And here is K. 1 on each side.
His.
With this formation of Siagwa team, they want to defeat the Afghan team.
Chapter 630. Too many rookie teams. In less than a minute, the 4 members of the Siagwa team began to move toward Building C. There was another round of cheers. And the cheers are getting louder and louder.
Siagwa's team is about to attack. This battle must be fought no matter what.
Joy loudly aroused the emotions of the audience. The airport is a regular jumping point for Siag Kingdom. This place must be occupied and cannot be shared with other teams. This place is already remote, and the presence of a team will directly affect the transfer time. In the first show, all 4 members of the Siagwa team showed 100% of their strength. Mao Xiaomo directly raised his head and raised his gun. The Afghan team was also observing the Xia team's movements. Finding an opportunity, Mao Xiaomo looked through a small crack inside the window. 98k for 1 shot. Go straight to the opportunity.
Pre!
A 7.62 bullet pierced the sky. It elicited deafening cheers. CHN_MO used Car 98k to knock down AFG_Tax with a headshot.
Walk!
Zhou Lili saw this and gave an order. Wang Hao and MC beside him pulled him directly to the left and right. Mao Xiaomo's 98k is rarely seen by everyone. But viewers who are familiar with him know that Mao Xiaoma can play with all guns without any shortcomings. The Afghan team is obviously very amateur. Under such circumstances, they dare to stick their heads out to block the Xia team. In this case, the best choice is to save people and wait for the Xiagua team to attack the building. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope. This wave of Afghan team members, with extremely poor professionalism, directly extended their heads to attack. But Zhou Lili, who had been waiting for a long time, directly exploded the enemy without a helmet with a bullet. CHN_211 used M416 headshot to knock down AFG_Pullman. Even Zhou Lili didn't expect that the other side would dare to show his face when he had already set up his gun. If someone dared to show his face in this situation, he was either a super expert or an ordinary player. Obviously, his opponent was the latter.
Beautiful! Zhou Lili!
Msjoy still shouted excitedly. Ordinary people would not understand how they feel. Every time the Xiagua team knocks down someone on this field, they feel excited from the bottom of their hearts. This has nothing to do with the strength of the opponent. Just because the team fighting on the field is called the Xiagua team, a sense of national pride arises spontaneously. Mao Xiaoma and Zhou Lili also completed the first and second kills of this competition respectively. After knocking down 2 people, the 4 members of the Xiagua team rushed in without giving the Afghan team any chance. Wang Hao and MC went up the stairs on the left and right without rushing. After waiting for Zhou Lili, a thunderbolt shot over and knocked down 1 person again.
There's another one running out!
Mao Xiaoma saw a running figure. The last member of Afghanistan's team did not stand in a building with his other 3 teammates and ran away when he saw something was wrong. Mao Xiaoma switched the 4X to the M16 and fired rapidly. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Mao Xiaoma's gun is so stable that it's jaw-dropping. Half a year ago, he had become the world's top shooter. Now, half a year later, Mao Xiaoma has become more stable and rarely makes any big mistakes in the professional arena. Even with the moving target, Mao Xiaoma did not make any mistakes. 4 shots, all accurate hits. Take it away directly. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill AFG_J.
Beautiful! In this way, the Afghan team has become the first team to be eliminated in this game.
The cheers at the scene told everyone that even though the team defeated a relatively amateur team, the Xia Kingdom audience was still very excited.
Mo's last 4 shots were really accurate. They hit the target.
Yuwen also sighed. He knew Mao Xiaoma's level, but it was a different feeling when he actually saw it with his own eyes. Msjoy smiled and said,
"It's really nothing. Mao Xiaoma actually didn't aim this wave for accuracy. Anyway, the opponent basically doesn't have any cover, so he just needs to ensure the kill."
In this wave of stability, Mao Xiaoma did not aim at the head, and the matter was solved steadily with 4 shots. Mao Xiaoma played very seriously, and directly led the entire team to be very attentive. After searching the airport for a while, Mao Xiaoma took the Xiagua team to transfer directly.
Oh! Is the Xiagua team leaving now? They should be the earliest among all teams at this time.
Yuwen asked. Msjoy nodded and said,
"Yes. Mao Xiaoma still wants to be more stable in the first game. He first goes to the center of the circle to occupy a central point. This is also an older method of play, but it is indeed an idea that can guarantee results. Although I personally feel that the opponent is not strong, Mao Xiaoma's decision on the field is definitely correct."
This is equivalent to Chinese NBA players going all out when playing CBA. But Mao Xiaoma knows how much expectations they have from the audience. Just like he said before the game, in every game, we must show the best level of Xiagua team. In the qualifiers, each country has its own OB. Xiaguaran's own OB will definitely focus on Xiagua's team, and other teams will definitely watch and analyze the situation. Xiagua's team was also very cautious when crossing the bridge. They only crossed the bridge after repeatedly confirming that there would be no one on the other side. Then follow the southern mountain straight into the center of the circle.
The Xiagua team's position in the circle is very safe, because there are no big resource points between the airport island and G-Town. So there will basically be no other teams.
Msjoy analyzed. The camera also zoomed to the panoramic map. As expected, the Xiagua team's entry route was the safest route on the entire map. This is also the reason why Mao Xiaoma entered the circle early. Now he can judge that there is no one on this route. But it will not be possible in 5 minutes. The teams in Port P and the teams on the east and west sides may all go to the south of the circle, because there are fewer teams in the south of the circle, and it is a weak side.
The mountain range that the Xiagua team currently occupies is a mountain range with a better position in the center of the circle. This mountain range has a better view and can be used for target shooting. The only thing they fear is that the circle will be wiped away, so that the Siagwa team will have to move.
While Mjoy and Yuan were analyzing, the safe zone was refreshed.
Oh well, it's a southeast corner cut circle. In this way, all the sea areas are brushed out, and the upper and lower urban areas of G Port are brushed out, with G Town as the center. Longji Mountain has also become a northern section. This circle is quite advantageous for Siagwa team. Siagwa team can at least guarantee a circle in this position,
Mjoy said. The Siagwa team mountain range is located to the west of the center of the circle, which is an excellent location. When the circle was brushed, Mao Xiaomao breathed a sigh of relief. What he is afraid of is brushing the northern circle. Once the northern circle is brushed, it will be very difficult for them to move. Although the level of the opponents is not as high as in Europe and the United States, they are undoubtedly experts. It is impossible for you to drive a car and pass by the opponent's face safely. In this way, the situation of Siagwa team has been very stable.
No one should come to attack the Xia national team.
Mjoy's words have not yet finished. The camera cuts to the Indian team. For people are going to rush to the top of the Siagwa team? Mjoy was suddenly slapped in the face and couldn't close her mouth from ear to ear. He is really worried about the IQ of these countries and their tactical literacy. Can you still climb this mountain?
The Indian team is going to conquer the Xia national team.
The Indian game fans at the scene gave a small cheer, but it died out instantly. The Siagwa team is like pressing an ant to death. For people fired in a volley. The Indian team members fell to the ground one after another on the bus, and had no chance to even approach the Xia national team.
What is this for? Do not talk nonsense,
Mao Xiaomao scolded. Zhou Lily immediately shut her mouth. I don't know what the Indian team was thinking. They rushed up a hill that they would definitely not be able to climb down. When the opponent has already set up his gun, the immortal can't rush up. Moreover, several teammates of the Siagwa team now have the ability to directly knock you out of high-speed vehicles. The Indian team was also confused. Their entire team was wiped out in just 2 or 3 seconds. So fast that people couldn't react.
Thanks to the Indian veteran for the 40 points. No milk. No milk. Watch the game. Come on, Team Xia.
The audience off the court was also amused by the scene. The perspective of the scene was actually different from the one broadcast by Siagwa TV. The audience on the scene could better see the level of other teams, because they were constantly given information about other teams. Battle screen. This gave these viewers a feeling that I could do it too. The members of these small countries' national teams have no professional standards in Xia country, and they can't even beat college students. After all, these countries do not have formal professional leagues or professional teams. They are all amateur players who form teams to represent the country. The level is really unbearable. There was a Syrian player who hit an opponent in the side and only got one shot with a single AK shot. Although everyone knows that it is not good to laugh at other people's marksmanship on such occasions, they really can't help it. Although the AK is a little harder to suppress, it still won't hit you once with 40 rounds of bullets. And it feels like his gun shakes 3 times more than others, which may be a DPI issue. In comparison, the Siagwa team and the Thai team's marksmanship are somewhat picturesque. The Thai team's lineup this time is also their strongest lineup. The national team, composed of 2 SS level players, 2 S plus players, and 4 players, with Myth as the team, is still a bit far behind the Xia national team in terms of strength. But it is a giant in this qualifier. Adults beat children. The style of the Thai God of War is very reckless, and they have never encountered such a situation where the opponent is completely unmatched. Killed one team after another. At the end of 2 laps, the Thai team had scored 19 kills. But there are only 9 in Xia Kingdom. But everyone knows that it's not that the Thai team is very strong, but that there are just too many rookie teams. Chapter 631 Wang Hao.
I really appreciate the current state of the Siagwa team,
Mjoy said.
The current Siagwa team is still playing with all their strength. This style of play now is the way to play when facing strong enemies. Because the Siagwa team has not played in the European Cup like some European and American teams before. These 4 people need regular games to get familiar with it.
The Thai God of War was killing people like no one in this arena, which made the Xia Kingdom audience feel a little itchy. If the Siagwa team kills like them, 30 heads are guaranteed. But this time Mao Xiaomao really did what he said, treating every game as a final.
The 4th circle. This circle should be an attrition circle.
The previous concentric circles in the 3rd circle had no impact on the Siagwa team, and the hilltop occupied by the Siagwa team was almost impossible to attack.
and no fighting occurred. The fourth circle continues with a southeast corner. Oh! Another southeast corner. So the Xia team will have to go north. In this way, it is very likely that we will meet the Tai team on the way into the circle.
Joy predicted directly. You must know that the Tai team is now overcoming obstacles all the way. And they are all enemies in an instant. Their good condition is staggering. This circle is divided into two halves, with the entire southern half being wheat fields and the northern half being mountains, almost cut in half. Firstly, the wheat field is very passive. And secondly, there is no bunker. If you force the entrance, one or two teams can definitely get in. But it is not of great significance. In other words, each team in this circle should treat it as the fifth circle. Because in fact, only half of the positions of the surviving teams are available. Team Xiaoguo was in no hurry to move. They could enter this circle by walking a few steps up. And there are quite a lot of bunker trees during the process of entering the circle. It won't be a big problem to get all the way in later. What you need to do now is to clear out the enemies behind you.
Xiaoguo's team is very stable and must first clear away the enemies behind them,
Yuwen said. Joy nodded. In this mountain battle, if someone comes from behind while entering the circle, the entire team will basically be out of control. The basic principle is that you cannot be double-teamed by two teams in two opposite directions.
Okay. Abandon the car. Mao Xiaoma is very decisive.
Although it was only the fourth lap, Mao Xiaoma gave up the car directly. Vehicles are basically useless on the mountain. They make loud noises and move slowly. If they hold up bunkers, they can easily be blown up and locked in position. The purpose of vehicles is to prevent large-scale transfers. The Xiaoguo team is very patient. With their current strength, they can completely crush these enemies into the circle, just like Liquid. But Mao Xiaomo has to prepare for the next game. There is not much time for them, so they have to use these regular games to continue to cultivate the team's tactical literacy. If you can hear the team's voice at this moment, you will hear that Mao Xiaomo has been pointing MC. Some things can only be explained clearly in a real competition. Mao Xiaomo is not a man who talks a lot, but he is the only voice in the entire team. And the game is a game. There was indeed an Indonesian team behind them, but after seeing a team blocking them, they didn't dare to stick to the top of the mountain of the Xiaoguo team and just walked away. After Mao Xiaomo knocked down one person, he didn't have time to make up for it, but he was still saved by the opponent. However, this is equivalent to driving away the enemies behind them. And the Xiaoguo team will move directly, enter the circle directly from the north. The edge of the circle is the Tai team. The two strongest teams in this group are about to meet, Joy said.
The Tai team is also very capable. And it does not mean that Xiaoguo's personal strength will definitely beat the Tai team.
Joy reminds everyone. Personal strength is just personal strength. The general TPJ overall evaluation of Xiaoguo FPS is not as high as that of foreign strong teams. However, like in previous international competitions, it is not that OMG has never won the championship. And it is not that other Xiaoguo teams have defeated FaZe and Navi as a team. Everyone has two hands and one gun. And FPS games are inherently a matter of victory and defeat. Status reaction battlefields will become some factors. At present, the Xiaoguo team has not experienced a team battle that can truly reflect the situation. And the 9 kills it took were very easy. The Tai team was stuck on the edge of the circle. And the 4 of them did not dare to move too far. This person will make a steady stream of circles. And it is very easy to collapse if the circle is pulled too far. The same goes for the Xiaoguo team. For people climbed over a small slope and rushed over. Both the Xiaoguo team and the Tai team know that there is someone in the other team's position. But they don't know which team it is.
Xiaoguo team's current formation is very good. Mao Xiaoma should be the first point,
Joy said. Now Xiaoguo is in a diagonal formation. Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao are in the front row. But it's not parallel. Mao Xiaoma's reaction was very fast. I saw at least 3 heads the moment I looked in. Duh. In an instant, the Tai team poured in. And Mao Xiaomo quickly took it back, and was only hit by 1 shot.
Thrown object.
Mao Xiaomo's words were concise and to the point. And all the team members understood what he meant. The save zone has just started to refresh, leaving a lot of time for Xiaoguo team to process. So Xiaoguo team doesn't need to be too hasty. Whether this kind of circle is easy to defend or attack depends on the timing of the attacker. Judging from the current position of the Xi'an national team, if Mao Xiaomo was the commander of the Tai team, he would definitely take a step back into the circle without saying a word to give them room to come in, and then beat the dog behind the closed door. But the Tai team obviously didn't think of this. for people's projectiles fell directly from the sky. And all of them are instant thunder. Boom, 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 hiss. CHN_211 used the frag grenade Dan to knock down TJ_Svit. The smoke mixed with the thunder made the Thai team instantly confused. One person was knocked over, and 2 others were disabled.
Beautiful! This thunder is so accurate! A 3-pointer!
Yuan praised. The distance is still a bit far away. At this position, several thunderbolts from the Siagwa team drew a beautiful arc and fell directly into the Thai team's position.
The Thai team already knows that this is the Xi'an national team.
Mstoy originally thought that the Thai team would leave directly, but she did not expect that the other 3 people took medicine and directly attacked the Xia team. The Thai team didn't think too much. Although Myth was timid when meeting Liquid in the professional arena. Team Siagwa is not Liquid. There is only one Mao Xiaomo in this team. There is no Ibiza, no Iron and no James. It can be said that they are on the same level as that Liquid team. The Thai team has played FaZe and Navi in the past, so they will definitely not be inferior to this summer team, even though one fell down. The following laps were almost there, and the Siagwa team had already started to charge through the smoke.
Walk!
Mao Xiaomo gave an order, and the other 3 people, except Zhou Lily, pressed forward at the same time. Team Siagwa, who has practiced forward pressing operations countless times, also has very good synchronization. In a close fight, the Thai team and the Xia team exchanged fire instantly. Zhou Lily was in a perfect output position. The moment the Thai team looked over, the M416 with a 4x scope fired wildly, plus Wang Hao and MC who react very quickly. Almost in an instant, the Thai team was wiped out. Well,
pretty!
Even Yuan didn't react. The Thai team, which had been killing everyone before, was completely wiped out in a few seconds. The audience at the scene did not react. Before the camera cut, they saw the Thai team members falling to the ground one after another within 1 second. When we cut to Zhou Lily, she had already put away her gun and ran into the circle.
Oh! I'm so awesome! Team Xia! Come on! Team Xia! Come on!
The audience at the scene also spontaneously started to cheer for the Siagwa team. The familiar 5 words, "Cheers for the Siagwa team," resounded throughout the Seoul Football Stadium in South Korea. There is a saying in the PlayerUnknown's battleground circle that when opponents of different levels are fighting, the stronger side will seem to be too strong, because all gunfights are instant kills, just like the Thai team fighting other teams. On the other hand, Siagwa's team beat the Thai team almost instantly, without much effort. The Siagwa team has replenished another wave. Their current equipment is saturated, and they basically only need to replenish a wave of throwing objects.
Siagwa's team should pull horizontally after entering the circle,
Mstoy predicted. Mao Xiaomo's style of play is like this. He has a strong desire for control. After entering the circle, he will immediately clean up the teams around the circle, and then divide his team's territory. Fortunately, there are no other teams near the battle between the Siagwa team and the Thai team. The Siagwa team can be regarded as occupying a good position in the circle. But it is not enough to say that it is good, because after all, it is on the edge of the circle, and it will have to be in the next circle. Move. Mao Xiaomo still plays according to the normal style, and will not be too radical. The 5th circle is painted with concentric circles. At this time Wang Hao stood up.
We can't stay in this circle. It's just a stone. We have to pull it up,
Wang Hao said in the team. Wang Hao's familiarity with the terrain ranks first in the entire Xia kingdom. You can know what kind of terrain is around the circle without looking at him. So he said directly to Mao Xiaomo,
"Walk."
Mao Xiaomo believed in Wang Hao's judgment. Although the north was dangerous, it was better than entering the circle and having no place to stay.
Oh! Team Siagwa chose to pull up.
This, Mstoy didn't understand why Team Xia would make such a move to seek a fight at first, until the camera shows the terrain around the circle. A downhill slope. It is best to have an uphill slope as a cover in this kind of position on the edge of the circle. It is completely impossible to stay in this kind of downhill position. The Siagwa team obviously knew the topography of the circle in this choice.
Wow! What a shift in God's perspective. It should be Mao Xiaomo, who was suggested by Wang Hao. This player's control of the terrain can also be ranked among the top 3 domestic players,
Mstoy praised. This is why I insist on bringing Wang Hao with me. Chapter 632, 20 meters. Siagwa explained that he was extremely excited. After all, he had completed a wave of
God's perspective
transfer, but the official footage was not provided. So many viewers at the scene did not see it. Mao Xiaomo has 100% trust in the player's judgment. And he also hopes that the players can give him 100% trust in his team. This is the premise. Even if a team member makes a mistake in judgment, leading to irreversible consequences, it is still the collective mistake of the Xiaogui team. Therefore, after these players integrated into the Xiaogui team, they played very comfortably. There are two completely different feelings between teaming up to compete in a relatively unfamiliar environment and teaming up to compete in a team that trusts each other now. This is also why Mao Xiaomo, as a conductor, has a very strong team execution ability. The 4 members of the Xiaogui team immediately started walking towards the northern mountains, and they were walking from the lower slopes to the higher slopes. The Philippine team on the mountain never thought that the Xiaogui team would come up from the bottom of the mountain. A backup was directly knocked out by the Xiaogui team. The North Korean team, which was still fighting against the Philippines, was also vigilant. But the Xiaogui team played very fiercely, directly intervened in the battle between the two sides. At this time, the Xiaogui team's formation also quietly changed. The 4 people are divided into 2 groups. One on the left and one on the right can support each other. After more than a month of running in, everyone is very familiar with it. The playing style in the Xiaogui team is completely different from the playing style in Liquid. And if this Olympic competition system reaches the finals, winning chicken is the only pursuit. After taking advantage of the situation to defeat the Philippines, the number of heads of the Xiaogui team also reached 15. Then without supplies, he went directly to the North Korean team. The North Korean team is not very strong, but given the advantage of the terrain, it still did not directly wipe out the team like the Thai team. Instead, it fought back and forth with the Xia team. The North Korean team sniper shot Wang Hao and knocked him down once. After being rescued, the Xiaogui team charged directly. Zhou Lili and Mao Xiaomo attacked the door and suppressed them wildly. After knocking down the 2 Korean team members, Wang Hao and MC got closer. In the Xiaogui team, the audience actually trusts 2 players more, Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lili. MC's newcomer, Wang Hao, is not that strong in everyone's impression. However, the 2 of them did not disappoint after pulling directly up the slope. One by one, they cleared the Korean team and successfully entered the circle. In a short period of time, the number of members of the Xiaogui team has risen to 19. In this kind of game with 20 teams and 80 players, it is easier to achieve high kills, especially against opponents with distinct strengths and weaknesses. After the Xiaogui team entered the circle, they also occupied the position on the top of the mountain. This position on the top of the mountain was only available to 3 teams.
Xiaogui's current position is very stable. Based on the current situation, Xiaogui team is at least a top 3 player,
Msjoy boldly predicted. The current position of Xiaogui team cannot be said to be a destiny position, but it has one good thing. That is, no matter where the circle is next, Xiaogui team will have a perfect route to enter the circle. This is the real advantage of grabbing points. In this game where the Xia national team is not at a disadvantage, there is a route to enter the circle, and then it is okay to just attack all the way in. And this mountainous terrain is very easy to use props to enter the circle, which means that there is no Xiaogui team. The national team is afraid of the situation in the circle of divine punishment. This is Mao Xiaomo's idea of entering the circle. The Xiaogui team now occupies a very good position, constantly harassing other teams at the high point. Although there are still 7 teams on the field, there are actually only 21 people. Mao Xiaomo thought for a moment and realized that there were probably 2 teams on the top of the mountain. The main opponents of the Xiaogui team were them. Now Mao Xiaomo's thinking is based on the fact that his opponent is a first-class team like Ukraine, Norway, and Brazil, and he is also trying to establish a style for the team.
Let's go! Just wrap it up!
At this time Mao Xiaomo made a bold decision. Although the 3 teammates were a little shocked, they executed it immediately.
Oh! Xiaogui goes straight up! We're going to attack Brunei!
Yuwen exclaimed. Msjoy somewhat understands how Mao Xiaomo thinks. If you want to win the chicken, this style of play is indeed a good way. If it is more difficult to stay where you are, taking the initiative means trusting the gun in your hand. The Xiaogui team suddenly ceased fire. If it was a strong team, it would have enough time to react. But this is the Brunei team, a national team composed entirely of ordinary ladder players. The ones at the forefront are the old partners Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo. I saw someone on the flank instantly. The Brunei team reacted instantly. But at the same time, the team on the other side heard the sound and came closer. Nowadays, whether it's a casual player or a professional team, when they hear 2 teams fighting,
They will definitely come over to get involved. Now there are fights on the mountain and down the mountain. But everyone's eyes are on the mountain, because this can directly determine the chicken team. A contest. Ta. KSA_Yipla used M416 to knock down BRU_Kadajal. Oh! The team behind directly hit the Brunei team's back. This is. Mjoy looked at the national flag and couldn't remember which national team it was for a moment. This is Saudi Arabia, Yuan added. When Saudi Arabia heard about the match between Brunei and Siagwa, they came up directly and hit the Brunei team in the side without hesitation. The two teams attacked, and Siagwa only got one head, and the remaining 3 heads were taken away by the Saudi team. The safe zone is refreshed, and the new safe zone is a concentric circle. In this way, the Siagwa team became more determined to defeat the Saudi team. In this situation, if the Saudi team is defeated, the Sia team will go directly down the mountain. In the final round, the mountain beats the mountain, which is an absolute advantage. And if nothing unexpected happens, the team at the foot of the mountain is not fully formed. As the Siagwa team's head count reached 20, the game also entered the final stage. The teams at the bottom of the mountain all wanted to go up the mountain, but they restricted each other. The Siagwa and Saudi teams on the mountain also began to test each other. There is a bit of distance between the two teams, and the Siagwa team must find a gap. Otherwise it would be too disrespectful to rush over directly. Go a little further into the circle. This wave wins, Mao Xiaomo said confidently in the team. Their terrain is much better than that of the Saudi team. The 4 people walked along the slope for about 20 meters into the circle. But these 20 meters have become an insurmountable mountain for the Saudi team. The Saudi team was still testing with the Sia national team. But when the words, safe zone, began to refresh and appeared, the Saudi team felt something was wrong. It is impossible for them to react slowly and try to spread the smoke. The power grid has reached their backs. Chapter 633, a good start. The Saudi team could only force their way into the circle with their heads in a daze. This circle, after eating it for a few seconds, the poison will be gone. But the Siagwa team, which had been waiting for a long time, naturally would not miss this opportunity. With almost no effort, they got 4 heads again. When Joy and Yuan both shouted beautiful. The audience at the scene also had a climax. There are only 6 people left on the field, except for the 4 full members of the Siagwa team. The remaining 2 players are lone wolves. Moreover, these 2 lone wolves have no intention of standing up, and they are just lying on the edge of the circle to rank up. These 2 teams are not strong teams. Reaching the top 3 is already beyond everyone's expectations. In this group, the Siagwa team and the Thai team are so outstanding. The Siagwa team now has 24 kills, and the Thai team has 19. The 2 teams together have killed more than half of the players. In fact, most national teams still want to take it one step at a time, and first reach the top 6 in the group to compete for the right to qualify. We could hear the crowd cheering. Actually, I can congratulate the Siagwa team in advance for winning the first game. There should be no suspense, Mjoy said confidently. As soon as Mjoy finished speaking, the Siagwa team also eliminated the Japanese team's lone wolf. Then, they kept searching in the circle. Although the lone wolf of the Singapore team fell to the ground on the grass and knocked down Wang Hao, Mao Xiaomo quickly shot back behind him. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill Sin_Wazan with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, CHN. When CHN and the bright red 5-star red flag appeared on the big screen, everyone at the scene was excited. The 4 members of the Siagwa team were also high-fiving each other. The first performance was perfect, without any mistakes. Even Mao Xiaomo's parents in the audience were in tears, seeing that their son could stand on this stage and fight for the country. And then so many Sia people were supporting their children. That kind of pride was beyond ordinary people's eyes. Can't feel it. Team Sia! Come on! Team Sia! Come on! Tens of thousands of people were cheering for the Siagwa team. At night, the Seoul football stadium became the home court of the Siagwa team. The camera showed the 4 members of the Siagwa team who were discussing, and they all greeted the audience one by one. In the international arena, even if the opponent's strength is average, everyone is very happy and relieved. Carrying the hopes of so many people in the country is still very stressful. In today's network environment, one fatal mistake can wipe you out. Get some air. It's a bit stuffy. Because during the competition, everyone did not raise the air conditioning temperature in the competition room too low, which would affect the state.
As soon as I left the competition room, I felt the crazy atmosphere of the audience. This is just the PUBG qualifiers in Asia.
Okay. Congratulations to Seogwa team for successfully winning the first game. It is also a perfect start,
Yuwen said with a happy smile. Msjoy nodded.
The Seogwa team also got 26 kills in this set. It was a very high kill game. In our competition system this time, it can be considered as widening the gap with the second place. Yes. Okay. Let's take a look at the results of our first set. Seogwa's team killed 26 chickens. Singapore's team was second with 2 kills. Japan's team was third with 1 kill. Another strong team, Thailand. We only got 10th place, but we made 19 kills, which is also a very good result.
Msjoy saw the studio screen report.
Then for the Seogwa team, Emotion got 9 kills. 211 got 7 kills. Wang Hao and MC got 5 kills each. It's a very good state. I hope the Seogwa team can continue to maintain it. Otherwise, there will be no suspense in the game.
The standings are displayed immediately after the game. PUBG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Olympic Games Asian Qualifiers Group B standings. 1. Seogwa/CHN, first game, 760, total score, 760. 2. Singapore/Sin, first game, 420, total score, 420. 3. Japan/JPN, first game, 360, total score, 360. 4. Thailand/THA, first game, 350, total score, 350. 5. Saudi Arabia/KSA, first game, 340, total score, 340. Although the standings have been posted, the game has also entered the advertising phase. Returning to the CCTV studio 10 minutes later, Msjoy and Yuwen also analyzed the game. As a guest, Msjoy said,
because the competition system this time is the old competition system, the ranking points for the top 5 teams will be higher. A team like Thailand, which has 19 kills, is not ranked among the top 3 in the standings.
Yuwen continued.
Yes, you can see that Seogwa team actually led by a lot of points after the first game.
Msjoy nodded.
Yes, after watching the first game of this game, I can tell you the truth. Among so many teams, the only one that truly has second tier or above strength is the Thai team. So I am optimistic that the Seogwa team will perform well in the next games.
Msjoy is very confident now. Opponents of this level pose no threat to the Seogwa team. And now several members of the Seogwa team know how important this game is to them. Even in the qualifiers, they are playing with all their strength.
What do you think of the Seogwa team's current status? Do you have any expectations for their results?
Yuwen asked.
I really don't know the status. Only the players themselves know the status of this FPS game. But what is certain is that the Seogwa team must have used their full strength in the first game. There is no doubt about this. As for the results, I will make a bold prediction. Winning 10 games out of 12 should be a normal result,
Msjoy said confidently. Even Yuwen was a little surprised. He knows what the winning rate of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds means. This is not a sport where whoever is stronger can win in football, basketball, and table tennis. There are too many things that affect the game in this game. Liquid, the #1 player in the world, currently has a chicken win rate of just over 50%. But Msjoy must have a reason for saying this. One is that his opponent is not very strong, and the other is the confidence that Mao Xiaomao brings to him. Msjoy asked Mao Xiaomao the same question when he was in the Liquid Youth Training Camp, and Mao Xiaomao's answer was even more exaggerated than this. Chapter 634, Bridge Blocking Technique reappears. At that time, Msjoy was still looking forward to Mao Xiaomao's expectations for this game. If I were to be more modest, I would definitely say that I would just play hard, perform to my level, and then get the right to qualify for the Olympics. Who knew that this guy Mao Xiaomao would suddenly say something?
12 chickens in a row,
Msjoy. Although Mao Xiaomao said it with a smile at the time, neither the coaching staff nor his players thought he was joking. With the current strength of the Seogwa team, it is not difficult to win the chicken in the Asian qualifiers. But Mao Xiaomao said this, which represents one of his demands. That's 0 mistakes. Msjoy was a bit conservative in the live broadcast room and gave Seogwa team 2 opportunities to make mistakes. Mao Xiaomao is always very arrogant in his speech, but he is very kind to others.
Okay, Game 2 is ready. Let's get into the game now.
The time for small talk passed quickly. The second set of the game continues. The Xiaogui team's outstanding performance in the first set also gave the audience a lot of expectations for their subsequent games. Moreover, the Afghan team came to the Xiaogui team's territory in the first set. Whether they will continue to come to the airport in the second set has become a highlight. However, the opinions of many Xiaogui viewers are not particularly unified. Some people also hope that the Afghan team can continue to come to the airport to find the Xiaogui team. After all, Hehe Mobile's 40 points.
Okay. The second set of the game is a cross-cutting route, from due west to due east. If this route is used, the Xiaogui team will not be able to fly directly to the airport. They will wait to find a car. I hope there will be no accidents,
Msjoy said. If Xiaogui's team was unfortunate to lose members in this kind of game, this car snatching must be a major reason. But fortunately, in this game, the Afghan team directly changed points and went to the jungle. The Xiaogui team fell to the bridge and did not find an enemy.
The Afghan team should have changed their minds. They were very smart and did not choose to be tough with the Xi'an national team. This is good for both the Xi'an national team and the Afghan team.
The Xi'an national team has just landed and headed to the airport. And the first safety zone has been refreshed.
Oh!
This safe area is brushed. Not only Msjoy and Yuan, but also the audience and Xiaogui team fans in front of Xiaogui TV all exclaimed, "This is a
airport circle! The airport circle!"
Msjoy and Yuan said at the same time. This is still an airport circle in the west. There is still 30% of the area in the north of the airport. But in all likelihood, the next circle will come to the airport. In this way, the Xiaogui team and the Indonesian team on the airport island should become the largest winner. Yuan immediately said,
"Should the Xiaogui team find the best position in the center of the circle? The only team inside the airport island is the Indonesian team,"
Msjoy asked with a smile.
"When did Teacher Wen get into contact with this game?"
Yuan didn't quite understand and answered truthfully.
"Probably last year."
Msjoy suddenly realized
that it's normal that you don't know. In this circle, Team Xia will definitely not choose to find a room in the center of the circle. Well,
amidst the cheers at the scene, some spectators had already started to jump. Not just because this is the destiny circle of Xiaogui team. It's because they are about to see Mao Xiaomo's bridge blocking technique again. When Mao Xiaomo was at ISCD, he was most famous for his technique of blocking bridges on the airport island. As long as it was in the airport circle, he would 100% go to the bridge on the west side to block the bridge. This is not only true in the Xia Country League, but also in world competitions such as the PCI Summer Country Invitational Tournament. Even the world's top teams, like Navi and Avenger, were blocked and exploded on the spot. That PCI, after hitting the back, things like Navi, Avenger, 17, all went around this bridge. No matter what, it's impossible to cross this bridge. Sure enough, not long after the game started, it was a very early stage. The Xiaogui team has already started setting off.
Really? Mao Xiaomo's bridge blocking technique appears again. It's been a long time.
Msjoy also sighed. Really? In professional competitions, the only team that would use bridge blocking tactics unscrupulously was IFCD. This was their most common tactic. After Mao Xiaomo went to Liquid, the jump point also changed. So basically, there was no such tactic as blocking the bridge. A familiar position after more than a year, appearing in front of the Xia Kingdom audience again. Many old IFCD fans were a little teary-eyed. When something worth remembering appears in front of you again, you will unconsciously feel nostalgic. Just like before, Wang Hao was the first to go to the bridge to occupy the point. At this time, there will be very few teams coming. And even if there are, they will definitely walk on the bridge. These teams chose this time to come here to prevent the bridge from being blocked. And there was no point in taking the waterway. Coincidentally, in this game, the Brunei team chose to enter the circle early and try their best to stay in the rankings. In this circle, the attrition in the midterm may be very severe. At this time, a good position is more useful than good equipment. This is the thinking of the Brunei team. They never dreamed that in just over a minute, there would already be a team blocking the bridge. This has never been seen in previous games. But the only worrying thing is that Wang Hao is the only one on the bridge of Xiaogui team here. The other 3 members of the Xi'an national team are still searching inside the airport.
Someone is coming!
Wang Hao heard the sound of the car and said calmly. Unlike the noise and worries at the scene, the Xiaogui team was still very calm. Mao Xiaomo glanced at Wang Hao's screen and said nothing. And Wang Hao has already picked up the gun.
Wang Hao wants to fight!
Msjoy shouted. Even if one person blocks the bridge, he still has to block the Brunei team's bridge. I don't know whether this bold approach is right or wrong. Mao Xiaomao didn't say anything more. This situation was not mentioned in the Xiaodhua team's training. But Mao Xiaomao had already said it in the IFCD training a year ago. At that time, Mao Xiaomao was talking about beating. A car was sweeping right in the middle of the bridge. Just let the two cars cross the bridge and then sweep them. The reason is also very simple. First of all, the teams coming over at this time are basically unprepared teams. Everyone grabs this time to prevent the bridge from being blocked. And they must cross the bridge as quickly as possible. Secondly, why is one car scanning in the middle of the bridge, while two cars are scanning after letting them cross the bridge? That's because if there are 4 people sitting in a car, first of all, the opponent has no ability to fight back. And the error tolerance rate of his marksmanship is also high. So there will be basically no mistakes. Even if he sweeps randomly, he can kill at least 2 people and defeat the opponent. It's better to stop in the middle of the bridge. But the 2 cars are different. There are 2 cars and 2 people in each car. 2 cars park in front of you at the same time. It is difficult for one person to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. It is very embarrassing. What to do in this situation? Let it go. Start scanning when the second car passes you. Count as many as you can sweep down. It is difficult to park on the opposite side at this time. If you force the car to stop, there is a way out from Wang Hao's position. If you are confident in your marksmanship and just use the bunker to continue fighting the opponent. If it doesn't work, you can still fall into the sea. And your life will basically not be safe. So when this happened during the game, Mao Xiaomao didn't tell Wang Hao what to do. And Wang Hao didn't ask Mao Xiaomao what he should do.
1 against 4?
Yu Wenwen was very surprised. Is the Xiaodhua team playing so aggressively now? The Brunei team did not feel the atmosphere of danger at all. A roofless jeep happily climbed onto the bridge. Little did they know that there was a gun waiting for them at the very front of the bridge. When the vehicle reached the center of the bridge, Wang Hao struck decisively. Just pull out and hit. The Brunei team was caught off guard. And the driver subconsciously tilted the steering wheel. But the follow-up reaction was very fast. And he directly increased his power and rushed towards Wang Hao's scrap car. But this kind of pressure-free output environment, for Wang Hao now, is basically giving away points. Ta-ta-ta-ta. M416 fires at extremely high speed. The members of the Brunei team were swept off the car one after another.
3, 1, 2, 3. Change bullets.
Wang Hao's precise sweep swept 3 members of the Brunei team off the car. In the upper right corner, you can see a wave of screen refreshes. CHN_45 AI used M416 headshot to knock down BRU_Kadajal. CHN_45 AI used M416 headshot to knock down BRU_Yummy. CHN_45 AI used M416 headshot to knock down BRU_Eula. More than half a year of training was all revealed at this moment. Extremely accurate gun firing. 3 headshots. The firearm is extremely stable. At the same time, the other 3 members of the Xiaodhua team were also rushing here. If Wang Hao is killed, they will also take away 40 points from this team. It is a pity that Wang Hao has almost all the accessories for his M416, except for an expansion magazine. Otherwise, Wang Hao can kill all the Brunei team in this wave. However, Wang Hao was also very calm this time. When he wiped out the third person, the vehicle of the Brunei team was already rushing in front of him. He had less than 8 bullets in the magazine in his hand. Wang Hao did not get greedy for these few shots. If the gun misses, he won't have time to react when he comes down from Brunei. Wang Hao simply changed his ammunition and waited until the last member of the Brunei team came down to fight a wave of 1v1. None of the Brunei team's vehicles received any damage. Almost all of Wang Hao's bullets fell on the Brunei team members. The last member of the Brunei team, PMA, is also the strongest player of the Brunei team. Just now, he cut the number 1 position the moment the driver was swept off and rushed in front of Wang Hao. Boom! The vehicle hit the abandoned car and made a muffled sound. PMA got out of the car and rushed to the right, then slowly moved out with the gun in hand. On the other side, Wang Hao has already set up. The 2 sides faced each other across the car. Chapter 635.
1,000-mile front.
All the audience watched with bated breath.
PMA should be the more anxious party now, because Xiaodhua's teammates are coming. He must deal with Wang Hao as soon as possible to save his teammates.
Mstoy analyzed. PMA, the last player in the Brunei team, must be more proactive. The 2 of them are facing each other across the car. If it continues, it will definitely be bad news for the Brunei team. So PMA slowly moved outwards. But Wang Hao had already set up a headshot line. just waiting for you to come out. Now it is impossible to throw mines at such a close distance. There will be a sound when the thunder is pinched. The opponent will definitely rush forward when he hears the sound. It will take time for you to pick up the gun again. The perspective was given to Wang Hao. The moment he saw PMA sticking out a trace of his scalp. Shoot with confidence. Duh. 2 shots to the scalp. Take them away directly. CHN_45 AI used M416 to kill BRU_PMA with a headshot. The Brunei team was destroyed, and Wang Hao succeeded in 1v4. Pretty! Msjoy and Yuwen shouted at the same time. As Wang Hao's handsomeness retracted his gun. The audience was completely shocked. A true 1v4 success without the help of any teammates. Although it was the first attack. It was indeed a pure 1v4. Which is rare in the professional arena.
Wang Hao completed a wave of 1 versus 4. Beautiful.
Msjoy and Yuwen couldn't contain their excitement at all. I couldn't feel it before watching it on TV. Yuwen explained PUBG Live for the first time and finally felt the charm of esports.
Nice.
Zhou Lily couldn't help but admire when she saw Wang Hao's 1v4 success. This is not nonsense. There is no information to process now. Wang Hao's wave of 1-on-4 is enough to boost morale.
Simply playing.
Wang Hao smiled proudly. He was very calm just now. And he was relieved after the fight.
Okay. Stop bragging and fight the bigger one.
Mao Xiaomo smiled.
That one again?
Wang Hao knew what Mao Xiaomo was thinking. And he had mentioned it before during training.
Come! Okay.
Zhou Lily and MC both knew this tactic. And they couldn't say anything except lamenting Mao Xiaomo's madness. If the bridge blocking tactic is a tactic used by everyone around the world, then only Mao Xiaomo in the world has used this tactic in professional competitions. Mao Xiaomo's fans also gave this tactic a very nice name.
1,000 miles front.
Oh!
Mao Xiaomo is driving towards the cliff to the west. 1,000-mile front. He's coming!
Mao Xiaomo once again appeared in the international arena with his Xiaogua teammates, bringing back waves of memories. This so-called
1,000-mile front
is actually the name given to this tactic by Mao Xiaomo's fans after PCI used it in IFCD. In fact, the IFCD opened an 800-meter front line on the western Kwoto coast at that time to snipe all teams that came ashore. 1 mile is 500 meters, which is actually less than 2 miles. This
1,000-mile front
is a more artistic term. This time everyone returns to their places. As the strongest player in the team, Mao Xiaomo went directly to the westernmost cliff. It is very likely that a team will come here. If a team comes ashore, Mao Xiaomo is very powerful and can directly sweep the opponents on the boat. Even if he comes ashore, he will not be particularly weak. Zhou Lily stood on the hillside to the west of the airport bridge. From this position, she could see the bottom of Mao Xiaomo's cliff. You could hit the left side or the bridge on the right side. Wang Hao is still at the bridgehead, serving as the first point of blocking the bridge. And MC is standing on the hillside outside the airport, which is also a familiar position to everyone. The positions for the 4 people are very wide apart, but very reasonable, and every position can be taken into account. The only western part with less firepower coverage. Mao Xiaomo can also attack enemies at sea unscrupulously. The sea is not like land. It is impossible for your opponent to stop the boat and fight you. There is no room for fighting back. For members of Xiaogua team are in position. Brunei team's package Wang Hao licked it all by himself. Although there was nothing crossing the bridge at this time. The Brunei team has very few resources and has not picked up anything valuable. After 1 minute, the airdrop hit the face. The airdrop hit the beach. And Zhou Lily picked it up. A 90-point airdrop. Level 3 heads. Level 3 armor. An AWM. And a ghillie suit. The only missing 10 points is the lack of a multiplier. But this doesn't matter to Zhou Lily. He already has a 6x.
Now there are so many teams rushing to the western bridge,
Yuwen said. Msjoy looked at the moving directions of each team and said,
It feels like this western bridgehead is going to explode.
Indeed, there were 20 teams more than the usual 16 teams. In addition, these teams did not know the bridge blocking tactics of the Xiaogua team. So almost all of them chose to cross the bridge. Except the Thai team. 3 of the members of the Thai team are myth players. They had gone through the PCI, and they had witnessed Mao Xiaomo's transformation from an ordinary star player to the world's top player after the PCI. Although the playing styles of Xiaogua team and IFCD are not necessarily the same. They dare not cross this bridge. Not even to death. If I get killed while crossing the bridge, I really won't have anywhere to cry. They would rather choose to go around in a big circle or take poison and enter the circle. instead of going to the West Bridge to find the discomfort. Especially Wang Hao alone just dominated the Brunei team. And they also saw it. Thinking about it carefully, there is a high probability of blocking the bridge at the west end. Myth and the others were too impressed by this tactic. Except for the Thai team. All other teams are playing normally. But he had no idea that the western bridgehead had been set up by the Xiaogua team. The first one to rush into the enemy camp was a familiar opponent of the Xiaogua team. Afghan team. They are tired again. For members of the Afghan team crossed the bridge. They did not have such high tactical literacy and rushed directly to the bridge. But the same scene as the previous Brunei team appeared. Wang Hao directly swept down the two people in the first car. Then the other two members of the Afghan team drifted and stopped. From the side, Zhou Lily also continued to make sneak attacks, making up for the two players who were knocked down by Wang Hao. The two Afghan players were unable to get off the ground and decisively chose to jump off the bridge. But Wang Hao pulled directly out from the left side of the bridge. It was a fierce sweep at the Afghan team members, who were falling vertically.
I'm not even allowed to jump into the sea.
Wang Hao's current strength is very different from half a year ago. This kind of tracking gun can be followed perfectly from the first shot. CHN_45 AI used M416 to knock down AFG_tax. Knock someone down directly in the air. Then he hacked the other person. It's a pity that the time is too short. After just 2 shots, the player fell into the sea. Both the audience at the scene and watching the game in Xia Kingdom were in an uproar.
Beautiful. Steady marksmanship.
Msjoy shouted. This marksmanship. This is the Xiaogua team's official debut after half a year of training. And the progress is visible to the naked eye. Wang Hao's current marksmanship, just following the spear, is something that not many in the Xia Kingdom can do. The last member of the Afghan team swam under the pillar and did not dare to move. There was Zhou Lily holding a gun on the side. But this person was no longer a threat to the Xia team. The Thai team saw CHN on the other side. And the news that Xiaogua's team was killing people madly strengthened their idea of going around in a big circle. It's a shame other teams haven't realized it yet. After all, it is not a frontline team. So it is impossible to pay attention to information such as which team has died, and which team has killed people in the upper right corner.
Another team is here. Go forward one after another.
Msjoy's humor also made Yuan cover his mouth and smile. This is really a desperate attempt to die. There were 2 vehicles abandoned by the Afghan team in the middle of the bridge. The Japanese team was first alert, and then stopped to observe. But nothing unusual seemed to be found. The strength of the Japanese team is not bad. And it is also the seed team in this competition. The Japanese team Xiaogua has also been exposed to it. SSG during the PCI period was also a good team. This time the players of the Japanese team have nothing to do with SSG. But they are also a tactical team, and are slightly weaker in the front. The Japanese team discussed it for a long time. But there really was no result. It is definitely impossible to lose the car. But it is not possible to drive across the bridge. In desperation, the Japanese team sent a path explorer to drive forward to explore the road. He was fine at first. But when he drove in front of Wang Hao killed him without saying a word. No hesitation. CHN_45 AI used M416 to knock down JPN_Q with a headshot. This kind of Pathfinder must be destroyed. If they don't kill them, they will also find the members of Xiaogua's team. And with Xiaogua's formation, it is definitely impossible to let them pass. And there is no need to catch big fish now. The next circle is when the Xiaogua team will really perform. At this time, the audience and Xiaogua fans had a vague feeling that Xiaogua team might cause something big in this game. I got 8 heads at the beginning. And all 8 heads belonged to Wang Hao alone. At this moment, when many teams are gathering at the Western Bridge, many people can imagine what will happen next. The Xiaogua team may get high with a kill. The Japanese team's situation was instantly embarrassing. But as the commander of the Japanese team, Ryo decisively chose to retreat. I drove directly from the other end of the bridge. There was a team blocking the bridge. And it was the strongest Xiaogua team. The probability of the team successfully crossing the bridge was about 0.00001%.
The Japanese team is very smart. Just run away. But where can they slip to?
Msjoy felt a little sad for the Japanese team. The camera was shown on the sea. And the only ship was found by the Japanese team. Then the remaining 3 people from the Japanese team got on the boat and drove directly in the direction of Mao Xiaomo. Chapter 636, A Messy Bridge Deck. It was not easy to abandon my beloved car and wanted to sail across the bridge. But it turned out that there were members of the Seogwa team in front of me. The Japanese team is not desperate in their hearts. But the fans of the Japanese team are desperate in their hearts. At this time, the second circle refreshed.
Ouch! A perfect bridge blocking circle is really God bless the Seogwa team.
Mjoy sighed. This circle was drawn just because Team Seogwa was in the circle, and Wang Hao was still at the very edge. This means that if you can't pass the bridge in this circle, you will be poisoned. Although this poison is affordable. Everyone can't crowd at the bridge. All teams have to cross the bridge. What you eat on the shore is not the same as what you eat in the sea. If a team wants to swim across the bridge, they can only swim as early as possible. If they swim later, they will die. When the Japanese team sailed across the bridge, another team got on the bridge and increased their power to prepare to rush the bridge. The footage of Seogwa's team was also shown to the Japanese team in Malaysia at sea. The two teams actually rushed into the Seogwa team's position at the same time. This is something Mjoy and the audience did not expect. Coincidentally,
two teams rushed over at the same time. Look at how Seogwa team handled this wave.
Mjoy looked serious. This is 4 versus 7. With one team playing against two teams. Although there is a terrain advantage. Communication between teammates must be in place. Seogwa team training room. There was no communication as imagined. Mao Xiaomo only said one thing to Zhou Lily.
Leave this Japanese team to me. You go and fight on the bridge.
Good. Just a simple sentence. To deal with the 3 Japanese players. Mao Xiaomo alone is enough. There was no way he could let the Japanese team come ashore alive. The other side also had enough manpower. So Mao Xiaomo was not worried at all about the impact of this wave of opponents. The first one to fire was Mao Xiaomo. When the Japanese team was about to dock at the shore, they pulled it out from the cliff and fired. The unarmed Japanese team of 3, being ruthlessly slaughtered by Mao Xiaomo. The scene was extremely bloody. The Japanese team members fell to the ground one after another. With no reaction time at all. The camera goes to the other side. This wave of death charge in Malaysia. 3 cars. It may be the difficulty faced by the Seogwa team. In this case, the more firepower a vehicle has, the harder it is to hit. Zhou Lily casually shot AWM. Instantly cut to the rifle and prepare for rifle fire. But this AWM shot actually hit the Malaysian team member, who was moving at high speed. Shot him down with one shot. CHN_211 used AWM headshot to knock down MS_coming. This time, the members of the second car were directly knocked down. The vehicle is out of control. A car behind was caught off guard and hit him directly. There is no way Wang Hao would miss such a good opportunity. After knocking the first team member out of the car, he shot a thunderbolt directly at him. The Malaysian team members were forced to get out of the car and use the 2 cars that were close together as cover. But a thunderbolt rolled under their car. No time to react. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky. 2 cars were blown up directly. The fire and power soaring into the sky took the 2 Malaysian team members away. CHN_45AI detonated the vehicle and killed MS_I-like. CHN_45AI detonated the vehicle and killed MS_gift. This explosion is so visual. 2 cars and 2 people were blown up. The audience, who saw the scene, were all screaming. The camera instantly cuts to the other side, where Mao Xiaomo has begun to lick the Japanese team's box. As expected, the 3 members of the Japanese team did not persist until they landed. The moment it stopped, Mao Xiaomo fired a wave of fire and took away 3 people. This kind of gun with no difficulty is a piece of cake for Mao Xiaomo. Now, both the battlefield on Mao Xiaomo's side and the battlefield on the other side of the bridge are already in a mess. Especially on the bridge. It is a stage where even if you want to deal with the scene, you cannot handle it. There are 5 cars and in boxes on the bridge. At this time, Zhou Lily discovered the lone wolf of the Afghan team, who was trying to swim far away, and took him away with one shot. Already beaten by Wang Hao, and unable to take medicine in the sea. The Afghan team was also very miserable in the second set, although it was several places higher than the first set. The 4 teams that have been wiped out now are Brunei, Malaysia, Japan, and Afghanistan, with 16 people, all of whom have been captured by the Seogwa team. 16 kills, 3 for Mao Xiaomo, 2 for Zhou Lily. Wang Hao's personal kills have reached 11. This is the second circle. There are still 16 teams on the field. No one knows what kind of terrifying result the Seogwa team will achieve in this set. But everyone is extremely excited. In South Korea, the Group B match is the home court of Seogwa team. MC seemed a little bored. With these 16 kills, he participated in the last wave of Malaysia's death charge and got 3 assists. However, MC didn't have any other emotions. The team score was the most important. The Siagwa team in the upper right corner really keeps swiping the screen. The only one who knew what happened was the Thai team, who was watching with horror. The camera shows the Thai team, which has already begun their big voyage. This is the ship they went through thousands of miles to find near Port L. The absence of the Thai team in this set gave the Sia team more room to play. When the second circle was refreshed, there were already teams trying to cross the bridge. But as soon as the Indonesian team arrived at the bridge, they were ready to observe whether anyone was blocking the bridge. But what they saw left a deep psychological shadow on them. There are 5 cars on the bridge, and 2 more are smoking. Then, there are countless boxes on the ground.
I don't know what the Indonesian team is thinking now,
Joy said with a smile. The camera happened to show the member of the Indonesian team, who was observing the bridge deck. You can clearly see his face twitching, and then calling his teammates. In this situation, even a fool knows what happened before. And 99% of the opponents are still on the other side of the bridge. It is impossible to cross the bridge now.
Okay. The Indonesian team chose swimming,
Yuan said. But Mjoy then shook his head.
The Indonesian team doesn't think they can survive the swim. Even if they swim over, the Sia national team is still waiting for them. It's definitely not a very smart decision. Then what is the most correct thing for Teacher Joy to do now?
Yuan asked. Her understanding of PUBG is definitely not as good as Mjoy's. Mjoy replied.
The smartest way to play now is definitely to drive across the East Bridge. There is a high probability that the East Bridge will not be blocked in this circle. Even if there is a traffic jam, you can swim on the East Bridge. There is no need to swim in the West Bridge where there are so many people. Even if you can swim over, the probability of survival is not very high.
Chapter 637, Quiet Attrition Circle. What Mjoy said is also very reasonable. In this situation where someone is bound to block the bridge, what else can you do except go around the east side? At this time, there are no ships, and it is impossible to sail there. The Indonesian team chose to swim. But halfway through the swim, Zhou Lily discovered this team. But she was not in a hurry to fight. The opponents in the sea will not be able to come up for a while. And the hit rate when shooting from a distance is average. The Indonesian team can swim along the pillars under the bridge, but they will definitely not be able to get up. MC moved from the top of the mountain to the top of the bridge just to snipe the Indonesian team. This wave of bridge blocking by the Siagwa team not only allowed them to gain enough heads, but also dealt a huge blow to the team on the north side. No one dares to cross this bridge now. Coupled with the special nature of the circle, the team in the north of the bridge has begun to have internal friction and is constantly cleaning up the team. Until the 3rd lap, no one came over the bridge. When the Indonesian team landed under the bridge, they were attacked fiercely by the Siagwa team, killing 3 of them. The last one can only go back into the water. MC didn't want to let this lone wolf go, so he rushed to the shore and took him away with a few thunder. At the end of the 2nd lap, the Siagwa team has harvested 20 heads.
When the circle is closed, I think Siagwa's team will retreat,
Mjoy said. This wave of bridge blocking was so perfect that it actually gained 20 kills and wiped out 5 teams. This was rarely seen in previous professional games.
There is no rush to move now. It will be stuck for a while. Anyway, there should be no team on the line where Siagwa team enters the circle,
Mjoy analyzed. Siagwa's team didn't even put a fly over this wave of blocked bridges, so the route into the circle must be unoccupied, especially since they have to move to the west. On the other side, there is no place to go ashore except Malsiamo's position. So the Siagwa team must be able to block the bridge with confidence. The Siagwa team has a lot of medicine and is not afraid of consuming it at all. And the equipment is very good. The 3rd circle begins to refresh.
Oh! Team Siagwa didn't choose to enter the circle.
Mjoy was firstly surprised by Team Sia's decision-making. And secondly, she was surprised by Team Sia's ruthlessness. Because Siagwa saw a team swimming. Then 4 people drove their cars and rushed to the shore. It's so cruel. It doesn't give the opponent a chance to swim ashore. The Vietnamese team is desperate inside. They were taking drugs and swimming in the middle of the sea. They calculated the time and saw that the Siagwa team was about to leave. Who knew they saw 4 big men driving over in 4 cars? This feeling is really indescribable.
Leave a little bit of a sec in your life so that we can meet again in the future.
Many fans of the Vietnamese team were wailing. Siagwa took poison and forced himself to the shore to start cleaning up the Vietnamese team. The Vietnamese team started to swim with 9 deep and 1 shallow. But seeing that the Siagwa team had no intention of letting them go, knowing that they would die, the 4 players only got 1 head for the Siagwa team. The remaining 3 people drowned in the sea. CHN_MC used AKM to knock down VIE_SOM with a headshot. VIE_OE was drowned. VIE. Without licking this bag, Siagwa's team didn't lack anything. So they turned around and entered the circle. This wave of bridge blocking is indeed a big deal. Siagwa's team entered the circle directly along the west. There was absolutely no one in the west. No team had the conditions to come to the west. Most of the teams now should be in the south and east. As for the team stranded at the western bridge, I was overjoyed to see the Siagwa team finally leaving. But there is still a question before them. Who will pass first?
Now these teams have to figure out where to enter the circle after crossing the bridge. To be honest, there is no particularly good position now,
Joy said, because of the Siagwa team's blocking of the bridge. More than half of the entire northern team died. The rest are taking poison and waiting for the Siagwa team to leave. Just like Avanger's tactics at PCI. But this time there were 20 teams, which made the northern teams very dense. And there were still 3 teams stuck at the bridge. Anyway, the movements of these 3 teams have nothing to do with the Siagwa team. So let's not mention them for now.
The current position of Siagwa team cannot be said to be the best.
But it is the safest. Look, there is no one within 100 miles.
Joy continued her analysis. The Siagwa team blocked the bridge, directly blocking 6 teams and consuming 3 teams to death. This is equivalent to 1 team consuming half of the entire team here. So although it is only the 3rd circle, the overall circle is very harmonious. There are nearly 10 teams missing. This time, all the teams in the circle are relatively harmonious. The rules this time were not the same as before. The land ratio in the 4th circle was 1. So when the 4th circle was refreshed, the audience also exclaimed,
"Beautiful." In this circle, Siagwa team stepped into the circle.
Joy said, although the 4th circle is not an extreme west corner circle, it is still westward. Siagwa, the only team in the Western Conference, became the only beneficiary. Stepping into the circle, Mao Xiaoma didn't miss this opportunity and went straight into the circle to pull away.
Hey! Now, won't Siagwa team forget to take a walk around the center?
Yuwen felt a little strange. She had done a lot of homework before commentating on the PUBG game. Generally speaking, teams that have such an opportunity to enter the circle in the first few rounds should not be able to let it go.
Joy explained, is such that everyone can think about it from the perspective of the Siagwa team. If Siagwa enters the circle in advance now, they don't know if anyone will come to their circle. After all, there is a team on the bridge. We are from a god's perspective. You could almost see the internal friction. But in fact the Siagwa team doesn't know.
Joy continued,
if Siagwa team enters the circle now, and a team comes from the circle, they will be very uncomfortable. But if they don't enter the circle and can safely finish off the teams behind them, Siagwa team's current invincible position is still quite unsolvable, because there is no one in front of them. It will be easier no matter which direction they go when they enter the circle. Now that the Siagwa team's formation has been spread out, no matter which direction people come from, the Siagwa team can immediately get this information.
Joy said it very clearly, and Yuwen also understood it.
So that's it,
Joy added.
Of course, if the Siagwa team were from God's perspective, they would definitely be in the circle.
That's true, but you don't know it from a player's perspective. It was rare that the 4th lap of this game was so quiet. It was usually a large attrition lap, because the Siagwa team's bridge blockage suddenly became much quieter. Chapter 638, Catching a Turtle in a Jar.
You can see that there are only 10 teams in this circle,
Joy said. The Siagwa team has already scored 21 heads. Even if the 5th circle is a quarter circle, it will not have any impact on Siagwa team's entry into the circle. However, there is no extreme situation. It is still a concentric circle. Siagwa, who got 21 heads, has now gone through 2 circles safely. It must be very comfortable for the Siagwa team themselves. But the audience is a little anxious. They still want to watch the Siagwa team continue to kill, breaking a kill record or something like that. Who knew that the Siagwa team would become stable right now? The professional kill record is Liquid's record of 35 kills in a single game at DreamHack in January this year. It was a small map, with a lot of people, and Liquid's position was very stiff at the time. Unexpectedly, they were able to kill out with their marksmanship. The whole game was in an invincible and explosive state for Liquid. The first 2 laps of this Siagwa team set were a perfect start. In the first 2 rounds, 21 heads were obtained, which is unprecedented and may not be matched by others. It was really the right time, right place, good circle, good position, and the overall strength of the team was poor. And I didn't know the Siagwa team very well. I didn't prevent the Siagwa team from blocking the bridge, and rushed towards the west bridge one after another. The result was tragic. During the time when Siagwa team was guarding the bridge, not even a fly was let go. Mao Xiaomon naturally knew about this record. And to be honest, it wouldn't be difficult for Team Xia to break this record if they asked for a team to kill him. But now the team is adjusting. And the main thing is to get familiar with the rhythm of the game. Little did he know that Mao Xiaomon's record-breaking move made the leader of the Xia State Esports Administration in the audience tremble with anger. This is a record. This is a record that can represent the Xia national team, just like the world record in various sports. Although it is not that important. It is an honor. It would be great if it were left in Xia Kingdom. You must know that if you miss this opportunity, you may not have such an opportunity next time. It's a pity that I can't rush into the Siagwa team's training room. Otherwise, I will definitely pull Mao Xiaomo's ears and ask him to break the record. What Mao Xiaomo wanted to achieve was 12 consecutive chickens. He really didn't care much about this kill record. And neither did the other team members. Siagwa's team occupied a position on the edge of the circle and steadily cleared out the remaining teams in the north. It was still very stable. Mao Xiaomo is such a conductor. When he sees the circle shape, he tells his teammates what their purpose is and how to enter the next circle. The real battle will begin next, Msjoy said. When the situation has reached this stage, the task of an excellent commander has actually been completed. The director can only send the team to the finals. But it still depends on the players. The Siagwa team saw that the Thai team was also killing people in the upper right corner. But they did not hear the gunshots. This meant that the only opponent, the Thai team, was still far away from them. There was no need to worry at all. To be honest, the other teams were playing against Siagwa. Siagwacho, one of the team's first players, is also confident that he can counterattack them, let alone head on them. Siagwa's team is quite stable, and I feel that there is still a great chance in this set, Mjoy said. Yuoman added. It seems that all the top 5 teams are still there except the Japanese team. Yes. And what can I say about the Japanese team? It was an unjust death. The strength of the teams in this competition is relatively clear. The Asian team should be more powerful. China and South Korea. And then the Southeast Asian teams. The level of teams in South Asia and West Asia is relatively low, Mstoy analyzed. The game continued. And the Siagwa team also started the tank-style advancement that the audience is familiar with. After the team destroyed a West Asian team, many viewers also sighed. You should have played like this a long time ago. There is no team on this field that is the opponent of Siagwa team. When your strength is firmly ranked first, you can play whatever you want. When they reached the finals, the Siagwa team in the mountain circle liked it so much that it gave them invincible space to perform. Push all the way. Even 2 corner cuts did not change the Siagwa team's invincible attitude. Amid waves of cheers at the scene, the Siagwa team also made great progress. Although 1 MC was lost to the Singaporean team, this was also the first person killed by the Siagwa team in this qualifier. Just now, the Singapore team had 4 people trying to break through, but only one of them was killed. NC's one-man fight against 4 people just now was also very beautiful. 4 on 1 and 2 were killed. Moreover, his body and shooting skills were very sharp, which allowed some people who doubted MC before the game started to see MC's strength. After all, he is still a newcomer and has never appeared in a professional arena. After this wave, the number of heads of Siagwa team also reached 29, about to break 30. But there are only 3 teams left on the field, and 9 survive. Except for the 3 people from the Siagwa team, there are only 6 people left, and there is no hope of breaking the record. And now the Thai team is still full, so it is considered a more advantageous team in this set. Okay, it's the 8th circle, and the winner will be determined by swiping this circle, Mjoy said. This 8th circle is likely to directly determine which team wins the chicken. If you brush the Thai team, there is basically no suspense. The Xia national team will have to decide the outcome with a 2-man Saudi Arabia. But if you brush the Xia national team, the Xia national team also has a chance. It depends on how this circle is brushed. Everyone watched the time move minute by minute. When it reached 0, the 8th circle was refreshed. Siagwa team's destiny circle, Msjoy and Yuan shouted at the same time. At the same time, the audience at the scene also started cheering craziest. Although the game is not over yet, and the Thai team is still full, it seems to have won in the eyes of the Xiagwa audience. Mjoy said loudly. In this circle, the Xiagwa team is going to press to the edge of the circle. The fact is just as Mjoy said. Seeing this circle, the Xiagwa team pressed forward decisively. They know the positions of the Saudi Arabian and Thai teams, and pressing to the edge of the circle is definitely the best choice now. The Saudi team knows that their team is in a weak stage, so they stand still. But what they didn't expect was that the Thai team would play so proactively. The 4 members of the Thai team directly chose Qing. Obviously, this has been discussed before. If the circle reaches the Xi'an national team, they will decisively deal with the Saudi team, and then have a head-to-head fight with the 3-person Xi'an national team. I have to say that the Thai team was so decisive this time. The Saudi team reacts. The Xia team has no chance to press forward and harvest. Maybe it's going to be a 3-on-4 fight. The Saudi team was directly eliminated in this wave, which did not cause any trouble to the Thai team. In fact, it affected the Xia team to a certain extent. Otherwise, when the gunshots were fired, all members of the Xia team would definitely press forward. However, this wave of Saudi team was wiped out instantly, leaving Xiagwa to fight a head-on team battle with the Saudi team with only a few people. I think Team Xiagwa still has a high winning rate in this team battle. Let's see how the Thai team handles it, Mjoy said. Now Xia Kingdom not only has the advantage of location, but also the advantage of terrain. Moreover, the personal strength of the 3 people is much higher than that of the Thai team. It is not an exaggeration to say that Xiagwa team has the advantage. The 3 of Xiagwa didn't dare to go too far because of the terrain, but they also locked in the Thai team's position. But the Thai team is enlightened. The Thai team started spreading smoke. I'm enlightened. I won't engage in offensive and defensive battles with the Xi'an national team. I'll have to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Mjoy analyzed. The smoke that the Thai team saved before is now thrown out, and it was thrown in the direction of the Xiagwa team, in order to block all sight lines on both sides, and then engage in a real hand-to-hand battle. The Thai team is very smart this time. If they don't play like this, they won't be able to get into the circle. The conductor of the Thai team is very smart, Yuan said. They are the only team that understands Xiagwa's team. No, it should be said that they are the only team that understands Mao Xiaomo. The current Xiagwa team is completely Mao Xiaomo style. They should do some research, Mjoy analyzed. The Thai team is covered in smoke and is ready to fight against Xiagwa team. With a numerical advantage, they will definitely have an advantage on the front. But again, Xiagwa's team retreated, mastering the stick, but aiming for the yard, Mjoy shouted. Mao Xiaomo directly led the Xiagwa team back to the center of the circle with this wave. The Thai team has no idea. So when the Thai team rushed into the smoke, they didn't hear a sound. Just when the Thai team was a little confused, the 3 members of the Xiagwa team had quietly pulled away. In this kind of finals, one team is in the center of the circle, and the other is on the edge. It is already clear which one is better. The 3 members of the Xi'an national team opened the gun line, which was equivalent to locking up the 4 members of the Thai team. But they couldn't see the Thai team members, didn't know their specific positions, and didn't dare to throw mines randomly. Otherwise, if the Thai team has not entered the circle yet, if there is thunder in the smoke, anyone who is not stupid can guess what is going on. The Thai team entered the smoke and searched around, but found that the enemy had sensed something was wrong. No one was found. No matter how stupid you are, you know what's going on. But at this time, the Thai team has no way out. Just in time the smoke dissipated. Mao Xiaomo happened to see a person on the flank. Here! Thunder! Mao Xiaomo gave an order and thunder was thrown from 3 directions. Then, there is an artificial bombing zone. At the moment when the Xi'an national team withdrew from the smoke and the Thai team entered the smoke, everyone saw the ending. Boom! 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 The Thai team members had no chance to fight back. They can't resist the artificial bombing zone. Chapter 639, Pretending to be Dead. A wave of crazy screen swiping. The Thai team was directly blown down by 3 players. At this time, the Xiagwa team had no throwing objects, so they directly chose 3 people to charge. This timing is very good. Don't give your opponent a chance to save people. Xiagwa team 3-on-1. The last player of the Thai team, SVIET, was originally saving someone, but Team Xia rushed directly into his face. Wang Hao rushed forward and took away the last head. CHN_45AI used AKM to kill TJ_Svid with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, CHN. Pretty. Seogwa team successfully won the second game. It was a near miss, Mjoy said. This plan probably created the highest kill record in an international competition. Well, yes, 30 kills, Yuewon said. Wang Hao here personally got 16 kills. This should be a record. I really don't know, but it is indeed his personal best result, Mjoy said. Wang Hao's personal kills reached 16 in this set. It is also his personal best result. The other teams in the bridge block were a little annoyed in this game. But then, there were no mistakes. In the end, it wasn't considered a spiritual retreat. They still won it smoothly. Mjoy summarized the game. There was really no disturbance. It was just the last 3v4 time that some viewers, who did not understand tactics, were worried. Okay. After 2 sets, Team Xia is still far ahead. PUBG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Olympic Games Asian Qualifiers Group B standings. 1. Seogwa/CHN, first game, 760, second game, 800, total score, 1560. 2. Thailand/THA, first game, 350, second game, 470, total score, 820. 3. Saudi Arabia/KSA, first game, 340, second game, 390, total score, 730. 4. Singapore/Sin, first game, 420, second game, 260, total score, 680. 5. Japan/JPN, first game, 360, second game, 50, total score, 410. Okay. Seogwa's team is still far ahead. Thailand, Saudi Arabia, and Singapore are ranked 2 to 4 respectively. Basically, the top 4 are in this tone for the time being. The scores of the following teams are relatively low, because these 2 teams are basically the top 5 in these 2 sets. Take a break, and it will bring Game 3 later. After 2 consecutive wins, Seogwa's team was still far ahead in points. Originally, the Asian qualifiers did not put much pressure on Seogwa's team. During the break, Team Xia also went to the lounge to take a drink of water and take a breath. After all, it was a soundproof room. Uncle Xiaoyao came directly to greet him. What's up? The 4 members of the Seogwa team are in good condition. Logically speaking, there should not be any members of the coaching staff looking for them. Uncle Xiaoyao came to Mao Xiaomo's side and said, It's said that if you have the opportunity to break the record, then break the record. It is of great significance to Seogwa Esports. Mao Xiaomo suddenly realized. If there's a chance, Mao Xiaomo will not deliberately pursue this record. If there is a chance, since the superiors want them to break the record, they will definitely pursue it. After all, after passing this Asian qualifier, you may not have this opportunity again. Game 3 continues. There are currently 20 teams in this field, and half of them have a shadow on the Seogwa team. Seogwa got 56 kills in 2 games, averaging 28 per game, and almost half of them were killed by Seogwa's team. Not to mention anything else. They really can't beat the Seogwa team from the front. Before the game, they heard that Seogwa's team was the number 1 seed. But because they had watched the Thai and Japanese teams play before, they didn't think Seogwa's team was that good. But in actual fighting, Seogwa's team couldn't touch the front at all. It feels like an ordinary passer-by meeting a professional player on the ladder, with no chance at all. The Seogwa team also played very easily, mainly because they had a frontal advantage. In the third set, the Seogwa team was still at the airport. This time, the circle brush reached P-City. This circle is not difficult for the Seogwa team. There were no big resource points between the airport and P-City. Team Seogwa waited and waited for 3 circles before choosing to enter P-City. The rhythm of this Seogwa team is completely different from the previous 2 games. In the early stages of the first 2 games, Seogwa team was killing like crazy. This Seogwa team still had 0 heads in the attrition circle, and they didn't even fire their guns, Mjoy said in the studio. To be honest, the way Mao Xiaomo is playing now is the way he plays in the finals. Now that the Xi'an national team is not in any danger, I will analyze the new rules of the Olympic finals. The Golden Rooster system. This Olympic final is different from the previous points system. The rule is whichever team gets 3 chickens first wins. So the team will rush to win the chicken. As soon as this rule came out, I saw many people on the internet saying that this rule affected the enjoyment of the game and was not very reasonable. Actually, I personally don't think it's certain how the results will turn out. We still have to see how these teams perform. When many people on the internet saw this rule, they said that if all teams were struggling, the game would become very boring. Everyone needs to know that in this game, in professional competitions, you can never win the chicken only if you are in a bad position. You have to win the chicken if you are in a good position. The main thing is to compete for a position. For example, if there is a high ground in the center of the circle, it is basically stable if you occupy this high ground. At this time, even if it is the fourth or fifth circle, there will be many teams competing for it. At this time, the game won't be too boring, and everyone will know when they see it. I like this rule very much. The game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is meaningless if you don't win the game, Joy said. Again, everyone will not be happy because of second place. In professional competitions, it will definitely not work if you blindly pursue entertainment. Now that PUBG has reached this level, it must be more professional. Okay, let's watch the game first. Street fighting in P-City. In the third set, the circle was drawn in P-City, and it was a complete P-City. There are now 18 teams in the entire field, which means that only 2 teams have been destroyed so far. In this street fighting circle, many teams got into it. In the street fighting circle, the attrition circle is more difficult to survive, and it will be difficult to survive in the event of divine punishment. But once we reach the finals, it will still test the team's tacit understanding and cooperation, because we need to constantly shuttle and set up guns and attack buildings, Joy said, because it is the P-City circle. This attrition circle came a little late. In the 5th circle, large-scale attrition was finally carried out. Because it's a northern cutaway, it wasn't a big problem for the Xiaogua team. They were originally in the center of the circle to the north, and they were still inside the circle once the circle was cleared. And it's not on the edge of the circle. This position is so comfortable. In a street fighting circle, it is difficult to block the teams on the edge of the circle. So once you get close, it will be a hand-to-hand fight. But after the hand-to-hand fight is over, there will definitely be a third team that wants to take advantage of the situation and clean up the mess. Generally speaking, it is a principle. If you can get into the center of the circle, get into the center of the circle. There is nothing to say. After seeing the circle, Xiaogua team walked towards the 2 houses in the center of the circle. Both houses are 2-story houses, and the view is not very good, but they are relatively safe. Then again, in the street fighting circle, safety comes first, and it doesn't matter whether you have a good view or not. Basically, all houses are occupied by default. Even if you see them, you can't hit them. Even if you can hit them, you can't repair them. It's meaningless. Suddenly, a funny scene appeared. The 4 members of the Xiaogua team hid in a house, in the center of the circle, and remained motionless. Start pretending to be dead, Joy smiled. Because the Xiaogua team's field of vision is not very good, it is not so critical to observe the information of other teams. They cannot hit the target in the center of the circle. And Mao Xiaomo made it very clear that they are not allowed to shoot. So there is nothing to do. The 4 members of the Xiaogua team can only take a short break. In the 5th circle, all the teams were fighting in full swing. Only the Xiaogua team was pretending to be dead in the center of the circle. The key was that no one could rush here. Dong dong dong. There's someone at my feet. Joe Lily suddenly heard footsteps. Lone Wolf. One person's footsteps directly opened the door of Joe Lily's room. The Lone Wolf of the Saudi team had no idea that there was anyone in this room. He had been observing for a long time, but didn't see any movement in the house. He wanted to find a toilet in the room for a while, but he didn't expect that he was killed as soon as he got to the 2nd floor. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Immediately killed. One by one. I don't know which team they are from, Joe Lily said. Although he knew that his opponent was KSA, he really didn't know which country's team his opponent was. The game went on smoothly, and the Xiaogua team's commentators began to explain the battles of other teams. The Xiaogua team in this hand has no desire to kill at all, which also has something to do with the circle shape of this hand. Street fighting is not like mountain fighting. No matter how strong the team is, the room to perform is limited. Okay. Entering the finals, Xiaogua is still very solid in this set. Joy used the word steady, which is more in line with the current style of Xiaogua team. Be steady but fierce, and fight when it's time to fight without delay. It wasn't until the 7th lap that the Xiaogua team truly came out. They had eliminated 2 lone wolves before and got 2 heads. In this center circle, the Xiaogua team would still choose to attack the building directly. Let's take a look at the situation with this attack on the building. Mao Xiaomo and Joe Lily directly pushed forward. This wave of Xiaogua team played very decisively. This building is not invincible for the defender. As the offensive side,
Xiaogua team still uses the sea of people to win a quick victory. When Mao Xiaomao and Zhou Lili both fell to the ground, they destroyed their opponents. Chapter 640, Perfect Answer. However, in the housing area, the Xiaogua team also rescued everyone. Unknowingly, we arrived at the final round. Seeing the organization of this final round, everyone already knew the final result.
Okay, if nothing unexpected happens, Xiaogua team can also win this game. Now, apart from Xiaogua's full-strength team, there is only Singapore team on the field. But Singapore's position is very poor,
Mjoy analyzed. Although Singapore is now fully staffed, there are still 2 remaining teams in front of them on the edge of the circle. And there are almost no opponents on this side of the Xiaogua team that can bring pressure to them. The final lap was on Team Xiao's side. After a fierce battle, there were only 8 players left on the field. 4 teams, except for the Xiaogua team, which is fully staffed. The other teams are all remnants. Mao Xiaomao collected enough information during the last lap, then start cleaning up step by step. None of these opponents dared to put up any resistance, and they all wanted to get closer to their rankings. Moreover, their opponents were full scale, so no matter what opponent they were, resistance was meaningless. There is still a big difference between the scores of 2nd place and 4th place. There was no suspense in the end. Xiaogua successfully won the 3rd set, although the Xiaogua team did not get many kills, and the entire team only had 8 kills at the end. The whole process was extremely smooth. There was really not even a decent challenge in this set. Unlike the previous set, the Singaporean team also had a head-on battle with the Xiaogua team and killed a member of the Xiaogua team. 3 consecutive chickens. As a Xia Kingdom audience, they definitely hope that the Xia Kingdom team can achieve 4 consecutive chickens.
I think with the current state of the Xiaogua team, they will basically not encounter any trouble.
Mjoy said it very straightforwardly. If it's just a strong team, that's not necessarily true. But it's different if the commander of this strong team is Mao Xiaomao. It's very simple. Mao Xiaomao's command will not make big mistakes, which determines that it is impossible for the Xiaogua team to compete with their opponents in an extremely disadvantaged environment. After 3 consecutive chickens, other teams actually knew the strength and weakness of the teams on this field. The Xiaogua team is definitely in a league of its own. With no solution, then open a gear. The 3rd pot is the Thai team. The 4th tier is Saudi Arabia, Japan, and Singapore. That's it in a nutshell. The 4th set made them even more desperate, because they discovered that no matter what position the Xiaogua team was in, even if it was a position of divine punishment, they could use the strength of the team to get in. The Saudi team was not very weak either. It occupied a hilltop of destiny, and was overrun by the Xiaogua team, who had no cover in the finals. As a result, the Xiaogua team just hit them with headshots while spreading cigarettes. Zhou Lili shot one at a time, and had to save every Saudi team member he knocked down. So there would be problems with the firepower. Then the Xiaogua team just rushed forward with their guns. When the enemy appeared, they directly raised their guns to suppress them. There was no reason at all. The Saudi team knew that the Xia team had no cover and wanted to play peek. But if it showed up, it would be a shot. If it showed up, it would be a shot. It was suppressed and could not lift its head. As a result, Xiaogua's team really rushed forward. Then it's very simple. It's a wave of frontal massacre. The same was true in the finals. The Indonesian team had a full roster of 4 and occupied a destined position. However, the Xiaogua team directly bypassed it. MC fought 1 against 2 and reacted very quickly. He dodged and knocked down one person and then directly pulled the gun on the other person's head. 2 headshots directly kill each other. This scene will remain in the hearts of Xia Kingdom audiences forever. It was from this moment on that everyone truly accepted this new player MC, who was not very famous. He is the main member of the Xia Kingdom team, which means he may be one of the 4 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom. MC's resume has been completely revealed for a long time. He was the murderer of Cuyel, and turned into an SSS-level super professional player 6 months later. This career experience is so legendary. Even more legendary than Mao Xiaomao. It's like flying straight into the sky and entering the national team. The 4th set was purely MC's personal show. There were various 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3 in the finals. And he did not fall behind. In fact, there is no problem with the physical strength of the players until the 4th set. Like the previous DreamHack players who played 6 or 7 sets a day, they may be a little tired. After 4 sets, the players' hands are very hot. Especially for the Xiaogua team, which has always been on the field and kept fighting. This is also true. If you put a plate into a box, there will be a rest period of nearly an hour in the middle. This period of time is likely to make your hands cool down, forming a vicious cycle. In the end of the fourth set, the Siagwa team once again won the chicken game without any suspense. The first day of competition ended with a 4-set victory. This record can satisfy everyone. 26 kills in the first set, 30 kills in the second set, 8 kills in the third set, 19 kills in the fourth set, and 83 kills in the fourth set. Average 20 plus per game. The Sia national team's first show gave the people of the country a perfect answer. PUBG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Olympic Games Asian Qualifiers Group B standings. 1. Siagwa/CHN First Day, 28:30, Total Score, 28:30. 2. Thailand/THA First Day, 13:40, Total Score, 13:40. 3. Singapore/SIN First Day, 12:90, Total Score, 12:90. 4. Saudi Arabia/KSA First Day, 1100, Total Score, 1100. 5. Japan/JPN First Day, 990, Total Score, 990. For chickens in a row, a super high score of 2,830 in 4 sets. It has already surpassed the second place Thai team by more than twice. It can be said that Siagwa's team can almost advance to the final Olympic Games if they play with their feet in the next 8 games. There is no need to worry too much about qualifications. And Siagwa's condition, tactics, and coordination are all very good. And there are no mistakes. Of course, this is also because the opponent is weaker. Problems may only arise once the intensity increases. This is what all viewers think. But it was quite interesting to watch the Siagwa team massacre the Asian qualifiers. Therefore, after the first day of competition, it still caused quite a stir. The ratings of the 3 qualifiers, LOL, Dota 2, and PUBG, were not much different. But PUBG had the highest ratings. Maybe it's also because the game mode is relatively simple. Even newcomers who don't play PUBG can understand it. On the first day of his triumphant return, Mao Xiaomo did not summon his teammates to study the video. In his opinion, it was meaningless. All battles have been won. Both those that should have been won and those that should not have been won. There is nothing to say about it. Even if we get together to study for an hour, we still can't figure out any problems. Instead of doing this, it is better to rest early and be energetic for tomorrow's game.